Chapter 1, Is Your Body Failing You? In the third year of their marriage, Xu Chuyuan was revealed to be a false heiress from a wealthy family. Her mother-in-law pressured her for a divorce, insisting that the engagement be returned to the true heiress. Filled with trepidation, Xu Chuyuan inquired of her husband, yet he responded with icy indifference, stating, "I can marry anyone." Despondent, she signed the divorce agreement. A week later, a fleet of helicopters descended before Xu Chuyuan, from which emerged 3 young heirs from affluent families. They approached with elation, exclaiming, "Sister, after 20 years, we have finally found you." Drenched in sweat, her body weak and breathless, she clung to the slender waist of one man, inquiring. The man was about to rise from the bed, intending to shower. Upon hearing her words, he halted, grasped her chin, and in a low, husky voice asked, "What? Did I not satisfy you? Naturally, your culinary skills have spoiled my appetite. However, if you truly cannot perform, it would be wise to seek medical attention without delay." Before Xu Chuyuan could finish, the man, filled with rage, kissed her fiercely. Bo Yanzhou, known for his lack of restraint, found himself provoked, and this time, his advance was both urgent and intense. "Xu Chuyuan, today I shall show you just how capable I am." Xu Chuyuan endeavored to comply. She recognized that the man before her thrived on passion. Though he did not love her, he created an illusion of deep affection during their intimate moments. Nevertheless, Xu Chuyuan was unperturbed. Having been married to Bo Yanzhou for 2 years, she was willing to invest more time to warm his heart. She dreamt of sharing a life and children with him. With this thought, Xu Chuyuan tightened her grip around his broad shoulders. The curtain fell, revealing it was already 4 in the afternoon. Bo Yanzhou had demonstrated beyond doubt that his health was impeccable, if not exceptional. After his ablutions, he donned his usual shirt and trousers. His tall stature, clad in simple attire, perfectly accentuated his broad shoulders, slender waist, and long legs. His handsome visage was a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. His phoenix-like eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, held a depth of emotion, and his aura exuded an unparalleled nobility. At that moment, as he leisurely fastened the buttons of his shirt, a sudden, urgent ringtone pierced the air. Bo Yanzhou, hearing it, freed one hand to answer. The voice on the other end uttered something that caught him off guard. Moments later, he hung up, his deep-set gaze fixed intently upon Xu Chuyuan. Fatigued to the point of near unconsciousness, Xu Chuyuan mustered her remaining strength to ask, "What is it? Who called?" A sudden jolt of anxiety gripped Xu Chuyuan, and she became instantly alert. A month prior, her father had sought medical attention due to health concerns, only to discover a mismatch in blood type. That night of recognition, the Xu family hosted a grand welcome party, during which Xu Lingwei accidentally fell into the pool and accused her of wrongdoing. The Xu family was outraged, and many condemned her, labeling her a would-be murderer. Bo Yanzhou had been on a business trip for 2 months and was unaware of these events. Xu Chuyuan had intended to find an opportunity to discuss it with him, but unexpectedly, her mother-in-law, Song Yun, broached the subject first. The implication was clear: she was to return her marriage to Xu Lingwei. Xu Chuyuan's expression darkened. The identity of the false heiress had taken everyone by surprise. She and Bo Yanzhou had been married for 2 years, a fact that could not be undone. Could one simply return a marriage? Yet, more than her mother-in-law's attitude, Xu Chuyuan was concerned about Bo Yanzhou's stance. "And you? What do you think?" Xu Chuyuan tightened her fingers, gazing hopefully at the man before her. She believed that after 2 years of marriage, she had become the ideal full-time wife. She had taken care of his every need personally. Her attentiveness was meticulous. She thought that even if Bo Yanzhou did not love her, he at least should have developed some fondness. "I haven't given it much thought. It's merely a marriage contract. It matters little who the party is. I have a flight tonight to a neighboring city for business, so I must take my leave." Without waiting for Xu Chuyuan's response, he grabbed his suit jacket and exited. With a soft thud, the door closed behind him, leaving Xu Chuyuan gasping for breath. Was anyone interchangeable? Perhaps. To Bo Yanzhou, marriage was merely an optional accessory. All of this had been her own fanciful delusion. In that moment, Xu Chuyuan finally grasped the extent of his emotional detachment. His heart was likely an enigma she could never unravel. An hour after Bo Yanzhou's departure, her mother-in-law, Song Yun, arrived, brandishing a divorce agreement. She flung the document at Xu Chuyuan, berating her. "After 2 years of marriage, not a single child, and now discovered to be a false heiress. I warned you that you lacked the traits of the wealthy, and it appears I was right. With your dubious status and a near-murder charge, how could someone like you be worthy of iron? Sign the papers and leave the Bo family at once." Xu Chuyuan, already feeling despondent, was struck dumb by the divorce agreement hurled at her. Her heart ached. Was he so eager? Before she had even boarded the plane, the divorce papers had arrived. Suppressing the sting in her eyes, she opened the document. When she saw the clause stating she would leave with nothing, it felt like a dagger to her heart. In this day and age, even a housekeeper earned a salary. After 2 years as Mrs. Bo, she was left with the fate of receiving not a single cent. Xu Chuyuan found it ludicrous. As if fearing she might negotiate, Song Yin sneered, "What more do you want? If not for your mistaken identity, would you have enjoyed 2 years of a carefree life? Be grateful and don't harbor any delusions. Sign the papers quickly, or I will have someone assist you. Xu Chuyuan felt as if her throat had tightened around a lump, and ultimately, she ceased to resist, signing the document. She had hoped that this would finally appease Song Yun. Aside from their wedding day, she had never even touched him. Song Yun, ever cruel, remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate. Rest assured, you won't take a single item from the Bo family." After glancing at the papers, Xu Chuyuan felt a wave of disgust. Rest assured, I will not take what is not mine, and neither people nor possessions had ever belonged to her. Song Yun felt satisfied, soon summoning someone to pack Xu Chuyuan's belongings, then shooing her out of the Bo residence. A week later, on the expressway of Kyoto, a luxurious convoy of Bentleys sped towards Haicheng. Inside, a distinguished young man spoke into his phone. "I've located our sister. I'm on my way to fetch her. You needn't come. Our Chuba is the only girl in the Hua family. The entire family is eagerly awaiting her. A mere dozen helicopters won't suffice. We need to arrange for more, positioned as a formation to show our sincerity." As the three debated fervently, a robust middle-aged voice boomed, "Shut up. Chuba is my precious daughter. What concern is it of yours? No one is to go. Your mother and I will handle this ourselves," the others exclaimed. "Regardless of who arrives first, that person should take charge. In matters like this, even father and son must not expect leniency." 6 years later, at the first hospital of Haicheng. Xu Chuyuan had just concluded an arduous 6-hour surgery when she was bombarded with messages from her beloved daughter, Mian Mian, who was far away in Kyoto. "Mommy, several suitors came to propose today, saying they want to be my stepfather. Grandpa was so furious that he unleashed the dogs and chased them away. Uncle asked them where they found the courage, if it was granted by the king of hell. It was quite the spectacle. Those uncles truly lack self-awareness. My mommy is the best and most beautiful in the world. Of course, she deserves someone exceptionally handsome. Don't worry, Mommy, I will definitely help you cut off those rotten peach blossoms and ensure they don't disturb you." Xu Chuyuan chuckled at the messages, easily picturing the chaos that must have ensued at home. However, as she passed the nurse's station, she overheard a conversation. "I heard this little fellow is here seeking medical help for his father. If someone can cure him, they might become his stepmother. This is the little prince of a top-tier wealthy family, really? Then they need to find the best doctor. Qin Hongjie would be a perfect match, young and beautiful." Xu Chuyuan had little interest in gossip, yet, just as someone was proposing to be her daughter's stepfather, she now heard that someone was seeking a stepmother. Curiosity piqued, she paused to take a look. Soon, she spotted a small child surrounded by a crowd. The little one appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, with exquisitely delicate features. His cherubic face was so soft and tender that it seemed one could pinch water from it. With rosy lips and pearly white teeth, he radiated an endearing charm. At that moment, he sat on a chair, swinging his short legs, his dark eyes scanning the crowd. Chapter 2, At first sight, "Would you come home with me?" In front of him stood an attractive woman. She was speaking in a theatrical manner. "Hello, young master, I am Qin Hong. My medical skills are quite good. I would be delighted to help your father." Upon hearing her self-introduction, the child's cherubic face immediately displayed a hint of frustration. Though he was indeed accompanying his father for medical assistance today, he had never stated a wish to find a stepmother. Which fool had spread such an absurd rumor? Moreover, what audacity did this aunt possess? The thick layer of makeup on her face, the child's disdain was almost palpable. Xu Chuyuan observed his expression with clarity. Although the little one said nothing, for some inexplicable reason, she understood his sentiments perfectly. Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, her sudden outburst captured the attention of many. Upon seeing her, the crowd quickly straightened their posture and respectfully addressed her, "Dr. Mandy." Then someone whispered, "How could we forget her? Even though she's just here temporarily for a surgery, her skills are unparalleled. Qin Hong can't compare." Xu Chuyuan realized she had inadvertently drawn attention. Quickly suppressing her laughter, she said, "I apologize for interrupting, but I believe you may have misunderstood? This little one likely isn't looking for a stepmother." The crowd exchanged doubtful glances at the child's misunderstanding, but this rumor had been overheard by the hospital's information organization, the cleaning lady right at the director's office. How could it be false? "How do you know he isn't looking?" Qin Hong, annoyed at being interrupted, asked. Xu Chuyuan shrugged. In merely guessing, her statement left everyone momentarily speechless. Including Xu Chuyuan. She hadn't anticipated being the subject of such a declaration, and after a brief pause, her expression turned to one of bemused disbelief. This little bundle of joy was quite serious. She looked down at him, amused, and asked, "Little darling, seeking a stepmother is no trivial matter. Does your father know about this?" The child earnestly replied, in my family, I make the decisions. If I say it's acceptable, then it is. Xu Chuyuan found his earnestness both amusing and exasperating, chalking it up to youthful whimsy. After all, her own daughter, Mian, also loved to tease, occasionally saying, this person has the potential to be my father. This little one was likely just as playful. Xu Chuyuan bent down, gently patting his head, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of becoming your stepmother. You should seek someone else, I have matters to attend to. However, encountering such a sweet little child stirred something within her. She was reminded of her son, who had passed away too soon. Had he lived, he would be about this age now. 6 years prior, after her divorce from Bo Yanzhou, she had been left homeless. Initially, she sought a job to make ends meet, but was met with the Xu family's blockade. Later, when she became pregnant, she gave birth to a pair of twins, though her son did not survive, leaving only her daughter. Thinking back on those memories, Xu Chuyuan felt a pang of sorrow. Her earlier good mood evaporated in an instant. Having just completed such a challenging surgery, she was quite fatigued, yet, unexpectedly, as she opened the door, she found the little boy standing right in front of her. Xu Chuyuan hadn't anticipated he would follow her and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was he still not giving up? The little darling smiled at her sweetly. Wow, just now, I couldn't see your full face because of the mask, but I thought you must be beautiful. I'm so glad I guessed correctly. You truly are stunning. Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but laugh. Where had this little charmer learned such flattery? He was far too skilled at it. If he could charm people at such a young age, just imagine how adept he would be as he grew. Unable to resist, Xu Chuyuan reached out and pinched the tender skin of his cheek. Even if you flatter me, I cannot agree to be your mother. Upon hearing this, the little one looked a bit dejected. Why not? My father is incredibly handsome, exceptionally so, and you two would make a great match. He earnestly promoted his father. Xu Chuyuan remained unconvinced. There's no particular reason. Primarily, I don't know your father, and good looks won't suffice. Most importantly, I have no intentions of marriage, so you should give up on that idea. The little one's disappointment was evident. Although it was their first meeting, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this aunt that he hadn't experienced with anyone else. Yet, the aunt clearly had no such intentions, or reluctantly, he accepted the reality. Alright then. However, he quickly shifted gears. But can you treat my father? I asked earlier, and they said your medical skills are the best. A miraculous doctor. Having just completed a very difficult surgery, my father has been suffering from a chronic ailment that many doctors have been unable to cure, so could you please grant me this request? As he spoke, his expression was laced with hope. Xu Chuyuan had initially not intended to spend her time on this. During her visit to Haicheng, she had numerous tasks to complete. The surgical procedure was undertaken solely at the behest of another. Yet, upon witnessing the little one's expression, an inexplicable warmth enveloped my heart, rendering me unable to refuse. The child's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy as he exclaimed, he's here. Daddy is in the director's office. Let me take you to see him. With that, he promptly extended his chubby little hand to grasp Xu Chuyuan's, as if fearing she might flee. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Bo Yanzhou had just concluded a discussion with Director Wang. His visit today was specifically to request an introduction to the esteemed healer, Mandy. In a gesture of goodwill, he had also donated a batch of medical equipment to the hospital. At this moment, Director Wan was especially warm in his farewells as he escorted him to the door. Once outside, Bo Yanzhou realized his son was nowhere to be found. His penetrating dark gaze scanned the vicinity, yet he still failed to locate him, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire, where is Tang Bao? Assistant Qi Yan, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, he's run off. It seems someone has leaked the news of your visit today, and the entire hospital is abuzz with rumors that whoever can treat you may marry into a wealthy family and become the young master's stepmother. The little one mentioned he wanted to investigate who started this rumor. Chapter 3, Has the ex-wife returned? Upon hearing those words, Bo Yanzhou's sharp brow furrowed in an instant, his voice cold and somber. Has my presence here become common knowledge? Qi Yan quickly responded, I did not disclose your identity, only that you are a prominent figure from Haicheng. Rest assured, I have managed the situation. I will inform Director Wang shortly, and no one will be the wiser. Bo Yanzhou reluctantly nodded, though his expression remained displeased. He continued to inquire. Where is Tang Bao now? Qi Yan grew even more awkward. I am not certain. The young master has insisted on going alone. I intended to track him using his location, but it seems he has already disabled the tracking function on his phone. He must have discovered it and taken measures to counteract it. Very well. Qi Yan hastily acknowledged the command, inwardly lamenting, it is not that the technical department is incompetent. Rather, the young master possesses extraordinary skills. At just over 5 years old, he has already mastered formidable hacking techniques. This leaves no room for anyone else. Unaware of Qi Yan's inner thoughts, Bo Yinzhou refrained from further conversation and pulled out his phone to call Tang Bao. At that moment, Tang Bao was holding hands with Xu Chuyuan, just stepping into the elevator as they prepared to ascend to the floor where the director's office was located. When the phone rang, he immediately answered it. "Hello, Daddy." The little one's tone was filled with exuberance. "Bo Jintang, where have you run off to?" Bo Yinzhou's icy voice resonated with piercing clarity. The elevator was small, and the volume of Tang Bao's phone was quite loud, so Xu Chuyuan heard every word distinctly. She was momentarily taken aback, almost convinced she had misheard. Yet, the voice was unmistakably recognizable. It was that despicable man, Bo Yinzhou? What a coincidence this is. The little one, brimming with delight, shared the joyous news with the person on the other end. Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan was instantly taken aback, her scalp nearly exploding with shock. She could hardly fathom that the little child she had encountered was truly the son of Bo Yinzhou. How could that scoundrel's offspring already be so grown? As her face registered disbelief, the little boy had already informed Bo Yinzhou of his whereabouts. After relaying the message, he promptly ended the call. Once he tucked his phone away, he turned to Xu Chuyuan and exclaimed, "Beautiful auntie, my daddy will be here shortly. And you will soon have the pleasure of meeting him." Xu Chuyuan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of feelings. It was only at this moment that she realized that Tang Bao's face was nothing short of a miniature version of Bo Yinzhou's. How could she have failed to notice this earlier? Furthermore, when she first encountered him and overheard discussions about the top aristocracy of Haicheng, why did she not connect it to the Bo family? She had no desire to be entangled with that man in any way. Xu Chuyuan's expression darkened slightly. The decision she had initially agreed upon had to be reconsidered. With a look of regret, she said, "I apologize, dear, but I may have to go back on my promise. Auntie just remembered that I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I probably won't be able to fulfill the commitment to take your father for treatment." As she spoke, the elevator reached her designated floor. After leading the little one out, she added, "I'm truly sorry, but I must leave now." "Ah." The little boy was momentarily stunned, instinctively trying to stop her. "Auntie, wait a moment." However, Xu Chuyuan pressed the elevator button, departing with determined strides. She felt a pang of guilt for the little one, especially since he had earnestly requested her assistance. Yet, the matter involved Bo Yinzhou, and she was reluctant to become entangled in it. Her visit to Haicheng was not solely for the surgery. Her primary aim was to engage in a pharmaceutical research project for her company. Her biological father, surnamed Hua, was the head of the illustrious Hua family, a prominent name in the medical field in Kyoto. The Hua Group, founded on medicine, boasts a range of industries encompassing medicinal materials, medical devices, hospitals, and drug development, all related to healthcare. This branch of the company had a particularly challenging pharmaceutical project that required her participation. Although she returned to familiar territory, the people from her past had long been cast away into the river of time. Thus, she had to resolutely decline the little one's request. Xu Chuyuan ran swiftly, oblivious to the fact that as the elevator doors closed, a group of people turned the corner at the end of the corridor. Leading the group was Bo Yinzhou. The man, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, strode forward, exuding an air of nobility and restraint that was hard to ignore. As he walked, many cast curious glances his way. However, he paid them no mind, his deep black eyes were fixated on Tang Bao's figure from afar. Due to their shared direction, he inadvertently caught sight of the enchanting silhouette within the elevator. Just a fleeting glimpse, not even enough to discern her features. Yet it compelled Bo Yinzhou to halt in his tracks. His phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of astonishment flickering within them. That figure. Why did it seem somewhat familiar? It bore a striking resemblance to his former wife, Xu Chuyuan. A sudden seriousness washed over Bo Yinzhou, and almost instinctively, he took a step forward, ready to pursue her. However, at that moment, Tang Bao spotted him. The little one wore a discontented expression, feeling aggrieved that his aunt had left. He couldn't help but complain, "Why did Daddy come so late? The pretty aunt has already gone." Seeing his son's displeasure, Bo Yanzhou had no choice but to relent for the time being. Perhaps he had mistaken her? That woman had vanished without a trace for 6 years. How could she possibly reappear now? Tang Bao nodded, glancing in the direction Xu Chuyuan had departed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He wondered if it was still possible to catch up. Bo Yanzhou, unable to grasp his son's sentiment, shrugged it off, saying, "If she has left, then so be it." He didn't believe his son had encountered a miraculous healer. Moreover, the silhouette he had seen appeared quite youthful. Even if her medical skills were exceptional, how extraordinary could they truly be? Conversely, he had already obtained the contact information for the divine healer from the hospital director. Pursuing that individual seemed far more promising. Frustrated that his father did not take him seriously, Tang Bao exclaimed, "Why are you acting this way? I was trying so hard to get the pretty aunt to help you. It's all your fault for being late. And now you're so indifferent." The little one, incensed, refused to acknowledge Bo Yanzhou any longer, puffing up his cheeks as he stormed ahead. Noticing his son's sudden outburst, Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brows and sternly inquired, "What's with the tantrum?" Tang Bao retorted, "Daddy doesn't care about the healer at all. Do you think the pretty aunt lacks capability?" The little one continued, "You shouldn't doubt her. I specifically learned that she is quite skilled. She just performed a very difficult surgery that others could not handle." Even so, Bo Yanzhou remained unfazed. Yet, he attempted to soothe his son, saying, "I do not doubt her abilities, I simply understand my own situation. This persistent ailment is not something an ordinary person can cure, and the lady you mentioned may not be able to help either." What troubled Bo Yanzhou more was the fact that his son seemed to hold such importance for a stranger. Over the years, countless socialites had vied to become his stepmother. Yet Tang Bao had consistently rejected them all. Even Su Lingwei, who was close to the Bo family, was seldom permitted within his vicinity. Consequently, the infamous reputation of the young master of the Bo family was well known throughout Haicheng. This was the first time he had witnessed Tang Bao genuinely caring for a woman. He hoped to extinguish any budding affection the little one might have. Tang Bao, feeling frustrated, replied, "Isn't the healer you're looking for the same as the pretty aunt? Then, does that mean I can't see her anymore?" Though they had only met once, he inexplicably found himself quite fond of her. After a brief separation, he began to miss her. If only he could see her again. He resolved, "I must find her. If she cannot heal, then she can at least be like a mother." The little one's spirits lifted, dispelling the earlier gloom. Meanwhile, Xu Chuyuan's turbulent emotions remained unsettled for quite some time. Although she had been divorced from him for 6 years and felt no lingering affection, thoughts of Tang Bao inevitably stirred her heart. That little one appeared to be the same age as her beloved Nian Nian. This implied that shortly after their separation, that man had fathered a child with someone else. With whom? Lingwei? The thought struck Xu Chuyuan as rather absurd. After their marriage, she had contemplated having a child on several occasions, yet Bo Yanzhou had no such intentions whatsoever. In fact, after every intimate moment, he insisted she take contraceptive pills. The desires of the Bo family were in stark contrast to his own. Throughout their prolonged marriage, her inability to conceive had left her perpetually oppressed and scorned by Song Yun. All of this had remained unbeknownst to him. Yet now, barely after their divorce, he was eager to have a child. What else is there for Xu Chuyuan to comprehend? That man, it is not that he does not desire children, but rather, he feels she is unworthy of bearing them for him. Reflecting on those past events, Xu Chuyuan could not help but curse Bo Yanzhou. That scoundrel truly is a despicable wretch. Just as she was venting her frustrations, her close friend Shen Xingxing called. Upon seeing the incoming call, Xu Chuyuan took a moment to compose herself before answering. "Hello, Xingxing, what's the matter?" On the other end, Shen Xingxing's enthusiastic voice resonated, "Darling, have you finished your work?" Hearing this, Xu Chuyuan smiled and replied, "All right then, I'll let you treat me. Please send me the address, and I will come to find you." "Sure. Come to the Lijiang restaurant, I'll be waiting for you," Shen Xingxing said before hanging up. "Very well, Miss C." The driver acknowledged, then proceeded to start the car. Half an hour later, Xu Chuyuan arrived at the restaurant and was greeted by Xinqing. The two had not seen each other for several months. Upon spotting Xu Chuyuan, Xinqing rushed over and embraced her. "Chu darling, you finally made it." With a playful demeanor, she teased, lifting Xu Chuyuan's chin, "How is it that you've become even more beautiful? It hardly seems fair that you possess such stunning beauty along with extraordinary talent. I'm nearly consumed by jealousy." Xu Chuyuan, with a serious expression, emphasized that, firstly, beauty is a gift from one's parents, and secondly, talent is indeed an innate endowment. Xinqing chuckled, "A narcissistic soul." Xu Chuyuan could no longer contain herself and broke into laughter. Chapter 5, Xu Chuyuan, you have finally appeared. Alright, sit down quickly, I specifically ordered your favorite dishes. You must be famished after such a tiring day. Xinqing pulled her into a seat and sat beside her. Although confronting Qin Hong had been exhilarating, only Xu Chuyuan knew the tension that had gripped her throughout the lengthy surgical procedure. The operation took an extended period, and there was no opportunity to switch to another doctor midway, which meant that lunch was, of course, missed. Xinqing felt a pang of sympathy and said, You've worked hard. Make sure to eat plenty." She helped Xu Chuyuan by serving her favorite dishes. Xu Chuyuan, with no reservations, transformed her anger into an appetite. After indulging sufficiently, she resumed her conversation with Xinqing. The two had met 4 years ago while pursuing their studies abroad. Throughout these years, they had shared an unbreakable bond of conversation. Xinqing inquired, "How long do you anticipate staying in Haicheng for the project you are overseeing this time?" Xu Chuyuan shook her head and replied, "It is still uncertain. It could take as little as 2 to 3 months or as long as half a year to a year. Projects of this nature are often subject to unforeseen changes. Moreover, the development of this new pharmaceutical poses certain challenges." Upon hearing this, Xinqing's spirits lifted. "That's wonderful. With you here, I shall have company. By the way, after dinner, I will introduce you to a few friends. I managed to inquire about those 2 rare medicinal herbs you asked me about in Haicheng's Lu family. Coincidentally, their young master is also here tonight. You should converse with him." Hearing Xinqing's words, Xu Chuyuan immediately altered her initial stance. "I have searched for so long. I cannot let this opportunity slip away." Thus, after dinner, Xu Chuyuan accompanied Xinqing to an upscale club. Upon their arrival, a car pulled up at the entrance. It was, indeed, Bo Yinzhou. He was there this evening to meet with clients. To his surprise, as he alighted from the vehicle, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure. Had he seen Xu Chuyuan again? Was he mistaken once more? Qi Yan, descending from the car, noticed his stillness and inquired, "Sir? What seems to be the matter? Are your eyes failing you again?" "All right," Qi Yan responded hastily, quickly following suit. Xu Chuyuan was entirely unaware of the situation. Upon entering the private room with Xinqing, she found that several individuals were already present, their demeanor and attire suggesting they belonged to a distinguished circle. Xinqing called out to them, and upon noticing her arrival, they immediately greeted her with warmth. "Why are you so late today? We've been here for quite a while." They jested. "Since I'm late, I shall drink as a penalty." Xinqing responded without hesitation, "All right. Let's do it then." She accepted a cocktail and downed it boldly, setting the glass down before introducing her friend. "I almost forgot to introduce her. This is my dear friend, Xu Chuyuan, and she is a physician." Although the others were unaware of Xu Chuyuan's true identity, hearing that she was Xinqing's friend led them to adopt a friendly demeanor. "Wow, what a stunning beauty. Miss Xu, hello. If you don't mind, shall we add each other on WeChat? We're all friends here, so let's relax and enjoy ourselves." They welcomed Xu Chuyuan with amiable gestures. Xu Chuyuan greeted them with a smile. "All right, you all enjoy yourselves for now, I have matters to discuss with Chu. Xinqing waved at her companions, then took Xu Chuyuan by the arm, leading her to a seat beside a man of remarkable demeanor. "Han Mo, this is the one I mentioned to you. The esteemed physician Xu." Xu Chuyuan gazed upon the handsome man before her, whose demeanor exuded a gentle charm. In her heart, She speculated that he must be the young master of the Lu family in Haicheng, as mentioned by Qingqing. She took the initiative to greet him, saying, "Hello, young Master Lu." Lu Hanmo responded with a courteous and refined smile, "Greetings. I have long been aware of your esteemed reputation. I recently perused your paper on ancient medical acupuncture techniques, which was truly refreshing. Moreover, I have heard of your remarkable reputation outside the academic realm, and I must say, I did not expect you to be so youthful." Xu Chuyuan's demeanor was humble and composed as she replied, "You flatter me, Mr. Lu. Well then, I appreciate your assistance." Xu Chuyuan naturally would not decline, and she promptly took out her phone to add the other party's contact information. After discussing the main matters, both sides gradually became more familiar with each other, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Since today was primarily a gathering among friends, it was inevitable that they would indulge in some games and partake in a few drinks. In this joyful ambience, Xu Chuyuan also joined in and consumed several glasses. However, her tolerance for alcohol was rather low, even with the drinks being of a lower proof. It wasn't long before she began to feel a bit tipsy. "Shall I pour you another glass?" Xin Xingqing asked, lifting a bottle of whiskey, ready to refill Xu Chuyuan's glass. Xu Chuyuan hastily waved her hand, exclaiming, "No, no. I cannot drink anymore. I am starting to feel tipsy, I must visit the restroom first." "Are you intoxicated? Do you need me to accompany you?" Xin Xingqing quickly fixed her gaze upon Xu Chuyuan, concerned that she might indeed be inebriated. "Very well, just be careful," Xin Xingqing replied, refraining from saying anything further as she waved her hand in farewell. After Xu Chuyuan emerged from within, she chose not to visit the restroom but instead sought solace in the safety corridor for some fresh air. Distanced from the clamor, the tranquility enveloped her, providing a comforting respite. Leaning against the wall, she intended to call her dear Mian Mian. However, just as she retrieved her phone, the door swung open. Two intoxicated young men stumbled out, supporting each other. Upon noticing her presence, they appeared momentarily startled. "How could someone be here?" one of them muttered. But the next instant, he caught sight of the woman before him. Her breathtaking beauty and ethereal grace were strikingly captivating. Their eyes sparkled, unable to tear away from her. "Oh, what a stunning beauty we have here. Are you not lonely all by yourself? Instead of hiding away, why not join us for a drink? We could take you out for some fun later," one of them suggested, his tone laced with a teasing undertone. Their gaze remained fixated on Xu Chuyuan's figure, the unspoken thoughts evident in their expressions. Xu Chuyuan caught sight of the scene and inwardly lamented, "What ill fortune! Encountering two drunken ruffians in this place was quite unfortunate." She had no intention of engaging with them, swiftly stowing away her phone and turning to leave. Yet, these two individuals blocked her path. "Hey, beautiful. Are you not hearing your brother speaking to you?" As they drew nearer, the nauseating stench of alcohol emanating from them caused Xu Chuyuan's stomach to churn uncontrollably. She furrowed her brow, her expression tinged with impatience, and declared, "Step aside. I have no interest in playing with you." Her tone was decidedly frosty. Yet, these two intoxicated men seemed to misunderstand her completely. At that moment, outside the corridor, Bo Yanzhou had just concluded a business discussion and was passing by. He did not anticipate that he would hear a voice that sounded eerily familiar in this very spot. Having seen a familiar silhouette at both the hospital and the entrance of the club, now hearing the recognizable voice, surely, this could not be mere coincidence. Bo Yanzhou's gaze sharpened, fixating on the door before him. "Xu Chuyuan, is that you? You have finally made your appearance." Chapter 6, The Dangerous Ex-Husband. At this moment, in the corridor, two inebriated men continued to harass Xu Chuyuan. As they approached, she deftly sidestepped and maneuvered towards the door, preparing to make her exit. "Hey, beautiful. Don't go!" One of the drunken men boldly raised his hand, attempting to seize Xu Chuyuan by the shoulder. However, before his fingers could make contact, Xu Chuyuan's gaze darkened. With a swift motion, she raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick to the man's vulnerable area. A piercing scream escaped his lips. The other drunken man, startled by the sound, instantly sobered up. "Longge, are you all right?" Longge's face turned pale as he glared at Xu Chuyuan with fury. "You shameless woman, how dare you kick me? You've overstepped your bounds." Seize her. Tonight, I will make her pay. Yes, yes. The other drunken man nodded vigorously, ready to act against Xu Chuyuan. Xu Chuyuan initially believed that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, given the current circumstances, she realized that action was inevitable. At this moment, she could still calmly contemplate her approach. Should she execute a swift shoulder throw or douse them with her powdered concoction? She possessed enough of her defensive potion to incapacitate them entirely. As she observed the adversary's sinister grasp reaching out towards her, suddenly, a long and powerful arm emerged from the crevice of the adjacent door, swiftly seizing the man's arm. This hand, with its evenly spaced fingers, was pale and slender. And near the base of the thumb, there lay a small dark mole, exuding an aura of desire. Xu Chuyuan's brows furrowed slightly, as she felt a sense of familiarity with the hand before her. Before she could ponder further, the anguished cries of a drunken man pierced her ears. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. In the next moment, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a figure stepped out. The long, slender legs were encased in black trousers, and the well-proportioned form was complemented by a simple black shirt. Though the attire was utterly ordinary, it exuded an aura of restraint and understated elegance. Xu Chuyuan's gaze gradually fell upon the stunningly exquisite visage of the individual before her. His features were strikingly defined, with a high and prominent nose that complemented a pair of piercing, hawk-like eyes. At this moment, those eyes, dark as the depths of a pitch-black abyss, fixed upon her with an icy chill that penetrated to the bone, concealing an unfathomable danger within. Xu Chuyuan felt as though her head might explode. She questioned whether she was truly intoxicated. No wonder that mole appeared familiar. The visitor was none other than her long-lost ex-husband, Bo Yanzhou. Xu Chuyuan felt a chill run down her spine, never anticipating that she would encounter the man she had desperately sought to avoid in such circumstances. At this moment, Bo Yanzhou had also discerned Xu Chuyuan's visage. Years had passed, and she now exuded an air of maturity, her demeanor imbued with a subtle, alluring nobility. The stark contrast to her previous gentle and obedient appearance was striking, her beauty now possessing an almost aggressive allure. Merely standing still, she could captivate the attention of those around her. No wonder she had attracted trouble. Bo Yanzhou's expression darkened, his voice nearly a growl as he called her name, Xu Chuyuan. She had almost forgotten about the two drunken men, and instinctively, she lifted her leg as if to flee. Yet, Bo Yanzhou's reaction was swifter than hers. With a tone that was both chilling and tinged with irritation, he questioned, Xu Chuyuan, why are you running? Xu Chuyuan was bewildered, unable to comprehend the reason for her flight. Her mind was in disarray. She simply wished to evade this individual. Let go of me, she implored, struggling vigorously to free herself from the man's grasp. Her exquisite features were shrouded in indifference and detachment, devoid of the warmth and softness she once possessed. Observing her in such a state, Bo Yanzhou felt an acute discomfort within. Having finally caught her, he had no intention of relinquishing his hold, tightening his grip instead. At that moment, they stood at the stairway, entangled. A misstep could send them tumbling down. Noticing Xu Chuyuan's complete lack of awareness regarding her safety, Bo Yanzhou forcefully cornered her. Adopting an impatient tone as he commanded Qi Yan, who had yet to enter, Qi Yan, dispose of these two nuisances. Qi Yan, not daring to delay, hurriedly approached with bodyguards to drag the two intoxicated men away. Before departing, Qi Yan discreetly cast a glance in their direction, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Goodness! It was truly the former president's wife. The very woman who had left a divorce agreement without a word and vanished for 6 years. Qi Yan dared not linger, swiftly exiting while ensuring the door was securely shut behind him. Xu Chuyuan felt a sudden tightening in her heart, her emotions in disarray. Especially when she realized how close they were at that moment, the man's scent enveloping her like a tidal wave. It was the fragrance she had once adored and been utterly captivated by. After 6 long years, she believed her heart had become tranquil and undisturbed. Yet, at this moment, she still felt a hint of suffocation. Xu Chuyuan, how can you be so unambitious? You are already divorced, so what is there to fear? She admonished herself inwardly, striving to compose herself. Only then did she slowly lift her gaze to meet the man before her, her voice dripping with an icy detachment as she inquired. Do you need something, Mr. Bo? The frigid and unfamiliar address reached Bo Yenjo's ears, inevitably igniting his ire. What do you think? Bo Yenjo's eyes darkened. Exuding a chilling intensity, his entire demeanor suffused with an aura of pressure and peril. Xu Chuyuan's heart skipped a beat, yet her demeanor remained remarkably composed. As Bo Yenjo listened to her address him as Mr. Bo, her tone distant and frigid, as if they were mere strangers, a deep frown etched itself upon his brow. He had no intention of yielding, coldly retorting, "Is there nothing else you wish to convey besides this?" Chapter 7, Actions Speak Louder Than Words. What more is there for them to discuss? Xu Chuyuan gazed at him with a calm expression, her tone indifferent as she remarked. I do not believe there is anything beyond this matter that warrants a conversation with Mr. Bo. Or perhaps Mr. Bo intends to reminisce? If that is the case, it is rather absurd, considering we have been divorced for 6 years. There is little to reminisce about regarding an ex-husband. Bo Yenjo, listening to her repeatedly refer to him as Mr. Bo, felt his anger boiling within him. What a convenient stance to take. You claim there is nothing to discuss. Yet I do. Xu Chuyuan, have you forgotten the actions you took? You left without a word, and later, out of spite, you committed those acts. Abandoning your husband and child is quite a feat, isn't it? Now, you stand here without a trace of guilt, asserting that there is nothing to say to me? Xu Chuyuan was utterly taken aback by such a heavy accusation. Her expression reflected disbelief as she gazed at him, abandoning husband and children? What nonsense is this man spouting? If memory serves, it was he who stated that marrying anyone was acceptable. Subsequently, he even had his mother bring forth the divorce agreement. Furthermore, the notion of abandoning children is even more ludicrous. She bore 2 children of her own, one tragically passed away, while the other remained by her side. When had she ever relinquished them? Moreover, he was presumably unaware of her circumstances regarding the children at that time, was he not? After a moment of contemplation, Xu Chuyuan could not suppress a cold scoff. Bo Yenjo, are you quite all right? Wasn't the divorce exactly what you desired? How dare you turn around and question me? She continued, even if I had indeed initiated the conversation about divorce, what of it? As a married woman, engaging in marital relations merely once every few months and enduring years of solitude is scarcely different from being a widow. It would be better to be free of it altogether. Moreover, you yourself have stated that it makes no difference to you who your wife is. If that is the case, then divorce is indeed our most prudent choice, allowing us both to find our own happiness. Xu Chuyuan's words were remarkably resolute. The memories of the past stirred within her a torrent of unpleasant emotions, prompting her to press her hands firmly against his chest, attempting to push him away. So, you may leave now. Yet, Bo Yenjo remained unyielding. He appeared incensed by Xu Chuyuan's remarks, his gaze as heavy as lead. A mocking smile escaping his lips as he retorted, "Is it any different from being widowed? I had no idea you felt so lonely back then. However, if my memory serves me correctly, you seemed quite pleased with me at that time, always clinging on at the end." His tone was laced with bitterness. Yet his words dripped with undeniable intimacy. Xu Chuyuan did not anticipate that the man would broach the subject. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, she retorted, "Silence. I am not at all satisfied. You are merely mediocre." Upon hearing this, Bo Yenjo's expression darkened abruptly. "What did you say? Repeat that," he demanded. His gaze fixed on her with a menacing intensity. Xu Chuyuan, seemingly oblivious, spoke with a hint of sarcasm, saying, "I must say, you were merely that way. Nothing particularly impressive." Her words, to a man, bore the same weight as a blunt "you are utterly incapable." A proud man like Bo Yenjo naturally felt humiliated. His expression instantly froze, and his dark phoenix eyes ignited with fury, wishing nothing more than to silence this woman. "How dare you say you were merely that way? Xu Chuyuan. It appears you were so dissatisfied with my abilities back then. In that case, I must prove myself." With that, he seized Xu Chuyuan's wrist, leading her out of the safety passage. Subsequently, they entered the elevator to ascend. Xu Chuyuan, belatedly realizing her precarious situation, attempted to press the elevator button, only to find her wrist firmly grasped by the man. Xu Chuyuan was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. She stared intently at Bo Yanzhou, her voice trembling slightly as she inquired, Bo Yanzhou, what do you intend to do? Where are you taking me? Bo Yanzhou replied with a cold smirk, where to? Naturally. To a hotel. His tone was remarkably casual and unperturbed, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the weather that day. Xu Chuyuan was utterly astonished. A hotel room? Was this man out of his mind? Just because she expressed a moment's disdain, he actually intended to take her there. Was he insane? Absolutely not. I refuse to go. Xu Chuyuan immediately struggled, exclaiming, release me. Otherwise, I shall call for help. This man was so prideful that he could not afford to lose face. Xu Chuyuan thought to herself, yet unexpectedly, Bo Yanzhou let out a derisive laugh and remarked, go ahead and shout, this entire establishment is under the Bo family's ownership. Just look around, after you call out, who will come to your aid? As he spoke, the elevator chimed and halted at a certain floor. Ignoring her struggles, Bo Yanzhou dragged her out of the elevator, and amidst their tugging, they entered a lavish suite. Once the door was closed, Bo Yanzhou turned back and pressed her against the door. Xu Chuyuan was finally flustered. This man. It seemed he was quite serious. Bo Yanzhou, please, calm down, let us converse rationally. Bo Yanzhou gripped her wrist with one hand, while the other deftly undid the buttons of his shirt, gritting his teeth as he coldly scoffed, what is there to discuss with an ex-wife? Rather than engage in pointless chatter with you, it would be far more efficient to simply proceed. With those words, he advanced decisively, leaning in to bestow upon her lips a fervent kiss. Xu Chuyuan was utterly bewildered. This man had truly kissed her. Enraged, she struggled, demanding him to release her. How could this scoundrel treat her in such a manner? Yet, her protests were swallowed by the fervor of his lips. The kiss, laden with punishment and fury, bore no hint of tenderness. Xu Chuyuan was bitten painfully, struggling even more fiercely. Yet the man tightened his grip around her waist, while his other hand pinned both of her hands against the door. Her strength was utterly insufficient to resist him. His every breath enveloped her, overwhelming all her senses. His thin lips fiercely devoured her, as his tongue took advantage of her struggles, plunging in to stir and entangle her incessantly. Xu Chuyuan was dismayed to discover that her body, under a fleeting stimulus, had become somewhat weak. Chapter 8, Xu Chuyuan, I wonder where you can escape to. After 6 years, she believed she had become emotionally detached. Yet, her body's instinct could not resist the provocation. Her breath became erratic, easily captured by the man who tormented her. Xu Chuyuan sensed the imminent danger, a sharp pain clenching at her heart, serving as a clear reminder that she must not proceed in this manner. If this continued, she truly could not fathom what might ensue. In her moment of panic, Xu Chuyuan lifted her knee, intending to launch an assault against the man. Bo Yanzhou reacted swiftly, effortlessly using one hand to block her leg. Xu Chuyuan's attempt to strike failed, and she found herself seized by the leg. The man let out a cold snort, exerting a slight force. In the next moment, her leg was lifted. Meanwhile, Bo Yanzhou advanced with an unsettling proximity. He gripped her chin, his brows and eyes shrouded in a deep, dark hue. A trace of blood visible at the corner of his mouth, exuding a dangerously seductive allure. Bo Yanzhou's voice was gravelly, almost unrecognizable, as he inquired, Xu Chuyuan, are you so eager? Xu Chuyuan gasped for breath, her voice laced with frustration as she exclaimed, I can't wait for anything. You beast, Bo Yanzhou, let me go. She struggled with all her might, yet her feeble efforts were akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree before Bo Yanzhou. Xu Chuyuan found herself utterly ensnared, and in a moment of desperation, she resorted to biting his neck with fierce determination. Upon witnessing her action, Bo Yanzhou instinctively flinched. Yet it was a moment too late. Ultimately, Xu Chuyuan sank her teeth into his collarbone with considerable force. A sharp intake of breath escaped Bo Yanzhou, his handsome brows furrowing in response. He cast his gaze down upon the woman in his arms. Xu Chuyuan was genuinely furious, biting down without mercy and with great force. As a result, the pain in the bitten area was acutely pronounced. Bo Yanzhou's tone also darkened as he cautioned, Xu Chuyuan, release. Xu Chuyuan let out a cold snort. Displaying no signs of yielding, rather, she intensified her grip. Her heart was engulfed with a tempest of rage. This wretched man dared to force a kiss upon her. She was determined to make him pay for his audacity. Seeing that she refused to relent, Bo Yanzhou raised his hand and grasped the nape of her neck, maliciously kneading it. This was a particularly sensitive spot for Xu Chuyuan. In no time, the pressure on her back rendered her numb, and she could not help but emit a soft moan, imbued with a hint of seduction. Yet, this still did not compel her to release her hold. Bo Yanzhou, both amused and furious, scoffed, "Are you a dog or something?" Xu Chuyuan heard it but paid no heed, tightening her jaw with increased force. This time, it led her to taste the metallic tang of blood. Xu Chuyuan seemed to have just realized the situation, hastily releasing her grip and creating some distance between them. Her gaze fell upon the spot she had bitten. There, on the man's collarbone, was a ring of bite marks, tinged with blood, which was rather unsettling to behold. Xu Chuyuan found herself utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend that she had inflicted such harm upon him. Yet, upon reflection, she concluded that this was entirely Bo Yanzhou's own doing. After all, who prompted such treatment towards her? He truly deserved it. Seizing the moment as Bo Yanzhou raised his hand to inspect the wound on his collarbone, Xu Chuyuan decisively pushed him away with considerable force. She swiftly extricated herself from his embrace and asserted with righteous indignation, "You cannot hold me accountable for this, you are the one who provoked me. I hope Mr. Bo will remember this lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to report you to the authorities." With that menacing proclamation, she fled the scene without allowing Bo Yanzhou a chance to respond. He was taken aback by her audacity, and his expression darkened as he stepped forward in pursuit. Calling out, "Xu Chuyuan, halt! I have not finished speaking." Where will Xu Chuyuan come to a halt? In no time, she dashed into the elevator. Bo Yanzhou was a moment too late, left to watch helplessly as the elevator doors closed. His expression darkened, teeth clenched. "Xu Chuyuan, run as you wish. I shall see just how far you can escape." With that, Bo Yanzhou promptly retrieved his phone and called Shi Yan, inquiring about his whereabouts. Upon hearing his tone, Shi Yan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly responded, "I just dealt with those two drunkards." "Is there anything else you require, sir?" Infuriated by the mention of the two inebriates, Bo Yanzhou ordered, "Disable their hands. Once that is taken care of, immediately investigate Xu Chuyuan's whereabouts with utmost urgency." Shi Yan, oblivious to the recent events between them, sensed his master's displeasure likely stemmed from the former president's wife having provoked him. He promptly acknowledged, "Understood." Meanwhile, on the other side, as Xu Chuyuan stepped out of the elevator, her heart raced with fervor. She gazed into the mirrored surface, which reflected her somewhat disheveled appearance. Though her condition was a bit chaotic, it possessed an intriguing charm. A discerning observer would instantly grasp the events that had just transpired. Fortunately, the elevator was devoid of other occupants at that moment. She hurriedly adjusted her rumpled attire, but inadvertently brushed against her lips, eliciting a sharp pain that caused her to furrow her brow. Remarkably, she had been kissed so fervently that her lips had become swollen and reddened. Xu Chuyuan grew increasingly enraged, inwardly cursing Bo Yanzhou. How shameless! He already had a son, yet he still engaged in such behavior with his ex-wife. Truly a beast. The next time she encountered that man, it would be best for her to take a different path. Xu Chuyuan spoke apologetically, saying, "I am fine. Please extend my apologies to you and your friends." "Oh, it's nothing. They were all having such a great time that they hardly noticed your absence. If you have something to attend to, please go ahead." "All right, then I shall hang up." After putting away her phone, Xu Chuyuan let out a sigh of relief, eager to avoid any further encounters with Bo Yanzhou, and quickly left the club. Chapter 9, The enchanting little vixen. She picked up her phone to find a video call from Mian. Hastily, she composed her expression and answered. Soon, a cherubic little face appeared on the screen. With her cherubic features resembling a porcelain doll, she was exquisitely delicate, her round eyes sparkling. Clad in a bunny-themed pajama set that made her look exceptionally sweet and utterly adorable. It was evident that little Mian was already feeling drowsy. Rubbing her eyes with tiny hands, and in a soft, plaintive voice, she asked, "Mommy, why didn't you call me to say goodnight tonight?"
The little girl's expression conveyed a hint of poignant disappointment.
After finishing reading, Xu Chuyuan felt that all her negative emotions had dissipated. Upon hearing how hard her mother was working, Mian's grievances instantly vanished. In her sweet and gentle voice, she reassured Xu Chuyuan, saying, "It's all right, mommy is working hard." As Xu Chuyuan smiled, her burden seemed to dissipate. Earning money to indulge our dear Mian could hardly be a hardship. The little girl, enchanted by this notion, beamed and declared, "When I grow up, I too shall earn money to pamper mommy." "Very well," her mother replied, "but you must eat well each day to grow quickly." After indulging in their sweet exchange for a while, Xu Chuyuan finally managed to calm her tumultuous emotions. It seemed that any future entanglements with Bo Yanzhou were now a thing of the past, and the events of the night could simply be dismissed as if not upon by a dog. With this thought in mind, Xu Chuyuan proceeded to wash up and rest. Upon entering, she found little Tangbao still awake, fervently typing away on his computer. The screen displayed Xu Chuyuan's information, illuminating the discovery of her whereabouts. "I've finally found Auntie," the young boy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Noticing his fervor, Bo Yanzhou adopted a stern tone, questioning, "Why are you still awake at this hour? Are you playing games?" As he closed the computer, little Tangbao slid off the sofa and cheerfully bid, "Good night, Daddy." Bo Yanzhou, occupied with unbuttoning his shirt, glanced down and replied with a muted, "Good night." As he loosened 2 buttons, revealing the marks on his collarbone, little Tangbao halted in his tracks, his discerning gaze fixated on the telltale signs. "Daddy, have you been courting other women again?" he asked, visibly displeased. Bo Yanzhou was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. "What do you mean by courting other women?" he retorted, bending down to pinch his son's soft cheek. "Nonsense. I was merely conducting business." Yet, as he instinctively adjusted his collar, he confessed, "No. This is merely a bite from a little fox." Little Tangbao was not easily swayed. With a sardonic smile, he replied, "Oh? A little vixen. Is it?" His expression clearly conveyed disbelief. Qian, who had been eavesdropping, struggled to contain his laughter. Wasn't it indeed a little vixen? Though he had not witnessed the events unfold, he could easily surmise how those marks had come to be. He never anticipated that his master would engage so fervently with the former president's wife upon their first meeting. Unbeknownst to Bo Yanzhou, whose thoughts had strayed far from the matter at hand, he found himself rendered speechless by his son's inquiries. After all, Xu Chuyuan, the root cause of this predicament, undeniably possessed the allure of a vixen. Her beauty, combined with the enchanting gaze that followed a kiss, rendered her utterly captivating, reminiscent of ancient sirens who brought nations to their knees. However, such thoughts were certainly not meant for a child's ears. Bo Yanzhou tousled his son's hair and urged, "Leave adult matters to the grown-ups and head to bed." Little Tangbao, with his disheveled hair and rebellious cowlick, was on the verge of exasperation. Standing there, Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow, realizing that perhaps it was time to curb the indulgence of their family elders. The spoiling had gone too far. Although he trusted that his father would not stray, he was acutely aware of the myriad women vying for his attention, eager to assume the role of stepmother. Rather than allow those individuals to take his mother's place, he preferred someone he truly liked. In a flash, little Tangbao recalled the beautiful aunt he had encountered at the hospital. Though they had met but once, he found himself unable to forget her. If that aunt were to become his mother, he would wholeheartedly support the idea. With this resolution, the young boy set about packing his little backpack, ensuring he had everything he needed before climbing into bed. Chapter 10, Sleepless Thoughts of You. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, Bo Yanzhou departed for the office, oblivious to the fact that as he stepped out, little Tangbao was already leaving home. Around 10 in the morning, the housekeeper discovered the young boy's absence and frantically contacted Bo Yanzhou. "Sir, something terrible has happened. Young master is missing." After the bodyguards conducted a search, they reported back, "Young master has disabled the home security system, and we found a small tunnel in the flower bed. Evidence suggests he may have escaped through there." Bo Yanzhou, well aware of his son's capabilities, knew that a kidnapping within the home was out of the question. The likelihood of little Tangbao running away on his own was far more plausible, especially since this was not the first time. A headache began to throb as he contemplated the situation.
When was that tunnel dug?
The last one was filled in, he inquired of the housekeeper,
who was drenched in cold sweat and trembling with fear.
A few days ago, a servant saw young master playing with that large intelligent robot in the backyard. It must have been then, but I had no knowledge of it.
Bo Yanzhou inhaled deeply.
So, when he had mentioned wanting to run away last night,
it was not merely idle talk?
Fill in that hole and have someone reinforce the backyard wall,
he commanded.
Knowing there was no point in dwelling on the matter,
he instructed Qi Yan to immediately dispatch a team to locate the young boy.
Yes, Qi Yan replied, his scalp tingling with anxiety. Although young master was still quite young, his intelligence was remarkable, and he possessed skills in counter-tracking. With the tracking device on him compromised,
locating him would undoubtedly require considerable effort.
Nonetheless, Qi Yan did not dare to slacken his pace. He understood that young master was the very essence of Bo Yanzhou's life. Despite their playful banter, Bo Yanzhou was fiercely protective of his son.
Should anything happen to him, the repercussions would be dire. Soon enough, Qi Yan set off to gather a search party.
Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, little Tangbao had already arrived at Xu Chuyuan's residence. Having stopped along the way to purchase a bouquet of flowers, he stood at her doorstep, ringing the bell, his mood buoyant.
Xu Chuyuan did not sleep well last night.
She spent the entire night ensnared in dreams. She envisioned that man, Bo Yanzhou, a cat of sorts.
At times, the dream portrayed indescribable scenes between the two,
while at other moments, she was confronted with his stern expression, accusing her of abandoning her husband and child. The chaotic nature of her dreams severely compromised her sleep quality,
resulting in her oversleeping this morning, only to be awakened by the insistent ringing of the doorbell. Who could it be?
Still groggy, she rose to open the door, expecting it to be her assistant from work, only to unexpectedly come face to face with the little child she had encountered at the hospital yesterday. Xu Chuyuan was suddenly jolted awake, her heart racing. After all, this was the son of Bo Yanzhou. How could that scoundrel have found her so swiftly? Xu Chuyuan anxiously glanced around, but found no one else in sight except for the little one before her.
At that moment, Xiao Tangbao's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing his aunt.
Though she was clad in her pajamas, yet to wash up, and her hair somewhat disheveled, she still appeared quite lovely. He immediately greeted her with enthusiasm, his voice sweet and childlike. "Beautiful aunt, we meet again.
I picked these flowers just for you, as a gift." Gazing at the vibrant bouquet of fresh blooms, Xu Chuyuan's expression became momentarily intricate. She inquired, "Why are you here? Who did you come with? How did you know I lived here?"
Despite his tender age, the little one was perceptive enough to notice that Xu Chuyuan did not seem particularly pleased to see him.
Xu Chuyuan was indeed at a loss regarding the appropriate expression to wear.
After all, this was the son of Bo Yanzhou and Su Lingwei. The moment she laid eyes on him, her astonishment overshadowed her joy.
Yet, upon reflection, she realized that the grievances of adults should not affect the innocence of children. Moreover,
she herself was a mother to a child. It was impossible to harbor any ill feelings towards such a small, endearing creature, especially one who expressed affection for her.
This left her in a state of bewilderment. While there are many clever children, encountering one as extraordinary as this was quite rare. Little Tangbao, noticing that she had caught his flower, immediately broke into a jubilant smile. He was both bashful and charming, nodding his little head as he eagerly revealed his secrets. "It's true. I hacked into the hospital's surveillance system, found Auntie's license plate, and traced the route, ultimately determining it was in this villa area. However, upon my arrival, I was unsure which house the beautiful aunt resided in. It was the kindly security guard at the entrance who informed me. He is truly a wonderful person." Xu Chuyuan was taken aback. Bo Yanzhou's son possessed an astonishing level of intelligence, and he was barely over 5 years old. However, she could not deny that her own little Mian also exhibited a remarkable intellect. It must be acknowledged that Bo Yanzhou's genes were indeed quite formidable. After a brief moment of distraction, Xu Chuyuan became aware of something. If this little fellow could find his way here, then surely Bo Yanzhou could as well. It seems that I must find someone to disable the surveillance cameras at the hospital. Xu Chuyuan acted swiftly, promptly retrieving her phone to instruct someone to attend to the matter at hand.
Once she had given her directives, she inquired, "Little one,
You have come specifically to see me, is there something you wish to discuss? If it pertains to a medical issue, I truly cannot assist you. Nor do I have the time."
Her expression bore a hint of discomfort.
Moreover, based on her interactions with Bo Yinzhou the previous night,
it was evident that the man was in robust health.
It was utterly incomprehensible where he might be unwell.
The little darling spoke in a sweet, tender voice, "I understand,
Auntie, that you cannot help with medical matters. I simply wanted to see you and to be friends with you. I truly, deeply like you, may I?"
The child's tone was laced with a hint of affection and cautiousness, utterly adorable and charming.
Chapter 11. This confession was utterly irresistible. Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but find it amusing. Did she truly possess such irresistible charm?
To be confessed to by a little child for 2 consecutive days was quite extraordinary. The most striking aspect was the child's expression. It was so earnest and sincere that it seemed utterly genuine, making it difficult to resist.
Moreover,
the little one had come alone, leaving her no choice but to refrain from dismissing him immediately.
After pondering for a moment,
Xu Chuyuan ultimately found herself unable to turn him down, simply saying, "All right, you may come in."
"Yay!"
The little darling immediately beamed with joy. The fact that the beautiful aunt was willing to let him enter indicated that she was eager to befriend him.
He happily followed Xu Chuyuan inside.
Xu Chuyuan settled the child onto the sofa, saying, "Please sit here for a moment, I must go freshen up."
"All right, Auntie, you go ahead. I will patiently wait for you here."
The little one nodded obediently and sat quietly on the sofa, anticipating her return. Xu Chuyuan smiled softly, turning to brush her teeth and wash her face, changing her clothes. Upon her return, she found the little one swinging his legs, leisurely awaiting her on the sofa. Gazing at the small face strikingly resembling Bo Yinzhou, Xu Chuyuan felt a sense of wonder at the peculiarities of life. Who would have thought that one day she would coexist under the same roof with her ex-husband's son?
Xu Chuyuan, having skipped breakfast,
casually grabbed a bottle of milk to drink, and also took one for the little one. The child's eyes sparkled with delight as they politely exclaimed, "Thank you,
beautiful Auntie."
Yet, despite holding the milk in hand, the child hesitated to take a sip.
Xu Chuyuan observed but did not comment, merely inquiring, "What is your name?" "I am called Bo Jin Tang, with the pet name Tangbao." Xu Chuyuan nodded, feeling it essential to have a heartfelt conversation with the little one. The child, taken aback by the aunt's impending departure, wore a look of disappointment and quietly asked, "Auntie, do you not like seeing me?" "Not at all," Xu Chuyuan denied.
"I am merely addressing an objective issue, and besides, Auntie has commitments this afternoon and cannot take you alone.
Yesterday, Dean Wang called,
requesting her assistance with a special treatment case. Given the unique circumstances of the patient, she found it quite intriguing and agreed to take it on,
scheduling a meeting for the afternoon." Upon hearing this, the little one's disappointment deepened. He had hoped that Auntie would allow him to stay, granting them a bit more time together. Instead, she was hastily sending him away. "Alone?" Xu Chuyuan expressed her astonishment, inquiring, "Why is it just one person? Don't you have others at home?"
The little one shook his head and replied, "Daddy is very busy, spending most of his time working. Furthermore, his health is not good. If something were to happen, he wouldn't be able to attend to me.
My grandparents are also abroad. I am all alone at home."
Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. The little one had mentioned his grandparents, yet curiously omitted any reference to his mother.
Does Su Lingwei disregard him? Xu Chuyuan pondered once more.
This was not the first time he had claimed that his father was unwell.
Could it be true that Bo Yinzhou's health had deteriorated? But how could that be?
She recalled vividly that before their divorce, he had always been in robust health.
Moreover, even if he were truly ill, with the immense influence of the Bo family, would there not be a plethora of doctors at their disposal? Was it possible that she had misinterpreted the situation entirely? And that the person she had spoken to on the phone last night was not Bo Yinzhou at all? Xu Chuyuan could not help but inquire of the little one. "Could you tell me, what is your father's name?" The child, without any hesitation, revealed, "My father's name is Bo Yinzhou." Upon hearing this answer,
Xu Chuyuan felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She pondered for a moment but could not comprehend the implications. Ultimately, she chose to relinquish her curiosity. They had divorced long ago, and what that man was doing now had no bearing on her life. Why inquire so much? Xu Chuyuan harbored no inclination for gossip. Yet she could not allow the little darling to linger indefinitely in her presence. Upon hearing this, the small child immediately beamed with joy, nodding enthusiastically, "Yes. Thank you, beautiful aunt." As she spoke, the little one leaned in and affectionately planted a kiss on Xu Chuyuan's cheek. The soft, petite figure and the crescent-shaped eyes when smiling bore a striking resemblance to her own beloved Mian, almost indistinguishable, indeed. They were, after all, half-siblings. Having made arrangements with the little one, Xu Chuyuan proceeded to prepare lunch. With a temporary housekeeper on hand and fresh ingredients already at her disposal, there was no need for her to make an extra trip to the supermarket. Observing this, the little darling eagerly trailed behind her, a lively expression adorning his face as he inquired, "Beautiful aunt, do you need any help?" Xu Chuyuan looked down at him and inquired with amusement, "Can you do it?" This little fellow, appearing delicate and spoiled, certainly seemed to be raised with tender care. Young Tang Bao honestly replied, "I cannot, but I can learn. I am quite clever and pick things up swiftly." "All right." Xu Chuyuan appreciated this attitude. As she usually encouraged children to be hands-on in their learning, she welcomed his initiative and fetched him a small stool. "Stand on this stool and help wash the vegetables. First, pluck the vegetables like this." She imparted the technique of selecting vegetables. Indeed, the child grasped the skill effortlessly. "Beautiful auntie, am I not impressive?" The little one beamed with joy, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment as he admired the vegetables he had gathered. Xu Chuyuan did not hesitate to praise him, exclaiming, "Indeed, Tang Bao is remarkable." While the atmosphere here was filled with warmth and joy, the situation at the Bo family was in utter chaos. In Chapter 12, all was about her reluctance to part. Qi Yan had exerted considerable effort, searching for several hours without success, and by noon, he had yet to uncover any trace of the young Tang Bao. Bo Yanzhou, waiting anxiously for news, radiated an oppressive aura, his countenance terrifyingly grim. The entire Bo household was on edge, fearful to breathe. The elderly housekeeper, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, "It is all my fault, I failed to keep a close watch on the young master. Could it be that he has met with some misfortune after being missing for so long?" Bo Yanzhou pressed his lips tightly together, anxiety creeping into his heart. In the past, when the little one had run away from home, there had always been clues to follow. The only instance of him completely erasing his tracks occurred earlier this year when his mother urged him to marry Su Lingwei. The little one had mistakenly taken this to heart and, in a fit of anger, had hidden himself in the basement of a villa in the suburbs for an entire day and night. When they finally found him, he had developed a fever. And that incident had nearly ended in disaster. This time, however, there was not a single trace. Bo Yanzhou's heart raced, his emotions in turmoil, and once more, darkness enveloped his vision. His brow furrowed deeper, and his expression grew even more somber. Noticing this, Qi Yan promptly inquired with concern, "Sir, what troubles you? Is it your eyes again?" "Do not concern yourself with me," Bo Yanzhou snapped, suppressing his irritation. "Finding Tang Bao is our priority. I should be fine shortly." His tone left no room for argument. Qi Yan, aware of his temperament, dared not press further and instructed the others to continue their search. However, the duration of Bo Yanzhou's blindness exceeded his expectations. Previously, it had been a mere fleeting occurrence, quickly resolved. Yet this time, an entire hour had passed, and his vision remained shrouded in darkness, showing no signs of recovery. The Bo family had always been rife with minor disturbances, and the master of the house was engulfed daily in endless affairs, leaving no room for complacency. This predicament was indeed worrisome. Yet Bo Yanzhou maintained his composure, stating, "There is no need for concern. Did we not schedule an appointment with the renowned physician introduced by Director Wang this afternoon? Let us call and see if he can come earlier. The most pressing matter is to locate Tang Bao. Do not make me repeat myself." Swiftly, Qi Yan went to make the call, reaching out to the physician's office. At this moment, Xu Chuyuan and Xiao Tangbao have already begun their lunch. Xiao Tangbao extols the culinary skills of the beautiful aunt, exclaiming, "Auntie is truly remarkable. Her cooking is quite akin to that of the chef at my home. His favorite is soup, and he finds the flavor of the soup prepared by the aunt to be indistinguishable from that made by the chefs." Cough, cough. Xu Chuyuan was savoring her soup when she suddenly choked upon hearing those words, coughing incessantly. She mused to herself, how could one possibly mistake her culinary skills? During the early years of her marriage, she had diligently learned from the chef of the Bo family, hoping to serve Bo Yanzhou warm meals. Unfortunately, that man rarely partook in her cooking. Even when he did, he assumed it was the chef's handiwork. Yet now, he was being praised by his son. "Are you all right, Auntie?" Little Tangbao, startled, quickly approached her, gently patting her back while inquiring with concern, "Does that feel any better? Are you uncomfortable?" Xu Chuyuan took a tissue to dab at the corners of her mouth, shaking her head in reassurance, "I'm fine, don't worry." After a moment of gathering herself, she added more dishes onto the little one's plate, saying, "I'm glad you like it, eat more." No sooner had her words left her lips than the phone on the table began to ring. Xu Chuyuan glanced at the incoming call display. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, local to Haichang. Curiously, she answered, inquiring, "Hello, who is this?" On the other end, a young man's voice responded. "May I ask if this is the renowned healer, Mandy?" Xu Chuyuan had just coughed, her voice still slightly hoarse, and she inquired, "I am, and you are?" Shi Yan spoke with a hint of urgency, saying, "That's splendid. Dr. Mandy, we were referred by Director Wang for a consultation. We have heard that you are willing to accept our case and administer treatment. I would like to inquire if it is possible to expedite the treatment schedule. You see, my grandfather's chronic ailment has unexpectedly flared up, and the current situation is rather pressing. I fear we may not be able to wait until the scheduled time. Hence my boldness in coming to ask. I sincerely hope Dr. Mandy does not take offense." Xu Chuyuan was rather unconcerned, as she had no other commitments that day. Furthermore, given the politeness and courtesy displayed by the other party, she readily acquiesced, saying, "Certainly, however. I am not yet familiar with the patient's condition, therefore, I will require access to their medical history and examination reports. Additionally, it is essential to provide a suitable treatment environment equipped with adequate medical facilities. Do you think we should proceed directly to the hospital, or?" Given Bo Yanzhou's unique circumstances, the matter concerning his eyes had been meticulously concealed from the public, and naturally, they could not afford any disclosures. Thus, they had long been prepared with a contingency plan. Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan raised her eyebrows, seemingly unfazed. After all, it was quite reasonable for the other party to offer $1 billion in diagnostic fees and possess their own medical research institute. Xu Chuyuan then said, "All right. Let us meet in an hour." After both parties reached an agreement, they hung up the phone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tangbao suddenly found the food in her mouth to be tasteless. A wave of reluctance surged within her, causing her eyes to redden. Xu Chuyuan never anticipated that her words would evoke such sorrow in him. In haste, she inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you on the verge of tears?" Xiao Tangbao shook his head, his tone steeped in despondency as he lamented, "She's gone, and from now on, I shall never see the beautiful aunt again." No sooner had he spoken than tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Chapter 13, The Patient. "Is it my ex-husband, the dog?" Xu Chuyuan, upon witnessing his tears, felt her heart constrict as if caught by an unseen force. How could this little one cry so effortlessly? She could never bear the sight of a child's tears. Each time her beloved Mian wept, her heart would soften. Now, confronted with this small creature, she found herself equally affected. Xu Chuyuan felt a wave of helplessness in her heart and had no choice but to say to the little one, "Auntie truly has work to attend to. How about this? I will provide you with my contact information, and you can reach out to me whenever you have time to chat. Would that be all right?" "Really?" The little darling's eyes were still tinged with redness. Yet the tears had ceased, and her gaze sparkled with delight. Xu Chuyuan gazed at the expression on the face of her beloved daughter, which bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, and felt an irresistible urge to comply. She nodded affirmatively, saying, "Of course it's true, I would never deceive you." Instantly, The little one brightened with joy, rekindled with the motivation to eat.
Xu Chuyuan looked at him and couldn't help but chuckle. After lunch, she handed her contact information to the little one. "All right, understood."
The child nodded obediently.
"Very well, miss." After watching the child get into the car and depart, Xu Chuyuan then took a taxi to the Medical Research Institute. Bo Yanzhou and Shi Yan had arrived earlier. While waiting, they continued their search for Xiao Tangbao's whereabouts. Upon hearing the news, Bo Yanzhou inquired with concern, "How is he? Is he injured?" "It's all good. Rest assured. We will certainly ensure the young master's safety this time," the old butler promptly assured. After putting away his phone, Bo Yanzhou turned to Qi Yan and asked, "Has the renowned doctor arrived?" Qi Yan glanced at the time and replied, "It should be soon. Do not worry, once he arrives, our people will escort him in immediately." Bo Yanzhou nodded lightly.
At that moment, Xu Chuyuan had just reached the exterior of the research institute. As she alighted from the vehicle, she instinctively surveyed the institute before her. It was even larger than she had anticipated, rivaling the professional research facilities under her own company. Moreover, there were bodyguards stationed at the entrance, indicating stringent security measures.
This patient seems to be quite significant. Pondering this,
Xu Chuyuan approached the guard at the entrance and said, "Hello, I was invited to consult.
May I inquire if Mr. Yan is here?"
Mm.
Xu Chuyuan nodded gently and stepped forward to follow him inside. After 2 minutes, they arrived at the interior of the research institute,
directly reaching the entrance of a medical room. "Please wait a moment," said the bodyguard to Xu Chuyuan, before approaching to knock on the door. Before long, the door was opened from within. Xu Chuyuan instinctively lifted her gaze to peer inside. The first thing that caught her eye was a youthful, refined visage, exuding an air of elegance. The individual's expression bore a hint of urgency as they inquired, "Has the esteemed Dr. Mandy arrived?" A row of question marks suddenly appeared on Xu Chuyuan's forehead, for she recognized at first glance that it was Qi Yan who opened the door, Bo Yanzhou's personal assistant. She was immediately taken aback.
What was Qi Yan doing here? Wait a moment.
Xu Chuyuan suddenly recalled the encounter with the little darling at the hospital yesterday, along with the commission that the director had entrusted to her. Thus, the patient she was to attend to was none other than Bo Yanzhou? As if to affirm her thoughts, she soon laid eyes on the man in the medical room. He sat upright on the sofa, his posture impeccably straight, his features refined. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on his high nose, with a golden chain dangling by his ear. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers,
he exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Who else could this man be if not Bo Yanzhou? In an instant, Xu Chuyuan felt a surge of anxiety, her first instinct being to swiftly turn and flee.
She had never anticipated that her momentary lapse would lead her to forget to inquire with the director about the patient's identity. Such a situation had never arisen before. It was solely her determination to avoid Bo Yanzhou yesterday that had caused her to overlook this crucial detail.
At this moment, an indescribable regret welled up within her,
and she longed to leave the premises before Qi Yan could spot her. Although her face was concealed by a mask, her hair was styled modestly, and her attire was rather plain, giving her the appearance of a conservative woman in her 30s or 40s.
She could not shake the apprehension of whether Bo Yanzhou might recognize her. However, Xu Chuyuan's wish to escape was thwarted. Before she could turn, Qi Yan called out to her, "Are you the esteemed Dr. Mandy?"
He approached her, his face alight with excitement, blocking her only path of retreat. He warmly introduced himself.
"Hello, I am Mr. Yan, the one who contacted you. I appreciate your coming in person, Dr. Mandy.
Our esteemed gentleman has been waiting for quite some time.
I kindly ask for your utmost care and attention."
With that, he gestured for Xu Chuyuan to enter.
Chapter 14, Keep an eye on her.
Do not let her slip away. Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan remained utterly still, showing no sign of understanding.
Qi Yan, noticing her reaction, could not help but express his confusion. "Mandy, the divine healer? What is amiss?" Xu Chuyuan shook her head. Although it was surprising that the patient was Bo Yanzhou, there was still time to reconsider.
She had yet to collect the consultation fee. Even if she were to withdraw now, it would not constitute a breach of contract. She had no desire to become entangled with this man any further. Regardless of what this case entailed, she simply could not accept it. With this thought in mind, Xu Chuyuan deliberately lowered her voice to a hoarse whisper and said, "I'm sorry, but I cannot take on this case. I am unable to attend to the patient. You may seek assistance elsewhere." Shi Yan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Why?" He grew anxious and hurriedly positioned himself in front of Xu Chuyuan. "Mandy, esteemed healer. May I inquire if there is something troubling you? Or perhaps you are dissatisfied with the consultation fee? If that is the case, we can certainly negotiate further. You see, you have already come this far, and given our situation, we cannot afford any delays. At this moment, you are our only hope. Please lend us your assistance." Xu Chuyuan regarded the other party's anxious demeanor with a calm disposition and replied, "It is not for that reason, rather, I am unable to cure your master's ailment." Upon hearing this, Shi Yan immediately interjected, "Divine Doctor, you have yet to observe the symptoms afflicting my family's master. How can you be so certain of your inability to treat him? Please, take a look before making such a conclusion. We have prepared the medical records." Shi Yan continued to persuade, "No, Mandy, esteemed Divine Doctor, while others may falter, you undoubtedly possess the capability. Your medical skills are exceptional, well-renowned. And you have numerous successful cases to your credit. If you cannot succeed, then surely no one else can." Xu Chuyuan felt a slight headache. Bo Yanzhou, her assistant, proved to be quite a formidable presence. She was compelled to pause and, with a sincere expression, said, "Assistant Shi, you flatter me. However, to be candid, my reputation as a renowned physician is largely exaggerated, crafted to project an image of strength, thus attracting more patients to seek my services. To put it plainly, I am merely in pursuit of supplementary income, hoping for a higher consultation fee. You see, with the impressive medical team you have assembled, I truly cannot play my part here. Please, allow me to leave." In her quest to exit gracefully, Xu Chuyuan did not hesitate to employ self-deprecating humor. Her earnestness genuinely caught Shi Yan off guard, leaving him in a state of bewilderment and astonishment. Does one still need to cultivate an image as a physician? Has his exposure to the world been too limited? This esteemed healer, Mandy, with such a penchant for persona building, should perhaps consider a career in the entertainment industry. The atmosphere grew tense, and Shi Yan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to continue restraining her. Upon hearing his belief in her words, Xu Chuyuan felt a sense of relief and planned to seize this opportunity to make her escape. However, before she could take a single step, Bo Yanzhou, who had remained silent from the outset, finally spoke, his tone imbued with utmost coldness. "Miss Mandy, do you not find your own words contradictory? If your intent is to earn a substantial fee, then the sum of 1 billion is unprecedented in the industry, sufficient to ensure your financial security. Why do you then refuse? Today, I do not insist that you treat me, but I do require a reasonable explanation. Our sincerity is ample. Yet you have chosen to toy with us. This is utterly unacceptable." As he spoke, the man's imposing presence seemed to surge from within the room, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Xu Chuyuan had been acquainted with him for many years, and upon hearing those words, her heart trembled slightly. She knew all too well that this man was not easily deceived. Yet, having already spoken, she found herself in a predicament, unable to retreat. She could only maintain a serious demeanor and continue her fabrications. "Isn't it just a sudden pang of conscience?" Bo Yanzhou remained unmoved, letting out a cold scoff. "Well, it seems your revelation comes at quite an opportune moment. There's no helping it, before I arrived, I had no idea your research institute was so expansive. I initially thought I could manage to pull a fast one." Bo Yanzhou's expression remained impassive as he gazed in her direction. "So, are you affirming that it is indeed beyond remedy?" Xu Chuyuan replied without lifting her head, "Indeed, powerless." "Fine, since that is the case." Bo Yanzhou's tone was frigid, and he ceased his lengthy discourse. "Shi Yan, notify the authorities immediately, there is a scammer present." "Understood, I will report it at once." Shi Yan responded swiftly, promptly retrieving his phone while instructing the bodyguard to keep a close watch on her to prevent any escape. Xu Chuyuan was taken aback.
Wait. Why is there suddenly a need to call the police? Xu Chuyuan hastily interrupted Qi Yan. Wait a moment, what do you mean by that? When have I ever engaged in fraud?
Bo Yanzhou's voice was devoid of warmth. You yourself claimed that you are not a divine doctor.
You crafted a persona solely to extract exorbitant consultation fees, while lacking the actual capability. If that is the case, it constitutes false advertising and malicious fraud.
Exploiting your professional advantages to amass vast profits.
If not you, then who should be apprehended?
10 billion in consultation fees would be sufficient for you to spend a lifetime in prison.
At this, Xu Chuyuan was left dumbfounded. She firmly denied the accusation.
Yet she never anticipated that Bo Yanzhou, this contemptible man, would be so difficult to deceive, turning the tables and accusing her of fraud.
If the authorities were truly notified,
she might be able to exonerate herself, but the matter was far too complicated. Xu Chuyuan, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Do not contact the police.
I reject your allegations of fraud. I have neither taken your money nor deceived others.
Whenever I have received payment from others, it was solely for the purpose of healing their ailments. There was no element of deceit involved."
However, Bo Yanzhou responded, "What does that have to do with me? Whether the charges hold merit will be determined by the police investigation. Qi Yan, do not delay. Additionally,
please reach out to a prominent media outlet in Haicheng to properly publicize the exploits of this divine doctor and prevent further individuals from being misled."
Qi Yan stifled a smile, replying, "Understood, I will make contact immediately."
As he spoke, he proceeded to make a phone call right in front of Xu Chuyuan.
Chapter 15, Digging One's Own Grave. Xu Chuyuan was exasperated. This wretched man, not only did he call the police, but he also sought out the press? If this were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly spell a significant predicament for her. Xu Chuyuan gritted her teeth, finally comprehending the meaning of the phrase to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Given the current predicament, she realized that treatment was not merely an option but a necessity. She certainly did not wish to gain notoriety in such a manner. After all, it was simply a matter of healing, was it not? Moreover, $1 billion in medical fees was too lucrative an opportunity to overlook. With that sum,
she could purchase a splendid mansion for her beloved Mian Mian. Contemplating this, Xu Chuyuan snatched Qi Yan's phone, donning a facade of indifference as she declared, upon further reflection, "Perhaps we should revisit the topic of medical treatment?"
Qi Yan raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Did not the esteemed Dr. Mandy declare it impossible to cure?"
Xu Chuyuan continued to smile and remarked, "I can cure anything, provided the funds are sufficient.
That's just my nature.
I have a peculiar temperament and act according to my mood.
I was feeling a bit off earlier, but now I'm fine." With that,
she huffed into the medical room, confronting Bo Yanzhou directly. Until now, she had been outside, concealing her true identity, yet upon entering,
she was unperturbed by the possibility of being exposed. Bo Yanzhou remained seated on the sofa, his demeanor still aloof.
Though his eyes were veiled, his ears were remarkably acute. He could hear that the so-called divine healer, Mandy, had approached him.
Bo Yanzhou's expression remained indifferent as he raised his gaze towards Xu Chuyuan. His presence imposing as he inquired, "And you can cure it now?"
Xu Chuyuan did not notice his peculiar demeanor, yet his words stirred a sense of discontent within her. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "I can.
As long as you are still breathing, I can heal you." However, due to the earlier actions of her counterpart, Bo Yanzhou had already lost his faith in her medical skills.
He scoffed, saying, "Do not speak so confidently, lest you find yourself in an embarrassing predicament later."
Xu Chuyuan smiled, indicating that there was no need for concern.
She spoke without ceremony, taking her seat and swiftly entering the moment. With a cool demeanor, she stated,
"Let us dispense with the pleasantries.
Please bring forth the medical records and examination results, and kindly inform me of the current state of health."
Qi Yan, without needing further instruction, promptly retrieved the prepared documents.
"This is all we have, esteemed Dr. Mandy," he said.
Xu Chuyuan took the medical records and began to peruse them, listening to Qi Yan report on recent developments. "My grandfather, he cannot see." "Whom? Did she mishear?"
Xu Chuyuan paused momentarily,
instinctively glancing towards the direction of Bo Yanzhou. "You mean, his eyesight is gone?" How could that be possible? If memory serves, when they encountered each other at the club last night, his eyes appeared perfectly fine. Was he not quite adept at intimidating others? Bo Yanzhou's expression remained indifferent, showing no inclination to clarify Xu Chuyuan's doubts.
Xu Chuyuan gazed at him for a moment and discerned that the man's gaze was indeed somewhat peculiar.
Unyielding to superstition, she raised her hand and waved it in front of Bo Yanzhou. Although Bo Yanzhou could not see, he sensed something approaching him, and an innate wariness caused him to furrow his brow. In the next instant, the man deftly grasped Xu Chuyuan's wrist. What was he doing? The sensation was one of smoothness and delicacy, accompanied by an indescribable familiarity.
However, Bo Yanzhou did not dwell on it. The expression on his face grew even colder. Xu Chuyuan did not anticipate such a strong reaction from this individual.
Startled, she quickly exclaimed, "Didn't you say you couldn't see me? How could you catch me so accurately?"
Xu Chuyuan found herself at a loss for words to describe her current emotions. She had never anticipated that this man would truly encounter an issue, and it was concerning his eyes, no less.
Xu Chuyuan was acutely aware of Bo Yanzhou's identity. As the scion of the Bo family, his blindness, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar, potentially leading to grave consequences. Nevertheless, she reflected that the treatment focused on his eyes could be beneficial for her. At least during the procedure, this man would remain oblivious to her true identity.
Qi Yan nodded and informed her that several years prior, their master had fallen victim to a covert scheme. He had been poisoned, and though his life was spared, his health ultimately suffered.
Subsequently,
he began to experience notable issues with his vision, occasionally facing bouts of temporary blindness. Despite consulting various specialists and undergoing numerous examinations, the results indicated no discernible problems. There were no injuries, and the episodes of fleeting blindness would revert to normalcy, a phenomenon so rare that the hospital was hesitant to proceed with any surgical intervention.
Xu Chuyuan nodded, feeling quite surprised by Bo Yanzhou's condition.
The inability to see typically stems from a few common ailments, such as issues with the retina or other symptoms inherent to the eyes, as well as complications with the optic nerve.
However, Bo Yanzhou's eyes were fundamentally sound, yet he still experienced blindness,
with no discernible cause. To be honest, Xu Chuyuan found herself somewhat intrigued by Bo Yanzhou's affliction. This was also one of the reasons she had casually agreed to Director Wang's request earlier. Nevertheless, she could not draw any conclusions regarding Bo Yanzhou's blindness at this stage, and thus chose to remain silent. After listening to Qi Yan's explanation, she quietly reviewed the medical records and various test results.
Noticing her deep concentration,
Qi Yan refrained from interrupting, stepping aside to wait, yet his heart remained in a state of unease. He firmly believed that this miraculous doctor, Mandy, possessed genuine medical expertise. His master had consulted numerous specialists without achieving satisfactory results, and at present, Dr. Mandy was their sole beacon of hope.
Chapter 16, sitting on his lap, Bo Yanzhou sat across from Xu Chuyuan, maintaining a tranquil demeanor.
Only he understood that he had never held high hopes for this capricious physician from the outset, particularly after the remarks made earlier. He felt an air of unreliability surrounding her. The sole reason for retaining her services was merely a desperate last-ditch effort, hoping against hope that a dead horse might be treated as a living one. Xu Chuyuan was entirely unaware of the thoughts that lingered in Bo Yanzhou's mind regarding her. After perusing the medical records and the treatment notes from various physicians, she found no apparent discrepancies. Her gaze then shifted to the pile of examination reports and the radiographic images. Initially, she discerned nothing unusual, however, after a span of several minutes, she stumbled upon an anomaly in one of the images. There, on the brain CT scan near the optic nerve, lay a slender, white, thread-like mark. After gazing at it for a while, Xu Chuyuan could not help but furrow her brows. When she compared it with several other images, she was astonished to find that none of the others contained this peculiar object.
How strange.
Xu Chuyuan furrowed her brows, continuing to observe intently. Qi Yan had been quietly attentive to her demeanor. Upon noticing her expression suddenly turn serious, he promptly inquired, "Mandy, the esteemed healer, what troubles you?
Have you uncovered an issue?"
Xu Chuyuan presented the CT scan to him, pointing at a particular mark and inquiring,
"Did the doctor mention what this was during the previous examinations?"
It seemed to appear precisely in that location, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Initially, we were also unsettled, prompting us to undergo several additional examinations, yet the results remained inconclusive. After listening to Xu Chuyuan, her expression turned even more incredulous.
Typically, there should be no unexpected developments during the process of examination and report generation. Based on her experience, this occurrence was certainly no coincidence. After contemplating for a few moments and forming some conjectures in her mind, she turned to the person across from her, Bo Yanzhou, and inquired, "Tell me, did you fall victim to a scheme previously and suffer from a particular poison? Do you know what kind it was? I see that there is no record of it in your documents."
It is important to note that the toxicity of that poison could indeed be lethal.
However,
Xu Chuyuan added, the fact that the poison has been neutralized does not imply that there are no further ramifications. The pharmacology is intricate. Even if that poison does not directly lead to blindness, it could still have indirect effects.
In any case,
I must ascertain the nature of this substance to facilitate your treatment. Upon hearing this, Qi Yin immediately perked up and eagerly pressed for clarification. "Mandy,
does this mean that once identified, you will be able to treat my master? Can he be cured?"
Xu Chuyuan set aside the materials in hand and remarked calmly that she had some preliminary assessments regarding his condition.
However, further detailed examinations were necessary,
along with a confirmation of the nature of the poison he had been afflicted with. If her suspicions were correct, she was confident in her ability to effect a cure.
Xu Chuyuan's tone carried a hint of certainty.
Qi Yin had not heard such words from a physician in quite some time, and he was immediately filled with excitement.
"That is truly wonderful.
Dr. Mandy, please wait a moment, I will fetch the information on that toxin right away." Without waiting for Xu Chuyuan to respond, he dashed out the door with remarkable speed. Once he departed, the medical room was left in silence, with only Xu Chuyuan and Bo Yanzhou remaining. The atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop.
Neither of them seemed inclined to break the silence.
Bo Yanzhou's temperament was naturally reserved, while Xu Chuyuan refrained from speaking, fearing that excessive words might betray her intentions, especially since they were somewhat acquainted.
After a prolonged period of busy activity,
she felt a twinge of thirst and decided to rise and pour herself a glass of water. After finishing, she heard Bo Yanzhou's voice request,
"If it is not too much trouble, could you please pour me a glass as well?"
Xu Chuyuan curled her lips in disdain,
thinking to herself, quite adept at issuing commands.
Though she grumbled, the prospect of $1 billion in medical fees compelled her to pour a glass for the man. She approached and extended the water towards him.
Bo Yanzhou, relying on his sense of hearing, raised his hand to receive it, but miscalculated the distance between them.
As a result, he not only failed to grasp the cup but also inadvertently struck Xu Chuyuan's wrist.
As Xu Chuyuan's hand went numb, the cup slipped from her grasp, unfortunately landing directly upon his lap.
The water within splashed all over his trousers, soaking a considerable portion of the fabric on the upper part of Li Yan's thigh. Xu Chuyuan exclaimed in surprise, instinctively reaching for a tissue beside her to press against his leg, muttering, "Why are you raising your hand so high?
Are you all right? Did you get burned?"
Bo Yanzhou had not anticipated such a situation, his brow furrowing in response. While it was not scalding, his pants were damp and somewhat uncomfortable. Most notably, his thigh was being held by a woman.
Unaccustomed to such contact, the muscles in Bo Yanzhou's thigh tensed instantly.
Throughout his life, aside from Xu Chuyuan,
no other woman had ever touched him in such a manner.
He suspected that she was doing it intentionally. Anger swiftly gathered in his features as he coldly reprimanded, "What
are you doing?"
With a firm grip, he seized Xu Chuyuan's wrist, forcefully yanking her hand away from his thigh. Little did Xu Chuyuan anticipate the magnitude of his reaction. As she bent down hastily to wipe his trousers, he suddenly tugged at her, causing her to lose her balance. In the next instant, she nearly toppled into the man's embrace. A startled gasp escaped her lips, her voice altering in pitch, and her head collided forcefully with his chin. The two of them tumbled into a heap on the sofa. Bo Yanzhou winced from the impact, his brows furrowing even deeper, and his expression grew increasingly displeased. Xu Chuyuan remained oblivious to the situation. At that moment, she was half sitting on his lap, nestled in his embrace, her hand resting against his chest.
Meanwhile, Bo Yanzhou was nearly overwhelmed, reclining on the sofa. The position they found themselves in exuded an unmistakable air of ambiguity. Chapter 17, This woman truly underestimates herself. Bo Yanzhou, though unable to see,
was inwardly convinced that her actions were deliberate, his expression tinged with irritation. He had always detested having anyone encroach upon his personal space, particularly women with ulterior motives.
This woman indeed underestimated herself.
Just moments ago, when Shi Yan was present, her tone had been deliberately aloof.
Yet now that he had stepped away,
she could no longer conceal her true nature.
Was it intentional? Bo Yanzhou propped himself up, gritting his teeth.
Although you possess the ability to heal me,
there is no possibility for anything beyond that between us.
I advise you to refrain from harboring any other intentions, lest your efforts yield nothing but a futile endeavor. As Xu Chuyuan just regained her composure, she heard this remark whispering in her ear, and she was instantly amused by her anger.
After years of absence, how could she have known that this man had transformed into a narcissist? What other thoughts could she possibly harbor towards him?
Xu Chuyuan, vexed, exclaimed, "You truly overthink things.
If you hadn't suddenly yanked me just now, causing me to lose my balance, would I have reacted this way?
Rest assured, even in a state of desperation, I would never resort to harming a blind person like you."
Upon hearing the term blind person, Bo Yanzhou's handsome visage darkened considerably.
Before he could utter a word, this woman had already turned the tables on him.
His voice, cold as ice, commanded, "Get up." Unable to restrain himself for even a second longer, he instinctively attempted to push the person before him away.
However, due to his lack of sight, he inadvertently pressed against Xu Chuyuan's chest instead.
Stunned, Bo Yanzhou froze.
As if time itself had come to a standstill. Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixated on his slender, fair hand. The air felt as though it had solidified, leaving only the sound of their breaths lingering.
Bo Yanzhou could distinctly sense her presence,
enveloped in a delightful fragrance reminiscent of medicinal herbs.
Had he encountered it somewhere before?
With a swift motion, she slapped his hand away.
Her voice laced with indignation, "Who are you trying to deceive? It seems you are feigning ignorance.
You deliberately spilled the water, pulled me down. And now you dare to take advantage of me, you scoundrel.
How shameless!"
Xu Chuyuan, filled with embarrassment and anger, struggled to rise. Half of her body leaned against him. And in her frantic attempts to get up, her hand inadvertently pressed against Bo Yanzhou's leg once more.
Bo Yanzhou's expression shifted dramatically. Did this woman seek to court danger?
It must be that my manner of opening the door was improper. Otherwise, how could I have walked in on Dr.
Mandy and my own master in such an intimate embrace, their hands resting in such an indecorous location?
Shi Yan mumbled to himself as he turned around,
promptly closing the door, only to reopen it again.
Yet, the scene from moments ago lingered in his mind.
What on earth is happening?
He had merely stepped away for a moment, and yet his master in Dr. Mandy had ignited such fiery passion, so intensely.
Should he pretend not to have seen anything and withdraw, granting them their privacy? Or would it be wiser to interrupt them?
As Shi Yan found himself in a whirlwind of confusion, Bo Yanzhou reached his limit, his voice laced with an indescribable fury.
Is this never ending?
Xu Chuyuan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She truly did not intend for this to happen. However, having uttered those words, she knew the man would likely not believe her. In a fluster, she quickly withdrew her hand, as if scalded by something hot.
She dared not move again, instead pressing her hand firmly against his shoulder, hastily retreating. Once the distance between them was established, Xu Chuyuan was filled with regret, wishing fervently to sever her own hand.
Why did she have to place it there of all places? Now, it was beyond her capacity to explain.
As for Bo Yanzhou,
he remained silent. Frowning, he sat up straighter, tugging at the hem of his shirt to conceal the awkwardness, his expression dark and tumultuous within. His self-control had always been remarkable, yet he had never anticipated that a woman, whose appearance he did not even know, could elicit such a response from him.
Bo Yanzhou was seething, an aura of low pressure emanating from him.
Shi Yan, realizing the blunder at hand, finally found the presence of mind to speak. Breaking the tension that lingered between them, saying, "Mandy, the doctor, I have obtained the materials.
Please take a look.
Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan swiftly gathered her emotions, casting aside the trivial matters that had just transpired. With a cold acknowledgement, she replied, "Let me take a look." As she reached out to accept the documents handed to her, Xu Chuyuan quickly skimmed through the material. The content was not extensive, and upon reviewing the data in her hands, her initial suspicions were confirmed. "Indeed," she murmured softly. Qi Yan, ever attentive, quickly inquired, "Divine Doctor, have you discovered something?" Xu Chuyuan nodded slightly, closing the documents, and glanced at Bo Yanzhou, her gaze tinged with complexity. "I have indeed identified the issue at hand." Qi Yan, upon hearing her words, which diverged from those of other physicians, became visibly agitated.
"Is it true? Divine Doctor, what precisely afflicts my master? How can it be treated? Is it truly the poison that causes this?"
He bombarded her with a series of inquiries.
In response to Qi Yan's anxious expression,
Xu Chuyuan said, "To be concise, your master's blindness is not attributable to various ocular ailments, but rather, he has fallen victim to a form of poison known as gu poison."
"What?"
Upon hearing her revelation, Qi Yan was momentarily taken aback.
"What is gu poison?"
This was the first time he had encountered such a term. Bo Yanzhou seemed to connect the dots, his brow furrowing deeply as he inquired,
"Are you referring to the kind of gu poison that has been lost to history for centuries?"
Chapter 18, Each day, I must willingly present myself before him. Xu Chuyuan was taken aback, she had not anticipated that he had indeed heard of it.
Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "Oh? You know? In that case, my explanation will be considerably simpler."
She continued, addressing Bo Yanzhou, "I have reviewed your medical records, including the data regarding the poison.
The toxin itself is nothing particularly extraordinary. Although it is lethal, with prompt medical intervention, any physician can assist you in detoxification. Its true potency lies in its ability to activate the gu, which resides within your body.
In other words, the issues with your vision stem from the gu worm affecting your optic nerve, ultimately leading to blindness."
Goodness! It is indeed gu poison? Qi Yan's complexion shifted slightly, as if a realization struck him. He hastily pressed on, "Divine Healer, are you suggesting that this gu is alive?" Xu Chuyuan nodded slightly. "Isn't it fascinating?
This kind of thing is said to be lost to time, yet it truly exists in reality, albeit rarely encountered. I have seen the footage captured by your master. The thread, as fine as a strand of hair, is indeed a form of sorcery." Xu Chuyuan merely cast a glance at him and remarked, "Who told you that what is depicted on television does not exist in reality?" Ancient texts record that thousands of years ago, in the southwestern region, numerous families adept in the art of gu existed, some even capable of employing gu for medicinal purposes. However, it is true that these practices have since declined, but that does not imply that gu has ceased to exist.
As far as I know,
there are many reclusive families in the country that have inherited these traditions over the years. Among them, perhaps, are the families that cultivate gu.
Upon hearing Xu Chuyuan's enlightening explanation, Qi Yan's heart was profoundly shaken.
It was astonishing to learn that such things truly existed.
In contrast to Qi Yan's astonishment,
Bo Yanzhou appeared remarkably composed, clearly already aware of this knowledge. Xu Chuyuan observed his expression, feeling unsurprised.
After all, the Bo family was no ordinary household.
They were a prestigious lineage with a legacy spanning numerous generations.
Likewise, their Hua family boasted a history as an esteemed medical family dating back centuries. However, such sentiments need not be articulated.
After Xu Chuyuan briefly conversed with them, she turned to Bo Yanzhou with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Mr. Bo, have you offended someone? It seems they are resorting to such a malicious method to harm you." Both Bo Yanzhou and Qi Yan remained silent, and the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Xu Chuyuan did not press further and continued, "At present, it appears that this poison has been residing within you for quite some time. Its vitality is remarkably resilient, and it has increasingly adapted to your body, which is why it has begun to manifest more actively. This is also the reason for the escalating severity of your eye condition." Although Xu Chuyuan harbors no fondness for this ex-husband, it is worth noting that ordinary individuals, when afflicted by such a poison, remain entirely unaware. Even if they sense something amiss within their bodies and seek medical assistance, the underlying cause often eludes detection.
Those proficient in the art of poison can insidiously exploit it without the victim's knowledge, inflicting harm and even causing death. From a conventional scientific and medical standpoint, the true cause of death remains undetectable. Xu Chuyuan silently observed Bo Yanzhou, realizing that those who sought to harm him clearly intended to bring about his demise. Naturally, Bo Yanzhou was acutely aware of this as well. However, his thoughts delved deeper than Xu Chuyuan's. The poison required direct contact to be implanted within a host, and ordinarily, an average person would lack the opportunity to approach him. The only plausible culprits were those in his immediate circle. A few years prior, he had fallen victim to a treacherous plot. His subordinates had conducted thorough investigations, yet they had never scrutinized those closest to him. The notion of potential betrayal chilled Bo Yanzhou's demeanor further. He inquired of Xu Chuyuan, "Since you have discerned the presence of the poison, do you possess a remedy?" Qi Yan gazed at Xu Chuyuan with earnest anticipation, adding, "Indeed, esteemed healer, can you cure him? Furthermore, what effects might this poison have on our master? Will there be any lingering repercussions? When will his sight be restored? Is there any life-threatening danger posed by this poison?" Bo Yanzhou's expression remained unchanged as he nodded subtly. Before asking, "How long will it take?" Xu Chuyuan remarked that the duration could extend to 2 months, with the quickest possible outcome taking at least a month and a half. In other words, she would not only be unable to evade Bo Yanzhou in the days to come but would also have to present herself before him daily to attend to his ailments. Indeed, the 10 billion in fees for her services was not easily acquired. Bo Yanzhou expressed his discontent with the estimated timeframe, frowning as he inquired, "Does it really require such an extensive period? What do you think?" Xu Chuyuan cast a fleeting glance at him, noting that this was already a rather swift response. "The venom within you has already taken root. Extracting it directly is quite improbable. This entity is alive, capable of roaming freely within your body. And modern medicine is utterly incapable of pinpointing its precise location. Furthermore, the human body's complexity is such that even if the position of the venom could be determined, forcibly removing it would inevitably inflict harm on your physical well-being. Consequently, not only would it lead to a depletion of vital energy, but it would also compromise your inherent health." Qi Yan, who stood nearby, was taken aback by the revelation. He had not anticipated the situation to be so intricate. He earnestly inquired, "Then, esteemed physician, how can this venom be extracted without jeopardizing the health of my esteemed master?" Xu Chuyuan remarked, "The art of Gu is entirely distinct from ordinary ailments. It cannot be remedied merely with medication or injections. I must employ a specialized acupuncture technique to extract it." Chapter 19, A Losing Proposition, Not Worth Pursuing. This sounds rather intricate. It seems that surgical methods are not applicable here, but rather acupuncture. Can this truly be reliable? If it weren't for Director Wan's recommendation, Qi Yan might have suspected that this so-called miraculous doctor was merely a charlatan peddling tricks of the trade. Bo Yanzhou maintained an expression of calm composure. Simply inquiring of Xu Chuyuan, "Is the specialized acupuncture technique you refer to the ancient medical acupuncture therapy you once published?" Xu Chuyuan did not deny it. "Indeed. I didn't expect you to be aware of this," she replied. Bo Yanzhou calmly stated, "Since I intend to seek your assistance in treatment, it is only natural to gather some knowledge about you." Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan immediately felt annoyed and retorted, "If you have already done your research, why did you threaten to report me just now? This person is truly insufferable." Bo Yanzhou chose not to engage in a debate with her and seamlessly transitioned past the topic, inquiring, "When shall we commence the treatment?" Xu Chuyuan pursed her lips, dismissing the need to argue further. She stated, "First, we must conduct a comprehensive examination of your body to ascertain your current condition. If the issues are not significant, daily acupuncture sessions will be necessary. When the moment is right, we shall extract the parasitic insects from your body. However, should your body already be severely affected by these parasites, we will need to increase the frequency of acupuncture. Additionally, during the treatment, medicinal support will be required." At this juncture, Xu Chuyuan recalled something and quickly added, "Let me clarify, the herbs required for treating this parasite must be sourced by you. This will not be included in the medical expenses. My responsibility lies solely in the treatment." The herbs necessary for Bo Yanzhou were rare and costly.
If she were to also provide the herbs at her own expense, it would indeed be a losing venture. She could not afford such a financial setback.
Bo Yanzhou, however, did not seem to mind that as acceptable.
Now, I will lead the way to the examination equipment. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed healer. Shi Yan immediately guided Bo Yanzhou ahead to the adjacent room for the examination.
Utilizing medical instruments was a task Xu Chuyuan was well versed in,
and she engaged directly in the process.
3 hours later, all examinations were completed.
Once the reports were available, Xu Chuyuan meticulously reviewed each one, ultimately confirming, fortunately,
the issues are not overly severe. Subsequent acupuncture can be performed once a day.
As she spoke, she glanced at Bo Yanzhou and remarked,
"You are rather fortunate to have encountered me at this juncture.
Had you delayed for another year or so, it would not merely be a matter of blindness.
Your life could be at stake."
Before Bo Yanzhou could respond, Shi Yan was already taken aback, his face pale with alarm.
"Is it truly that severe? What do you think?" Xu Chuyuan retorted, fatigue evident in her voice. "The parasites residing within the human body feed off the host's vital energy. Currently,
they are merely affecting your vision. If left to linger, they could threaten your very life.
In essence, this is akin to a slow-acting lethal poison." Upon hearing this,
Shi Yan broke into a cold sweat, finding the situation utterly terrifying.
Bo Yanzhou remained silent, yet beneath his calm demeanor, his fingers tightened slightly. He then inquired, "When do we commence treatment? Is it now?"
"Very well, I appreciate your cooperation, esteemed healer," he added. Shi Yan promptly handed her a pen he had been carrying. Xu Chuyuan swiftly prepared a list and handed it to Shi Yan, reminding him that without these medicinal herbs before the treatment tomorrow, acupuncture alone would be of little efficacy. Shi Yan immediately assured her, "Rest assured, esteemed healer, I shall ensure these herbs are ready by tomorrow."
After discussing the matter, Xu Chuyuan glanced at the time and realized it was already evening.
Noticing her gesture, Shi Yan acknowledged the late hour and suggested, "If it is not too much trouble."
"Esteemed healer Mandy, would you care to join me for dinner this evening? It would be a token of my gratitude for your willingness to treat my family's master." Xu Chuyuan could not resist stealing a glance at Bo Yanzhou. Dining with this man? To his surprise, Bo Yanzhou did not decline the invitation. After all, given their current doctor-patient relationship, it was only proper to treat the other to a meal. However, what astonished him was that the woman before him outright refused.
Xu Chuyuan spoke with a hint of indifference, stating that there was no need for a meal, as she had matters to attend to in the evening.
With that,
she left without giving the two any opportunity to respond, turning on her heel and departing swiftly. Shi Yan stood rooted in place, taken aback.
Can it be that someone would actually decline to dine with their own master? Preposterous. It was always the case that he was the one refusing others. Back in the days before their divorce, she often prepared meals for Bo Yanzhou.
Those days of neglect remained like a thorn lodged in her heart. Impossible to forget the pain he had inflicted upon her, thus she outright rejected the proposal.
Moreover, in the presence of this insufferable man,
she had to worry about her lack of appetite. She certainly had no desire for that. Xu Chuyuan left the research institute with a cold snort and took a taxi away, causing Shi Yan to feel a wave of concern.
After a brief moment of contemplation,
Bo Yanzhou remarked, "In a couple of days, the shareholders' meeting will take place, and my presence is indispensable. I shall manage it then and subsequently reduce my visits to the company. An occasional appearance will suffice. Furthermore, please assist me in finding a new residence. Certain individuals may come to my home to inquire about my situation, and I prefer to avoid them for the time being."
"Understood, I will arrange it immediately," Shi Yan responded promptly.
Chapter 20. Enlightened by my precious daughter, I initially intended to distance myself from that troublesome man, yet unexpectedly, I found myself accepting a case to treat him. This hot potato has become quite difficult to discard.
Xu Chuyuan, plagued by a throbbing headache,
contemplated that once she had healed the individual and amassed her fortune, she would undoubtedly flee as far as possible. While lost in thought, her phone suddenly chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, she noticed it was a call from her assistant, Enya. "Fourth Miss, I have arrived in Haicheng and am currently at your residence."
"But it seems you are not here?"
and Ye, her devoted aide, had come to assist with matters concerning the branch office. Due to a delay in the handover of responsibilities, she had arrived 2 days later than planned. Upon hearing this, Ye chuckled, "All right, I shall wait for you." After hanging up, Xu Chuyuan quickened her pace, reaching the exterior of her villa. As she drew near, a small figure dashed out from behind the lush greenery and leaped towards her, wrapping its arms around her leg. Surprise! Xu Chuyuan lowered her gaze and discovered a small charm adorning her leg, clad in a pink princess dress, with a fair and delicate complexion reminiscent of a porcelain doll. It was none other than the darling Nian. Xu Chuyuan was taken aback, her face lighting up with joy. "Darling, what brings you here?" Nian replied with a sweet and endearing voice, "Of course, I came to find Mommy. I don't want to be apart from her for too long. So I persuaded Grandpa and Grandma to let me come." Xu Chuyuan's heart was indeed filled with joy, yet deep down, she harbored a reluctance for the little girl to arrive. She wished to shield her child from encountering those whom she had long detested, particularly Bo Yanzhou. Moreover, she was keen to keep the existence of her precious Nian a secret from him. Above all, her primary concern was the demands of her work. Fearing she would be unable to attend to her child adequately, the little girl, with tear-filled eyes, gazed up at her, exuding a palpable sadness. While others might easily be deceived by her demeanor, Xu Chuyuan, as her mother, was well acquainted with her tricks and instantly recognized the pretense. Amused, she scooped the little girl into her arms and reassured her, "Of course you are welcome. I was merely pondering what to do about my precious little one being neglected while I am busy with work." Upon hearing this, Nian's tears vanished in an instant, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, dear Mommy, you need not worry at all. I have someone to keep me company. When I came over, I brought Grandma Lu along. She is here to take care of my needs and will play with me, so I will absolutely not be a bother to you." With that, the little girl shifted aside, allowing Xu Chuyuan to finally see the smiling figure of Aunt Lu who had accompanied her, along with the beaming Anya who watched them with delight. Xu Chuyuan chuckled softly, "So this has already been clearly arranged?" Xu Chuyuan smiled and said, "Why did none of you inform me?" Xu Chuyuan knew that this was her beloved daughter's idea. Moreover, she could not bear to part with her daughter, so she had no choice but to relent. Since they were here, she decided to keep the little one. She lifted the small girl into her arms and headed home. Among those present, Xiamian was the happiest. "Mummy is the best," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. The soft, fragrant kiss made Xu Chuyuan's heart flutter, and a tender smile lingered on her face. Soon, Xu Chuyuan opened the door to let them all in. The house was beautifully designed with ample rooms, and even with Nian and Aunt Lu residing there, it still felt quite spacious. As for Ye, she did not live here. Once the little girl entered, she wandered off to explore the house, enamored with each room she encountered. "Mommy, this house is so beautiful," she exclaimed, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window and gazing at the scenery outside. The expansive view showcased the sunset's gentle light cascading over the lawn, creating a stunning sight. "I'm glad you like it," Xu Chuyuan replied. Xu Chuyuan chuckled softly. After spending some time with her, she instructed the young girl to tidy up her belongings and subsequently discussed work arrangements with Anya. Once their conversation concluded, the meal she had ordered arrived. Shortly after they finished dining, Anya took her leave. In the evening, after a prolonged separation, Mian clung to her mother, requesting assistance with her bath. Xu Chuyuan was naturally delighted, as she filled the bathtub to the brim with water. The little girl immersed herself in the warmth, playing with her toy duck. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, exuding an irresistible charm. Xu Chuyuan felt a wave of tenderness wash over her. Seizing the opportunity, she leaned in to discuss with the little girl, "My dear, while we are in Haicheng, would you promise Mommy one thing?" Nian, with her sweet and innocent voice, curiously inquired, "What is it?" Xu Chuyuan said, "Please do not let anyone know that we are mother and daughter, alright?" Nian tilted her head in curiosity and asked, "Is Mommy afraid of encountering those bad people from before?" The little girl was quite aware of her mother's past, having often heard her grandparents mention it. She understood that there were many ill-intentioned individuals who had treated her mother poorly. Seeing the sharpness of the little girl, Xu Chuyuan did not deny it.
She replied, yes. That is indeed one of the reasons.
However, the more significant concern was her fear of being discovered by Bo Yanzhou's side. Nian was now 5 years old. And the timing was too coincidental since it aligned with the period following their divorce. Moreover, she was currently involved in treating that man, if they were to find out. That would be a scene she would rather not witness. Of course, she would also do her utmost to prevent Nian from coming into contact with him. After all, the little girl still believed that her biological father was no longer alive. Xu Chuyuan has never explained over the years, thus, she must conceal the existence of the child's father.
Chapter 21, Moving Next to the Ex-Wife.
All right. After listening to her mother's words, Nian rolled her eyes and readily agreed, saying, I will listen to mommy. From now on, when there are outsiders, I will call you Chubao and say,
I am the baby from your relative's family.
Xu Chuyuan, upon seeing her clever and adorable demeanor, was filled with affection, embracing her and planting a kiss on her cheek,
exclaiming, my darling is truly brilliant. The following day, after having breakfast, Xu Chuyuan prepared to set off for her own research institute. Xu Chuyuan gazed at the little girl, her eyes sparkling with the innocent delight of a true foodie, and could not help but chuckle. She teased, so, my darling, you pretend to miss mommy. But what you truly desire is to come here to play and indulge in delicious treats, isn't it? The little girl, upon hearing her mother's playful words, promptly waved her delicate, fair hand in protest, insisting, that's not true. I genuinely miss mommy. Playing and delicious food come second. Xu Chuyuan smiled as she gently tapped her petite nose and playfully urged, just indulge me. She then turned to Lu, the housekeeper, and advised, please keep a close watch on Nian, ensure she refrains from engaging in any perilous activities. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. Lu smiled in response, assuring, rest assured, Miss C, I am fully aware. Very well, Xu Chuyuan replied. Xu Chuyuan felt entirely at ease with Sister Lu. She did not linger any longer and promptly departed. By 9 o'clock in the morning, she arrived at the branch's research institute. Upon her arrival, the entire staff, under the leadership of Anya, came out to greet her. Upon witnessing the commotion, Xu Chuyuan exchanged a few pleasantries with several management personnel before allowing the staff to disperse, retaining only her research team to assist her and promptly entering a state of productivity. Initially, the main research team harbored doubts about her youth, perceiving this newly appointed leader as merely a decorative figure, likely to be uninformed and inept at directing their efforts. Consequently, their initial demeanor was somewhat disdainful. However, as the work commenced and they witnessed Xu Chuyuan's capabilities firsthand, they were swiftly won over. Her expertise was not only exceptional but her efficiency was astonishing. They realized their narrow-mindedness. Xu Chuyuan was naturally aware of their change in attitude, yet she chose to remain silent, focusing solely on her tasks. After completing revisions on several significant projects at the institute, it was time for a break. Let us pause here, everyone should rest and have lunch. We shall continue our discussions on optimization in the afternoon. After Xu Chuyuan finished speaking, she began to gather her belongings and rose to leave the office. The gazes of those around her now carried a hint of admiration. Anya observed everything keenly and, when she joined Xu Chuyuan for lunch, playfully remarked, "Fourth miss. Doesn't this remind you of when you first entered the research institute in Kyoto, silencing everyone?" As Xu Chuyuan smiled, she remarked, "Compared to those matters, today is merely a minor affair. The folks over in Kyoto are rather antiquated, far more difficult to deal with than those here." Indeed. Anya, who accompanied Xu Chuyuan, had witnessed everything and resonated deeply with her sentiments. While the two were engaged in conversation, Xu Chuyuan's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she noticed an unfamiliar number. Recalling her promise from the previous day, she surmised it might be a call from Qi Yan. Without hesitation, she answered the call. To her surprise, the magnetic voice of Bo Yanzhou echoed through the line, inquiring, "When shall we commence the treatment today?" Xu Chuyuan nearly choked, instinctively inquiring, "How? Is it you who called me?" Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou merely responded with a brief before abruptly ending the call. Was it truly that easy to hang up? Xu Chuyuan glared at her phone, a wave of displeasure washing over her. After all these years, how could this scoundrel still have the habit of abruptly ending calls? And to think he hung up on her. Xu Chuyuan ate her meal with indignation, chewing the vegetables as if they were that dog of a man. At this moment, at the Bo family manor, Bo Yanzhou had just put away his phone when Xiao Tangbao, puffing and panting, dragged his luggage downstairs and said, "Daddy, I've packed everything." "Good." The little one nodded, came over to take his hand, and said, "Daddy, take it slow. I'll hold on to you." "All right." Bo Yanzhou smiled gently, allowing the little one to lead him. Soon, they all exited the manor. As they departed, Xiao Tangbao, seated in the car, swung his legs and asked, "Daddy, where are we going to live?" This question had been lingering in his mind since last night when he first heard it from his father. "All right then." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tangbao ceased his inquiries. He felt a twinge of reluctance towards leaving the manor, not wanting to move away. Especially since the new house would be different from this one. However, recognizing that his father's eyesight was impaired and needed treatment, the little one could only convince himself to accept the change. After approximately 40 minutes of travel, they finally reached their destination. Throughout the journey, Xiao Tangbao had been somewhat disinterested, but when he caught sight of the grand entrance before him, his spirits lifted. "Wait a moment. Isn't this the beautiful lady's villa area?" The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just visited this place the day before and was certain he remembered it correctly. So this was where Daddy was moving? Joy bubbled within him, a feeling he could hardly contain. Would this mean he could frequently visit the beautiful lady's home and meet her often? Perhaps he could even enjoy meals there regularly, with visions of a delightful future life. The little one nearly sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "Wow! This is amazing!" Hearing his son's commotion, Bo Yanzhou inquired, "What is going on? What is so amazing?" Xiao Tangbao, upon hearing his father's voice, quickly covered his mouth and replied, "Nothing, I'm just admiring our new home." "Daddy, it's so beautiful. I love it." His tone was suffused with unmistakable joy. "Yes, yes." Xiao Tangbao nodded eagerly, asking his father, "Which building will we be living in?" Bo Yanzhou responded, "The first one on this road." This revelation made Xiao Tangbao even happier, for the beautiful lady lived in the second building right next door. Their proximity was quite remarkable. As the father and son conversed, the car arrived outside the villa. Shi Yan was about to park when he noticed a small figure suddenly emerge from the nearby greenery. It appeared to be a little girl. Startled, Shi Yan slammed on the brakes. The abrupt stop startled Xiao Tangbao in the back seat. Bo Yanzhou, unable to see, leaned forward due to the car's inertia, instinctively shielding the little one with his hand. His tone turned serious as he asked Shi Yan, "What happened?" Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow and added, "Let us check to see if she is alright." "Understood." Shi Yan nodded and quickly exited the vehicle to approach the little girl. As he drew near, he clearly saw her features. The little girl had delicate, exquisite features, strikingly beautiful, resembling a porcelain doll, and appeared to be about the same age as Xiao Tangbao. Her fair face bore some dirt, and her hair was a bit tousled from scrambling through the foliage. It was evident she was a pampered child, youthful and tender. However, those who resided in this villa complex were generally affluent. Shi Yan promptly asked with concern, "Little sister, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Observing her reaction, his heart sank. Surely, he hadn't caused any harm? At that moment, Bo Yanzhou and Xiao Tangbao also stepped out of the car. Bo Yanzhou, unable to see, stood at the car door and asked, "Is everything all right? Is she hurt?" Unsure of how to respond, Xiao Tangbao interjected, "Daddy, don't worry. I'll check." As he dashed to the front of the car and reached the girl's side, his first reaction upon seeing her was to marvel at her beauty. It was the first time he had encountered such a lovely girl. Xiao Tangbao softened his voice and asked with genuine concern, "Sister, are you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Noticing her somewhat dazed expression, he added, "Are you really okay? Stand up, let me help you check." He was worried that the car might have injured her. The little girl complied and attempted to rise. Xiao Tangbao assisted her.
And upon seeing that she could stand and seemed unharmed, he felt relieved. It appeared she had only dirted her little dress. He immediately turned to his father and said, "Daddy, she is not hurt." After stating this, he asked the girl, "Little sister, what were you doing here? You have no idea how dangerous it was. If it weren't for Uncle Chi's timely break, we could have hit you." "What would have happened then?" He animatedly gestured with his hands, but before he could finish, his gaze suddenly landed on Bo Yanzhou. Only now did he notice the other uncle standing there. However, this uncle's appearance, the little girl's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. If she wasn't mistaken, this was Mommy's scoundrel ex-husband, right? She had seen him in the documents in her grandpa's study. Nian hadn't anticipated meeting him here and thought to herself, "Isn't this the man who abandoned Mommy?" The little girl couldn't help but scrutinize Bo Yanzhou. He was indeed tall and handsome, not inferior to any of her three uncles. Moreover, his demeanor was impressive. Even more so than what she had seen in photographs. Given his status, he seemed to be some sort of CEO, quite formidable. After her evaluation, the little girl concluded that this uncle was indeed a rare find. However, in her eyes, Mommy was the best in the world. The fact that this uncle didn't appreciate her mother only confirmed that his judgment was terribly flawed. She huffed in indignation. Bo Yanzhou, unable to perceive what was transpiring, sensed two gazes fixed intently upon him. Just as he was puzzled, Xiao Tangbao asked, "Sister, why are you staring at my daddy?" He was the son of Mommy's ex-husband. Which meant they were somewhat related, right? The little girl harbored a poor impression of Bo Yanzhou, and consequently, she was not inclined to engage with the boy before her. She pouted and said, "Nothing, I was just looking around. I think this uncle is quite handsome, but his judgment isn't very good." Upon hearing this, Shi Yan's expression shifted. This little girl was exceedingly impolite. How could she criticize someone's eyes upon their first meeting? Although it was indeed true. Shi Yan was about to speak up when Xiao Tangbao chimed in first, "My daddy is sick, he can't see right now." "Don't say such things about him. He'll be better soon." Nian's expression turned slightly surprised upon hearing this. This uncle couldn't see? She couldn't help but stare at Bo Yanzhou again, only to realize that his gaze had never once rested on her. The little girl soon became aware that her earlier words might have been ill-advised. And she hurried to clarify, "That's not what I meant. I didn't know." Tang Bao nodded, affirming, "I believe you." Though it was their first meeting, this little sister was simply too adorable and charming. Tang Bao felt an inexplicable fondness for her, believing her to mean no harm. Bo Yanzhou, too, was indifferent. He had no intention of holding a grudge against a mere child. Moreover, the girl's sweet voice and gentle demeanor elicited no negative feelings from him. Reflecting on her earlier statement, he casually inquired, "You mentioned you were looking for a cat. Did it wander into this yard?" Nian hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, it squeezed through the railing." Bo Yanzhou inclined his head and said, "If you don't mind, feel free to come in and search for it. Tang Bao can assist you." He then instructed Shi Yan, "Go open the door." "Understood, sir." Shi Yan swiftly moved to unlock the entrance. When Nian witnessed the door to Villa No. 1 swing open, her expression was one of astonishment. She hadn't anticipated that this house belonged to them. Did this mean it was quite close to her own home? Did Mommy know that they were neighbors with her scoundrel of an ex-husband? Chapter 23, He Won't Recognize Me, Will He? Nian's heart raced with astonishment. And she began to hesitate. She should steer clear of anyone who had wronged her mother. However, the cat was still inside, and this handsome young man seemed genuinely kind. She was uncertain whether she ought to step into the home of this dubious uncle. Just as her thoughts swirled, Tang Bao took the initiative to extend a friendly hand, saying, "Sister, come on, I'll hold your hand." With that, he led the bewildered little girl inside. Bo Yanzhou, supported by his bodyguards, also retreated indoors to rest. Seeing this, Nian felt she had no choice but to go alone. She decided to stop overthinking. She was already inside, so she would find the little cat first. The two children began to search the yard for the feline. Tang Bao curiously asked Nian if she had raised the cat herself. Nian Nian shook her head and replied, "No, it's a stray cat, creamy white and so adorable. I saw it this morning and even bought it cat food, but it got scared and ran away before finishing." Tang Bao nodded, understanding now. They continued to chat while thoroughly searching, yet after scouring every nook and cranny, they found not a single trace of fur.
Nian Nian wore a troubled expression, wondering where the little cat could be hiding.
Hearing her dejected tone, Tang Bao comforted her, "Maybe it has already run outside, we'll definitely find it." With this thought, she told him, "If that's the case, I'll just leave." Tang Bao nodded, about to agree, when Shi Yan appeared. Shi Yan informed the two little ones, "No need to search anymore, the kitten is inside the house." Upon hearing this, Nian Nian's eyes lit up, and she rushed into the house, with Tang Bao quickly following her. Once inside, Nian Nian spotted the little white kitten crouching beside her mother's ex-husband. It was truly here. The little girl was overjoyed, sprinting towards the kitten, but in her haste, she tripped over the coffee table leg. "Oh no!" she exclaimed in panic, about to fall. The Bo Yanzhou couldn't see. He instinctively reached out to catch her upon hearing the commotion. To his surprise, he managed to catch her perfectly. The little bundle was soft and small, reminiscent of holding Tang Bao, with a faint scent of milk wafting from her. For some inexplicable reason, Bo Yanzhou felt an unfamiliar warmth upon holding her. "Did you hurt yourself?" he asked, his tone unusually gentle. Nian Nian, still shaken, patted her chest and shook her head, "No. I'm fine, thank you." Had it not been for this uncle, she surely would have fallen hard. Bo Yanzhou ruffled her hair, saying, "No need to thank me, just take your time walking." The kitten won't run away. He steadied her before allowing her to go find the cat. Yet Nian Nian remained still. Tilting her head, she asked, "Uncle, I thought you couldn't see? How could you catch me?" Her sweet, innocent voice carried a childless confusion. Bo Yanzhou smiled gently. "I could hear you about to fall. However, it was indeed fortunate that I managed to catch you." Nian Nian's eyes widened in realization. So it was all about luck. Yet this scoundrel uncle had a bit of skill after all. Moreover, being held by him gave her a sense of security that felt entirely different from what she experienced with mommy. Having grasped the situation, Nian Nian said nothing more and walked over to scoop up the long-lost little white cat, exclaiming, "Little Cotton, I finally found you." Upon hearing her call the kitten's name, Tang Bao curiously asked, "But you said it was a stray cat, how does it have a name?" Nian Nian replied, "I named it. It's so white and fluffy, just like cotton. Plus, my name is Nian Nian, so I called it Little Cotton." Tang Bao nodded in understanding, "Oh, I see." With that, Nian Nian showed no intention of lingering and prepared to leave. Tang Bao, noticing this, quickly inquired, "Where do you live? Next time, if the kitten runs away again, you can come find me, and I'll help you look." In truth, he wished to play with her but felt shy to admit it. He had no siblings and rarely had any friends to play with. Meeting a sister he didn't dislike, especially one so beautiful and cute, was a rare occurrence. Nian Nian's eyes darted around before she mumbled, "Well, let us talk about it next time." Despite Tang Bao being kind and handsome, she had no intention of revealing her address. After all, this scoundrel uncle had bullied mommy, perhaps their encounters would lessen in the future. Before long, Nian Nian departed with the kitten. Tang Bao watched her fading figure, feeling a tinge of regret. Sighing, Bo Yanzhou overheard his son's sigh and asked, "What's the matter? Do you like that little sister?" He found it rather peculiar. His son had never been this close to any child, let alone take such initiative today. Shi Yan added, "That girl is indeed exquisite, her looks are on par with our young master." With a teasing glance at Tang Bao, Shi Yan remarked, "I assume you think so too." "Young master?" Tang Bao shook his head, denying, "It's not like that, I just find her very endearing. I don't know why, but I want to protect her." He then cast a knowing look at Shi Yan, "Uncle Shi Yan, I'm only 5, what are you thinking?" Shi Yan chuckled, "Ah. I misspoke." Bo Yanzhou did not discourage him, adding, "If you like her, go make friends, living in the same villa area, you will surely meet again." Indeed. Tang Bao tapped his little head thoughtfully. After this brief interlude, the father and son had settled down in their new surroundings. The villa was equipped with bodyguards, a butler,
and a housekeeper. Later, as the time approached for his appointment with the esteemed physician, Bo Yanzhou prepared to leave.
Upon learning this, Tang Bao insisted on accompanying him.
I am worried about Daddy's eyes, since you cannot see right now, I must go with you to take a look.
The little one spoke with unwavering determination. Given his son's concern, Bo Yanzhou found it difficult to refuse and decided to bring him along.
Then let us be on our way. He instructed Qi Yan to drive them to the research institute.
As Xu Chuyuan busied herself until after 4 o'clock, she gathered her belongings and set out for her appointment.
Approximately half an hour later, she encountered Bo Yanzhou at the research institute.
Although his visage remained concealed, the air of nobility and aloofness surrounding him was undiminished. The only discernible change was perhaps in his countenance. The once frigid demeanor had softened, revealing a hint of warmth.
Warmth? Could such a quality truly manifest in him?
As soon as Xu Chuyuan's doubts began to arise, she immediately caught sight of the small figure beside the man.
Xu Chuyuan was taken aback. Little Tang Bao. He is actually here. Xu Chuyuan's pupils trembled slightly. Could this little creature possibly recognize her? Instinctively,
she adjusted her mask upward. At that moment, Qi Yan also noticed her arrival and remarked to Bo Yanzhou, "Sir, the miraculous healer Mandy has arrived."
Upon hearing this,
Bo Yanzhou turned his gaze toward the entrance, his tone indifferent as he stated, "You are 2 minutes late."
With that utterance, the previously gentle atmosphere was utterly shattered.
Xu Chuyuan felt as if she had just lost her sanity to think that this man had become gentler. She was too weary for pleasantries and stated directly, "Since Mr. Bo values his time so dearly, let us commence without delay, let us remove our garments."
Chapter 24, This is the Bite of the Little Fox.
Her words were uttered with no hint of psychological burden.
Yet, the atmosphere in the room became palpably still. Wah!
Qi Yan exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment.
Remove our clothes? Why must we remove our clothes? Xu Chuyuan glanced at him and remarked, "Isn't this an obvious statement?"
"Of course, it is for treatment, surely, it is not for bathing."
"Have you managed to locate the medicinal herbs I asked for?"
Qi Yan immediately comprehended her words and hastily nodded, replying, I found them, they are placed in that box." Xu Chuyuan approached and took a glance at the ancient box, which contained numerous precious medicinal herbs. Out of diligence and a sense of responsibility towards her patients, she meticulously verified each herb one by one. There were no issues, in fact, their quality surpassed her expectations significantly. Xu Chuyuan closed the lid of the box and turned around, only to behold that Bai Yanzhou's attire was intact, while Qi Yan stood beside him,
appearing utterly at a loss. Xu Chuyuan felt somewhat speechless and couldn't help but urge, "What are you still standing there for? Take it off." Qi Yan, utterly embarrassed, awkwardly inquired, "Should I remove only half, or should I take it all off?" Xu Chuyuan, why does it seem that Bo Yanzhou's assistant is not particularly bright? Oh, very well." Qi Yan quickly nodded and reached out to assist Bo Yanzhou with his buttons. However, before he could make contact, Bo Yanzhou brushed his hand away. "I can manage myself." He leisurely unbuttoned his shirt, and one must say, every movement of this man exudes an air of nobility and grace. Xu Chuyuan's gaze fell upon his hands as he unfastened the buttons. As the collar was loosened, an intoxicating male tension surged to its zenith. Once the garment was fully removed, the flawless lines of his physique came into view. His stunning 8-pack abs were evenly distributed across his abdomen, the muscular contours taut yet not ostentatious, a sight of unparalleled beauty. However, Xu Chuyuan had seen this before and did not display excessive astonishment. Instead, her attention was drawn to the bite mark on his collarbone, the imprint stark against his pale skin. It had been several days, yet the mark remained remarkably pronounced. Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but reflect. Was she truly that ferocious that night? Just as she pondered this, Qi Yan also noticed the bite mark, startled by the revelation. How could such a thing be present on his own master's body? One glance was enough to evoke vivid memories of the intense scene that had unfolded. One could only wonder how the esteemed physician would perceive this. Qi Yan instinctively cast a glance at Xu Chuyuan. Although the physician's expression was obscured by a mask, the peculiarity in her gaze was unmistakable. Could it be a misunderstanding?
Shi Yan hastily clarified, "Esteemed physician, please do not misconstrue this. My master has always upheld his integrity, and this must have been an accident."
Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou deduced what had transpired.
His demeanor remained composed, offering no further explanation, as he turned to recline on the medical bed.
Nearby,
Xiao Tangbao endeavored to preserve his father's reputation, stating, "My father says it was a little fox that bit him."
"Esteemed physician,
My father truly is not one to act recklessly. There must be some misunderstanding, for I always keep a close watch on him."
Bo Yanzhou, however,
felt it unnecessary to defend his honor at that moment. Initially, he had not found the situation troubling, but with their interjections, he sensed an air of awkwardness beginning to permeate the atmosphere. Xu Chuyuan was utterly bewildered, her head seemingly adorned with a myriad of question marks.
Bo Yanzhou inquired if the little fox had bitten him. Was he referring to her as the fox?
Xu Chuyuan was instantly infuriated.
"What a man! You are the true fox. An old fox. The entire family is. Especially the cunning and deceitful kind." After cursing inwardly for a moment,
Xu Chuyuan retrieved a silver needle for treatment, deliberately selecting the thickest one. Shi Yan gazed at the long, thick needle with growing trepidation.
Who could withstand such a thing piercing their body?
Concerned that her master might suffer complications, Shi Yan hastily inquired, "Divine doctor,
are we really going to treat him this way? Don't we need any medical instruments or anything?" However, she thought that Shi Yan, being utterly ignorant,
must be worried about Bo Yanzhou's safety, so she elaborated further. "Poison cannot be treated using conventional methods, otherwise, your master would have recovered long ago.
And there would be no need for my intervention."
Shi Yan nodded, somewhat convinced. Bo Yanzhou, unable to see the needle, remained unperturbed and calmly asked,
"What do I need to do?"
Xu Chuyuan observed the glint of the silver needle and remarked, "There is nothing you need to do but lie still. The parasitic insects within your body are in a state of movement, so I must employ therapeutic techniques to expel them to a designated location.
Ideally away from your brain and the nerves of your vital organs.
This will ensure that your health is not unduly compromised.
Additionally, the process of acupuncture may entail some discomfort. I trust that Mr. Bo can endure a little pain?" Bo Yanzhou's expression remained tranquil. Over the years,
he had endured countless pains. After all, it was merely a matter of needles. What was there to fear?
Indeed. Xu Chuyuan nodded lightly,
soon preparing to disinfect the silver needles. However, just as she was about to proceed, she suddenly recalled the presence of a young child nearby. If this scene were to be witnessed by the little one, it might cast a shadow over their heart in the future.
Yet, Xiao Tangbao shook his head and said, "It's all right, I'm not afraid. I want to stay by Daddy's side.
Auntie, please go ahead with the treatment, you need not worry about me," the little one declared, finding a spot where he could observe the treatment without obstructing Xu Chuyuan. Seeing the child exhibit such composure, Xu Chuyuan could not help but praise.
"You are truly brave."
With this, she felt reassured to proceed without further hesitation. Xu Chuyuan began her work.
Soon, silver needles pierced various acupoints on Bo Yanzhou's body.
Starting from his chest, she inserted 2 or 3 needles all the way to his neck and crown.
During this process,
her fingers inevitably brushed against Bo Yanzhou's skin. In that fleeting moment of contact, he appeared visibly uncomfortable, his brows furrowing tightly. And the contours of his body began to tense.
Xu Chuyuan assumed that he was in pain and inquired, "Is it very painful?"
Since he claimed it was not, she advised him to relax, otherwise, it would affect her acupuncture, as both the heart and head are crucial areas. A momentary lapse could lead to unforeseen consequences,
for which I could not possibly bear the responsibility.
As she spoke, she gently patted the surrounding muscles.
Bo Yanzhou's brow furrowed even tighter. Shi Yan, witnessing this scene, was drenched in cold sweat, internally exclaiming, "What a provocative situation and alarming words."
If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought they were engaged in something inappropriate for children. Yet, it seemed to be the first time for his master to be so unrestrained.
Chapter 25, A tumble on the bed. Moments passed in the blink of an eye. At long last, Xu Chuyuan has completed the acupuncture session.
Little Tangbao had just claimed to be unafraid, yet upon witnessing the scene, his expression now betrayed a hint of trepidation.
Nevertheless, despite his apprehension, he did not flee. Instead, he tenderly inquired about his father's well-being. "Daddy, how do you feel? With so many needles in you, it must hurt quite a bit."
Only he understood that his own body was far from comfortable at this moment.
While he could endure the pain,
the sensation of numerous needles piercing various acupoints was unlike any injury he had previously experienced. It was a sharp discomfort that radiated from his nerves. He felt as if the punctured nerves were being vigorously tugged at. Although he managed to maintain a composed facade, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Xu Chuyuan discerned the situation clearly, understanding that this process would be far from pleasant. The venom had lingered within his body for a considerable duration, inevitably inflicting some impact on his health. Thus, enduring pain during this treatment was entirely normal. She was not surprised that this man could still endure it for now, but she speculated that he might not be able to hold on for much longer. Her concern did not extend to Bo Yanzhou himself, but she anticipated that Tang Bao would likely be distressed upon witnessing it.
With this thought in mind, Xu Chuyuan decisively informed Shi Yan, "I will be preparing the medicine now.
Please take this little one outside and refrain from disturbing me.
Return in 20 minutes, at that time, I shall remove the needle and have some instructions for you."
Shi Yan, already awed by her needlework, harbored no doubts regarding her medical expertise, promptly nodded in agreement.
"Very well, let us step outside at once." Without delay, he escorted little Tang Bao out. Once she had ensured their departure, Xu Chuyuan turned to Bo Yanzhou and said,
"The pain is currently mild, but it may intensify shortly. If it becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to inform me. There is no need to endure in silence."
With that,
she began to tend to the medicinal ingredients.
Bo Yanzhou turned his gaze towards the source of her voice, somewhat taken aback. This woman possessed an unexpected attentiveness.
Recognizing the need to remove Tang Bao from the situation, nevertheless, his pride would not permit him to vocalize any discomfort, no matter how intense the pain became. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a river.
After Xu Chuyuan finished reading,
her heart was filled with a tangle of emotions. This man was merciless to others, yet he was equally ruthless to himself. How could he endure such torment? She pursed her lips, choosing to remain silent, and fetched a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow.
Bo Yanzhou felt the touch and momentarily froze,
but he quickly regained his composure and uttered a soft, "Thank you."
Xu Chuyuan chuckled softly. "How rare it is for you to express gratitude. However,
do not misconstrue my words, I merely wish to avoid disrupting the treatment." Bo Yanzhou discerned the subtle hint of mockery in her tone, finding it rather intriguing. This woman had shown no fear from their very first encounter, daring to confront him with pointed remarks and sarcasm, disregarding his stature entirely. It seemed that those with a modicum of ability often bore an air of arrogance. Yet, to his own surprise, he felt no aversion towards her at all. Xu Chuyuan observed his serious demeanor and consequently lost interest in further banter. She continued with her tasks, retrieving a small bottle of ointment to apply around the area where he had received the injection. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, and to his surprise, the earlier sting had considerably diminished.
Curiosity piqued regarding Xu Chuyuan's remedy, he inquired softly, "What is this?" Furrowing his brow,
he pondered why such an auxiliary treatment had not been utilized from the outset.
Was she being deliberately contrarian? Reflecting on Xu Chuyuan's propensity to respond sharply to him,
he thought it entirely plausible that she would act in such a manner.
Xu Chuyuan certainly could not admit it directly.
As she spoke, she intentionally played a trick, kneading and pressing around the acupuncture point where he was being pricked. The area, already somewhat painful, suddenly felt intensified.
Bo Yanzhou could not help but let out a muffled groan, momentarily forgetting his earlier doubts. In an icy tone, he asked, "What are you doing?" Xu Chuyuan,
confident in the fact that he could not retaliate against her at present, calmly remarked, "A gentle massage can facilitate the rapid absorption of the medicine."
"I am doing this for your benefit." However, Bo Yanzhou was entirely unconvinced. He replied icily, "Gentle?
The force you just applied felt as if you intended to shatter my bones."
"You did that on purpose." Xu Chuyuan denied, "Of course not. I am a doctor, how could I possibly mistreat a patient intentionally?
If Mr. Bo cannot tolerate it, he may simply speak up.
Despite her words,
her tone betrayed a hint of delight.
Bo Yanzhou couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Were it not for his current inability to see,
he would never allow a woman to toy with him in such a manner. It seemed the other party was well aware of this fact. Bo Yanzhou gritted his teeth in frustration. Xu Chuyuan was unaware of his thoughts, her spirits had lifted, and her subsequent actions became considerably gentler.
Gradually, Bo Yanzhou also sensed a reduction in the pain that had plagued him. After a few minutes, it was time to remove the needle. Once Xu Chuyuan was prepared,
she commenced her actions. Bo Yanzhou sensed her movements, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, as if the day's torment had come to an end.
Before long,
Xu Chuyuan gathered all the needles. She tossed Bo Yanzhou's shirt to him, stating curtly, "It's ready, put it on." Her demeanor remained as brusque as ever. Bo Yanzhou squinted slightly, raising his hand, and said, "Would you be so kind as to lend me a hand?" He was still damp with the sweat from the earlier needlework, his body weary and lacking the strength to lift itself.
Xu Chuyuan did not refuse,
for she was well aware that after receiving an injection, patients generally experience discomfort. She stepped forward and firmly grasped the man's arm, intending to assist him in rising. Little did she know, Bo Yanzhou was a man who bore grudges. Just moments ago, this woman had deliberately pressed forcefully around the acupuncture points, causing herself considerable distress.
Now,
as she attempted to support him, he intentionally withheld his strength. To her surprise, Xu Chuyuan, caught off guard, was pulled down by his heavy form,
resulting in both of them tumbling onto the bed in a heap.
In that instant, Bo Yanzhou found himself pinned beneath Xu Chuyuan.
The pain from the earlier injection flaring up once more. Xu Chuyuan felt utterly helpless. Her entire being was pressed against Bo Yanzhou's chest.
And by a cruel twist of fate, her soft lips landed precisely over his heart.
Chapter 26, Not starving to that extent outside.
Qi Yan calculated the perfect moment to enter with Xiao Tangbao, hoping to offer assistance. Instead, he was met with a sight that was nothing short of shocking.
He was once again left in a state of utter bewilderment. Why were these two entangled in such an intimate embrace once more? Weren't they supposed to be treating an ailment? How did they end up rolling onto the bed like this? Oh no, the young master. Initially caught up in the gossip,
Qi Yan quickly snapped back to reality, swiftly covering Xiao Tangbao's eyes and scooping him up, making a hasty exit.
"We shall return shortly," he declared, while ensuring the door was closed behind them, executing the entire maneuver seamlessly.
"Darn it, that person is taking advantage of her again,"
Xu Chuyuan exclaimed in exasperation. "Bo Yanzhou, are you out of your mind? Is this deliberate on your part? How utterly shameless, you wretched man." Xu Chuyuan's voice was frigid. "Pfft, am I taking advantage of you? What a joke. I am not desperate enough for that, am I? It was clearly you who yanked me down just now."
"I see this as a deliberate act of vengeance,"
Bo Yanzhou replied with a tone laced with sarcasm. "Vengeance?
What a delightful choice of words."
"So, you admit that your earlier actions were intentional?"
Xu Chuyuan never anticipated that he would be so cunningly manipulative, leaving her momentarily speechless.
Bo Yanzhou leisurely donned his clothing, fastening the buttons with a frosty demeanor that bore a hint of admonition.
He stated, "This time, I shall not hold it against you.
However, I sincerely hope, Miss Mandy,
that in the future you will adhere to the principles of medical ethics and refrain from engaging in actions that are unbecoming towards your patients."
Xu Chuyuan was infuriated. This despicable man, even when out of sight, was still so difficult to deal with. "I refuse to be intimidated. What can you possibly do to me?"
Xu Chuyuan let out a cold huff in her heart, her hands angrily gesturing towards Bo Yanzhou as if she were ready to strike him from a distance.
However, to her surprise, Bo Yanzhou paused his movements, suddenly directing his gaze towards her with a chilling tone, inquiring, "Do you no longer wish to keep your hands?" Xu Chuyuan. Could it be that this fellow truly cannot see? Or has he developed a third eye?
While she was fervently expressing her grievances,
Bo Yanzhou had already dressed himself and called out towards the outside, "Qi Yan, I am here."
Shi Yan immediately responded, yet he dared not recklessly push the door open. Nor did he bring the young master along, fearing that the child might witness something inappropriate.
Sigh, why doesn't the master ever exercise a little caution? As Shi Yan indulged in his curiosity, he heard the master's voice again, "Aren't you coming in?" "Coming," Shi Yan promptly replied. And only then did he push the door open.
The two individuals inside had already returned to a state of normalcy. Xu Chuyuan seemed to have forgotten the earlier awkwardness as she earnestly called out, "Assistant Shi, please come here for a moment."
Shi Yan attentively noted her instructions, nodded,
and replied, "Understood, esteemed healer, I shall remember." After Xu Chuyuan handed him the items and tidied up her own belongings, she prepared to depart. Before leaving, she remarked, "Tomorrow
the treatment time remains the same."
Just as she was about to step out, unexpectedly, Xiao Tangbao tugged at the corner of her clothing and said in a sweet, childlike voice, "Auntie, please wait."
Xu Chuyuan glanced down at the little one and inquired, "What is it?"
The little darling's eyes sparkled brightly as she replied, "Pretty lady, you must be tired. It is now dinner time, let us share a meal together, as a token of gratitude for your efforts in treating Daddy."
Upon hearing his address, Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback, her expression betraying a hint of surprise as she inquired, "You recognize me?"
Tangbao smiled softly, nodding her head affirmatively, "Yes.
The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew it was you." Xu Chuyuan was taken aback.
Despite her disguise and altered voice, this little one still possessed such keen perception. She chuckled softly, gently ruffling the child's hair and remarked, "You have quite an observant eye."
Behind her, Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Have you met before?"
Naturally, they had met, and even shared a meal together. The little darling eagerly chimed in, addressing her father.
"We have.
That day at the hospital, I told Daddy I had found an exceptional doctor, the beautiful auntie.
Back then, Daddy didn't believe me, but unexpectedly,
the one he found was her." As she spoke, a hint of dissatisfaction with her father was evident in her small voice. Had Daddy believed her that day, the beautiful auntie could have treated him a day earlier. Bo Yanzhou detected the underlying grievance in his son's words and was equally surprised.
Who would have thought that, after all this, they would encounter the same person?
At this moment, the little darling was quite enthusiastic, tugging at the beautiful auntie's sleeve and continuing to ask, "Auntie,
is it possible?" Xu Chuyuan naturally disagreed. After all, dining together meant having to remove their masks. It was inconsequential if Bian Yanzhou could not see her.
But if Qi Yan were to catch a glimpse of her face, that would inevitably unveil her true identity.
This was absolutely unacceptable. Yet, when addressing the little one, Xu Chuyuan maintained a gentle tone.
The small child, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of disappointment but did not press the matter further. After all, their families were now in such close proximity, he reasoned that there would be opportunities in the future. Thus, the little one nodded obediently and declared, "All right.
Then let us save it for next time, it's a promise."
"Very well, a promise it shall be." Xu Chuyuan gently ruffled his hair and swiftly departed.
Shi Yan,
noticing him gazing expectantly at the door, couldn't help but inquire, "Young master, why do you refer to her as the beautiful aunt? She has never revealed her face. Yet it appears you hold quite an affection for her.
You even wish for her to become my stepmother."
However, the latter part of his thought remained unvoiced. Chapter 27, It would be wonderful to share a mutual understanding with Daddy.
As soon as she entered, Mian, the little darling, dashed out to greet her. Such a sweet little one.
Xu Chuyuan felt an overwhelming warmth in her heart as she smiled and pulled the little girl closer, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek.
She then inquired, "What did you do today, Mian? Did you go out to play?" "Yes." Mian nodded,
her sweet voice revealing to her mother that she had been searching for a cat. However, she refrained from mentioning the encounter with her mother's unworthy ex-husband, fearing it would upset her mother. After a delightful conversation between mother and daughter, Aunt Lu called them to dinner. Once the evening meal concluded, Xu Chuyuan received a phone call from her mother in Kyoto.
Xu Chuyuan saw the incoming call and promptly answered it.
"Xu Bao, did you find the work at the branch office today to be arduous?" Xu Chuyuan felt a warm glow in her heart, understanding the concern directed towards her.
Meanwhile, Xiamianmian assisted her grandmother, exclaiming, "Grandma, I found a link for the washboard.
I'll send it to you later." This remark elicited laughter from both Xu Chuyuan and Xu Qingxiu.
"Oh, you little rascal.
Your grandfather has always showered you with affection, yet here you are, secretly searching for a washboard for him.
He must be quite upset."
Xu Chuyuan gently pinched the soft little face of the girl. Mian Mian sighed, "Alas, there is nothing I can do, after all, I am just like my grandmother."
Feeling even more sympathy for my mother,
Xu Qingxiu also chimed in, saying, "Indeed, our Mian Mian knows best how to protect mommy."
After conversing for a while,
Xu Qingxiu noticed that it was getting late and, feeling compassion for her daughter who had worked tirelessly throughout the day, decided to end the call. Xu Chuyuan did not feel particularly fatigued. She allowed Mian Mian to entertain herself for a while and proceeded to message Lu Hanmo,
inquiring whether he would be available the following day.
If so, she intended to retrieve the medicinal herbs they had previously discussed. The company's research and development had already commenced, and it was imperative that the herbs arrived promptly.
Once the arrangements were made, Xu Chuyuan set aside her phone.
Meanwhile, Bo Yanzhou and Xia Tangbao had also returned home. Upon entering the house, the little one rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing towards the direction of the beautiful aunt's residence. The two villas faced each other, and the glow emanating from the opposite house brought immense joy to the little one.
In that moment, an idea struck him. He quickly rose and scampered to the butler, inquiring, "Grandpa Butler, do we have any gifts at home?
Perhaps fruits?
I want to go and present a gift."
His face lit up with excitement,
eager to greet the lovely aunt.
Bo Yanzhou, overhearing his words, asked, "Who do you intend to give a gift to at this late hour?"
The little one replied, "To the villa across from us. After all, they are our neighbors, it is only right to cultivate a good relationship." His reasoning was sound, especially considering that the beautiful aunt was currently his father's attending physician. It was only fitting to express their gratitude with a small gift. Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow at this. "She is my doctor, what does that have to do with being neighbors?"
The little one felt a tinge of disappointment towards his father. He had articulated his thoughts clearly, yet his father seemed oblivious.
Patiently, he explained, "The neighbor is the beautiful aunt." Bo Yanzhou was momentarily taken aback. "What?"
The little one sighed, exasperated, "Oh, father, you really are quite slow. I said I want to deliver a gift to the neighbor who lives in the villa opposite us, the beautiful aunt who is treating you."
Bo Yanzhou's expression shifted, and he inquired, "How do you know this?" The little one did not conceal the truth. He recounted, "I went to find her that day when I ran away from home."
Bo Yanzhou was astonished upon hearing this, and Shi Yan mirrored his surprise.
"Young master, is what you say true? The miraculous Dr. Mandy lives in that villa across from us?"
The little one nodded vigorously, affirming his statement. Shi Yan remained incredulous,
unable to fathom the coincidence. Bo Yanzhou shared in this sentiment, and to his astonishment, the little one had known all along. "Why didn't you mention this yesterday?"
he asked, leaving Bo Yanzhou at a loss for words. At that moment, the butler appeared, having prepared some fruits and gifts. "Young master, everything is ready."
"Thank you, Grandpa Butler."
The little one struggled to lift the exquisite fruit basket and the accompanying gift. However, just as he was about to step outside, Bo Yanzhou halted him.
"Wait a moment. What's wrong?"
The little one looked at his father, puzzled.
Bo Yanzhou explained, "You can't just go over there unannounced, it would be too abrupt.
It is already evening, and she has likely had a long day and will want to rest.
If you wish to visit, it would be better to choose another time."
The little one pondered this and found it reasonable.
"Then when would be suitable?"
Bo Yanzhou contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Tomorrow morning."
"All right. Although he couldn't see the beautiful aunt tonight, tomorrow would suffice. After a good night's sleep, morning would arrive swiftly."
The little one's spirits lifted, and he continued,
"Shall we invite the aunt to breakfast together?
This way, you and the aunt can spend some time together, and if a connection blossoms,
my hope of having her as a stepmother might become a reality." Bo Yanzhou remained unaware of his son's intentions but found his enthusiasm amusing. "Why are you so eager to invite people for meals?"
The little one replied, "Because that is how relationships are strengthened."
Moreover, if the aunt treats you well,
she will surely be more dedicated to your care.
I am doing this for your sake.
He thought to himself how wonderful it would be if the aunt and his father found mutual affection. Especially since he had witnessed the aunt leaning on his father's shoulder earlier that afternoon.
However, these thoughts were kept to himself. Bo Yanzhou did not dwell on such matters.
Instead, he found himself persuaded by the little one's reasoning. He considered that his relationship with Dr. Mandy, now both medical and neighborly, would benefit from a cordial rapport.
He ruffled the little one's hair and said, "Since you are determined, go ahead and extend the invitation."
"Yes." The little one beamed and promptly told the butler.
"Grandpa Butler, please prepare a delightful breakfast for tomorrow."
"Of course, young master."
Chapter 28, What a Fateful Entanglement the Following Day. Xu Chuyuan rose early.
Not because she wished to forego a few more moments of slumber, but rather due to the impending meeting at the research institute, necessitating her early arrival. As she prepared to descend, Meng Meng had yet to awaken, and Sister Lu had not yet completed the breakfast.
Xu Chuyuan did not urge anyone.
She merely intended to casually purchase a few items along the way. However, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could it be? She pondered. Puzzled as to who might ring the bell so early in the morning, and she stepped out to take a glance. In the next moment, the door swung open,
revealing the delightful sight of little Tangbao. "Good morning, beautiful aunt," exclaimed little Tangbao. Xu Chuyuan exclaimed in astonishment, Why are you here again? Have you run away from home once more?"
The little one beamed at her, promptly shaking his head to convey that he had not absconded today, rather. He had come to invite his aunt to breakfast. Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan was both amused and bewildered. There was no need for such a long journey. She distinctly recalled that the Bo family estate was quite distant from her location. The little boy, however, clarified, "No, pretty aunt. My daddy and I now reside just across the street." He pointed towards the villa, exclaiming, "Look, that very villa. We moved here just yesterday." Xu Chuyuan was immediately taken aback. "What did you say? Bo Yanzhou lives right across the street?" Xu Chuyuan immediately turned her gaze towards the villa. From her vantage point, she could faintly discern figures moving about in the courtyard. Xu Chuyuan felt as if her scalp was about to explode. What kind of cursed fate is this? How could this happen? Xu Chuyuan immediately contemplated shutting the door and fleeing upstairs to pack her belongings. Little Tangbao remained blissfully unaware of the beautiful aunt's emotions. "Chattering away, Daddy knows that the aunt lives here, and today he even permitted me to come and invite you for breakfast. Perhaps it would be best to let it go." Xu Chuyuan contemplated declining the invitation. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that it was not quite right. Bo Yanzhou should only know her as Mandy, unaware of her true identity as Xu Chuyuan. With this thought, she found herself surprisingly calm. The idea of relocating was evidently impractical. Moreover, even if they resided in the same villa community, what difference would it make? They were both perpetually occupied, with little opportunity for interaction outside of treatment sessions. Additionally, the man was still oblivious, further ensuring her true identity remained concealed. With this in mind, Xu Chuyuan felt reassured that there was no immediate threat of exposure. By then, perhaps the medication she was developing would also be completed. In a matter of seconds, Xu Chuyuan orchestrated everything in her mind. Composed, she addressed the young boy, expressing her gratitude for the invitation, but stating that breakfast would not be necessary, as she was in a hurry to leave for a meeting. "Perhaps next time?" she suggested. The little boy responded with a soft, "Ah," seemingly caught off guard by her response. "Is that so?" His tone carried a hint of disappointment, his eyes downcast, resembling a forlorn little pet. Xu Chuyuan observed it all, feeling an undeniable sense of remorse. This little one always extended a kind invitation, yet she had repeatedly turned him down. However, if she were to relent, she would only become increasingly entangled with that man. After enduring a headache for an entire day, Xu Chuyuan could only coax the child. "How about this? I will accompany you, and I won't stay for breakfast. I'll take it with me instead, if that is all right? I am really pressed for time." Upon hearing this, little Tangbao's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, and exclaimed, "Yes, yes.
As long as Auntie is willing to eat."
Xu Chuyuan gazed at the little one's eyes, which sparkled anew, reminiscent of her beloved Nian Nian. Her heart softened once more as she said to the child, "Please wait for me a moment."
Upon arriving at the designated spot,
she beheld Bo Yanzhou standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. The man stood tall and graceful, bathed in the morning light, his figure seemingly enveloped in a golden glow, radiating brilliance.
Xu Chuyuan pursed her lips, inwardly thinking, what is the purpose of such aimless charm distribution early in the morning? Is it meant to attract the stray cats outside?
Xia Tangbao wore an eager expression, grasping her hand as they entered, calling out for Bo Yanzhou, exclaiming, "Daddy, the beautiful auntie has arrived." Her childish voice could not conceal her delight. Bo Yanzhou merely nodded lightly in their direction, inviting them in with a simple, "Come in." Xu Chuyuan had no intention of staying here for breakfast. She remarked that she had a meeting shortly and was in a hurry to leave, thus she would skip breakfast. Upon hearing her lack of intention to enter, Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow slightly and replied with indifference. "Tang Bao meticulously selected the menu last night to ensure he could invite you for breakfast today.
This morning, he even rose at the break of dawn to oversee the kitchen." Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback as she turned to Tang Bao, inquiring with astonishment, "Is that true? Just to treat me to a meal? This little fellow is indeed quite thoughtful, isn't he?"
Xu Chuyuan found herself at a loss to articulate the emotions swirling within her heart. The little one nodded understandingly, without any insistence for her to stay,
and offered a reassuring sentiment, "It's all right, Auntie. Your work is important. I'll have Grandpa Butler prepare a package for you." With that,
the child hurriedly dashed back into the house. Xu Chuyuan found herself still preoccupied with concern for her own time, and an uncomfortable feeling welled up within her, accompanied by a sudden surge of guilt.
In that moment, she called out, "Tang Bao, wait a moment." Little Tang Bao paused and inquired, "What is it, Auntie?" Xu Chuyuan spoke gently, "Could you please pack a little extra?
I would like to save some for lunch." Little Tang Bao's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly nodded, "Of course," and then excitedly dashed inside.
Xu Chuyuan let out a sigh of relief. In this manner, she had not entirely disappointed the little one's intentions, had she?
Before long, the little one had finished packing and presented it to her.
"Auntie, here you go.
I packed every delicious item, you are sure to enjoy them."
Xu Chuyuan took it over, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, I assure you I will finish it."
"Great." The little one was exceedingly delighted. Xu Chuyuan glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time to leave. She bid farewell and casually mentioned to Bo Yanzhou, "By the way, since you reside here, let us conduct the treatments at home from now on.
This will save me a trip. When I require medical equipment, I can visit your research institute, all right?" "Certainly." Bo Yanzhou agreed without objection.
After they reached this arrangement, Xu Chuyuan departed. Throughout the entire morning, Xu Chuyuan busied herself at the research institute, managing various development projects. In the afternoon, she intended to meet with Lu Hanmo. However, just as she was about to step out, she received a phone call from him.
"I apologize, Miss Xu,
but I must travel abroad unexpectedly to attend to some official matters, so I won't be able to keep our appointment this afternoon.
Nevertheless,
I have arranged for the necessary medicinal materials to be sent to you."
After a brief conversation with Lu Hanmo,
Xu Chuyuan hung up the phone and simultaneously received a report from Anya, informing her that the medicinal herbs had arrived.
Consequently,
she dedicated the afternoon to the research institute, engrossed in the development work. In her flurry of activity, she nearly lost track of time.
It was not until Bo Yanzhou called, inquiring, "Miss Mandy, have you forgotten something?"
that she was reminded. Chapter 29, Ambiguity and Visual Impact. Xu Chuyuan glanced at the time and awkwardly said to Bo Yanzhou, "I apologize for forgetting due to my busyness. Perhaps we could reschedule all future treatments for the evening? This way, we can avoid any conflicts with my work schedule."
Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brows, somewhat displeased with her lackadaisical approach to punctuality.
However, being under the same roof at the moment, he could only acquiesce, replying with a simple "all right."
By the time she arrived at the villa, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening.
Xu Chuyuan hurriedly approached and rang the doorbell, which was answered by little Tang Bao. Upon seeing her, the little one warmly welcomed her, saying, "Beautiful auntie, you're here."
Well, good evening. Xu Chuyuan nodded slightly and replied, then inquired, "Where is your father?"
The little one pointed towards the main hall, indicating, "He is there."
Xu Chuyuan lifted her gaze.
The man, clad in comfortable loungewear,
was seated on a genuine leather sofa, attentively listening to his assistant's report on official matters.
Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, they promptly ceased their conversation.
And Bo Yanzhou turned his head towards the door.
Xu Chuyuan and Xiao Tangbao entered together, taking the opportunity to glance around the villa's decor. The layout here bore little difference to her own home, the only distinction being the decor. It embraced a minimalist aesthetic in shades of gray and white, exuding a subtle luxury, with each ornament on the shelves worth a fortune.
Indeed, this ambience perfectly aligned with Bo Yanzhou's character. Bo Yanzhou said little, rising to allow Qi Yan to assist him into a guest room on the first floor.
The treatment method remained largely unchanged from the previous night, but tonight, the needles were to be inserted into his back.
Bo Yanzhou willingly removed his shirt and lay prone on the bed. This movement accentuated his beautiful physique,
stretching his lines with an engaging tension. His slender waist was particularly captivating, making it difficult to look away.
Xu Chuyuan cast a quick glance before swiftly preparing the necessary tools for the injection.
However, prior to proceeding, she took a moment to caution her counterpart, informing him that the pain tonight might surpass that of the previous evening, urging him to brace himself mentally. She advised him not to later claim that she had intended to exact revenge. Upon witnessing this, Xu Chuyuan acted swiftly and commenced the treatment.
Approximately 10 minutes later,
the acupuncture session concluded, and Xu Chuyuan took a seat nearby to seize the opportunity for a brief respite.
Noticing her pause,
Xiao Tangbao dutifully poured her a glass of water, saying, "Auntie, please have some water."
"Thank you." Xu Chuyuan took the cup but refrained from drinking,
as Qi Yan was nearby, and she preferred to keep her mask on. Just then, a sudden ringing of the doorbell echoed from outside.
Bo Yanzhou appeared slightly perturbed,
his brow furrowing ever so slightly. He instructed Qi Yan, "Go see who has arrived."
"Understood," Qi Yan promptly replied. Little Tangbao found it somewhat peculiar. They had only recently moved into this villa, who could possibly be visiting at this hour? With this thought lingering in his mind, the little one followed Qi Yan outside.
As they stepped out, the butler happened to open the door.
Standing outside were Bo Yanzhou's parents, along with Su Lingwei.
Upon seeing these individuals, Qi Yan felt his heart race uncontrollably. It seemed that the news of his master attending this morning's shareholders' meeting in a wheelchair had reached them. Qi Yan quickly stepped forward to greet them, "Chairman, madam."
Tangbao also approached, calling out, "Grandpa, Grandma, what brings you here?"
As for Su Lingwei beside them, she was entirely overlooked. Song Yun's tone carried not only concern but also a hint of reproach.
Su Lingwei exhibited considerable concern, urgently inquiring, "Assistant Qi, where is Yanzhou?"
Qi Yan, being well prepared for this moment, anticipated that following the meeting, his parents would inevitably receive news and inquire about the matter. Thus he had no intention of concealing the truth. "Chairman, madam, please come in and take a seat, allow me to explain in detail."
He ushered them into the room.
Bo Zhengtian entered, cradling his grandson, and settled onto the sofa, awaiting Qi Yan's discourse.
Qi Yan, without preamble, succinctly conveyed the current situation regarding Bo Yanzhou.
"What did you say?" Upon hearing that her son had suddenly vanished, Song Yun could no longer remain composed, her voice rising in urgency.
"Why are you only telling us now about such a significant event?" Although Bo Zhengtian did not display the same level of distress as Song Yun, he too furrowed his brow with seriousness, demanding, "Where is Yanzhou?"
The little darling was startled by the swift change in his grandparents' demeanor, promptly reassuring them, "Grandpa, Grandma, do not worry too much, Daddy has found a highly skilled doctor for treatment, and he will recover soon. Right now, Daddy is inside administering the treatment."
However,
upon hearing this, Song Yun remained unconvinced and insisted, "No, I must go see him personally." Until she witnessed her son's safety with her own eyes, her anxiety would not abate. As for Bo Zhengtian and Su Lingwei, their worry was even more pronounced. Qi Yan recognized that he could not dissuade them. So he simply stated, "Then please follow me." Soon, the group accompanied Qi Yan to the guest room.
At that moment, Xu Chuyuan remained unaware of their arrival. After administering the injection to Bo Yanzhou, she began to apply the medication. The sequence was different from the last time. Bo Yanzhou could not help but inquire in a low voice, "Didn't you say the medication should be applied only after an episode?" Xu Chuyuan calmly remarked,
"I made some improvements during the day and applied the medicine in advance, which should alleviate your suffering."
Bo Yanzhou remained silent,
leaving one uncertain whether he believed her or not.
When Bo Zhengtian, Song Yun, and Su Lingwei entered, they were met with this scene. Bo Yanzhou lay on the bed,
unclothed, while a woman, her features obscured by a mask, gently caressed his back. The tableau, at first glance, exuded an unspeakable intimacy and a striking visual impact. Upon seeing the scene, Su Lingwei's features nearly contorted in disbelief, her mind racing with thoughts. Alas, the young heir of the Bo family was as elusive as ever, leaving her with scant opportunities to engage with him in solitude. This time, upon hearing of his health issues, she eagerly requested leave from the production crew to join the Bo couple, ostensibly to express her concern. Simultaneously, she aimed to showcase her gentle and virtuous demeanor. To her utter astonishment, upon arrival, she was greeted with an unexpected revelation. Who was this woman? Chapter 30, The Beautiful and Caressing Father, What is your connection? Su Lingwei instantly lost her composure. She stepped forward and forcefully brushed aside Xu Chuyuan's hand, exclaiming with fury, "What are you doing? Who permitted you to touch him?" They had arrived too swiftly, leaving the door ajar. As Xu Chuyuan applied medicine to Bo Yanzhou, she was so engrossed that she failed to notice his presence. Consequently, she was caught off guard. Not only was her hand seized, but she was also forced to retreat 2 steps, nearly losing her balance. After managing to steady herself, she looked up to meet the gaze of her visitor. Memories flooded back from her time at the Su household, being falsely accused, the insincere expressions this individual often wore, the feigned sorrow, and the unjust ridicule and scorn she had endured from others. Each incident, each moment, still churned her stomach with revulsion to this day. Xu Chuyuan's gaze immediately darkened, revealing a profound disdain. She spoke coldly, "Can't you see that I am treating him? If you don't want your eyes, you might as well donate them." Su Lingwei was taken aback and turned to glance at Bo Yanzhou, who was lying down. At that moment, she clearly noticed the silver needles embedded in his back. Was she administering treatment to Yanzhou? Although Bo Yanzhou could not see, he had already deduced what had transpired from the sounds he had just heard. His mood soured, and with a sharp tone, he reprimanded Su Lingwei. "What on earth are you doing? Who permitted you to enter?" When Su Lingwei noticed his anger, her expression faltered, and she hurriedly explained, Yes, I apologize, Yanzhou. I did not intend to, I was merely observing her, my hand inadvertently wandered on your back." Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow deeply, his face and eyes brimming with displeasure. Xiao Tangbao, equally discontented, struggled out of his grandfather's embrace and exclaimed, "When did Auntie act inappropriately? She was merely applying medicine to Daddy. During treatment, Daddy experiences discomfort. If you are unaware, please refrain from making unfounded statements, alright?" He glared furiously at Su Lingwei. At that moment, Qi Yan approached, reproaching her, "Miss Su, this individual is the esteemed doctor we engaged to treat our father's eyes. Your immediate actions are rather disrespectful." Confronted by such numerous reproaches, Su Lingwei became acutely aware of her impulsiveness. Her expression took on a hint of grievance as she resorted to her usual tactics. "I'm sorry. I was simply overly concerned about Yanzhou. Upon entering and witnessing that scene, I misinterpreted it. It was not my intention. My thoughts were in disarray." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with innocence as she glanced at Song Yun, embodying a picture of vulnerability. Song Yun stepped forward to defend her, saying, "Alright, it's not a significant matter." The situation earlier was indeed prone to misunderstanding. Lingwei was somewhat impulsive, but it was certainly not deliberate. Naturally, Song Yun, fond of Su Lingwei, stood by her side. Xu Chuyuan's expression grew even colder, for this was yet another individual she loathed to the core. Memories of the coercion and humiliation she endured prior to her divorce flooded her mind, alongside the myriad of cold indifference and ridicule she faced during her marriage to Bo Yanzhou. Xu Chuyuan's suppressed temper began to surface. She was no longer the easily bullied person she once was, especially considering she had been invited to treat Bo Yanzhou.
What were these individuals, after all? Xu Chuyuan's brow furrowed in cold disdain, ready to retort.
However, before she could utter a word, an indignant, youthful voice rang out.
Quickly apologize to the beautiful aunt.
Tang Bao glared at Su Lingwei, his small face set in a frown, his voice imbued with childish innocence.
Yet, the tone conveyed an unmistakable anger and authority.
His words were clearly directed at Su Lingwei. Xu Chuyuan felt a sense of astonishment. Although the little one had shown great fondness for himself in recent days, he had not anticipated that upon the appearance of Su Lingwei, he would still defend himself so fiercely.
This woman, is she not his mother?
Xu Chuyuan felt a profound sense of bewilderment within her heart. Xu Lingwei's expression, however, was far from pleasant. She never anticipated that the usually indifferent scoundrel would actually stand up to defend another woman.
Su Lingwei felt a surge of anger within her.
Yet she dared not display it on her face. She said, "Tang Bao, Auntie has already explained that what happened earlier was unintentional. I was merely too worried about your father." Xu Chuyuan was immediately filled with astonishment.
Xu Lingwei. Why does she refer to herself as aunt? Could this be interpreted as Tang Bao is not her biological child?
Xu Chuyuan was utterly astonished.
Was it truly not Su Lingwei's child? Then, whose offspring was this little bundle? Aside from Su Lingwei, could it be that there was another woman involved back then?
Xu Chuyuan was so taken aback that she momentarily forgot to defend herself. However, Xiao Tangbao had no intention of letting Su Lingwei off the hook. With an expression of cold indifference, he confronted Su Lingwei, questioning whether a mere declaration of not intentional could absolve her of her wrongdoing.
Just moments ago, the aunt was attending to their father's treatment, and the moment she walked in, chaos ensued. If the aunt's treatment went awry, could she bear the consequences? Moreover, even if the beautiful aunt had indeed been close to their father, what business was it of hers? What was her relationship to their father that allowed her to question him with such audacity? The relentless inquiries from the little rascal rendered Su Lingwei's complexion increasingly grim. This insufferable brat was determined to put her in a compromising position. Over the years, she had publicly claimed to be the fiancée of Bo Yanzhou, a union well known to the outside world. Yet, it was this little imp who had consistently obstructed her. For 6 long years, she had been unable to set foot in the Bo household. Because of him, Bo Yanzhou had always maintained a distant demeanor towards her. Now, this little scoundrel was exposing all of this in front of others. Su Lingwei's gentle expression was nearly unsustainable, her face alternating between shades of pale and flushed. Xu Chuyuan watched the entire scene, her heart filled with astonishment once again. She had assumed that Su Lingwei had long achieved her desire and entered the Bo family. However, with Tang Bao's words now revealed, it appears that this woman has not attained her wish. How dramatically ironic! Xu Chuyuan found herself in the mood to observe the unfolding drama. Just as the atmosphere turned tense, Song Yin stepped forward to advocate for Su Lingwei, exclaiming, "Oh dear! This matter is not as grave as it seems, there's no need to escalate it unnecessarily. Moreover, I must inquire, wasn't it the eye that Yanzhou injured? Why then is he receiving such treatment? Is this acupuncture or something else?" Song Yun's questioning tone seemed to bolster Su Lingwei's confidence. Seizing the opportunity, she interjected, "Indeed. I was just about to remark on that. Why this particular method of treatment? In this day and age, we emphasize scientific approaches. Western medicine is the pinnacle of healing. Can this method truly restore his vision?" As she spoke, she turned to Bo Zhengtian and Song Yun, urging, "Uncle and aunt, this concerns whether Yanzhou can see or not, we cannot proceed carelessly." Chapter 31, Protecting her. Bo Zhengtian, upon hearing her words, remained silent. His gaze fixed thoughtfully on the silver needles embedded in his son's back. Song Yun seemed swayed by Su Lingwei's arguments and was about to respond when her grandson's voice rang out again. "Silence!" Little Sun Bao was nearly beside himself with fury. This wicked woman, not only failing to apologize for bullying the lovely aunt, now dared to question her. He was ready to defend Xu Chuyuan. Her tone was as frigid as a glacier in winter, laced with sarcasm. "Since you are so ignorant, perhaps it is best for you to remain silent. I have no interest in enlightening you.
Her blunt words caused the expressions of the two to shift noticeably.
When had Song Yun ever been spoken to in such a manner?
After all, the speaker was merely a small doctor, yet she dared to address her thus.
Enraged, she retorted, "You are being outrageous." Su Lingwei gazed sharply at Xu Chuyuan, questioning, "How could you speak to Auntie in such a manner?" Shi Yan, standing nearby,
felt his heart leap to his throat. He could assure that if Su Lingwei dared to agree, the esteemed healer Mandy would undoubtedly turn on her heel and leave.
Su Lingwei was taken aback, her complexion darkening severely. She had always disallowed any other woman from encroaching upon her space beside Bo Yinzhou. Yet, this unfamiliar female doctor,
who seemingly appeared from nowhere, was able to cultivate such intimacy with him.
Who could foresee the consequences of permitting their relationship to flourish unchecked? The world is not devoid of other physicians, and naturally, Su Lingwei yearned to replace the woman before her.
She promptly asserted, "I will not provide treatment, however."
Your approach is utterly unheard of. I merely raised a few questions, and your reaction is disproportionately intense. Could it be that you are masquerading under the guise of treatment to swindle medical fees?
Xu Chuyuan nearly burst into laughter upon hearing her words.
This woman's ability to distort the truth remained as consistent as ever. However, Su Lingwei felt that her statement held considerable merit.
She seized Song Yun's hand and persuaded her, "Auntie, I believe we should seek a more reputable expert to treat Yinzhou.
This is a matter of his entire future. How can we allow this nameless quack to intervene?"
Song Yun, who had never held much regard for acupuncture, found herself swayed by Su Lingwei's reasoning.
She nodded in agreement and reproached Qi Yan, "Is this how you care for Yinzhou?
With so many doctors in Haicheng, why resort to this sort of charlatan for his treatment? Who knows what ulterior motives some may harbor?"
Qi Yan felt utterly terrified by the two women. He silently screamed within, "Please, just be quiet. If you don't know, then refrain from speaking." Dr. Mandy was not easy to invite.
Fearing that the esteemed doctor might take offense and leave, he was about to interject on Xu Chuyuan's behalf when Yinzhou finally spoke up.
Bo Yinzhou,
in a foul mood, exuded an icy demeanor that seemed to chill the air around him.
He growled, "Have you all finished? If so, then get out." A palpable aura of intimidation emanated from him.
It would have been one thing to direct his ire at Su Lingwei alone. But Song Yun was taken aback by her son's treatment of her. After a moment of stunned silence, she found her voice, incredulous, "Yinzhou?
How can you speak to me this way?"
Bo Yinzhou, devoid of compassion, retorted coldly, "Don't make me repeat myself.
Leave this instant."
He did not entertain her understanding nature. With a harsh tone, he added, "And you, too, get out.
What business do you have here? If you don't understand, then keep silent and don't be a nuisance.
Apologize to Dr. Mandy at once, and then leave." His words were merciless, offering no room for negotiation.
Su Lingwei's complexion was ashen. How could he compel her to apologize? What right did he have?
Clearly, she had acted as she did solely for his sake.
Su Lingwei felt an immense sense of unwillingness, yet she dared not provoke Bo Yinzhou.
Ultimately, she had no choice but to apologize to Xu Chuyuan.
Taking a deep breath,
she forced a stiff smile and said to Xu Chuyuan, "I apologize for my earlier rashness." The reluctance in her apology was palpable,
and Xu Chuyuan could perceive it all too clearly. "You!" Su Lingwei's features contorted in anger. Observing the deteriorating atmosphere, Shi Yan promptly stepped forward to escort her away.
"Miss Su, let us step outside and refrain from disturbing the divine physician while he attends to my family's master." Su Lingwei bit her lip, enduring for a considerable time, ultimately daring not to create a scene before Bo Yinzhou, and could only turn to leave.
Upon returning to the living room, Song Yun was greatly agitated.
Unable to influence her son, she could only express to Bo Jinting, "Look at your son, despite my concern.
He still forced me out."
Throughout the conversation, Bo Jinting remained silent, but now he finally spoke, "If I am not mistaken, that doctor just now employed the ancient acupuncture technique, a method that is nearly on the verge of extinction.
Utilized only by a few reclusive medical families in the country. Those who possess such knowledge are invariably medical savants." His demeanor was imposing as he addressed Song Yun and Su Lingwei, saying, "Did you not consider that Yinzhou would jest with his own health? Merely being expelled is a mild consequence.
At this point, he recalled something and glanced at Qi Yan, stating, I just heard Yanzhou refer to her as Mandy the divine healer.
She must be the renowned figure in the medical field over the past 2 years, correct? Qi Yan promptly nodded, affirming, indeed, she is the one. We exerted great effort to invite her to treat the elder. In fact, the elder's health had been deteriorating, and we had consulted numerous experts without any success. Bo Jinting nodded, harboring no doubt regarding Qi Yan's words.
If it were indeed her, then she was undoubtedly capable, and entrusting Yanzhou to her would give us complete confidence. Xiu Lingwei listened to their conversation, her heart sinking. From what she gathered, it seemed that Bo Zhengtian was in agreement with that woman,
allowing Yanzhou to continue receiving treatment. Did this mean that there was no way to drive that woman away? Su Lingwei's fists clenched in anger. At this moment, within the guest room, Xu Chuyuan, still affected by the earlier incident, was not in a particularly cheerful mood. Bo Yanzhou, noticing her discomfort, took the rare initiative to speak. Miss Mandy, please continue.
I apologize for the earlier matter. My mother, lacking in experience, is unaware of such treatment methods.
Please do not hold it against her. Xu Chuyuan was unwilling to concede to anyone.
With a tone laced with sarcasm, she remarked, indeed, how narrow-minded. As the matriarch of the foremost aristocratic family in Haicheng, such demeanor is truly eye-opening.
Bo Yanzhou recognized that she was currently in a fit of anger. This woman was inherently difficult to manage, and the actions of Su Lingwei and her mother today had evidently provoked her ire. Moreover,
whether it was merely his illusion or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that she harbored an unmistakable layer of hostility.
Chapter 32, Fragrant and Soft Little Tangbao.
Observing the aunt's continued displeasure, was apprehensive that she might no longer visit to treat Daddy's eyes. Fearing that he might not see her again, he hurriedly approached her, tugging at the hem of her garment, and coaxed, Auntie, please don't be upset about what happened earlier. Don't stoop to their level, you are so beautiful. Like a fairy. Fairies are the most magnanimous beings, please don't be angry, or you might get wrinkles.
As Xu Chuyuan listened to his childlike voice soothing her,
the anger that had been building within her gradually dissipated. Especially when she recalled how, from beginning to end, this little one had been steadfastly defending her. Xu Chuyuan found it difficult to harden her heart. She forced a smile and said, You little rascal, your words are quite sweet.
Xiao Tangbao continued to flatter.
I am merely speaking the truth, Auntie, you are the most beautiful aunt I have ever seen. Therefore, I cannot allow anyone to speak ill of you. Remembering what had just occurred, the little one still felt a bit indignant.
Seeing him so endearing, Xu Chuyuan could hardly muster any anger. How could that be possible?
Little Tangbao thought for a moment and firmly denied, that is not the case at all.
Su Lingwei is utterly unqualified to assume the role of a mother. She is undeserving.
Although that woman presents a facade of kindness when in public, he can perceive the fierce disdain in her eyes whenever they are alone together.
Her apparent affection is merely a pretense.
Furthermore, she incessantly annoys him by insisting that once he enters the household, even if siblings are born, he will be treated as if he were her own flesh and blood. How foolish does she think he is to believe such nonsense? The more he contemplates this, the more he finds Su Lingwei intolerable. Xu Chuyuan felt somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, she had merely attempted to confirm a suspicion.
To her astonishment, Tang Bao was indeed not the child of Su Lingwei. Who, then, was the mother of that little one? When Bo Yanzhou divorced her, it was ostensibly to marry Su Lingwei. Yet, it turned out he had not only failed to marry her but had instead fathered a child with another woman?
Contemplating this, her gaze towards Bo Yanzhou grew intricately complicated. It seemed that branding him a scoundrel was not unwarranted at all. However, she could not deny that upon learning Tang Bao was not Su Lingwei's offspring, a sense of joy welled within her. After all, how could someone as vile as Su Lingwei possibly give birth to such an adorable and endearing child? Especially since the little one was so fond of her, standing up for her with such fervor. Xu Chuyuan could not help but bestow a kiss upon the little one, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for protecting me just now. You were truly magnificent. The little darling's face lit up with surprise, astonished that his aunt had kissed him. He felt an overwhelming surge of joy. His cheeks flushed with excitement. The aunt's kiss was fragrant and tender.
Although she was aware that Bo Yanzhou and Su Lingwei did not share a romantic relationship, her demeanor towards him remained frosty, even more so than before. After all, their unmarried status did not preclude the existence of other connections. Su Lingwei's audacious visit this evening was ample evidence of that. The past between herself and Bo Yanzhou was long gone. At present, she had no desire to be entangled in their affairs. Consequently, Xu Chuyuan's attitude towards Bo Yanzhou was strictly professional, and she was unwilling to utter even a single superfluous word. He too sensed her cold demeanor, yet did not dwell on it, merely perceiving the character of this esteemed physician as somewhat capricious. The tranquil atmosphere persisted until the very end. After Xu Chuyuan finished removing the needle, she calmly informed the other party, the medication and treatment will remain unchanged as before. Furthermore, I prefer not to be disturbed during the healing process. I hope that incidents like tonight will not recur, as any mistakes during treatment could lead to serious consequences for which I shall not be held accountable. Bo Yanzhou promised her in a subdued tone, there will be no next time. After Xu Chuyuan listened to him finish speaking, she chose not to say anything further, swiftly gathering her belongings before departing from the guest room. Once Bo Yanzhou had dressed, he too was assisted by Qi Yan as they made their way outside. Upon their arrival, they found Bo Zhengtian, Song Yun, and Su Lingwei still present, awaiting them in the living room. When Xu Chuyuan emerged, she merely cast a glance at them, showing no intention of greeting, contemplating leaving directly. Yet, before she could step outside, Su Lingwei rose and approached her, blocking her path. Xu Chuyuan, with an expression of utter disdain, coldly inquired, "Do you have any business here?" Su Lingwei discerned the implicit rudeness in her tone, which stirred a sense of indignation within her. However, with the presence of the Bo couple, she refrained from tarnishing the evening's impression on Bo Yanzhou. Thus, she suppressed her feelings and adorned her expression with an air of gentle contrition, addressing Xu Chuyuan with, "My sincerest apologies, I was unaware that you are the esteemed doctor Mandy. It is my ignorance that led to my impulsive and disrespectful behavior. I hope you can forgive me. In the future, I will rely on your expertise for Yanzhou's well-being, so please do not hesitate to let me know if you require anything." Her pretense was nauseating to Xu Chuyuan, who recognized the underlying motives. The apology was merely a facade, aimed at impressing Bo Yanzhou's family. Furthermore, her concluding remarks subtly asserted her claim, as if to ensure that no one would overlook her connection with Bo Yanzhou. Xu Chuyuan originally had no intention of paying any heed, yet Su Lingwei insisted on presenting herself at her doorstep, thus, there was no need for her to hold back. Xu Chuyuan coolly remarked, "There is no need for an apology, as I shall not accept it. Furthermore, if you wish to act, do so properly within the entertainment industry. Do not present yourself before me, for I have no interest in witnessing your lackluster performance, lest my eyes be sullied. My relationship with Bo Yanzhou is strictly that of a physician and patient. I provide him with treatment, and he compensates me for my services. Once the treatment concludes, our paths diverge. If you wish to ingratiate yourself with the Bo family, do so in their presence, not in front of me." She had never been subjected to such humiliation. How dare this woman speak to her in such a manner? How dare she? Su Lingwei clenched her fists, consumed by indignation. Song Yun, having overheard Xu Chuyuan's remarks, furrowed her brow, harboring a deep discontent towards this so-called divine physician. She turned to Bo Zhengtong, questioning whether this physician was perhaps a tad too arrogant. Bo Zhengtong remained unfazed, asserting that individuals of true capability often possess a certain temperament. Furthermore, it was indeed true that Lingwei had erred this evening, and it was understandable for the physician to harbor some resentment. Xiao Tangbao wholeheartedly concurred with his grandfather's sentiments. Chiming in, "The beautiful aunt is quite lovely, yet there are some who repeatedly seek attention, making one wonder if they believe themselves to be the mistress of this household, perpetually trying to assert their dominance." At this juncture, the little one turned away in displeasure and glanced at his father, inquiring, "What's this? Is Daddy considering marrying her?" His question was deliberately provocative. Xue Lingwei's expression changed subtly as she glanced at Bo Yanzhou, her heart filled with apprehension. Bo Yanzhou discerned his son's frustration. He was also aware of the young lad's fondness for Dr. Mandy. Thus, he gently patted the boy's small head, offering reassurance, "There is no intention of marriage." Chapter 33, The difficulty of uniting Aunt and Daddy. The little one pressed further, what about in the future? After speaking, he lifted his gaze, coldly directing his words towards the direction of Xu Lingwei, declaring, in the future, do not come to this place without my permission. Xu Lingwei's complexion turned pale, rendering her speechless. Song Yun, unable to bear the sight, addressed her son, your behavior is rather excessive, Yinzhou. Regardless of the circumstances, Lingwei's concern for you is genuine. How could you treat her in such a manner? Moreover, you are already bound by a marriage contract, is it truly necessary to act this way over an outsider? Upon hearing this, Song Yun immediately objected, stating, that is not the same at all. Lingwei is the true daughter of the Xu family, while the one you initially married was merely an impostor. Enough! He issued an unequivocal dismissal, his cold demeanor infuriating Song Yun. Fine. It appears that I do not even exist as your mother. With that, she stormed off in indignation. Auntie! Seeing her leave in such haste, Xu Lingwei quickly pursued her. Throughout the entire episode, Bo Jingtian remained silent, only speaking to his son as he prepared to depart, make sure to rest well. Do not overexert yourself with company matters, I will keep an eye on things. Alright, Bo Yanzhou nodded, and soon he heard the fading footsteps of his father. The living room fell into a profound silence. Little Tang Bao wore a sulky expression. Initially, he had hoped to unite the beautiful aunt with his father. But the events of the evening had irked her, making any future matchmaking endeavors considerably more challenging. The little one grew increasingly frustrated, blaming it all on Xu Lingwei. She was simply insufferable. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Xiao Mianmian rushed out to greet her. As per tradition, she embraced her mother affectionately and asked, Mommy, why are you so late today? Are you tired? I saved dinner and soup for you, you must eat quickly, or else I will be worried. I lost track of time due to work, thank you, my darling. Xu Chuyuan cradled her daughter, feeling an overwhelming warmth. She believed that having such a precious daughter was more than sufficient. From now on, it would be enough to cherish her alone. After dinner, Xu Chuyuan spent some time playing games with her daughter before tucking her into bed. However, perhaps due to encountering too many people that day, she found it difficult to sleep soundly at night and was plagued by a dream. In her dream, Xu Lingwei had fallen into the water and falsely accused her of having pushed her, resulting in a torrent of scorn directed at her. But the events in the dream unfolded differently. The scene shifted to her being thrust into the water, while those by the shore stood idly by, observing with cold indifference. No one came to her aid, each face bore a malicious grin, condemning her as having a heart of a viper. Those like her deserved to drown. Yes. Drowning was the best outcome. Go die, Xu Chuyuan, you should go die. Amidst the onslaught of malevolent accusations, Xu Chuyuan jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. This dream was too terrifying. Indeed, encountering those from her past brought no fortune. Even nightmares had turned into such horrifying spectacles. Xu Chuyuan breathed softly as she rose to drink some water. In her slumber, Mian Mian appeared to be lost in a dream of her own. Unbeknownst to her, a sweet smile graced her lips as she called out in a tender voice, Mummy. Her delicate little form nestled closer to Xu Chuyuan. Xu Chuyuan felt her heart soften as the unsettling emotions brought on by the nightmare dissipated in an instant. Her mother was there, cradling her daughter in her arms, allowing her to drift back into slumber. Meanwhile, an unprecedented sense of crisis loomed over her due to that female doctor. Without delay, she instructed someone to investigate Dr. Mandy. The only information obtained was that this physician was indeed exceptionally skilled, yet her origins remained shrouded in mystery. Despite her long-standing reputation, she had rarely been seen in public. And whenever she did appear, it was always with a mask obscuring her face, leaving her age indeterminate. Xu Lingwei gazed at the information, her brow furrowing deeply. It appeared that the woman indeed possessed remarkable abilities, capable of healing Yinzhou. Yet, her demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, and curiously, Xu found herself powerless to confront her. Especially recalling the indifference that Yinzhou exhibited towards her that evening, Xu Lingwei felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. She resolved that she must devise a means of remedying the situation. The following day, Xu Chuyuan was busy as usual at the research institute. On the other hand, Bo Yanzhou remained at home, both working and recuperating. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Bo Yanzhou was in the garden's pavilion, listening to Qi Yan report on important tasks.
Just as they finished speaking, a soft mewing sound caught their attention.
Bo Yanzhou paused and asked Qi Yan if there were any cats nearby.
Qi Yan turned to look and instantly spotted a fluffy white bundle stuck among the greenery outside the railing.
That cat seemed somewhat familiar. "Hey!" little Tangbao exclaimed, immediately recognizing it. "Isn't that little Cotton Ball? The little cat of my sister."
As the little one spoke, she hurried over, intending to rescue the cat.
However,
before she could reach it, a pair of small hands pushed aside the foliage, revealing a small head peeking through.
It was Nian Nian. Upon seeing her, Tangbao instantly beamed with joy, saying, "Sister, are you here to find the cat again?" Nian Nian blinked, seemingly surprised to be discovered so quickly.
She had originally planned to leave once she found the little cat.
Who knew little Cotton Ball would come back this way? Nian Nian nodded and said, "Yes.
I came to feed it, but it ran away after eating, not letting me pet it."
Tangbao, with a delighted expression, replied, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll help you catch it." With that, her little hands embraced the kitten. Nian Nian's eyes lit up at this and she cutely urged, "Brother, hold it tight. Don't let it escape. Little Cotton Ball can be quite mischievous." "Okay." Little Tangbao nodded earnestly. As Nian Nian saw him secure the kitten, she attempted to step back. However,
she didn't anticipate that her swift movement would lead to her arm being scratched by a nearby branch.
"Ouch!" she cried out, "That hurts." Tangbao was immediately startled and quickly asked, "Are you okay?"
Nian Nian had already retreated, but her small, aggrieved voice came from the direction of the greenery, saying,
"I'm bleeding, sister got hurt." Chapter 34, A Daughter's Charm. Little Tangbao felt a surge of concern, and without a second thought, she hurriedly handed the kitten to Qi Yan. "Uncle Qi, please hold it for me." Then, she dashed out to check on Nian Nian. Bo Yanzhou, having overheard their conversation,
felt a pang in his heart at the sound of Nian Nian's cry, as if Tangbao had been the one injured.
He immediately instructed Qi Yan, "Follow her and see what happened." "Understood, sir." Qi Yan nodded and followed little Tangbao outside. Upon arriving, they saw Nian Nian's arm scratched by a branch from the greenery.
The injury was not severe, but on a childless delicate skin, it was nonetheless significant. Qi Yan, anxious, quickly said, "We need to treat this wound immediately."
Little Tangbao,
worried, took Nian Nian's hand and urged, "Let us go inside.
We need to stop the bleeding."
Nian Nian, frightened of pain, did not refuse and soon followed them inside. Once they reached the pavilion, Bo Yanzhou had already instructed the housekeeper to bring the first aid kit.
When they arrived, he inquired, "Is it serious?" Qi Yan reported,
"It's not too severe, just a scratch with a bit of bleeding." Bo Yanzhou assessed the situation calmly and instructed, first, disinfect the wound, then apply a band-aid. This was the usual procedure for handling little Tangbao's minor injuries at home. Qi Yan wasted no time and promptly took out the disinfectant. Just as he was about to proceed, little Tangbao interjected, "Uncle Qi, let me do it. I can help my sister." She felt that if Qi Yan applied the disinfectant too harshly, it might hurt Nian Nian. Thinking this, she took the medical disinfectant and, with a semblance of professionalism, dipped a cotton swab into it and began to gently disinfect Nian Nian's wound. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt, it will be better soon," she softly reassured her sister, even blowing gently on the area to soothe her. Nian Nian blinked her eyes, watching Tangbao's careful demeanor, and smiled, saying, "Brother, you're really nice, just like my mommy. She always blows on my wounds, and then it doesn't hurt as much." Upon hearing this, Tangbao laughed and asked, "Do you often get hurt?" The little girl shook her head. "Not really, just sometimes when I accidentally fall." Little Tangbao nodded and advised her, "Then you must be more careful in the future, otherwise, you'll be the one suffering." I know." Nian Nian nodded obediently. Tangbao quickly finished disinfecting the wound and found a band-aid to apply. All done. The band-aid featured a cartoon character, which Nian Nian found adorable, making her feel as if the pain had lessened. "Thank you, brother," she chirped sweetly. "You're welcome." Little Tangbao's worry gradually dissipated as he cautioned,
Don't go crawling around there again. If you get scratched again, it won't be good. If little cotton ball runs away again, just come inside to find me. Or I can help you look. Okay. Nian Nian nodded.
The sting from the scratch was unpleasant, and she promised herself not to act so recklessly again.
By the way, where's little cotton ball?
At that moment, little cotton ball was perched on Bo Yanzhou's lap.
Earlier, when Shi Yan needed to grab the disinfectant and couldn't hold the cat, he had handed it over to Bo Yanzhou. Normally, Bo Yanzhou would never touch such small creatures, but at that moment, he found himself obliged to assist.
Nian Nian, noticing this, curiously asked, "Why is this cat so well behaved with uncle? When I hold it, it just keeps meowing and runs away." Bo Yanzhou raised an eyebrow at her words. Scratching the kitten's head gently as he replied, "Stray cats tend to have a wild side. It might have run away because it saw you were so small. As an adult, it feels more intimidated and doesn't dare escape from me."
Oh.
Although she responded in agreement, Nian Nian pouted, dissatisfied, muttering, "But I kept feeding it."
Bo Yanzhou could almost envision the expression on her face.
His tone softened as he said, "Teaching a kitten to behave also requires guidance. Come here, I'll show you how to approach it, and I assure you it won't run away from you again."
Really?
The little girl was skeptical. Though she thought she should distance herself from her mother's unscrupulous ex-husband, the allure of the kitten was too great.
After pondering for a moment,
she couldn't resist and leaned closer to him. Her soft little body nestled against Bo Yanzhou's arm, and she curiously asked, "What should I do?"
Bo Yanzhou raised his hand, saying, "Give me your hand."
Nian Nian complied, placing her tiny hand in his larger one.
Bo Yanzhou guided her hand to touch the kitten, teaching her ways to communicate with it.
"Before you hold it, first gently stroke its head like this."
As Nian Nian's hand was held warmly by him,
she felt a comforting warmth. Under his guidance, little cotton ball surprisingly did not resist her. Instead, it affectionately approached and licked her fingers.
Nian Nian's eyes sparkled with delight, her tone imbued with a hint of joy. "Oh, it kissed me. You're amazing, uncle." Bo Yanzhou rarely smiled, displaying an abundance of patience. Shi Yan observed nearby, finding the scene rather peculiar.
Typically, their family heir exhibited a modicum of tolerance only towards the young master, often maintaining a stern demeanor.
Yet now,
he was astonishingly gentle with this little girl.
Could it be that he was becoming a doting father? Since the little kitten had shown affection towards Nian Nian,
she decided to stay and play for a while, until Sister Lu called her on the smartwatch, prompting her to bid farewell and depart.
Once she left, tranquility enveloped the villa once more.
Little Tangbao inexplicably felt a pang of loneliness. He contemplated purchasing some cat food, thinking that perhaps he might encounter his sister again during his next outing to feed the kittens. Thus, the little fellow scampered off to find the butler, requesting him to buy some kitten food and canned cat food later, along with some cat toys and yarn balls.
Upon hearing his words, Bo Yanzhou interjected, "Tangbao, have you forgotten that you still need to attend school?"
A few days prior, they had visited the hospital, coincidentally during the weekend, and due to his temporary blindness, he had not yet taken the little one to school. The child seemed quite taken with play. Education cannot be neglected, but with a little time management,
it can be accommodated,
Bo Yanzhou responded after Tangbao finished speaking. "Just remember, you must also practice the characters I taught you and not only indulge in play."
"Oh."
The little one reluctantly acquiesced, pouting as he remarked, "Daddy, you weren't so stern with that sister just now."
Bo Yanzhou replied, "She is a girl." "Are you one? That is simply unfair." Little Tangbao protested, "Daddy, you are being unreasonable." Chapter 35, Do They Even Deserve It? However, just after finishing their meal,
he noticed a band-aid on his daughter's hand.
His heart immediately sank, and he asked, "Nian Nian, how did you hurt your hand?"
Seeing her mother so concerned, the little girl reassured her, "Mommy, don't worry, I just got scratched by a branch." She then recounted her adventure of chasing a cat and wandering into the landscaped area. Upon listening to Xu Chuyuan, a helpless smile graced her lips. "You mustn't engage in such antics again, safety is paramount. Should you happen to bear scars and lose your beauty, you mustn't shed tears in the future." It's quite all right, the little girl reassured. Nian Nian won't lose her beauty, for she has an extraordinary doctor for a mother. The young girl affectionately cozied up to her mother, charming her with sweet words, and in no time, Xu Chuyuan was utterly entranced.
Nevertheless, Xu Chuyuan retained her composure and reminded her, "You may play outside the villa, but do avoid venturing near villa number 2, do you understand?" Villa number 2? Isn't that where the young gentleman lives? The little girl felt a twinge of guilt and feigned confusion, inquiring of her mother, "Why is that?"
Xu Chuyuan spoke with utmost seriousness, weaving a tale filled with absurdities, as dark-clad figures loomed nearby, exuding an air of intimidation.
"Mama fears for your safety. Worried that you might be abducted by nefarious individuals, and that we may never see each other again."
The little girl listened to her mother's words,
fully aware of the underlying truth.
In reality, her mother simply wished to shield her from the clutches of that despicable ex-husband.
Nodding obediently, she replied, "Mama, don't worry. I promise I won't venture over there."
Though she attempted to sound resolute, Xu Chuyuan pondered her decision and still felt a twinge of unease.
Unlike herself, the little girl would be frequenting the company daily. She remained at the villa, while Bo Yanzhou had recently taken to working from home, significantly increasing their chances of encountering one another. Thus, she resolved to take action.
"Very well, I shall enroll you in a kindergarten. You will commence your studies tomorrow."
"What?" The little girl's face instantly fell into a frown. She had believed that upon arriving in Haichang, she could escape such a fate. How could she possibly be expected to attend school? "Mama, must I really go? The knowledge taught in kindergarten is far too elementary. I have already mastered it."
Xu Chuyuan shook her head firmly, stating, "No, this is to prevent you, my little rascal, from running about recklessly."
"Mommy, I'm not mischievous. I want to stay home with you."
The little girl pouted and her sweet, innocent voice was simply irresistible. Yet, Xu Chuyuan resolved to enroll her in kindergarten, explaining,
"Mommy is busy with work every day and can only see you in the evening. Attending school means you will also return home by evening, so it is settled." With a reluctant sigh, the little girl acquiesced, "All right then." However, Xu Chuyuan felt a twinge of hesitation regarding the choice of kindergarten. After all, she was unfamiliar with the local schools and uncertain which one would be the best fit. Contemplating her options, she decided to send a message via WeChat to her close friend, Shin Xingxing, for advice. Once she resolved this matter, Xu Chuyuan set out to provide treatment for Bo Yanzhou. Upon her arrival, she noticed someone delivering items to him. Xu Chuyuan cast a glance and discovered that they were holding several wooden boxes, within which were surprisingly exquisite medicinal herbs. Xu Chuyuan is a discerning individual. With just a glance at the quality, she can ascertain its considerable worth. Shi Yan is currently reporting to Bo Yanzhou that all these items were sent by Miss Su Lingwei through an intermediary. Xu Chuyuan's eyes were a delicate hue. Su Lingwei, on the other hand, displayed commendable courage, still clinging to hope. Yet, who could resist such temptation as marrying into the Bo family and becoming a young mistress? At the very least, Su Lingwei cherished it deeply. Xu Chuyuan silently observed from the sidelines, refraining from uttering a word. To her surprise, it was Bo Yanzhou who first noticed her presence. The man, seemingly aware, turned his gaze towards the direction where Xu Chuyuan stood and inquired, "Is Miss Mandy here?" Xu Chuyuan raised her eyebrows slightly, pondering for the umpteenth time whether this person truly could not see. How could he possibly know that she had arrived? The little fellow, initially wearing an expression of disdain towards the herbs, suddenly transformed his demeanor upon spotting Xu Chuyuan, joyfully rushing over and exclaiming, "Auntie, you're here." His sweet, childlike voice was brimming with delight and enthusiasm, complemented by a radiant smile. As soon as Xu Chuyuan laid eyes on him, she could hardly contain herself and exclaimed, "Good evening, little one." "Good evening." The little one beamed with delight, his excitement palpable. He was genuinely anxious that after the events of yesterday, his aunt might not come today. Fortunately, to his relief, she had indeed arrived. Xu Chuyuan affectionately patted his little head, then turned to Bo Yanzhou. Reverting to her indifferent tone as she inquired, "Have you finished the count? Can the treatment commence?" Bo Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. Although this woman had been brusque and distant from the outset, at this moment, he discerned that her demeanor bore an added layer of coldness compared to before. Shi Yan promptly replied, all right.
Xu Chuyuan merely glanced at the items he had confiscated, without giving them much thought.
Soon after, with Qi Yan's assistance, Bo Yanzhou entered the guest room. Once the treatment commenced, an air of silence enveloped the two. After the needles were inserted, Xu Chuyuan's phone suddenly buzzed with a message.
Stealing a quick glance, she saw it was from Xinqing. Chuchu, I have found a kindergarten for Mianmian. It is the finest elite kindergarten in Haicheng, boasting an exceptional environment and top-notch teaching.
I have already made the necessary arrangements. Just take your little one to register tomorrow. Xinqing's efficiency was indeed impressive. Thank you for your efforts. Let's plan to have a meal together another day. Okay. No problem. As they were engrossed in their conversation, Bo Yanzhou suddenly broke the silence. In a tone that was neither warm nor cold, he remarked, Dr. Mandy, do you seem to have an issue with me? Ah, so you are aware of it yourself? Xu Chuyuan put away her phone, silently expressing her discontent within. Is it not me, but rather lingering displeasure from last night's events? Bo Yanzhou let out a soft chuckle. Possessing great ability yet an equally formidable temperament, has he not quelled his anger after an entire day? Xu Chuyuan scoffed, questioning whether they were worthy of her vexation over two inconsequential individuals. Bo Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. If his earlier suspicions were tentative, he was now utterly convinced.
With an air of certainty, he remarked, it seems you harbor significant animosity towards them.
Do you know them? Chapter 36, Doubting her identity. Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes. If she did not know them, how could she be so perturbed by last night's events? Not to mention, Tang Bao had spoken on your behalf. And I had taken a stand to ensure they apologized to you. Regardless of how tempestuous one might be, after such displays of sincerity and intent, it is uncommon to persist in one's ire.
Yet, Mandy's demeanor starkly contrasted with his expectations.
Furthermore, Bo Yanzhou pondered. Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity about you?
This familiarity was elusive, a sensation he struggled to articulate, as if, at certain moments, this woman bore a striking resemblance to someone he could not quite place. Xu Chuyuan was oblivious to his thoughts, yet upon hearing those words, her heart skipped a beat. And a sudden panic enveloped her. Had he begun to doubt her? Could it be? Since the moment she had come into contact with him, she had meticulously concealed her true self. Even Qi Yan had been oblivious to her identity. It was improbable that Bo Yanzhou, who was blind, would detect it. Xu Chuyuan felt a momentary flutter of unease, yet she swiftly regained her composure. However, Bo Yanzhou abruptly inquired, how old are you this year? Are you married? Xu Chuyuan, unable to speak the truth, casually fabricated her circumstances. Approaching 40, divorced with 3 children, she mused that in a few years, she might very well become a grandmother. Oh really? Bo Yanzhou seemed momentarily speechless before responding, is that so? I could hardly tell. Xu Chuyuan calmly stated that one cannot discern much from a person's voice, some possess a mature tone while others sound youthful. And this should not serve as a criterion for judging an individual's age. Her reasoning was both logical and well-founded. Xu Chuyuan, is this hurdle insurmountable? Xu Chuyuan, feeling apprehensive about the person before her and doubting her own identity, reluctantly remarked, I suppose there is some truth to that. I tend to have a rather strong temperament. And naturally, being questioned about my profession does not sit well with me, though it is not particularly directed at you. The latter part of her statement rang insincerely. Bo Yanzhou, perceptive as ever, found himself both amused and exasperated. The woman's thoughts were as elusive as a needle in the ocean. At the entrance, Xiao Tangbao, having overheard their conversation, wore a worried expression. The relationship between the beautiful aunt and her father seemed rather precarious. The little one pondered deeply but could conjure no effective solution. Thus, he decided to reach out to his uncle, Bo Jinchang. Bo Jinchang, the cousin of his father and a seasoned player in matters of the heart, had recently been sent to Africa due to his lackadaisical work ethic, enduring a rather dismal existence. Upon receiving Xiao Tangbao's message, he promptly called back, inquiring with curiosity, Darling, why do you ask me how to bring 2 people together? Who are you trying to matchmake? His tone carried a hint of gossip. The little one, having a close relationship with him, candidly replied, I met a wonderfully beautiful aunt whom I really like. She possesses remarkable medical skills and is currently treating my father's eyes. Bo Jinchang, already aware of Bo Yanzhou's eye troubles and concerned for him, instantly grasped the situation.
So, you wish to facilitate a connection between your father and this doctor? Xiao Tangbao nodded eagerly, affirming, yes. Exactly. Amused, Bo Jincheng chuckled, does it even require matchmaking? Your father is so exceptional that women are vying to marry him. You need not worry about this. The little one, anxious to clarify, insisted, it's different. Uncle. The beautiful aunt is not like the others. Oh? How so? Bo Jincheng's curiosity was piqued. Xiao Tangbao proceeded to describe the aunt's character, her disinterest in his father, and the incident from the previous night when Su Lingwei and their grandmother questioned her medical expertise, leaving the aunt displeased and cold towards his father. Bo Jincheng, who had always aligned with Tangbao against Su Lingwei, could not help but exclaim, why is it always that Su Lingwei? She's everywhere. Indeed, she's like an unshakable specter. The little one lamented, playfully coaxing, Uncle, you are my only strategist now, you must assist me. His voice took on a sweet, pleading tone. And Bo Jincheng found himself unable to resist. He promptly assured him, rest assured, I will devise a plan for you. Bringing two people together is not a daunting task. First, we must create opportunities for them to engage closely. You should start like this, and then do that. Thus, the two conspired together on the matter at hand. Xu Chuyuan and Bo Yanzhou were entirely unaware that someone was leading little Tangbao astray. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the time finally arrived, and she hurriedly removed the needles from Bo Yanzhou's body. Once finished, she prescribed a new medication, one that differed from the previous prescription with some alterations, instructing him to take it before bed. After saying this, she recalled something and added a reminder, following the acupuncture treatment, he must immediately soak in a medicinal bath, as it would greatly benefit his physical condition. She insisted he should avoid the previous night's escapade of going out. Furthermore, tomorrow, I will need to visit your research institute to adjust the treatment plan based on your health status. In her professional domain, her demeanor was exceedingly meticulous. Bo Yanzhou had no objections and simply replied, all right. He then rose to dress while calling out to Qi Yan, intending to have him arrange the bath for him. Ordinarily, Qi Yan would have promptly entered, but today he seemed preoccupied, as he had yet to appear. Just as Bo Yanzhou was about to call out again, little Tangbao unexpectedly entered and said, Daddy, Uncle Qi Yan just received a work call and went to attend to it. Shall I help you instead? Xu Chuyuan was initially about to leave, but upon witnessing the situation, she found it impossible to set her mind at ease. The little one was so small. How could he possibly support Bo Yanzhou? If he were to stumble, the child might not be able to catch him, and could even end up getting hurt in the process. Bo Yanzhou paused for a moment before responding, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Chuyuan stepped forward, offering her arm to assist him, urging him to go upstairs. Bo Yanzhou felt somewhat taken aback. From their previous interactions, he had not perceived her as a particularly warm-hearted person. It seemed, however, that her concern for Tangbao motivated her actions. He turned to his son, saying, Tangbao, bring those medicinal herbs along. Oh. Coming. The little one, witnessing the beautiful aunt eagerly helping his father, felt an immense joy in his heart. It appeared that their plan, along with his uncle, would proceed smoothly. Chapter 37, he loosened his belt. After Xu Chuyuan assisted him to the master bedroom upstairs, her gaze swept around the room. The decor mirrored the minimalist aesthetic of the downstairs, characterized by a sleek gray and white palette that exuded a sense of cool detachment, perfectly aligning with Bo Yanzhou's temperament. Upon entering, the little one promptly and obediently spoke up, saying, I'll go in and draw hot water for Daddy. I'll accompany you. Xu Chuyuan felt a twinge of unease and decided to follow inside. At that moment, all the lights in the room suddenly extinguished, plunging everything into darkness, prompting Xu Chuyuan to gasp in surprise. The plan was proceeding flawlessly. The little one was quite pleased with the blackout. However, he feigned astonishment and remarked, I wonder, could it be a power outage? This was an upscale villa area, equipped with high-end facilities, and typically had backup power. How could there possibly be a blackout? Outside. The ever-elusive Yanzu, unable to see anything in the dimness, inquired, "What's wrong? What has happened?" "Daddy, it seems there's a power outage." "Oh, don't go. It's so dark now, what if you fall?" Xu Chuyuan hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, the little one was already prepared, activating his smartwatch and proclaiming, "It won't be a problem, this can illuminate." The child slipped away far too swiftly, leaving Xu Chuyuan with no time to stop him. Reluctantly, she had to navigate in the dark and exit the bathroom on her own. Upon reaching the room, she relied on her faint recollection to head towards the sofa. As Bo Yanzhou heard the sound of approaching footsteps, he assumed she was merely coming to wait nearby. Gradually, however, he began to sense that something was amiss. Xu Chuyuan had already approached, yet her steps remained unceasing. Given the circumstances, it was highly probable that she would collide with the coffee table or the sofa. Contemplating this, Bo Yanzhou intended to voice a warning. However, before he could utter a word, she stumbled and fell. How could Xu Chuyuan possibly know? Relying on her memory, she navigated through the darkness, having carefully calculated the distance. She had anticipated that it would take 2 more steps to reach the sofa, however. She arrived prematurely and thus found herself sprawling onto the man's lap. This time, the manner in which she fell was far more awkward than the last. Xu Chuyuan placed her entire hand on Bo Yanzhou's waistband. In her flustered state, she inadvertently grasped the buckle of his belt. With a distinct click, Bo Yanzhou's belt came undone. Xu Chuyuan initially failed to comprehend the situation, only managing to emit a groan, for her head throbbed with pain. Bo Yanzhou felt a tension in his abdomen. Perceiving the imminent peril, this woman, following her previous amiable caresses of his thigh, was now unfastening her belt. For a fleeting moment, Bo Yanzhou's expression froze, rendering him speechless. Her wrist ached from the impact. Xu Chuyuan could only sense that it was something metallic, so she instinctively reached out to touch it. Thin Yanzhou inhaled sharply, his abdomen taut, gritting his teeth as he coldly remarked, "That is my belt." Xu Chuyuan was instantly frozen, finally realizing the predicament she and the man found themselves in. Thus, not only had she fallen onto his lap, but she had also unfastened his belt, even daring to touch him a couple of times. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment enveloped her delicate features. Why did she always find herself in such situations? She dared not linger in his presence, solely focused on getting up and distancing herself from him. This time, her movements were swift and seamless. However, just as she managed to stand, her wrist was caught by Bo Yanzhou. Xu Chuyuan immediately inquired with a hint of tension, "What are you doing?" In the darkness, Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had experienced a few fleeting moments where he felt an uncanny familiarity with the woman before him, though he had not pondered it deeply at the time. At this moment, as he grasped her hand, he once again felt an extraordinary sense of déjà vu, particularly the sensation of her hands, the slenderness of her fingers, and the size of her wrist. Bo Yanzhou's mind involuntarily conjured the image of a certain person. Xu Chuyuan. That woman seemed to possess a similar slenderness. As if seeking confirmation, he gently kneaded her hand. Xu Chuyuan's expression changed drastically. What does this man mean? Has he discovered something? Upon speaking, she swiftly got up and jumped several steps away. Her heart raced, fearing that Bo Yanzhou would see through her identity. The slippery feeling in her hand suddenly vanished, causing Bo Yanzhou to furrow his brow. Although Dr. Mandy was as petite as Xu Chuyuan, her voice was nothing like this. In comparison, the person before her was evidently more assertive. Xu Chuyuan smiled with her lips while her eyes betrayed no emotion, saying, "You are truly overthinking this, Mr. Bo. I have several children already, and I pride myself on being quite devoted. I detest unfaithful individuals, thus, I would never pursue you." Bo Yanzhou replied with a dangerously low tone. "Are you implying that I am unfaithful?" Xu Chuyuan spoke with a cold tone. "I did not name anyone specifically. If President Bo wishes to take it personally, then I have nothing to say." Bo Yanzhou scoffed, fully aware that the woman was mocking him. However, he refrained from connecting her to his previous impressions. In the dimly lit room, the two sat apart in silence. After a while, the power finally returned, and the light suddenly illuminated the space.
causing Xu Chuyuan to shield her eyes from the brightness. In a gentle voice, the little boy said to Xu Chuyuan, "It seems there was a power outage just now."
"Are you afraid of the dark, Auntie? With my daddy here, do you feel any better?"
My uncle said that girls are afraid of the dark. He thought to himself that, given the circumstances, Xu Chuyuan might have developed some feelings for his father. Xu Chuyuan, however, smiled and responded, "You need not worry. I am not afraid of the dark at all."
The little boy was taken aback. "Really, not at all?"
he asked, puzzled.
Did this mean that all his efforts to create a private moment for the two had been in vain?
Sigh, his uncle was truly unreliable. He had claimed that girls are afraid of the dark and would seek refuge in a man's embrace. It was all nonsense.
Chapter 38, perhaps. Daddy should remain single for a lifetime.
Xu Chuyuan remained oblivious to the little one's expression and nodded, saying, "Indeed, thank you for your concern.
Since I've received your call, I shall take my leave now."
After she departed, the little one let out a deep sigh. It seemed that the path of matchmaking between Auntie and Daddy was fraught with challenges. The most troubling aspect was that Daddy showed no initiative whatsoever,
lacking the desire to pursue.
Perhaps it would be better to remain single for a lifetime. With this thought, the little one cast a disdainful glance at Daddy.
Bo Yanzhou was entirely unaware of his son's disdain.
Later, Qi Yan finally arrived.
Upon hearing the commotion, Bo Yanzhou inquired, "Did something go awry at work? Why did the call take so long?"
Qi Yan, looking perplexed, replied, "The caller was young Master Jin. I thought there was an urgent matter. But he just dragged me into a conversation with no substance whatsoever. I suspect he was merely toying with me."
Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes, harboring some doubt.
That fellow seldom made an appearance, and whenever he did, it was rarely for good.
Coincidentally, the power had just gone out at home. Could it possibly be related to him? Later, after taking a medicinal bath, Bo Yanzhou asked Qi Yan, "Have you found any leads on Xu Chuyuan's whereabouts that I requested you to investigate? Do you know where she is now? However, I suspect
the concealment of her location is connected to several of her friends from that night."
Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow, recalling the person he had seen then.
He coldly remarked,
"Are you referring to Lu Hanmo?"
Qi Yan nodded, adding, "It's not just him, there's also the esteemed Shin Xinqing from the Shin family,
who shares a close relationship with Miss Su.
Moreover, there were several other young masters that night, all from the elite families of Haicheng.
If they wished to hide someone, they certainly could manage it." This revelation took Bo Yanzhou by surprise. How did Xu Chuyuan come to be associated with these individuals?
During the initial years of their marriage, she seldom ventured beyond the confines of her home, rendering her identity as Mrs. Bo virtually unknown to the outside world.
Given the stature of the Su family,
she was unlikely to have any interactions with such prominent figures at that time.
After a brief contemplation,
Bo Yanzhou decisively instructed to keep a close watch on Lu Hanmo and Shin Xinqing. Since they were acquainted with Xu Chuyuan, further connections were inevitable.
The following day,
she arose early, had breakfast, and accompanied Nian Nian to the kindergarten for enrollment. Although the little girl expressed her reluctance verbally, upon arriving at the kindergarten and encountering a multitude of peers, her innate curiosity quickly surfaced. Particularly, this kindergarten boasted an expansive area filled with numerous engaging activities. Thus,
Xu Chuyuan effortlessly completed the enrollment process.
After emerging from the director's office, she bid farewell to Nian Nian. The lively little girl was not shy, and Xu Chuyuan held no concerns about her social interactions. She merely reminded her to interact well with her classmates and to listen to the teacher, stating,
"Mommy must head to work now, we shall meet in the evening." "Okay, Mommy, go ahead with your busy day. Goodbye."
The little girl planted a kiss on her mother's cheek and waved her hand, showing no signs of distress.
After Xu Chuyuan departed, Nian Nian was taken to the classroom by her teacher.
Upon entering, the teacher introduced her to the other children, saying, "This is our new classmate who joined us today.
Let's all applaud and welcome her."
As the teacher finished speaking, the children enthusiastically clapped their hands. Nian Nian pressed her lips together and sweetly walked up to the podium to introduce herself.
"Hello everyone, my name is Hui Yumian, but you can call me Nian Nian."
She was delicate and charming, her soft, sweet voice making her quite endearing.
However, just as she completed her introduction, she heard a surprised voice from the back of the classroom. Oh?
Mian felt puzzled, wondering why that voice sounded somewhat familiar. She glanced toward the back of the classroom and locked eyes with Xiao Tangbao.
Oh? Mian was also taken aback.
She hadn't expected to encounter this young man here.
Xiao Tangbao was equally surprised to see this young girl. To be honest, he felt quite pleased. He usually found the children here to be rather immature, and due to his own steady disposition, he struggled to connect with them. However, this girl was different. He took a liking to her. All right. Now that everyone has met Mian, we are going to start our lesson, the teacher announced, assigning Mian a seat conveniently located right in front of Tangbao.
He had so much he wanted to say to her and waited eagerly for the class to end. As soon as it was over, he greeted her immediately.
What a coincidence, Mian. You actually came here to study.
Thankfully, he had come to kindergarten today, otherwise, he would have missed the chance to meet her.
In contrast to Tangbao's excitement, Mian merely nodded, thinking to herself, it is quite a coincidence. I wonder if Mom will run into my father when she comes to pick me up. The little girl couldn't help but worry about this possibility. At that moment, a little girl energetically ran over to Tangbao. Tang, let us go play a game together.
There were several other girls behind her. The leader wearing a yellow princess dress, her round face quite adorable. Normally, Tangbao would have no interest in playing with them.
But considering that Mian had just arrived and needed to adapt, he asked her, Mian, would you like to play? Mian shook her head and replied, thank you. But I'm not interested. You all go play.
She then pulled out a Rubik's Cube from her backpack and began to focus on solving it.
She wanted to complete it today and had no interest in playing games. Seeing this, Tangbao told the little girl, then I'm not interested either.
You all can play by yourselves.
He wanted to stay here with Mian. The girls, rejected, wore expressions of disappointment but had no choice but to play among themselves.
Once they left, only Tangbao and Mian remained at the desk.
Tangbao's attention was drawn to the cube in Mian's hands.
Within mere seconds, she had already made several turns. Tangbao watched for a moment, his brows knitting in concentration. Your steps are incorrect, don't turn there, turn the side first. Hearing his suggestion, Mian looked up, puzzled,
and asked, you can solve this too? The little boy nodded, I've known how for a long time.
He then dashed to his seat. Retrieving a Rubik's Cube identical to Mian's, one with all faces already uniform in color.
Mian's eyes sparkled.
The little boy exclaimed, look, I solved it before. Mian was astonished, saying, I don't believe it, that cube looks like it hasn't been turned at all. She had struggled several times before and knew that this cube posed a certain level of difficulty, solving it smoothly would require some time. Yet, the notion that someone could do it faster than her was hard to accept.
Xiao Tangbao then inquired, what would it take for you to believe me?
Mian contemplated for a moment and handed him her cube, saying, how about this, you solve this cube for me now. If you succeed, I'll believe you.
All right. Tangbao blinked and readily agreed.
He took the cube in his hands, observing it for a moment to discern the patterns.
After a brief examination, he began turning it. Mian watched intently.
His fingers moved with remarkable agility, almost never pausing, unlike her own method, which required stops to observe. His speed was dizzying.
In less than a minute, Tangbao halted, placing the cube on the desk, all faces perfectly restored. See, it's done. Mian's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, wow.
So fast, you're amazing, big brother. However, Tangbao shook his head, saying, this is slow compared to the world record holder who solved it in mere seconds. It took me 40 seconds.
Seconds. Mian was utterly stunned.
To her, his speed was already impressive. There was no need for such modesty. She suddenly felt a rush of excitement, asking,
can you teach me how? Xiao Tangbao smiled and nodded, of course.
He then began earnestly explaining the techniques for solving the Rubik's Cube to Mian. As they engaged in this lively discussion, the girl who had initially invited Tangbao, Li Mengqi, felt a pang of displeasure.
Li Mengqi,
who often liked Tangbao and had been instructed by her mother to get closer to him, typically invited him to join her for treats and games. Previously, Tangbao's refusals had not bothered her, as he did not play with her or other children at kindergarten.
But now, he was being taken away by the new arrival. Hua Yumian. Li Mingqi's mood soured as she glared at Nian Nian. Nian Nian was so absorbed in the cube that she didn't notice. It wasn't tea until lunchtime,
when she went to the restroom, that she was confronted. Li Mingqi, accompanied by her friends, blocked Nian Nian's path and intimidatingly warned her, "Stay away from Tang Tang.
He can only be my friend.
My mom said that when I grow up, I'll marry him." Nian Nian realized they were looking for trouble and felt speechless.
Did Tang Bao not have the freedom to play with whomever he chose? And why should she be prevented from playing with him?
Such behavior was overly domineering.
Nian Nian disliked them and firmly stated, "Move aside, don't block my way.
Who I choose as a friend is my business, it's none of your concern." With that, the little girl attempted to leave, unwilling to waste time with them. However, Li Mingqi was not about to let Nian Nian leave so easily. Seeing Nian Nian not only ignore her words but also attempt to walk away, she reached out and shoved Nian Nian, angrily saying, "What is with your attitude?
I already said Tang Tang can only be my friend."
She had practiced with her uncles. How dare this little girl lay hands on her? Nian Nian felt a surge of displeasure.
Responding, "Why can't we just talk it out? Why resort to violence?"
Furthermore, she certainly wouldn't lose a fight with her, the girl was simply too weak.
A look of disdain flickered in Nian Nian's eyes. Li Mingqi was utterly startled, completely unprepared for Nian Nian to seize her in such a manner, leading her to burst into tears.
Her cry soon attracted the attention of the teachers, who rushed over, concerned that something serious had transpired.
As Nian Nian released her grip, Mingqi's wail showed no sign of abating. What happened? What's going on? Upon the teacher's arrival, they immediately inquired about the situation.
Before Nian Nian could speak, Mingqi, seeking to cast blame, sobbed, "Teacher, Hua Yumian hit me." The teachers were taken aback, as Hua Yumian did not appear to be the type to initiate bullying.
They turned to the seemingly innocent Nian Nian and asked, "Is that true? Did you hit Li Mingqi?"
Nian Nian shook her head and explained in a sweet voice, "No, teacher, she started it. She and those other kids cornered me and wouldn't let me leave."
The other children, named in her accusation, fell silent in fear.
The teacher, now slightly overwhelmed, realized that the children in this school came from privileged backgrounds, and any wrongdoing typically warranted no punishment or reprimand. Therefore, the teacher decided to take them to the office to ascertain the details. Nian Nian, undaunted by the number of children against her, articulated clearly, "Li Mingqi initiated the confrontation. She pulled me, and I merely defended myself.
My uncle has taught me that this is called justifiable self-defense, not bullying." Li Mingqi,
aware of her own guilt yet not foolish enough to admit it, replied, "Nian Nian is a bad child.
Teacher, my arm hurts so much. I want my mother.
I don't want to go to school, I want my mommy." She resumed her loud sobbing, leaving the teacher exasperated. Given Li Mingqi's parents held a significant status, the teacher feared their arrival would escalate the situation. Thus, she attempted to soothe Li Mingqi, saying, "Calm down, Li Mingqi.
This matter isn't severe enough to involve your parents. I don't care. I want my mother." Li Mingqi insisted, throwing a tantrum.
"She bullied me, and Xiao Tian and the others saw it."
"Teacher, you can ask them."
The other girls hesitated, seemingly contemplating whether to lie for Li Mingqi.
Nian Nian, unrestrained, cautioned, "You mustn't lie. If you do,
your noses will grow long, and you'll become ugly." Her words held a particular intimidation for the younger children,
causing those who once considered supporting Li Mingqi to retreat into silence.
They certainly did not wish to be labeled as unattractive. The teacher, observing this, began to understand the truth of the matter.
It appeared that Nian Nian was not lying, Li Mingqi had indeed instigated the bullying.
Therefore, she encouraged the children to speak the truth. Good children should never lie. "Xiao Tian, please tell us what happened."
After much hesitation, Xiao Tian finally spoke up.
"It was Li Mingqi who called us over. She said that Tang Tang was her friend alone and that Nian Nian couldn't play with him." Upon hearing her companions fail to support her deception, Li Mingqi's face crumpled in distress. The teacher, having grasped the situation, admonished, "Li Mingqi, you were indeed in the wrong. You must apologize to Nian Nian." However, before the teacher could finish, upon hearing the word apologize, Li Mingqi erupted into tears once more, protesting, "You all bullied me.
I want to call my mother." With that, she dashed out of the room.
Chapter 40, Seeking Daddy's Support for Little Sister. Mian Mian held no objection to this.
Tang Bao, upon seeing Mian Mian, halted in his tracks.
Worry etched on his face.
"Mian Mian, I heard you were bullied. Is it true?"
Mian Mian nodded, acknowledging that although Li Mingqi had not succeeded, she had indeed attempted to bully her.
Tang Bao's concern deepened as he asked anxiously, "Did you get hurt?" Shaking her head, Mian Mian replied, "I'm not hurt. Because Li Mingqi couldn't overpower me."
However, she initiated the confrontation, and now that the teacher knows, she's fallen apart and is crying for her mother. The little girl's expression conveyed disdain. Those who resorted to calling their parents when they couldn't win a fight were truly pathetic.
Tang Bao felt a slight relief at Mian Mian's well-being, yet worry lingered. Li Mingqi's mother was fiercely protective and seemingly held considerable influence. If the situation escalated, his sister would undoubtedly suffer. He promptly informed Mian Mian of his concerns, but she remained unfazed.
"Thank you, big brother, but first, I need to call my mommy." After all, if others were calling for their mothers, she should do the same.
Hearing her intent, Tang Bao's anxiety grew. Would Mian Mian's mother be able to handle this? No.
He decided he should summon his father, for this situation stemmed from his actions. With that thought, the little fellow hurriedly made the call. Upon arriving at the office early in the morning, Xu Chuyuan busied herself with the intricate tasks of pharmaceutical research and development. Before her lay a clutter of glass beakers, experimental apparatus, and various materials. At that moment, the phone rang unexpectedly.
Glancing at the caller ID, she noticed it was Mian Mian calling,
prompting her to set aside her work and answer the call.
"Darling, what's the matter? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Why the sudden call to mommy?" "Soon." The sweet, melodious voice of the little girl came through, saying, "Mommy, do you have some free time? Could you please come to the kindergarten?" Xu Chuyuan smiled and inquired, "What's the matter? Are you not accustomed to it?"
Mian Mian sighed and replied, "No, it's just that I had a conflict with a child. She wants to call her parents." Mian Mian had raised her daughter since childhood and understood her character better than anyone else. Her daughter had never been one to instigate trouble. Little Mian Mian simply recounted her experience of being blocked in the restroom, reiterating to her mother that it was the other child who had struck first. Xu Chuyuan furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. It was indeed not wrong for her precious daughter, Mian Mian, to act as she did. She was merely exercising justifiable self-defense. If the other child's parents were to come to the school and create a scene, as Mian Mian's mother, she would certainly have to intervene. Xu Chuyuan had already made up her mind. She comforted Mian Mian, saying, "Don't be afraid, my darling. Mommy is coming right away." After hanging up the phone, Xu Chuyuan changed out of her work attire and promptly left the research institute. At the kindergarten, Li Mingqi's mother, Zhongling, arrived swiftly. No sooner had she set foot in the kindergarten than her sharp voice pierced the air, demanding to know which child had harmed her daughter, Qiqi. Even before her arrival, her voice could be heard echoing from afar. Upon hearing her mother, Li Mingqi rushed out of the classroom, eager to report, "Mommy, it was her. She bullied me." Seeing her daughter's swollen eyes, Zhongling was overwhelmed with concern and immediately inquired, "How did she bully you? Why are your eyes so red?" Li Mingqi replied, "She hit me." Her expression was one of deep grievance, with tears brimming in her eyes. The teacher, noticing the situation, hurried over to explain, "Drianki's mother. This is actually a misunderstanding." The teacher quickly recounted the sequence of events, expecting that Li Mingqi's mother would let the matter rest. They were surprised when Zhongling insisted, "Isn't it true that my Qiqi was the one who provoked her? Let us not dwell on that. But the little girl indeed laid her hands on her, right?" She pointed an accusing finger at Mian Mian, her gaze fierce. If it were an ordinary child, they would have been frightened into tears, but Mian Mian stood her ground. She responded, "I did intervene, but I did not hit her, I merely prevented her from pulling me." Zhongling immediately reprimanded Mian Mian, "That is still hitting. You, a mere child, are already so malicious. Do you know how precious my Qiqi is? Her hands are meant for painting and playing the piano. If you injure her, can you bear the responsibility? Apologize to Qiqi at once." Mian Mian frowned, "Auntie,
Can we discuss this rationally?
It was Li Mingqi who initiated the bullying.
You don't reprimand her but instead turn it around and demand an apology from me? Zhong Ling sneered, oh, so now you're lecturing me?
Today's children truly lack upbringing, daring to confront their elders like this. Tang Bao, who was nearby, felt displeased. He had intended to wait for his father to arrive before speaking up, but upon hearing Zhong Ling's words, he could no longer hold back. Frowning, he coldly stated,
who is truly lacking in upbringing here?
It was Li Mingqi who struck first. She was in the wrong.
Nian Nian merely spoke the truth. Auntie, as an elder. Is this how you demonstrate your upbringing?
Zhong Ling had never been questioned so directly before and felt a surge of anger.
However,
when she looked down and realized the speaker was the young master of the Bo family, her expression changed subtly, and her tone softened.
I didn't mean it that way.
However, this incident did not cause substantial harm to Chi-Chi. On the contrary, my Chi-Chi's hand is still sore from being hit. I'm not asking for much, just an apology from her.
Isn't that reasonable?
Tang Bao was not swayed by her words.
He enunciated clearly. If that is the case, then let Li Mingqi apologize to Nian Nian first. She also laid hands on her, isn't that fair? Zhong Ling was momentarily taken aback,
not anticipating that the young master of the Bo family would be such a nuisance. The critical point was that he was defending this little girl. Zhong Ling furrowed her brow and asked, young master, why are you protecting her?
Chi-Chi is also your friend, isn't she? She always thinks of you. Why would you speak up for a newcomer?
Tang Bao replied, I am simply addressing the matter at hand.
Zhong Ling felt a bit of irritation but lacked the courage to confront Tang Bao. However,
she quickly realized that this incident had nothing to do with the young master of the Bo family. And she could still manage the little girl as she pleased without regard for him. After all, she could not offend the Bo family.
With this thought in mind, Zhong Ling relaxed and said, young master, you are still young and cannot discern right from wrong.
I do not blame you, but this little girl did hit someone. And she must face the consequences.
So, she cast a fierce look at Nian Nian and demanded, will you apologize? If not, you must leave this school. Otherwise, if you hit someone again, who will take responsibility? She then turned to the teacher beside her, exerting pressure, isn't that right, Teacher Chen? Chapter 41, this little girl should not be targeted. Teacher Chen looked troubled. She knew that Li Mingqi's mother would not let the matter rest easily. However,
she could not expel a child and could only smile and advise, Triamqi's mother, this matter doesn't need to escalate to such severity.
It's merely a small scuffle between children. But before she could finish, Zhong Ling's expression darkened.
She lowered her voice, saying, Teacher Chen,
my daughter was hit, and you say it's not serious? Shouldn't it take a broken arm or leg to be considered serious?
Moreover, as their teacher, you failed to supervise the students properly.
If this matter escalates, you will bear the greatest responsibility, do you understand? Do you know what my husband does?
The implication of her words was clear. If Teacher Chen continued to protect that little girl, she would also be implicated. Teacher Chen understood the weight of Zhong Ling's words, and her complexion changed. She knew that Zhong Ling's husband held a significant position in Haicheng,
possibly as a minister or committee member.
If she offended them, she could very well lose her job. As she contemplated the potential consequences, a voice suddenly cut through the tension.
Oh, what does your husband do? I'd like to hear about it.
The voice was cold, carrying an undeniable aura of authority. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. A man strode in, exuding an unmatched elegance, clad in a silver-gray suit that perfectly accentuated his frame. His indifferent features bore an air of aloof disdain. Simply standing there was enough to instill fear, making it difficult to meet his gaze.
It was none other than Bo Yanzhou.
Upon seeing him, Tang Bao's eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Daddy!
You're here! Why did President Bo come in person?
Teacher Chen was also taken aback, unable to fathom that this esteemed individual had been summoned.
Bo Yanzhou quickly approached the group with imposing authority.
Teacher Chen's heart raced, and she nearly stammered, President Bo, please have a seat. As she spoke, she hurried to pour him a glass of water, nervously asking, President Bo,
what brings you here? It was no wonder that teacher Chen was so anxious. This kindergarten was under the Bo family's ownership, and Bo Yanzhou was essentially her employer. Having worked here for a considerable time, she seldom encountered him. Though he had not come to reprimand her, she still felt a chill of apprehension. Indeed, Bo Yanzhou had come for this matter. Zhong Ling, sensing the pressure, felt her heart racing. She quickly forced a smile, saying, "President Bo, this is such a trivial matter, how could I trouble you to come in person? In fact, this incident has nothing to do with your young master." She thought to herself that perhaps this was a good opportunity to connect with Bo Yanzhou. The power of the Bo family is formidable, and if they could secure his assistance, their family in Haichang would undoubtedly thrive even further. Naturally, Zhong Ling was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. However, upon hearing her words, Bo Yanzhou merely asked with indifference, "Who are you?" Zhong Ling hurriedly introduced herself, stating that she was the general manager of the Zhong Trading Group and that the chairman, Zhong Qingyue, was her father. As soon as she uttered those words, embarrassment washed over her. Yet, before Bo Yanzhou, she could only smile apologetically and explain, "Mr. Bo, you engage in international business. While we are merely a small group in Haichang, far from being comparable to the Bo family. It is entirely understandable that you have not heard of us." In response to her attempts at flattery, Bo Yanzhou did not engage. Instead, he stated directly, "My time is precious, and I do not wish to waste it. Before arriving, I heard from my cousin about the general situation. Your proposed solution to this matter is for another child to apologize to your daughter, and if not, to have her expelled from school, correct?" His tone was flat, leaving Zhong Ling unable to discern his emotions, compelling her to stubbornly affirm, "Yes. That is indeed the case, but I merely seek justice for my daughter, after all, she was assaulted." Bo Yanzhou's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Oh? Was she injured? Did you have her examined?" Zhong Ling hesitated, No." The oppressive aura surrounding him seemed to chill the air. Cold sweat began to bead on Zhong Ling's forehead. Her daughter was not injured, she merely sought to exert pressure but had not anticipated provoking such a formidable adversary. Given Bo Yanzhou's tone, it appeared he might even be angry. It seemed that resolving today's incident would not be straightforward. Bo Yanzhou was not unreasonable. Observing her attitude confirmed that Zhong Ling was indeed seeking trouble, and his cousin's account had not exaggerated. He expressed his impatience, since she was not injured. "You specifically came to intimidate a young girl, threatening a teacher and another child. You wield quite the influence. Are you relying on your trading group? Or perhaps on your husband? What does your husband do?" Qi Yin interjected, "Sir, we have already looked into it, he is a department head in Haichang." Bo Yanzhou scoffed, "A department head? Is that your source of confidence? It seems he has been enabling your bullying behavior. Given your manner of speaking, this is not the first time you have abused your power. Therefore, I feel compelled to report this to his superior for a thorough investigation." Zhong Ling's face turned pale. She had indeed engaged in such behavior before but never thought someone would dare to report her. If her husband were implicated, she could scarcely imagine the consequences. She quickly explained, "Mr. Bo, this is a misunderstanding. Why must you take such drastic measures over a new girl? We can resolve this amicably. And I have only targeted that little girl, not your young master. I have never spoken harshly to your young master." Her defense only served to chill Bo Yanzhou's tone further. "What if I say that you cannot target this little girl?" Zhong Ling was taken aback. "See, could it be that you know this little girl?" Nian Nian had remained silent since Bo Yanzhou's arrival. But she could tell that her mother's ex-husband was there to support her. At that moment, hearing Bo Yanzhou speak, she cleverly moved closer. Her small voice filled with innocence, "Uncle, I didn't hit her, she pulled me first. I was afraid of falling, so I had to push her away. And then she just started crying." Listening to her plaintive tone, Bo Yanzhou's heart softened. He gently reassured her, "It's all right, I believe you." At this point, Zhong Ling realized the gravity of her situation. Bo Yanzhou truly knew the little girl. Her expression turned to one of sheer terror. She had undoubtedly kicked a hard wall. If someone like Bo Yanzhou was willing to stand up for her, then the little girl's background was certainly not to be underestimated. Zhong Ling's complexion drained of color. Yet, even if she regretted her actions now, it was too late.
Bo Yanzhou evidently did not wish to waste any more time with her and stated bluntly. If you insist that she harmed your daughter, then go and have her injuries examined. If your daughter truly sustained any harm, I can offer any compensation. However, if this is merely your one-sided slander, I will have the lawyers of the Bo family take action. Defaming a 5-year-old girl while threatening to expel her constitutes a crime. Upon hearing this, Zhongling was horrified. The Bo family's lawyers were notoriously fearsome. It was said that their legal team had never lost a case, and those who dared to provoke them would face dire consequences. She realized she had no chance of winning a lawsuit against the Bo family. Zhongling was filled with regret. Why hadn't she recognized the little girl's identity earlier? But at that moment, she could only plead with Bo Yanzhou for forgiveness. Mr. Bo, please calm your anger. I admit that I have overreacted. I never expected this little girl to be related to your family. I was blind and truly apologize. My daughter was in the wrong today. I should not have been so petty. I beg you, please do not hold it against me. Bo Yanzhou's expression remained unchanged as he did not even spare her a glance. So, you admit that it was your daughter who acted first? Bo Yanzhou's tone turned icy. Since you acknowledge that your daughter acted first, how dare you attempt to twist the truth? Relying on the fact that Mian might lack a powerful backing? Zhongling trembled, unable to utter another word. Bo Yanzhou snorted, since you enjoy wielding your influence, I now require you to apologize to Mian, along with your daughter. Is that too much to ask? Not at all, not at all. This is precisely what we should do, Zhongling dared not refuse. She only wished for peace and immediately lowered herself to apologize to Mian. I'm sorry, little friend. Auntie was wrong, I should not have bullied a child. I hope you can forgive me. She then urged her daughter, this incident is your fault, quickly apologize to Mian. Li Mingqi, unsure why her mother suddenly demanded an apology, felt compelled to obey, albeit reluctantly. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have pushed you. Listening to their apologies, Mian felt no sense of relief. With a nonchalant tone, she responded, sorry, but I do not accept your apology. If it were not for Uncle's intervention today, you would not have hesitated to bully me further, so you are not worthy of forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Zhongling broke into a cold sweat. Bo Yanzhou appeared surprised. Mian's words bore a striking resemblance to what Dr. Mandy had said that evening. He could not help but ruffle her hair, saying, since Mian does not wish to forgive, you may take your daughter and leave. Furthermore, the schools under the Bo family will not accept children who lead the bullying of others. Your daughter need not return in the future. Qian, please see them out. Yes. Qian nodded and promptly escorted Zhongling out. She did not dare utter a word, her mind racing with the realization that she was finished. And perhaps her family and her husband's future would be at stake as well. At this moment, she was filled with regret. When Zhongling left, Xu Chuyuan had just arrived at the kindergarten. The research institute was quite distant, and she encountered a traffic accident along the way, causing a significant delay. Now, she was in a state of panic, drenched in sweat, fearing that her precious daughter might be bullied. Upon arrival, she rushed straight to the teacher's office. At this time, Bo Yanzhou was administering punishment to teacher Chen as well, recognizing that there were missteps in her handling of the situation. Once matters were resolved, Bo Yanzhou, still uneasy, inquired of Mian if the little girl had indeed suffered no harm and whether a visit to the hospital was necessary. Mian shook her head, assuring him that there was no chance of being harmed. Hearing the child's resolute tone, Bo Yanzhou felt relieved and replied, that is good. Mian nodded but couldn't help but gaze at him. She thought that her mother's ex-husband looked rather handsome today, especially when he was protecting her, providing a true sense of security. Perhaps, she was beginning to view him in a slightly more favorable light. The little girl sweetly expressed, thank you, uncle, for helping me today. Upon hearing her earnest gratitude, Bo Yanzhou's lips curled up slightly as he replied, you are welcome. This incident arose because of Tang Bao, but why was no one from your family here? With such a significant event occurring, how could your family neglect you? If it weren't for Tang Bao calling me today, wouldn't this little girl have been bullied? Only then did Mian recall that she had informed her mother. Oh no! If her mother came, wouldn't that mean a confrontation with her ex-husband?
Mian instantly felt anxious, planning to make an excuse to step outside and call her mother. However, when she lifted her gaze, she spotted her mother entering. The little girl fell silent. It was too late to stop her, and she could only watch as her mother stepped into the room. Mian. As Xu Chuyuan anxiously entered the house, she immediately called for her daughter. However, barely had the words escaped her lips when her heart nearly shattered, for she beheld Bo Yanzhou. Her precious daughter stood right before Bo Yanzhou, who was gently caressing her head with his broad palm. Xu Chuyuan found herself utterly bewildered. She suspected that her manner of entering was somehow amiss. Why on earth was this infuriating man here? Just as she grappled with her existential doubts, within the room, Bo Yanzhou squinted slightly. This voice seemed oddly familiar to him. Unable to see, he remained unaware of the visitor's identity. However, beside him, Shi Yan had already called out, "Miss Xu Chuyuan?" Bo Yanzhou's gaze deepened with intrigue. Indeed, it was Xu Chuyuan. Tang Bao was equally astonished, exclaiming that it was the beautiful lady. Could she possibly be Mian's mother? As the few individuals in the room pondered their own thoughts, it was Mian who first reacted, calling out to Xu Chuyuan, "Xu Bao, why are you here? Where is my mommy?" The little girl's voice shattered the awkwardness that enveloped the room. Mian nodded, her expression one of realization. So that's how it is. Thank you for coming, but I have no business here. With that, the little girl rushed over and leaped into Xu Chuyuan's lap. Xu Chuyuan lowered her gaze and happened to catch sight of the little girl, who was playfully making faces at her. Her heart was in turmoil. Utterly perplexed as to why her precious daughter would be in contact with Bo Yanzhou. How could they possibly know each other? Moreover, their interaction seemed rather amicable. Xu Chuyuan was filled with numerous questions, however, she recognized that it was not the appropriate moment to voice them. She endeavored to compose herself and inquired of the young girl, "Didn't you mention that you had a conflict with someone? Was it with them?" Mian quickly shook her head and replied, "No, indeed. The person who was bullying me has already been driven away by this uncle." Xu Chuyuan gazed at Bo Yanzhou with a look of astonishment. What is the meaning of this situation? Xu Chuyuan furrowed her brows and inquired. What exactly has transpired? Chapter 43, The dress is torn. Mian, noticing her mother's serious expression, dared not conceal the truth and immediately recounted the events that had unfolded with great urgency. After listening, Xu Chuyuan felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Who would have thought that she inadvertently sent Mian to the same school as Tang Bao? What a cursed coincidence! Unable to escape at home, she found herself ensnared here as well. Nevertheless, despite the turmoil within, Xu Chuyuan endeavored to maintain her composure. After all, Mian had already navigated the situation, and she could not falter. Thus, she lifted her gaze towards Bo Yanzhou and, in as calm a tone as possible, expressed, "I would like to thank you, Mr. Bo, for protecting Mian just now. I appreciate it." Bo Yanzhou was genuinely surprised to encounter Xu Chuyuan, a woman whose whereabouts had eluded him until now. He had not anticipated her sudden appearance. Although he could not see it, his eyes held an inexplicable sharpness at that moment. He inquired sternly, "What is your relationship with this young girl?" Xu Chuyuan curled her lips, thinking to herself, "What relevance do I have with Mian that concerns you?" However, at this moment, feeling a tinge of guilt, she refrained from retorting and simply replied, "We are relatives." Bo Yanzhou squinted his eyes, pondering the notion of relatives. Where did she acquire such connections? If memory serves correctly, she had severed ties with the Xu family long ago. Tang Bao, standing by, wore an expression of sudden realization. So that's how it is, no wonder Mian also resides. Before she could finish her thought, Xu Chuyuan, trembling with fear, nearly lunged forward to cover his mouth, terrified that this little one might inadvertently reveal the truth. Young Tang Bao was the sole individual aware that he and Dr. Mandy were, in fact, the same person. This was a secret that must never reach Bo Yanzhou. Though Bo Yanzhou was oblivious to the unfolding events, he sensed a commotion. As if Xu Chuyuan, that woman, had done something. Young Tang Bao blinked, rendered speechless, yet his gaze was filled with confusion as he looked at the beautiful aunt, seemingly unable to comprehend why she was covering his mouth.
Xu Chuyuan met the gaze of the little one and could only manage a dry laugh as she said, "It seems you have something dirty at the corner of your mouth, let me help you clean it." After saying that, she pretended to wipe the corner of the child's mouth, but from a perspective unseen by others, she discreetly signaled to him. The clever little Tangbao quickly comprehended the unspoken message. It seemed that the ant did not wish to reveal her identity. However, why was that? While pondering this mystery, Tangbao concluded that since the ant preferred not to let his father know, it was best to remain silent. Soon, when Xu Chuyuan saw him close his mouth, she released her hand and cheerfully told Tangbao, "All clean now." Little Tangbao smiled at her and said, "Thank you, auntie." Xu Chuyuan nodded, anxious not to arouse any suspicion from Bo Yanzhou, and wished to leave this place immediately. Nian Nian also nodded obediently, responding, "All right, thank you, Chubao." "Oh." Tangbao tilted her little head and quickly followed Nian Nian as they departed together. Once the two little ones had left, Xu Chuyuan hastily intended to make her exit. However, to her surprise, Shi Yan was a step ahead, leading the bodyguard out and closing the door behind him. Xu Chuyuan's demeanor suddenly darkened as she coldly inquired of Bo Yanzhou, "What do you mean by that?" Bo Yanzhou leisurely reclined on the sofa and replied, "Weren't you running quite swiftly that night? Let me see you continue to run now." Xu Chuyuan was instantly filled with the urge to curse. This wretched man. Does he hold grudges so fiercely? Moreover, does he not possess any awareness as to why she fled? Xu Chuyuan scoffed, "If I don't run, do you expect me to stay here and let you take advantage of me? Let me remind you, Bo Yanzhou, we are in a society governed by law, and moreover, we are in a kindergarten. It would be wise for you to refrain from any reckless actions. Otherwise, if I scream, a multitude of children will gather to witness, and your reputation will be irrevocably tarnished." Having delivered her menacing words, she turned to leave, only to find the door seemingly locked from the outside. Despite twisting the doorknob several times, it remained unyielding. Frustrated, she knocked forcefully on the door and shouted, "Shi Yan, unlock the door for me." Outside, Shi Yan feigned intermittent deafness, choosing to ignore her. After all, he was the one who had locked the door, and he certainly did not dare to let her out. Otherwise, his annual bonus would surely be at stake. Xu Chuyuan called out for a long time, yet no one acknowledged her presence. A wave of exasperation washed over her, prompting her to cease her futile attempts at drawing attention. Instead, she turned to glare at the instigator. "Bo Yanzhou, what on earth do you intend to do? Why not be straightforward and draw the line clearly?" Bo Yanzhou's tone was perilous. "Xu Chuyuan, I have warned you. You must pay the price for your actions from years past." Her actions? What had she done? Was it not mentioned last time that she had abandoned her husband and children? Xu Chuyuan retorted without a moment's hesitation, "Bo Yanzhou, if you're unwell, seek treatment. I can hardly be bothered with you." She, Xu Chuyuan, stood upright and acted with integrity, having kept Nian Nian by her side since childhood. Thus there was no question of abandoning a child. As for abandoning a spouse, who truly forsook whom? He certainly has a tendency to forget his noble status. Xu Chuyuan did not wish to engage in a futile argument with him. She approached the window, drew it open, and prepared to climb out. However, as she attempted to ascend, she encountered a dilemma. Although they were on the ground floor, the height of the window presented a challenge. Clad in a snug-fitting pencil skirt, the effort to hoist herself up proved somewhat arduous. Xu Chuyuan gritted her teeth. She resolutely refused to remain in the company of this despicable man. Who could predict what might transpire? With this thought, she began to climb onto the windowsill, preparing to escape. Outside, Shi Yan quickly noticed her intentions. No longer pretending to be oblivious, he promptly reported to Bo Yanzhou inside, "Sir, Miss Xu is attempting to climb out the window." Xu Chuyuan's expression shifted dramatically. How much salary did Bo Yanzhou offer that it could provoke such anger in his assistant? In the office, Bo Yanzhou's gaze turned icy. After much effort, he had finally caught up with Xu Chuyuan. There was no way he would let her leave so easily. Bo Yanzhou abruptly stood up. Relying on his fleeting memory and keen hearing, swiftly moved towards the window. Little did Xu Chuyuan know that despite the man's blindness, his agility was astonishing. "Ah! Bo Yanzhou, release me!
Xu Chuyuan exclaimed in surprise, instinctively protecting her dress. In the struggle between the two, she too fell from the window. Xu Chuyuan believed she was about to fall, her heart leaping into her throat. Just at that moment, her skirt seemed to have caught on something, and with a sudden rip sound, the fabric at the back of her thigh was torn apart. Xu Chuyuan felt momentarily dazed. Fortunately, Bo Yanzhou was right in front of her, preventing her from truly falling to the ground. Once she regained her balance, her first instinct was to check her dress. Upon seeing it, her face darkened entirely. With her dress torn in such a manner, how could she possibly face others? Xu Chuyuan was seething with rage, wishing fervently to give the scoundrel before her a thorough beating. Bo Yanzhou, is this truly your intention? Chapter 44, he relentlessly pursued her. Bo Yanzhou had just heard the commotion and clearly did not anticipate discovering such a situation. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is your clothing damaged? Where is it torn? Is anyone injured?" After a brief silence, he boldly asserted, "Who told you to run away?" Though his words were stern, he nonetheless took off his suit jacket and offered it to her, his voice cold as he commanded, "Put this on. I shall take you to buy a new one to replace it." Xu Chuyuan snatched the suit jacket with a hint of annoyance, wrapping it around her waist without any courtesy. The oversized coat of Bo Yanzhou effectively concealed the damaged area of her dress. Although it clashed with her attire, at least it spared her from any unintended exposure. Xu Chuyuan's tone remained rather unfriendly as she remarked, "I don't need it, just don't block my way." However, Bo Yanzhou disregarded her words and, with an authoritative gesture, positioned himself between her and the window, declaring, "Xu Chuyuan, you now have two options, either I take you to buy some clothes, or we remain here indefinitely, no one is leaving. For I have all the time in the world." As his voice faded, Xu Chuyuan heard the sound of approaching footsteps. In the next moment, several bodyguards appeared outside the window, evidently intending to obstruct that exit. One of them even thoughtfully stepped forward to close the window once more. Xu Chuyuan had never felt so speechless. The people surrounding Bo Yanzhou were remarkably obedient, it was utterly impossible for her to escape today. Adhering to the principle that a wise person does not suffer immediate losses, Xu Chuyuan decisively made her choice. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Let us go buy clothes." The shopping mall was vast, and she was certain she would find an opportunity to flee. "Here she comes." Xu Chuyuan glared at Qi Yan with a fiery intensity. Qi Yan merely touched his nose and lowered his head, pretending not to notice. Consequently, they were encircled by bodyguards in Qi Yan, leaving her with no chance of escape. It wasn't until Xu Chuyuan was reluctantly ushered into Bo Yanzhou's car that the pent-up frustration within her remained unresolved. Indeed, every encounter with this man seemed to bring nothing but misfortune. The vehicle swiftly made its way to a shopping center. Throughout the journey, Xu Chuyuan felt no desire to converse with Bo Yanzhou. Instead, she turned her head and silently gazed out the window at the passing scenery. However, Bo Yanzhou clearly had no intention of letting her be. He, rarely one to initiate conversation, asked, "You mentioned that Nian Nian is a child of your relative's family? Which relative?" Bo Yanzhou seemed accustomed to her demeanor, disregarding her silence, and continued to speak, "I am well aware of the Xu family's lineage, none of them, including their relatives, possess the standing to reside in Junting Ufu." Xu Chuyuan unconsciously clenched her fingers, her heart instantly brimming with vigilance. This man was evidently inquiring about her affairs. Had he investigated her? Regardless of whether he had or not, Xu Chuyuan would never divulge her origins to him. After their divorce 6 years ago, her life had become entirely disconnected from his, and she bore no obligation to share her matters with him. However, regarding his mention of the Xu family, Xu Chuyuan scoffed. "I am certainly not worthy of the Xu family, let alone their relatives." How could Bo Yanzhou not perceive her emotions? He fell silent. It was only after Xu Chuyuan had departed that he learned of her having pushed Xu Lingwei and subsequently being ostracized by the Xu family. In this moment, hearing her tone, it was evident that she had yet to come to terms with those past events. After a brief hesitation, he spoke, "About the Xu family. Can we refrain from discussing them? It's rather disheartening. I understand your connection with the Xu family, but there is no need to sing their praises in my presence."
Whether it concerns the Xu family or you, it all belongs to the past for me, and I have no interest in hearing about it.
Xu Chuyuan believed that Bo Yanzhou intended to plead on behalf of the Xu family, wishing to protect their interests.
In a moment of overwhelming emotion, she interrupted him.
However, Bo Yanzhou did not harbor such intentions.
He had meant to convey that he had investigated the matter further.
Yet, upon hearing Xu Chuyuan's words, his expression darkened. And he showed no inclination to continue.
The atmosphere within the carriage seemed to chill several degrees as a result. Bo Yanzhou, with a tone laden with discontent,
inquired of Xu Chuyuan, "Is this truly how you perceive it?" Xu Chuyuan sarcastically inquired, "What else could it be?"
She turned to Bo Yanzhou and asked,
"Do you need me to remind you, Mr. Bo? Back in the day, you were willing to divorce me to forge a marriage of social standing with Su Lingwei. Have you forgotten that so swiftly?"
Her entire demeanor was prickly, and her words were no less sharp.
Bo Yanzhou's expression immediately darkened.
Qi Yan observed his master's countenance through the rearview mirror, his heart trembling.
The atmosphere inside the vehicle felt suffocating. At the very least, upon their reunion,
it was evident that his master was persistently pursuing Xu Chuyuan. Although he remained uncertain about his master's intentions, it was clear that he held no animosity towards Miss Xu. As for Su Lingwei, in all these years, his master had shown no affection or desire for marriage, rather, it was the lady who was in a state of anxious impatience. However, Qi Yan found it difficult to voice such observations.
At this moment,
the tension within the car was palpably thick. Xu Chuyuan and Bo Yanzhou were both unwilling to utter another word. They remained enveloped in silence throughout the journey. After a considerable span of time, the vehicle finally arrived at the shopping center.
Bo Yanzhou led Xu Chuyuan into an upscale boutique. As the attendant approached, Bo Yanzhou,
with a frosty demeanor, instructed the staff to retrieve a set of garments for her.
"Very well,"
Xu Chuyuan spoke, "I only require something of this kind. Approximately priced around 50,000. She subtly emphasized the cost.
Bo Yanzhou's gaze darkened.
He could easily infer that Xu Chuyuan had chosen an outfit of comparable value. It was evident that she intended to delineate boundaries between them, leaving no debts unresolved.
Bo Yanzhou, incensed by her demeanor,
immediately instructed the attendant in a chilling tone to bring forth the most expensive garments in the store.
"I do not need that."
Xu Chuyuan resolutely upheld her decision. She informed the attendant, "Please bring me a set that costs around 50,000. However, Bo Yanzhou's demeanor was unassailable. He insisted on the most expensive option. Chapter 45, the only one daring enough to challenge him was Xu Chuyuan.
"I refuse." The attendant stood there, utterly bewildered. How could anyone in this world prefer something inexpensive over something costly? After all, this was a gift from General Manager Bo.
Even millions or tens of millions were mere trifles for him.
Xu Chuyuan felt a surge of frustration welling up within her.
Seeing the man still opposing her, she could no longer contain her irritation. She retorted sharply, "Bo Yanzhou, how long do you intend to persist?
Are you so affluent that you can burn your money frivolously?
If that is the case, you might as well donate it. There is no need to seek validation at my expense."
Bo Yanzhou replied coldly. "This establishment is under the auspices of the Bo family. If you are unwilling to engage, you may procure it at a discount." Upon hearing this,
the previously indecisive shop assistant immediately responded, "I shall fetch the finest and most expensive attire from our collection for this esteemed lady."
With that, the assistant hurried off,
returning with the priciest garment available, presenting it to Xu Chuyuan. "Miss, this ensemble is the latest seasonal design from Milan, unique in the world,
and perfectly suited to your elegance. Allow me to escort you for a fitting."
Her face was a portrait of despair, gazing earnestly at Xu Chuyuan,
fearful that one misstep might jeopardize her livelihood. Xu Chuyuan was seething with anger.
This despicable man resorted to threats when he could not win an argument.
However,
the shop assistant was innocent. The conflict was solely between her and Bo Yanzhou. If others were drawn into this mess, she would undoubtedly feel guilty. She was well aware that this contemptible man, Bo Yanzhou, would certainly follow through on his threats. Xu Chuyuan gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet she had no choice but to acquiesce. However, before departing, she could not suppress her anger and shook her little fist in front of the man several times, as if she were poised to deliver a blow. This display left the shop staff in a state of bewilderment. Curiosity piqued. They wondered who this young lady was to dare treat Mr. Bo in such a manner. It was utterly disrespectful. Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow and inquired of Qi Yan. What did she just do? Qi Yan, albeit awkwardly, replied, Miss Chuyuan just made a gesture as if she wanted to strike you. Bo Yanzhou let out a chuckle. This woman, there was no one else in the world bold enough to confront him in such a way but Xu Chuyuan. As Xu Chuyuan swiftly changed her attire, the staff were utterly captivated by her stunning appearance upon her exit. Wow, this outfit looks absolutely exquisite on you. The staff had presented Xu Chuyuan with a remarkably distinctive dress. Xu Chuyuan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, quite taken with her appearance. Truly. It was no surprise that this ensemble was the most expensive in the store, it was undeniably exquisite. However, upon hearing the sales associate's incessant flattery, Bo Yanzhou felt an inexplicable sense of agitation within him. For the first time, he realized how troublesome it could be when one's vision was obscured. Xu Chuyuan, captivated by her fondness, swiftly made the decision to purchase the ensemble. The shop assistant nodded eagerly, affirming, certainly, I shall set aside the outfit you wish to exchange. Subsequently, the assistant began to wrap the garments. Bo Yanzhou addressed the assistant directly, instructing, please charge it to my account. Yes, Mr. Bo, she responded. After receiving the bag of clothes, Xu Chuyuan departed alongside Bo Yanzhou. Shortly after their exit, Su Lingwei called the boutique, inquiring, has the latest seasonal collection from PG arrived? The assistant, visibly flustered, replied, I apologize, Miss Su, but you were a step too late, the dress has just been purchased by Mr. Bo. Su Lingwei was momentarily taken aback, then a look of astonishment washed over her face. Did Yanzhou truly purchase a dress? For whom could it possibly be intended? Upon further contemplation, she realized that there was no one in his vicinity who would suit the garment, not even the doctor she had encountered a few days prior. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she speculated, could it be that Yanzhou intended to buy it for her? Was he seeking to surprise her? With this thought, a wave of joy surged within Su Lingwei's heart. She informed the sales associate, I understand now, and promptly ended the call, leaving the sales associate in a state of confusion. Is Miss Su all right? How is it that President Bo purchases dresses for other women, yet she appears quite pleased? After Xu Chuyuan and Bo Yanzhou exited the clothing store, they prepared to leave the shopping center. However, before departing, Xu Chuyuan turned to Bo Yanzhou and said, please take out your phone. For what purpose? Bo Yanzhou inquired. Xu Chuyuan remarked that the price of this outfit exceeds 50,000. Far surpassing the cost of my own ensemble. Please provide me with the payment code so that I may transfer the remaining balance for the attire to you. This woman is astutely calculating. The mood of Bo Yanzhou, which had finally taken a turn for the better, darkened once more at her words. His tone was icily detached as he replied, Xu Chuyuan, is it truly your desire to settle matters between us so abruptly? Xu Chuyuan offered a polite smile and replied, it is only natural. Bo Yanzhou's gaze was icy as he retorted, is that so? In that case, consider yourself indebted. This outfit costs 500,000, 10 times the original price. Remember it well. When I feel inclined, I shall come to collect, you had better not attempt to escape. Yes. Qi Yan dared not utter a word. The car sped away, leaving Xu Chuyuan in a state of shock, still unable to comprehend the situation. What was wrong with this man, Bo Yanzhou? Why the insistence on prolonging this? Was he deliberately trying to vex her? Xu Chuyuan let out a cold laugh. Thinking that this would render me powerless? How underestimated of myself. There are 450,000 in the account. The errant runner appeared quite awkward as he stated that the Bo family had expressed their refusal to accept anything of unknown origin. When Xu Chuyuan received the card, she nearly suffered a heart attack on the spot, further solidifying her resolve to leave as soon as Bo Yanzhou completed his treatment. With this thought in mind, she began to rummage through her phone in search of a new residence. This time, the information was swiftly obtained. Qi Yan came over at noon to report that he had discovered the workplace of Miss Xu Chuyuan. It was at a branch of the Hua Corporation in Kyoto. and her specific position was that of a researcher at their institute.
The Hua Corporation in Kyoto? Bo Yanzhou was somewhat taken aback,
as he had not anticipated that Xu Chuyuan would be employed there. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Xu Chuyuan had originally pursued a career in medicine, and her previous academic performance appeared to be commendable. The Hua family, renowned in the medical field, made her decision to join them hardly surprising. Now that her whereabouts are known, it alleviates the concern of her potentially vanishing without a trace.
Chapter 46, To Undergo a Paternity Test. Xu Chuyuan remained unaware.
Even if she were to find out, it would matter little. For what Bo Yanzhou comprehended was merely the tip of the iceberg. Few were privy to her true identity within the research institute, and no one knew that Mandy and she were one and the same. The little girl, upon seeing her arrive, joyfully climbed into her mother's car. Xu Chuyuan inquired of the young girl, Nian, without delay, "My dear,
could you enlighten me on how you came to know Tang Bao and his friends?"
This matter had occupied her thoughts for an entire afternoon. The little girl, while observing her mother's expression, noticed a slight furrowing of her brow, prompting Nian to hastily reassure her, "Do not worry, Mama, I have not disclosed my residence."
However, it seems that Brother Tang already has an inkling.
This morning, during our conversation, I made it clear that I cannot reveal your whereabouts next door.
Nor can I divulge your identity, including that of his father.
He has agreed to this. Xu Chuyuan observed the clever demeanor of the little girl, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. As long as Tang Bao remained discreet, everything would be satisfactory. Otherwise, the truth about her connection to Mandy would be the first secret to unravel. With that concern momentarily alleviated, Xu Chuyuan still felt a flicker of hesitation.
She inquired of Nian, "So, do you know about that gentleman?"
Without waiting for her mother to finish, the little girl eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "I know.
He is Mommy's patient, and someone who used to bully you, right?" The phrase ex-husband lingered on her lips, but she hesitated to voice it. Yet, even this revelation tightened Xu Chuyuan's chest with apprehension.
This clever little girl truly understood.
So, could she possibly deduce that Bo Yanzhou might be her father?
Xu Chuyuan was filled with concern when she noticed the little girl pouting her lips and proclaiming, "Don't worry, Mommy.
Although that uncle has helped me, he has bullied you in the past, and I will never like him. I only love you. I love you the most."
After sweetly soothing her mother,
Nian leaned in and planted a kiss on her mommy's cheek. Who could possibly resist such a fragrant, soft little bundle of affection?
Xu Chuyuan felt a sense of relief wash over her as she was skillfully misled. It seemed the little girl had yet to unravel the truth.
With a smile, she deftly shifted the conversation. "Darling, would you like to have some cake? Mommy will take you to buy some. We shall celebrate your first day of school." "Yes. Thank you, Mommy. I love you so much."
The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, radiating an eagerness that was palpable.
Xu Chuyuan nodded and said to her, "Quickly take your seat and fasten your seatbelt, we shall depart now." Meanwhile, Bo Jincheng promptly answered the call, inquiring, "Darling, what is it this time?" The little one, with a hint of urgency in his voice, asked, "Uncle, may I pose a question to you?" Bo Jincheng, with a tender smile, replied, "Certainly, go ahead." The child, encouraged by his response, straightforwardly asked, "Is my father's ex-wife named Xu Chuyuan?" Upon hearing that name, Bo Jincheng was taken aback. He queried, "How do you know this?" The little one's heart raced. It was indeed true. It appeared he had not misremembered. Earlier that morning,
when he heard Uncle Chi Yan utter the name of the aunt, it had struck him as familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it. It was only in the afternoon that the realization dawned upon him. Xu Chuyuan seemed to be his father's ex-wife. His heart surged with excitement. He never expected the aunt to be connected to his father in such a way.
Could she possibly be his mother?
It was no wonder the child thought so. After all, he had never known his mother since birth.
Others often whispered that his mother brought misfortune,
and some even insinuated that he was adopted, lacking any blood relation to his father. Over the past 2 years, he had contemplated searching for his mother.
He had previously looked into his father's ex-wife. Regrettably, that ex-wife had left no trace within the Bo family. He had found no photographs of her in the Xu family, with only the infamous name Xu Chuyuan remaining.
After meeting the aunt, he had only learned that she was a miraculous doctor named Mandy, never realizing she was also Xu Chuyuan.
Now that he was aware, how could his heart not race with exhilaration?
She was the only one who could possibly be his mother. Furthermore, he held great fondness for her. The little one was already filled with joy before he even began to confirm this. At that moment, Bo Jinchang also realized the implications and promptly asked, "Wait a moment.
Darling, how did you come to know the name Xu Chuyuan? It is quite a long-forgotten name." After ending the call, the little one composed himself,
striving to calm his excited heart. He must find a way to verify if the beautiful aunt was indeed his mother.
With a firm resolve,
he regained his composure and chose not to mention the events of the morning, dutifully sitting down to complete his homework.
That evening, after dinner, Xu Chuyuan changed into a different outfit and came over to treat Bo Yinzhou. Shi Yan observed from the side,
feeling that tonight the miraculous doctoress' silver needles appeared to be thicker than usual.
Quite intimidating. In the following days, Xu Chuyuan maintained a routine of 3 points: home, research institute, and attending to Bo Yinzhou's treatments.
A week swiftly passed, and under Xu Chuyuan's guidance, the poison within Bo Yinzhou had successfully moved away from critical areas such as the brain and heart.
This progress surpassed Xu Chuyuan's expectations.
Bo Yinzhou was highly satisfied with her treatment. He even felt that he could faintly perceive some shadows, albeit those shadows were exceedingly vague, barely discernible. Yet at least the world before him was no longer shrouded in darkness. This was the prelude to recovery.
With this thought in mind, Bo Yinzhou felt quite pleased.
When Xu Chuyuan came once more to assist with his treatment, he took the initiative to share this development with her. Xu Chuyuan had anticipated this, yet she remained relatively calm as she informed Bo Yinzhou that his condition had indeed improved somewhat. However,
a complete recovery was still a distant prospect. Bo Yinzhou nodded slightly, unperturbed. "Just lie back, the treatment is about to commence." "All right." Bo Yinzhou cooperated willingly,
and the two no longer exchanged barbs as they had previously. In the evening, after the treatment concluded, Xu Chuyuan, while tidying up her belongings, remarked to Bo Yinzhou, "I might arrive a bit later tomorrow evening. I have some matters to attend to."
Bo Yinzhou had no objections, responding that she could come by after finishing her tasks, as long as it did not interfere with the treatment. "Rest assured, it won't be a delay." After their brief conversation, Xu Chuyuan took her leave. As she was departing,
Xiao Tangbao suddenly scampered over and stood in her path, exclaiming, "Auntie, today is the weekend, and the chef has made some cookies.
I helped out too. This batch is for you." "Thank you, Tangbao."
Xu Chuyuan, upon hearing that he had personally made them, could not bring himself to decline and praised.
"I never imagined you were so skilled. You can even bake cookies?" The little one, however, honestly shook his head and replied, "I actually didn't know how. But I learned specifically to make them for you and Sister Mian Mian."
The latter part of his statement was uttered in a hushed tone, as if he feared being overheard, his voice tinged with a delicate timidity. Xu Chuyuan could not help but smile, bending down to embrace the little one, exclaiming,
"You are truly wonderful."
Apart from Mian Mian, she had never encountered a child as considerate and endearing as this little fellow.
Xiao Tangbao also smiled faintly, clearly delighted.
Xu Chuyuan was completely unaware that Xiao Tangbao harbored her own little thoughts. Seizing the moment when Xu Chuyuan held her close, she discreetly plucked a fallen hair from her garment.
Chapter 47, Denying the White Lotus an Opportunity to Shine. Xu Chuyuan did not linger here for long and soon departed with the little cookie.
He had conducted his research, seeking confirmation of a mother-son relationship,
intending to pursue a paternity test.
For several days, he had been unable to find an opportunity, until tonight, when he finally obtained a strand of hair from his aunt. Now, he could proceed with the paternity test. The little one felt a flicker of anticipation within, even praying that the aunt might truly be his mother. The following day, as he was being driven to school, he suddenly instructed the driver to take a different route, saying, "Grandpa Lee,
let us not go to kindergarten just yet.
I am concerned about Daddy's eyes and wish to visit the original hospital to inquire about the situation.
Once we have gathered the information, we can proceed to kindergarten, all right?" Upon hearing the child's thoughtful request, Uncle Li naturally obliged. Very well. I will accompany you to the hospital.
Thank you, Grandpa Li, but please do not mention this to Daddy.
Of course. Uncle Li thought little of it, assuming the child merely wished to spare Bo Yanzhou any worry. Upon arriving at the hospital, the little one directly approached the director, presenting the 2 strands of hair he had prepared, saying, "Grandpa Director, I have a favor to ask. Could you assist me in verifying the DNA of these 2 hairs to see if there is a familial connection?" Verifying DNA?
The director recognized the little treasure and was somewhat astonished by the request.
Little treasure nodded and explained, "Yes. A friend of my father entrusted me with this to deliver along the way. Grandpa Director, you must keep this confidential."
Rest assured, young master.
Our hospital will not disclose any information regarding our clients.
After all, their hospital relied on the Bo family's donations for support.
And the director certainly would not refuse a simple DNA verification.
Furthermore, he held no suspicions regarding the confidentiality aspect, having entrusted the director with the task.
The little one felt reassured and proceeded to school. Bo Yanzhou remained completely unaware of this matter.
That morning, he had engaged in several remote meetings from home, attending to some urgent work, and by the time he finished, it was nearly noon. During lunch, Song Yun arrived, primarily still concerned about Bo Yanzhou's health and specifically inquiring, "Yanzhou, how have your eyes been these past few days?
Are they any better?" Bo Yanzhou nodded lightly, his expression neutral. "They have improved somewhat." He then asked, "What brings you here?"
Song Yun quickly clarified her purpose. "I came to invite you to dinner with the Xu family tonight."
As Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow,
Song Yun hastily added, "Today is Grandpa Su's birthday, and a restaurant has been reserved."
"Regardless of your relationship with Ling Wei,
Grandpa Su is an old friend of your grandfather, and as a junior, your attendance is essential. My father, your grandmother, and I will also be present.
She insists that you must join us."
Upon hearing about Grandma Bo, Bo Yanzhou frowned. "I am still, after all, a patient. My eyes are not in good condition."
"Does Grandma truly expect me to attend?"
Song Yun's expression turned somewhat guilty as she replied, "Naturally, your grandmother places great importance on such occasions."
"Do not worry. It will not affect you. There will be someone to assist you with your meal."
As for who that would be, she did not specify.
Though Bo Yanzhou was not fond of such gatherings, it seemed he had to acquiesce for the sake of Grandma Bo and the late grandfather. Bo Yanzhou inquired indifferently, "Which restaurant?"
"Jinghai," Song Yun replied. Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou nodded, his demeanor cool. "Understood.
I will be there on time tonight." In the evening,
Xu Chuyuan received a call from her dear friend Xinqing.
The 3 of them decided to dine together, ensuring the atmosphere would not be overly awkward. That night,
they convened at Jinghai Restaurant, a venue chosen by Xinqing, renowned far and wide throughout Haicheng.
The restaurant's edifice stands majestically by the river,
offering breathtaking views at any hour, be it morning, noon, or night, making reservations a rare privilege. Only the elite of Haicheng frequent this esteemed establishment.
When Xu Chuyuan arrived, Xinqing had already ordered the dishes. Finally, the busy person has arrived.
Upon seeing her, Xinqing immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace. Xu Chuyuan greeted her with a smile and exchanged a few pleasantries, then turned her gaze towards Lu Hanmo.
"Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to see you again." "Yes."
"Miss Su, please have a seat," Lu Hanmo replied with grace, nodding at her.
He added,
"I sincerely hope you do not hold any ill feelings regarding the last-minute cancellation of our meeting."
Xu Chuyuan smiled and remarked, "How could that be?
It is already commendable that you have arranged for the herbs to be delivered on time." Xinqing, unable to endure the discussion of work at the dining table, cheerfully interjected, "All right, you two are being overly polite, and I find it quite uncomfortable.
Since we are here to share a meal, let us all sit down and raise a glass.
Once we finish, we shall be friends.
Let us be a bit more casual.
Such formality can diminish our appetite and lead to indigestion." Xu Chuyuan chuckled softly, gracefully complying with Xinqing as she lifted her cup.
Lu Hanmo also smiled gently, joining the two in a toast.
Xu Chuyuan and Lu Hanmo were not particularly familiar with one another.
However, with Xinqing acting as the lively catalyst, the atmosphere remained far from awkward.
As the conversation progressed, they inevitably veered into discussions of work-related matters, a topic that both Xu Chuyuan and Lu Hanmo found quite enjoyable. Particularly, with the Lu family also possessing a pharmaceutical subsidiary, the three of them engaged in delightful discourse throughout the meal. Meanwhile, in the adjacent listening to the Wind Pavilion private room,
Bo Yanzhou had arrived with his little companion, Tang Bao.
By the time they entered, the Xu family, along with his parents and the elderly Lady Bo, had already gathered. At that moment, Su Lingwei was diligently trying to make an impression in front of Lady Bo, pouring tea and engaging in conversation.
Upon hearing Bo Yanzhou's footsteps,
she immediately rose and approached him, her tone brimming with excitement. "Yanzhou, you're here." Bo Yanzhou responded with a mild acknowledgement before bypassing her and making his way to the seating area.
"Grandfather Su, happy birthday. This is a gift I prepared for you," he said, gesturing to Qi Yan, who presented the gift.
Upon seeing his arrival, Mr. Su greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Yanzhou, you are too kind.
I am truly delighted by your presence. Please, take a seat."
Thin Yanzhou nodded. Just as he was about to sit down, Su Lingwei immediately approached him, saying sweetly,
"Yanzhou, allow me to assist you." Recognizing the splendid opportunity before her, she was eager to make a good impression. However,
before she could even touch Thin Yanzhou's arm, Qi Yan stepped in, positioning himself between her and Yanzhou, stating, "There is no need for Miss Su's assistance.
I can manage perfectly well."
Su Lingwei furrowed her brows, feeling rather displeased.
However, with the presence of the Bo family,
she dared not reveal her feelings and reluctantly chose to suppress them. After all, Yanzhou was currently unable to see, and she had ample opportunities ahead. Su Lingwei contemplated this, intending to sit beside Bo Yanzhou and serve him dishes.
Her eagerness was unmistakable, fully evident to all. Xiao Tangbao observed everything keenly. Initially,
he felt a tinge of displeasure upon hearing that he would dine with Su Lingwei and her companions. However, upon witnessing her fervent attentiveness towards his father, his discontent deepened. At this moment, seeing her intent to occupy the seat next to his father, he swiftly seized the opportunity, positioning himself on his father's right side,
denying the so-called White Lotus any chance to shine.
Chapter 48, His disdain for Su Lingwei. Su Lingwei, arriving a moment too late, was momentarily taken aback. To her left was the seat reserved for Grandma Bo, while the right side was ostensibly hers. She had already conferred with Song Yun, agreeing that she would sit beside Bo Yanzhou tonight to make a good impression.
Moreover, given that it was Old Master Su's birthday,
what was initially intended to be a grand banquet had been hastily transformed into a simple meal,
ostensibly to provide an opportunity to discuss the impending union between the two families.
Under such circumstances, it was reasonable to assume that Bo Yanzhou would not refuse the proposal.
Yet, unexpectedly, despite all their arrangements, this little interloper had intruded.
Su Lingwei felt quite displeased, yet she forced a smile and said, "Tangbao, your seat is next to your grandmother. I specifically arranged for a children's chair to be brought for you." Little Tangbao did not spare her a glance and replied, "I don't need it. I am already a big baby and can sit in a regular chair. Besides, I need to take care of my daddy tonight, and a children's chair would be inconvenient for me."
Su Lingwei's expression stiffened slightly.
She attempted to reason with the little one. "Tangbao, you require care yourself. How can you take care of your father?
Please be obedient."
The young Tangbao's little face immediately fell, and with a cold tone, he retorted,
"Are you doubting my abilities?
For these past few days, I have been the one looking after father, serving him food."
The little one wore a stern expression, his presence somewhat imposing. Su Lingwei hurriedly clarified, "That is not what I meant." Song Yun, intending to bring Su Lingwei and her son closer together, chimed in.
"Tangbao, come to Grandma, and you can leave the matter of taking care of your father to Aunt Lingwei."
Tang Bao was nearly exasperated.
His grandmother always tried to push his father towards this unpleasant woman. Just as Tang Bao was about to refuse, Bo Yanzhou spoke up, "No need.
Let Tang Bao handle it.
It's a trivial matter, and he is more than capable."
With his declaration, even if Su Lingwei was reluctant,
she had no choice but to acquiesce. The Su family dared not utter a word.
Soon, the banquet commenced. Xiao Tangbao kept his promise,
diligently attending to his father's dining needs, leaving no opportunity for Su Lingwei. This infuriated Su Lingwei to no end.
Xu Yuanli observed everything keenly, harboring his discontent. However,
with a smile gracing his face, he inquired, I heard from Lingwei that the physician treating Yanzhou is a miraculous healer.
Has he mentioned when recovery might commence? The Bo family is relying heavily on Yanzhou at present. Both Bo Jingtian and Song Yun, uncertain of their son's current condition, merely shook their heads. Upon hearing his words, those present were filled with joy. Is that truly the case?
It appears that the doctor indeed possesses remarkable skills.
Of course. Auntie is exceptionally formidable.
Little Tangbao beamed with pride, as if he were the one receiving the accolades. Seeing this little wild child so fiercely defending that doctor, Su Lingwei's dissatisfaction deepened. They had only known each other for a few days, yet the praise was abundant. Over the years, despite her relentless efforts to win his favor, she had never experienced such support from him. Xiu Lingwei's words carried a hint of grievance.
Bo Yanzhou's tone was indifferent as he stated,
I have no use for those medicinal herbs, and there is no need to send them in the future.
His refusal was unmistakably clear. Mother Su, Yu Huarong remarked, Lingwei specifically prepared this for you, how could it possibly be deemed wasteful?
From this point onward, we are all one family. And there is no need to be concerned about such trivial matters. Madame Su immediately chuckled in agreement, saying, Indeed, Yanzhou, there is no need for such formality. Our dear Wei Wei has always held you in high regard. Just the other day, she went to great lengths to gather those medicinal herbs,
placing your well-being above all else.
As for myself and your grandfather Su, having reached our advanced years, we harbor no particular desires, save for the wish to see both of you thriving together. In recent years, Wei Wei has been determined to carve her path in the entertainment industry, which has deprived you both of precious moments together. However, this year, she has promised me that she will endeavor to spend more time at home and foster a closer relationship with you. The matter between you two has lingered for quite some time, and I believe the moment has come.
Meanwhile, old Master Su remained silent.
Having lived to such an advanced age, he had witnessed much and could easily discern that Yanzhou was reluctant to marry Su Lingwei.
Otherwise,
the delay would not have stretched on for so long. Yet, he did not deter his wife's gentle urging. After all, Su Lingwei was, in essence, his beloved granddaughter.
Xiu Lingwei stood by, feigning an expression of understanding and bashfulness, saying, Grandma, why bring this up? Don't put pressure on Yanzhou.
However, despite her words, her gaze was fixed intently on Bo Yanzhou, brimming with anticipation, as if she feared others might not discern her true intentions. The little boy's eyes darkened slightly. He knew that dining together with them could only spell trouble. Every time the two families gathered, 8 out of 10 conversations inevitably revolved around urging marriage. It seemed today's affair had been meticulously orchestrated. Just as the young lad had surmised, no sooner had Xiu Lingwei's words fallen than Song Yin chimed in. With a tone of agreement, she remarked, This matter has indeed been delayed for far too long, it ought to be settled.
What do you think, Mom?
She feared that her words might further displease Bo Yanzhou, hence she deftly redirected the conversation to the elderly matriarch.
Bo Laotai, with clarity of mind,
refrained from grasping this hot potato, acknowledging that the matter ultimately hinged upon Ion's wishes. Although there was indeed a promise of engagement between the two families, the life to be lived was that of her grandsons, who had already faced failure once.
Everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom that the matriarch would respond in such a manner. Su Yuanli asked in confusion, Yanzhou, what is your opinion? If things do not improve in the future, wouldn't it just be a waste of time for others? If the Su family is in a hurry, they might as well seek a match that is socially compatible. If there are no suitable candidates, I can assist in making introductions. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of everyone in the Su family shifted dramatically. Especially the latter part of the statement left Su Lingwei in disbelief. Is Yanzhou suggesting that she should marry someone else? Does he not wish to wed her? Chapter 49, Only Xu Chuyuan is worthy of me. Su Lingwei's countenance was one of profound sorrow, yet she forced a smile and spoke tenderly, It matters not, Yanzhou. Regardless of your circumstances, I shall remain unperturbed, as long as I can be by your side. I care not for anything else. If the divine physician cannot restore your sight, I shall be your eyes. Her words were imbued with deep emotion. The elders nearby were visibly moved by her declaration.
Song Yun, who had always held affection for Su Lingwei, decided to intercede on her behalf. She said, "Yen Zhou. A young lady like Lingwei has expressed herself to this extent. If you do not acquiesce, where else can you find such a commendable companion?
Were it any other man,
he would have surely been touched by her sincerity."
Unfortunately, Bo Yanzhou's stance remained unwavering. My marriage is my own affair. When did it become a topic for discussion at the dining table?
Yu Huarong could no longer contain herself, but this concerns both families.
It was a betrothal arranged while your grandfather was still alive.
Bo Yanzhou retorted without a trace of compassion.
Do I need to remind you that I have already fulfilled the terms of the engagement once? Yu Huarong grew agitated,
but that is not the same.
Xu Chuyuan was merely an impostor, a fraud, not a child of our Xu family, thus, that marriage is utterly invalid.
This declaration altered the expressions of several individuals in the room, as they recalled a name that had long since faded from memory.
Su Lingwei clenched her fists, seething with uncontainable resentment.
She could never comprehend why, back in the day, Bo Yanzhou had so readily accepted his marriage to Xu Chuyuan.
Yet now,
compelling him to honor their engagement seemed an insurmountable challenge. A profound sense of injustice simmered within her.
As for Bo Yanzhou,
he felt an inexplicable sense of displeasure upon hearing her unwavering rejection.
In a cold tone, he spoke, "Why is it not considered valid? When she married me,
she was still a member of the Xu family. During our 2 years of marriage, the Bo family provided numerous benefits to your Xu family, and that is undeniably true.
So, now that she has departed, does Madame Xu intend to completely repudiate it?" Yu Huarong's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily attempted to defend herself, saying, "No.
I do not wish to deny it, I merely want to convey. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts.
Su Yuanli promptly interjected, "Yanzhou, your aunt did not deny Xu Chuyuan's past actions. Yet both lineage and marriage ought to belong to Weiwei. Weiwei has endured so much suffering while wandering alone.
What she seeks now is merely the restoration of her rightful place. Moreover, we have cared for her for so many years, and in the end, she wished to harm our own daughter. How could such a malicious heart ever be worthy of you?"
Bo Yanzhou's expression darkened.
"The matter of lineage being restored is your decision, but as for marriage, do not involve me. When I choose to marry, I will make that decision myself. Whether she is worthy or not is for me to determine." At his words, the faces of the Xu family changed dramatically, especially Su Lingwei. She had never anticipated that he would reject the marriage so resolutely.
In the man's heart, was Xu Chuyuan not supposed to hold any significance? Otherwise,
he would not have divorced so easily back then.
Yet now, he speaks as if Xu Chuyuan is worthy, while she herself is not?
Su Lingwei felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, yet she dared not press too hard.
Bo Yanzhou had always been a person who could not be easily manipulated.
Suppressing her grievances, she spoke, "Dad, Mom, Grandfather, Grandmother, I am aware that you have been concerned about my lifelong affairs. But I have previously stated that everything depends on Yanzhou's wishes.
Why do you insist on bringing this up?
Regardless of how long it takes, I will wait for him.
Today is grandfather's birthday, let us focus on dining."
She feigned strength, yet this act only deepened the sorrow of the Xu family. Even Song Yin felt a pang of guilt.
Xiao Tangbao had been holding back his frustration, unable to enjoy his meal.
He was infuriated by the constant disdain and slander directed at his aunt. Unable to defend her directly, he could only huff in anger, put down his chopsticks, and declare, "I'm full, you all take your time." With that, he slid off his chair and dashed out of the private dining room.
"Tangbao."
The others called after him in haste.
Song Yun murmured, "What is wrong with this child?"
At this moment, Su Lingwei still feigned understanding.
However,
before she could rise, Bo Yanzhou interjected, "No need, I shall go myself."
"Shi Yan."
"Here."
Shi Yan entered from outside, assisting Bo Yanzhou as they exited the private room.
The little one dashed out and made his way to the restaurant's viewing platform.
He was visibly upset.
Crouching by the glass railing, a small bundle of frustration.
Shi Yan brought Bo Yanzhou over and called out, "Young master."
Bo Yanzhou stood before him and inquired,
"Why did you suddenly run away?"
"That was rather impolite."
The little one pouted and huffed, "Is it polite for them to speak of others in that manner?"
The beautiful lady at the kindergarten, she must be Daddy's ex-wife, right? She is so lovely, like a fairy, yet they speak of her so poorly.
If you ask me, Su Lingwei is the real villain.
Bo Yanzhou paused for a moment, surprised that his son had fled for such a reason.
He asked, "You are angry because of this?" The little one thought, of course. But fearing his father might think his reaction too extreme, he replied, "Not just that.
They are also forcing you to marry Su Lingwei, and I do not want her as my mother." Reflecting on this, the little one became even more enraged.
His grandmother truly lacked ambition. What merits does Su Lingwei possess? Anyone picked at random from outside would far surpass her by 100-fold. Bo Yanzhou patted his head, saying, "Haven't I already refused? Rest assured, this matter cannot be forced upon me. It is settled." Tang Bao grasped his father's hand, compelling him to seal the deal with a promise. Bo Yanzhou smirked, assuring him, "It is settled. When have I ever deceived you?" Hearing this, the little one finally calmed down a bit. He no longer wished to see that family. Chapter 50. As always, the pretender Bo Yanzhou stood before him and inquired, "Why did you suddenly run away?" That was rather impolite. The little one pouted and huffed, "Isn't it impolite for them to speak of others like that? The beautiful lady at the kindergarten that day must be Daddy's ex-wife, right? She is so stunning, resembling a fairy, yet they speak of her in such a vile manner." If you ask me, Su Lingwei is the real villain.
Bo Yanzhou fell silent for a moment, taken aback that his son had fled for such a reason.
He asked, "Were you angry just because of this?" The little one thought, of course. Yet fearing his father might suspect his reaction was excessive, he replied, "Of course, not only that. They want to force you to marry Su Lingwei. I don't want her to be my mommy." The thought of this reignited his fury. His grandmother truly was a source of great disappointment. What merits does Su Lingwei possess? Randomly selecting anyone from outside would surely surpass her by 100-fold. Bo Yanzhou patted his own head, saying, "Did I not already decline?"
Rest assured, in this matter, no one can coerce me. Therefore, I shall not consent in the future.
A promise is a promise.
Tang Bao grasped his father's hand, forcibly sealing their pact.
Bo Yanzhou smirked and replied, "A promise is a promise. When have I ever deceived you?" Upon hearing this, the little one finally calmed down a bit. He no longer wished to see that family. As they were leaving, Su Lingwei and Yu Huarong also headed to the restroom. With no members of the Bo family present, Yu Huarong could not help but voice her grievances. What does Bo Yanzhou mean? How long does he intend to delay marrying you? Xu Lingwei's countenance was not particularly bright, yet she resolutely declared, "No matter how long it takes, the position of Mrs. Bo shall only be mine." Can you bear to see that position occupied by another? Yu Huarong, naturally, could hardly endure such a notion. The wealth of the Bo family, even a mere trickle, could sustain an ordinary family for generations. Moreover, when Xu Chuyuan married into the family, the Su family had already savored the benefits. In recent years, the Su family had been on a decline, and they could not afford to relinquish their hold. However, neither of them anticipated that just as they pushed open the door to the private room, they would see Xu Chuyuan emerging from the adjacent one. After Xu Chuyuan and Xin Xingqing finished their meal, they were about to head to the restroom before leaving, but they never expected to encounter these two individuals here. The expressions on Yu Huarong and Su Lingwei's faces changed dramatically, filled with utter astonishment. Yu Huarong was taken aback by Xu Chuyuan's transformation. She had assumed that after being cast out from the Su family, Xu Chuyuan's life would undoubtedly be one of hardship. However, Xu Chuyuan seemed to radiate an even more affluent aura than before. That elegance emanated from her very being, appearing even more resplendent than during her time with the Su family. As for Su Lingwei, she was utterly shocked. When had this transpired? While the two were dumbfounded, gazing at Xu Chuyuan, she furrowed her brows, her mind fixated on a singular thought: how unfortunate. Xu Chuyuan had long since severed any emotional ties with the Su family, including Yu Huarong. 6 years ago, she still harbored some affection for her foster mother, which compelled her to seek out Yu Huarong after the slanderous incident. Moreover, after her divorce from Bo Yanzhou, she faced numerous setbacks while searching for a job in Haichang. They harbored guilt towards Su Lingwei.
relentlessly suppressing her as if the wrongful exchange of children was entirely her fault. Such behavior was utterly repugnant. And it was precisely for this reason that she had completely lost faith in the Xu family. Additionally, several years ago, the Hua family had provided the Xu family with 2 projects as a form of alimony for the years past. She had long settled her accounts with the Xu family. Thus, encountering them now, there was no need for pleasantries. With this thought in mind, Xu Chuyuan intended to bypass them and leave. However, to her surprise, Yu Huarong was unwilling to let her off so easily. As Xu Chuyuan lifted her foot to depart, Yu Huarong, her face flushed with indignation, demanded, "Xu Chuyuan, what are you doing here?" Her voice was raised, and the others in the private room heard her, nearly believing they were experiencing auditory hallucinations as they turned to look outside. Then, they beheld a familiar face. Xu Chuyuan, upon realizing that she was being observed, discovered the presence of others in the private room. To her surprise, the gathering was quite complete. With an air of confidence, she posed a counter-question, leaving Yu Huarong momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Xu Chuyuan had been expelled from the Xu family, but she had not been banished from Haicheng. Why, then, could she not be present here? Upon witnessing her mother choking, Su Lingwei's thoughts shifted rapidly. Su Lingwei wore a warm and amiable smile. However, throughout the years, she had been perceived as the victim by everyone around her. Thus, when confronted with Xu Chuyuan, she felt no fear. On the contrary, the more cordial she appeared, the more the Bo family would witness her demeanor, leading them to believe that it was indeed Xu Chuyuan who harbored malicious intent and pushed her into the depths of despair. The character of both women was unmistakably evident. Su Lingwei, truly, continues to feign as ever. It is utterly repugnant. Xu Chuyuan, suppressing the discomfort in her stomach, remarked in a frosty tone, "If I recall correctly, Miss Su was born 2 hours before me, wasn't she? That term sister sounds rather distasteful. Furthermore, my mother has only given birth to 1 daughter. I certainly do not have a good sister like you." Su Lingwei never anticipated that Xu Chuyuan would confront her so openly in front of everyone. Her expression momentarily stiffened, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes, yet her demeanor remained one of feigned innocence as she said, "Chuyuan, why would you say such a thing? I am merely concerned for you. Ever since your divorce from Yenzhou, you vanished from sight, and I have often worried about you. It's not just me. Even grandfather frequently mentions you. We genuinely care about your well-being." Chapter 51, Xu Chuyuan, you truly are an ingrate. Her words implied that Xu Chuyuan was lacking in understanding and gratitude. Xu Chuyuan certainly understood the implication behind her words. With a mocking expression, she replied, "Are you worried about me? Do you truly believe that? Su Lingwei, how despicable can you be?" Xu Chuyuan felt no inclination to feign politeness. In regard to the Xu family, she saw no need for decorum, and even less so towards Su Lingwei. Beside her, Yu Huarong, witnessing her beloved daughter being wronged, could no longer contain her indignation. She exclaimed with a voice full of fury, "Xu Chuyuan, what manner of speech is this? Wei Wei has shown you genuine concern, and yet you respond with such disdain? Do not forget what you did to Wei Wei all those years ago. Our Xu family has cared for you for so long. Even a dog would acknowledge us with a bark upon seeing us. Instead of expressing gratitude, you choose to speak in such an ungrateful manner." Xu Chuyuan raised her icy gaze to meet Yu Huarong's, and with a note of sarcasm, she retorted, "What is wrong with my expression? It is far better than the countenance of some who don a mask of humanity while harboring a heart as black as coal, wouldn't you agree?" As Yu Huarong began to speak, Xu Chuyuan remained unyielding. Their relationship was not particularly profound. Yu Huarong was inherently vain and concerned with appearances. In her youth, her affection was contingent upon Xu Chuyuan's academic performance meeting her expectations. She demanded excellence in all endeavors. At that time, Xu Chuyuan believed that maternal love manifested in this manner. Yu Huarong, having been subtly criticized, wore an extremely displeased expression. Others might not comprehend the implications of Xu Chuyuan's words, but she understood all too well. However, she had not anticipated that this once docile adopted daughter would dare to defy her so audaciously. You are utterly audacious.
After all these years of guidance, you exhibit such a lack of upbringing, such insolence towards your elders. Moreover, I had no intention of engaging with you, it was you who called out to me first. You obstructed my path, forcing me to halt. Yu Huarong's face flushed with anger. Just as the dispute escalated, Xu Yuanli emerged. He gently admonished, "Enough. We are in public, do you intend to attract the attention of every passerby? How utterly embarrassing." His tone conveyed his discontent with the squabble among them. Su Lingwei, ever the peacemaker, spoke up upon witnessing Yu Huazhong being scolded, saying, "Father, do not blame mother, we acted with good intentions." Xu Yuanli treated her with relative kindness. His tone had softened considerably as he remarked, "I am well aware of your good intentions." After saying this, he cast a gaze filled with complexity upon Xu Chuyuan. Addressing her, "Chuyuan, after all, our Xu family has cared for you for many years. Even though we subsequently severed our ties, it was due to your prior missteps. Nevertheless, the kindness bestowed upon you is immeasurable. In terms of your living conditions, we have never neglected you. Therefore, upon meeting, it is only fitting that you extend at least a courteous greeting rather than speak in such a manner." Xu Chuyuan had long anticipated that upon her reunion with the Xu family, they would invoke the gratitude owed for her upbringing. With an air of indifference, she uttered, 3 years ago, the H-City Hainan Freight Project, 2 years ago, the S-City Bidding Project, both of which yielded profits exceeding 100 million for you. I have already repaid the expenses of my upbringing over the past 20 years. As for affection," her tone was tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "In the past, one of you was preoccupied with work while the other was busy forging connections with the wives of affluent families. Your contributions were hardly substantial, were they? Therefore, I owe you nothing." Upon hearing these words, Xu Yuanli was taken aback. "What did you say? How could you possibly know about those 2 projects?" Xu Yuanli was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the implications of her words. "Are you suggesting that those 2 projects are a result of your actions?" Xu Chuyuan did not deny it, a hint of indifference toward the Xu family graced her countenance. "As long as you understand, henceforth, refrain from uttering such words of gratitude and vengeance in my presence." Upon hearing this, Yu Huarong was the first to falter. She immediately retorted with fury. "How audacious you are! Those 2 projects were clearly secured by us, what connection could they possibly have with a woman as venomous as you? Do you even have the audacity to claim credit?" Xu Chuyuan was not angry, instead, she gazed at Xu Yuanli and coldly remarked, "Isn't it so, Chairman Xu? You should be well aware that your family, the Zus, encountered repeated setbacks at the outset and had no opportunity to undertake these 2 projects. It was only when the chairman of both companies changed their stance at the last moment that the situation shifted, am I correct? At that time, did they not inform you that it was due to someone else's request?" Xu Chuyuan's words hit the mark perfectly. Xu Yuan's complexion changed dramatically. For the matter was indeed true. At that moment, he believed that a benefactor had assisted him and had longed to meet the person who had aided him. However, the heads of the 2 projects had persistently refused to disclose the identity of this individual. Now, he has come to realize that it was somehow connected to Xu Chuyuan. But how could this be possible? Xu Yuanli found it hard to believe. While Yu Huarong was even more reluctant to accept the reality, repeatedly exclaiming, "This is impossible, this is impossible. Yuanli, this cannot be true, can it?" Beside them, Su Lingwei pressed her fingers into her palm, unwilling to accept the notion either. These 2 projects had brought joy and pride to the Su family for quite some time. How could they possibly be related to Xu Chuyuan? Xu Chuyuan had long anticipated their reaction. Coldly, she remarked, "Believe it or not, I am at peace with myself and owe you nothing." Before she could finish her sentence, Song Yun, seated in the private room, interjected. "How could an orphan with no status or background possibly achieve such a feat? Are you attempting to intimidate the Su family with something you overheard outside?" Song Yun had always held a disdain for Xu Chuyuan, and her gaze as she spoke was laced with contempt. Xu Chuyuan referred to her as an orphan. Her gaze sharp and unfriendly. "I thought someone had left home this morning without brushing their teeth, given the overwhelming odor." Song Yun was incensed by her words. Her expression darkening as she retorted, "Xu Chuyuan, what do you mean by that?" Xu Chuyuan's gaze was filled with an imposing intensity and a chilling demeanor as she addressed her. Madame Bo, hailing from an esteemed family. Do you consider yourself to be of a superior status? You incessantly speak of orphans, what do they signify to you? If my memory serves me right, the Bo family engages in considerable charitable endeavors each year, including support for orphanages. Those orphans who have received aid from the Bo family are profoundly grateful. Yet they are aware of your frequent disparagement. Do you truly look down upon orphans? In your eyes, are they mere vermin? If you possess the audacity to utter those words once more, I shall diligently record them and disseminate the footage online for all to witness repeatedly. As she spoke, Xu Chuyuan indeed retrieved her phone, poised to capture the moment. Songyan found herself rendered speechless, her throat seemingly constricted, and could only stand there with a face ashen with fury. Chapter 52, What do you amount to? At this moment, Su Lingwei has also come to a realization. She believes that Songyan's words are indeed quite insightful. Xu Chuyuan, an orphan, how could she possibly possess such extraordinary abilities? It is well known that even the Su family struggled to manage those two projects, let alone Xu Chuyuan. Surely, she must have obtained information through some underhanded means to speak so audaciously. Now, witnessing Songyan being reprimanded, she immediately interjects, Xu Chuyuan. Don't you think you are being excessively unreasonable? We were merely extending a friendly greeting, yet you first disrespected my mother. Then disregarded the Su family's nurturing grace by bringing up the project, and now you even target my aunt. After all, my aunt was once your mother-in-law. She harbored no disdain for orphans. Why do you choose to so grossly misinterpret her intentions? I know you resent my parents for severing ties with you for my sake. But the fault lies not with them, it was clearly you. She pauses abruptly, feigning a pitiful demeanor, yet disingenuously adds, nevertheless. Let us not dwell on past grievances. I hope you will apologize to my aunt, she was merely questioning your claims, considering. What you stated is indeed quite difficult to believe. Her seemingly empathetic behavior once again garners favor in front of everyone. Only Xu Chuyuan perceives her true nature. With a dismissive scoff, she retorts, there is no need for such lengthy discourse. If you doubt me, feel free to call and inquire, I welcome any confrontation. As for an apology, she is hardly deserving of that. And you, what gives you the audacity to demand an apology from me? Whence comes your inflated sense of entitlement? Furthermore, you know better than anyone what truly transpired back then. If you find it tiresome to play this charade before me, know that I find it utterly repulsive. Xu Chuyuan, you are insufferably audacious. At this moment, Elder Su could no longer contain herself and rose from her seat. With a fierce demeanor, she exclaimed sharply, you ungrateful wretch, do you intend to defy the heavens today? You disregard the Su family that raised you. And your former mother-in-law has shown you nothing but kindness, yet you respond with such blatant disrespect. How utterly ungrateful. No wonder people say that one cannot nurture what is not their own, it is indeed true. Xu Chuyuan gazed at the elderly lady, her expression momentarily lost in thought. In the past, she held a considerable respect for this grandmother. Despite Su Laotai's preference for sons over daughters. It must be acknowledged that during her days with the Su family, she was not treated too poorly. However, upon discovering that there was no blood relation between herself and the family, the elderly lady was the first to sever ties. After the slander directed at her, the only one from the Su household who spoke in her defense was the elder Su. At this moment, as she stepped forward, Xu Chuyuan, mindful of the elder Su's presence, was reluctant to voice her thoughts. Old Master Su seemed to have noticed as well, he rose and stepped outside, pulling old Madame Su along, saying, what are you making such a fuss about? Is the chaos not sufficient already? Madame Su remained unconvinced and indignantly exclaimed. Why are you dragging me into this? Do you not see this little wretch, so brazenly defiant? Young Tang Bao, with keen eyes, quickly spotted Xu Chuyuan and inquired. Is that Auntie? Qi Yan glanced into the crowded throng, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he promptly reported, Master, it is Miss Xu Chuyuan. Currently at the door of the Su family's private room, embroiled in a dispute. Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow and asked, how did she come to be here? Qi Yan shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Without a moment's hesitation, Bo Yanzhou declared, let us go and see. Shi Yan nodded and quickly assisted him, hastening their pace.
In a short while, the group arrived at the private room.
What has transpired here? Bo Yanzhou inquired, interrupting the ongoing altercation. All eyes turned towards Bo Yanzhou,
including those of Xu Chuyuan.
Su Lingwei's expression shifted subtly. Xu Chuyuan gazed at Bo Yanzhou with a frigid demeanor. Moments ago,
upon observing the seating arrangement within the private room, she surmised that this man was indeed present, and her intuition proved correct. She deliberately spoke with a tone imbued with affection, creating the illusion of a deep romantic connection between the two. Everyone around could discern that his tone had darkened significantly since earlier. Subsequently, he recounted the events that had transpired. Finally, she scoffed, remarking that only Lingwei, with her kind heart, would greet such an ungrateful person. Were it me, I would not even spare him a glance. Fortuitously, you divorced her, otherwise having such a daughter-in-law would render me utterly restless. Bo Yanzhou had not anticipated that so much could transpire in his brief absence. His brow furrowed deeply. Until this moment, he had never realized how harsh and unpleasant his mother's words could be. As Su Lingwei observed Song Yun exerting her efforts, her spirits lifted.
It seemed that Xu Chuyuan's actions tonight had thoroughly revealed her true nature to the Bo family.
After all, a heartless ingrate, coupled with one who had once been involved in an attempted murder, would only elicit disdain. Having been duped by her once in the past, they now find themselves under her heel once again. The Bo family would never accept such a daughter-in-law. Most importantly, Yanzhou would certainly not care for her either. Xu Chuyuan discerned the insidious demeanor of that woman with utmost clarity, and her sense of revulsion intensified. She understood Su Lingwei's intentions. As for Bo Yanzhou, she held no expectations of him and did not anticipate his defense. However, to her astonishment, Bo Yanzhou spoke up sharply, inquiring, "So? It was indeed you who encountered her first and called out to her, correct?" The crowd was taken aback, puzzled by his line of questioning. Bo Yanzhou's tone was frigid. Since their relationship had been severed long ago, she was not entirely mistaken in her assertions. Upon seeing one another as strangers, what was the purpose of calling her over? To showcase your family's harmonious reunion? To incite her envy? His words left the Su family momentarily speechless. Su Lingwei sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly clarified, "No. It's not like that, Yanzhou. We did not mean it that way. It has simply been too long since we last saw Chu Yuan. When we unexpectedly encountered her, we merely wished to express our concern." However, Bo Yanzhou was not deceived by Su Lingwei's feeble ruse. He retorted coldly, "Concern? If that is truly your intent, then why did you not seek her out back then?" Chapter 53, the father and son both protect her in those days. After Xu Chuyuan had left behind a divorce agreement, she vanished without a trace. Even he had searched for her, yet the Su family displayed no sign of urgency. Thus, this so-called concern, when articulated, merely serves to elicit laughter. The Su family was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why Bo Yanzhou would speak up for Xu Chuyuan. Her dissatisfaction with her son's actions was palpable. It would have been better had she remained silent, but once she spoke, the barrage of Bo Yanzhou's retorts shifted focus onto her. With an icy demeanor, he reminded her, "And you? She is no longer a member of the Bo family. What business is it of yours? What connection do you have? As the matriarch of the Bo family, do you not fear the judgment of others for speaking out of turn, disregarding your own status and position?" Song Yun found herself momentarily speechless. Instinctively attempting to justify her stance, I was merely unable to stand idly by. Bo Yanzhou showed no courtesy, retorting, "Since when did you possess such a sense of justice? If you are so eager to help, why do you not take a more active role in the Bo family's annual charitable endeavors, setting an example for others?" Song Yun, chastised, wore an expression of displeasure, yet could not resist making a few sarcastic remarks. "I am merely concerned that some individuals may have ulterior motives. Perhaps they learned of our dining here tonight and deliberately orchestrated a chance encounter?" At this moment, she felt astonished by Bo Yanzhou's defense of her. Su Lingwei was taken aback by the unwavering support Bo Yanzhou extended towards Xu Chuyuan upon his arrival. He even reprimanded his own mother without a hint of mercy.
Consumed by jealousy, she can only bury her emotions deep within.
Just as she was stewing in her discontent, little Tangbao scampered over to Xu Chuyuan.
Sporting an adorably innocent expression. "Auntie, are you here to eat? Who are you with?"
As she gazed down at the little one, her originally frigid demeanor softened slightly.
The child nodded vigorously, as if confirming something, then turned to his grandmother and coldly declared, "Did you hear that, Grandma? Auntie said she came to eat with a friend." Not by coincidence. Tangbao's unexpected intervention left everyone astounded. Was he assisting this woman? Did they know each other?
While others were engulfed in confusion. Only Yu Huarong scoffed, questioning, "Does she truly have friends who can afford to dine in such a place? She's merely deceiving a child."
Just then,
the door to the adjacent private room swung open, revealing Xin Qingqing, her face flushed with anger.
"Who dares to look down on others?"
she exclaimed, stepping out. Lu Hanmo followed closely behind her.
Upon recognizing the two, the expressions of those present turned incredulous. One was the president of the Lu group,
and the other was the esteemed daughter of the Xin family.
In Haicheng, their statuses were unparalleled, far beyond the reach of the Su family.
Her words were clearly directed at Yu Huarong. Xin Qingqing was known for her fiery temperament and her bluntness in speech. Having just overheard the woman's derisive remarks towards her friend, she had no intention of holding back her retort.
Yu Huarong's countenance darkened considerably. As for Lu Hanmo,
he surveyed the scene with surprise, particularly upon noticing the presence of the Bo family. Out of courtesy, he greeted Madame Bo, Director Bo, Mrs. Bo, and Mr.
Bo are all here. Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing Lu Hanmo's voice. So, Xu Chuyuan was dining with Lu Hanmo tonight?
An inexplicable sense of displeasure began to seep into his heart. His gaze instinctively fixed itself upon Xu Chuyuan.
Xu Chuyuan suddenly sensed something inexplicable.
She could not fathom why, despite the man being unable to see, she distinctly perceived a sharpness in his gaze.
Bo Zhangtian had remained silent from the beginning until now.
And only upon hearing Lu Hanmo's greeting did he slightly nod in acknowledgement.
Given the situation's progression,
Xu Chuyuan wished to refrain from further entangling herself with these individuals in front of her friends. Upon noticing her weary expression,
Xin Qingqing felt nothing but compassion and would not dare to refuse.
Lu Hanmo also spoke up, stating, "I shall escort you all."
Xu Chuyuan and Xin Qingqing did not decline.
The Su family, at this moment, dared not impede any further and could only watch helplessly as they departed.
Xiao Tangbao's heart was filled with concern.
Just moments ago, his aunt had been so mistreated, and now she must be feeling quite sorrowful. A sense of heaviness settled in his chest, and he could not help but yearn to follow after them. Xu Chuyuan noticed the little one immediately and turned to him, only to find a look of worry on his face, as if he were about to cry. Unable to resist, she reached out and gently ruffled his hair, soothingly saying,
"Tao Bao, be good. Auntie is fine. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye."
Hearing this, Tao Bao could only obediently nod and reply, "Goodbye, Auntie."
Soon,
the figures of Xu Chuyuan and her companions vanished from the sight of the crowd, who were still processing the moment, particularly Su Lingwei. Her emotions were a whirlwind of disbelief. From the earlier interaction between Xu Chuyuan and Tao Bao, it was evident that the two had met before. But when had this occurred?
If Tao Bao had encountered that woman, did it not imply that Bo Yanzhou had as well? Suddenly,
Su Lingwei recalled how Bo Yanzhou had spoken up for Xu Chuyuan at the dinner table, as well as his fervent defense of that woman just moments ago.
Finally,
she remembered the bite mark on Bo Yanzhou's body.
Could it be that the mark was left by Xu Chuyuan? As this conjecture surfaced, Su Lingwei felt a surge of panic. Instinctively, she glanced at Bo Yanzhou, hoping to discern something from his expression. Just then,
she heard him bidding farewell to old Master Su, saying, "Grandfather Su, it's getting late, and I have some pressing matters to attend to.
I must take my leave." Bo Yanzhou nodded and promptly departed with Tao Bao.
Su Lingwei stood alone, feeling a chill in her heart.
Chapter 54, Su Lingwei.
Even a single strand of her hair pales in comparison. Bo Yanzhou hurried down the stairs, intent on catching up with Xu Chuyuan to bid her farewell.
However,
Despite his swift pace, by the time he reached the entrance of the dining hall, Xu Chuyuan had already vanished from sight. Instead, he encountered his grandmother,
the matriarch of the Bo family, who had also descended and called out to him, "Yen, shall we leave together?"
Noticing that only his grandmother was present,
Bo Yanzhou did not decline and instructed Qi Yan to prepare the car.
Once inside the vehicle, Bo's grandmother observed his silence and inquired, "Have you met with that girl?"
Shu Chu, previously? Bo Yanzhou did not deny it.
The elderly lady was not surprised. She had gleaned some insight from the earlier scene in the dining hall. She was well aware of her grandson's character and recognized that he seldom went out of his way to defend someone. With a smile, she probed,
"What are your thoughts then?"
"It seems to me that your words do not align with your heart." Bo Yanzhou, maintaining a stern expression, retorted stubbornly, "You are overthinking it. I simply disapprove of the Xu family's ways." The grandmother, with a knowing smile, replied, "From the Xu family's perspective, if we assume the events of the past were indeed true, then today's behavior of the young lady is rather inappropriate. The Xu family has raised her, which places them in a morally superior position to criticize her. Any deviation on her part is perceived as a great disrespect, not to mention the incident from years ago. However, that girl has indeed transformed. Once docile and gentle, she now radiates a fierce brilliance, exuding an air of dominance that no one dares to challenge."
At this point,
the elderly lady seemed to chuckle.
Bo Yanzhou, sensitive to emotions, immediately noticed. He inquired with curiosity, "Why do you seem quite pleased?" Little did he know, he would eventually suffer from this.
Given her current demeanor, it is likely that he has faced considerable setbacks in her presence. Bo Yanzhou found himself at a loss for words. It was more than just setbacks, that woman now clearly disdains him.
The elderly lady, observing his expression, felt an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. People often realize their regrets only after experiencing loss. "Yen, what color are your intestines now?" Bo Yanzhou began to understand.
His grandmother seemed quite fond of Xu Chuyuan. Indeed, in the past, Xu Chuyuan had shared a close bond with the elderly lady, who had been quite satisfied with her.
As they conversed, the car arrived at the Bo family ancestral home.
"You have already married once to fulfill your grandfather's dying wish, which ended disastrously.
Should you do it again, the outcome may be no different. Therefore, you may choose whom to marry henceforth. Additionally, to be frank,
the false heiress may not be as terrible as presumed, at least, I find her quite admirable.
That Su Lingwei
does not even compare to a single strand of her hair." The elderly lady spoke candidly, holding Xu Chuyuan in high regard.
Bo Yanzhou nodded, expressing gratitude, "Thank you, Grandma."
The little cousin sitting nearby freely showered compliments, "Great-grandmother, you truly have remarkable insight. I also believe that not everything false is necessarily bad.
Furthermore, I think Su Lingwei
does not measure up to Auntie in the slightest." The elderly lady chuckled, playfully tapping his little nose, "You are quite the clever one.
With you looking after your father's happiness, I can rest easy." With that, she waved goodbye to the father and son and entered the house.
The first thing Bo Yanzhou did upon entering was to remind his little cousin to wash up, practice his calligraphy, and then go to bed.
"All right."
Once he had sent his son away, Bo Yanzhou instructed Qi Yan to look into Xu Chuyuan's contact information.
Understood. Meanwhile, on the road, Lu Hanmo and Xing Xingqing tacitly avoided mentioning the earlier incident.
However, as she prepared to enter her house, Xing Xingqing followed her inside. Xu Chuyuan felt a twinge of unease within herself. Upon arriving home, her daughter, Nian, rushed to greet her. The moment she laid eyes on her little girl, Xu Chuyuan instinctively embraced her tightly.
"What's wrong, Mommy?" Nian, sensing her mother's troubled mood, inquired with concern, "Did something happen? Are you feeling sad?" "No,"
Xu Chuyuan replied, and Nian, without a hint of doubt, joyfully wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, sweetly saying, "I miss you so much, Mommy." After sharing a tender moment, Xu Chuyuan's spirits lifted slightly, and she spent over an hour playing with her daughter. As the clock struck 9, Nian was taken upstairs by Aunt Lu for her bath and bedtime. Once the little girl was upstairs, Xing Xingqing finally seized the opportunity to ask Xu Chuyuan her question.
But just as she was about to speak, Xu Chuyuan's phone rang. She had no choice but to remain silent, waiting for her mother to answer. It was a call from Bo Yanzhou. Xu Chuyuan answered the call and heard the man on the other end inquire, "Miss Mandy, have you finished your work?" Xu Chuyuan's tone was notably indifferent.
After all, she was not a saint and could not remain calm while providing treatment to Bo Yanzhou. Bo Yanzhou sensed the change in her demeanor. It indeed sounded as if something had transpired.
He did not press her but simply inquired, "Has the earlier treatment been affected?"
"Rest assured, there will be no impact." Bo Yanzhou acknowledged her response and, from a place of friendship, added, "Dr. Mandy, although I am unaware of what troubles you, please feel free to ask if you need assistance."
With that, he ended the call.
As she put her phone away, a sense of unease lingered within her. At that moment, Xinqing arrived with a bottle of wine and 2 elegant glasses, asking, "Darling, shall we indulge in a couple of glasses? It can ease your worries."
Let's drink." Xinqing smiled and quickly poured a glass for each of them. Xu Chuyuan lifted the glass and, without hesitation,
tilted her head back to drink it in one swift motion.
Xu Chuyuan's expression remained unchanged.
She took the wine bottle and poured herself another glass, casually stating, "It's nothing.
Just some trivial matters from the past." Xinqing inquired, "What past matters? Aren't you from the capital? How is it that you have entanglements with someone in Haicheng? An enemy?"
Xu Chuyuan chuckled lightly. If it were an enemy, it would be somewhat better. She understood that Xinqing genuinely regarded her as a friend, which was why she expressed concern for her. Thus, Xu Chuyuan no longer held back and promptly revealed the matters concerning her family, the Xu family, as well as her previous marriage to Bo Yanzhou. Upon finishing her tale, Xinqing's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment.
"My goodness! That person was actually you?" The tale of the faux heiress in the Xu family is well known among the residents of Haicheng. After all, Su Lingwei parades herself daily as the fiancée of Bo Yanzhou.
Naturally, the curious would delve into the background of his betrothed.
However,
it was unexpected that Bo Yanzhou had, prior to this, already entered into matrimony with the counterfeit heiress. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this individual was none other than her dear friend, Xu Chuyuan. Seeing her in such a state of shock did not surprise Xu Chuyuan.
When she married Bo Yanzhou, the process was remarkably straightforward. They merely obtained a marriage certificate without a formal ceremony.
At that time, he was preoccupied with work overseas and could not spare the time.
The promised wedding celebration that followed was nothing more than a simple dinner for their families, a mere formality.
Even the members of the Bo family were not all present. At that moment, she was not particular about such conventions, believing that being with Bo Yanzhou was enough. Moreover, after their marriage, she rarely made public appearances, which naturally led to no one being aware of the existence of Bo Yanzhou's wife.
Xu Chuyuan said lightly, "It is understandable that you are unaware I am the wife of Bo Yanzhou, but surely you have heard the rumors surrounding the false heiress of the Xu family,
known for her venomous heart and the attempted murder." Having known Xu Chuyuan for quite some time, she was well aware of her character and disposition. Therefore, Xinqing found it utterly implausible that Xu Chuyuan would have pushed Su Lingwei in order to preserve her own identity.
"There must be some misunderstanding regarding this matter,"
Xinqing asserted with conviction.
Xu Chuyuan gazed at her and couldn't help but smile. "Do you truly have such faith in me? After many years?"
She never anticipated that someone would believe in her without a trace of hesitation.
Aside from family, Xinqing was the first.
The sensation of being trusted by another is truly delightful.
Noticing Xu Chuyuan's moment of silence, Xinqing had her suspicions.
"You are so beautiful and exceptional." She must be consumed with jealousy, perhaps even feeling inferior.
Thus, she seizes this opportunity to scheme against you? Xu Chuyuan's eyes displayed a hint of astonishment,
seemingly taken aback by her best friend's accurate guess. Upon witnessing her expression, Xinqing comprehended the situation entirely. She was instantly filled with rage,
rising from her seat in a fit of indignation. "Is it truly so?" she exclaimed. "That woman is exceedingly manipulative."
Her agitation surged, as if she were ready to burst through the door and confront Su Lingwei.
Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but chuckle, quickly saying, "Please, calm down."
Xinqing, seeing her still able to smile, felt a deeper ache in her heart and inquired, "So what happened next?"
"Please continue." Xu Chuyuan took another sip of wine before continuing her tale.
She recounted the ordeal of her divorce, the relentless pressure from the Xu family that left her in despair, her futile search for employment, and the unexpected revelation of her pregnancy. Xin Xingqing felt her eyes welling with tears, overwhelmed with compassion for the Xu Chuyuan of the past. Simultaneously, she was appalled by the ruthless behavior of the Xu family. How could they be so merciless? To cast you out and then seek your utter destruction. It seems that Xu Lingwei's malevolence is indeed a reflection of her parents' nature. Before we ventured out this evening, what words did they utter to you? Xin Xingqing had only caught the latter part of the conversation, missing the earlier exchanges. Xu Chuyuan did not conceal anything, recounting the entire encounter with those individuals. Xin Xingqing was nearly overwhelmed with disgust. Her expression morphed into one of shock, disbelief consuming her. Goodness, is there truly someone like Xu Lingwei in this world? An unparalleled white lotus? A sophisticated green tea? How infuriating. If only I had known, I would not have left so hastily tonight. I should have berated her thoroughly or even confronted her physically to release my pent-up frustration. Xin Xingqing's temperament is notoriously difficult in Haicheng. Having heard her friend's ordeal, she felt a mix of heartache and fury. Xu Chuyuan reassured, "Fear not, it will not be your turn. I once lacked connections and suffered for it, now. How could I allow myself to be wronged?" Upon hearing her words, Xin Xingqing felt a sense of relief. A cold smile spread across her face as she continued. "Do you think they would go mad with jealousy if they knew you were the heiress of the wealthiest family in the capital? The Hua family favored daughters over sons. And Xu Chuyuan's 3 elder brothers were utterly devoted to their sister. It was likely that most of the Hua family's fortunes would eventually fall into Xu Chuyuan's hands. Perhaps. But I am indifferent to their reactions. My only wish is that during my time in Haicheng, they do not provoke me again. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let them suffer a little and pay a price." Xin Xingqing nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, if they dare to annoy you, just crush them. With your current status, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant." She added, "Of course, should you encounter them again, feel free to summon me." In Haicheng, it is no exaggeration to say that aside from a select few prestigious families that we must avoid, I fear no one else. Xu Chuyuan felt a surge of emotion in her heart and smiled as she echoed, "Indeed, we Qingqing are the formidable flowers of Haicheng, feared by all." Xin Xingqing chuckled in exasperation, playfully nudging Xu Chuyuan, "Oh, please. I am not a fierce flower, I am a delicate and resplendent rose." Xu Chuyuan chuckled softly, "All right. You are a rose." With Xin Xingqing's companionship, Xu Chuyuan gradually emerged from the shadows of her past emotions, her spirits lifting with each passing moment. Later that evening, it came as no surprise that they both indulged a bit too much. Xin Xingqing, unwilling to leave, simply settled down to sleep at Xu Chuyuan's side. Chapter 56. The Xu family's misfortunes begin in this deep slumber. Both women enjoyed a particularly restful sleep. The following day, Xu Chuyuan was awakened by the persistent ringing of her phone. Groggily, she answered, only to hear the voice of her elder brother, Huasiyu, on the other end. "I heard from Lu Saw that you were feeling down last night and had a drink. Has someone been troubling you? I'm coming over with some people right now. So don't be afraid." Upon hearing those words, Xu Chuyuan was instantly roused from her reverie. She hastily replied, "No. Brother. There's no need for you to come. I can manage on my own." However, Huasiyu was undeterred by her protest. With a frigid tone, he inquired, "Tell me. What exactly transpired last night?" Xu Chuyuan, not wanting to cause concern for her family, vaguely remarked, "It's nothing much, just encountered a few familiar faces from the past." Displaying their disdainful demeanor, and seeking a token of gratitude for my upbringing, her tone was casual, yet Huasiyu swiftly grasped the entire situation. His expression darkened instantly. And he retorted coldly, "Do they even have the audacity to ask for that?" Huasiyu vividly recalled the circumstances 6 years ago when they found their sister. At that time, Xu Chuyuan had been cast out without a penny to her name, struggling to secure employment, and was left with barely enough funds to afford a decent place to live. She had no choice but to reside in a dilapidated old tenement in the underprivileged part of the city, where even the roof leaked. When they arrived, it was raining, and Xu Chuyuan was surrounded by a group of ruffians, nearly facing harm. They had driven her to such a desperate state. Moreover, Those two projects had long since absolved any sense of obligation they might have had for raising their sister. The Hua family had shown remarkable restraint,
refraining from retaliating against the Xu family's subsequent actions.
To think that they now dared to bully his precious sister. Hua Xiyu declared coldly, "No, I must go to Haicheng."
"Brother, don't act impulsively. I am not being bullied."
Xu Chuyuan quickly interjected, "Although their demeanor is rather detestable, your sister is not a pushover to be easily manipulated. Rest assured, if I encounter any insurmountable difficulties, I shall certainly call upon you."
"Is that agreeable?"
She understood the affection and concern her brother and family held for her. However, summoning her brother at this moment would only complicate matters further. Xu Chuyuan was reluctant to squander her time in Haicheng.
The treatment for Bo Yanzhou was also nearing its conclusion, and once it was finished, the project would be nearly complete as well.
She had meticulously arranged everything. Hua Xiyu was evidently displeased. However, he could not disregard his sister's wishes, and could only let out a cold snort, blaming their father for sending her to Haicheng in his absence. "Later, I shall grind his cherished ginseng into powder and feed it to the turtles in the fish pond."
Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her father.
Once again, he found himself kneeling on the washboard, his treasured possessions at risk. It seemed her father was destined to be the target of the family's collective ire. After soothing Hua Xiyu for quite some time, Xu Chuyuan finally managed to restrain him from rushing over.
Once she hung up the phone, Shen Qingqing stirred awake. Yawning, she inquired, "Chu, whose call was that? Is it from your ultimate brother complex?" As she sat up in bed, Shen Qingqing continued, "Why are you stopping him? Let him come. Once your elder brother makes his move, the Xu family will undoubtedly be left in ruins." Xu Chuyuan was well aware that things would unfold this way. She chuckled, remarking, "How uninteresting." At that moment, in Kyoto, within the grand estate of the Hua family, he swiftly dialed his assistant, instructing, "Contact Mr. Zhang and Mr. Wang from H City and S City, and inform them to terminate their collaboration with the Xu family, stating that it is my decision." The assistant,
taken aback by this directive, felt a twinge of confusion, yet he refrained from inquiring further and promptly replied, "Understood, I will reach out immediately." Meanwhile, in Haicheng, the Xu family was gathered around the breakfast table, basking in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Lingwei, still preoccupied with the events of the previous night,
hurried down the stairs and eagerly inquired of Xu Yuanli, "Father, have you uncovered any information regarding yesterday's occurrences? Were those two projects truly recommended to our family by Xu Chuyuan?"
No sooner had she posed her question than Yu Huarong, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Wei.
Do you genuinely believe that wretched girl's nonsense? If she possessed such capabilities, I might as well fetch her slippers. An orphan without status or background. I truly wonder from whence she derives such audacity."
Xu Yuanli maintained a nonchalant demeanor, remarking, "I too find this matter dubious. Her statements are merely an attempt to dissociate herself from us, intentionally bringing this issue to light. As you have observed, she is acquainted with the president of the Lu Group and the young lady from the Shin family. It is quite possible that such information was relayed to her by them." Despite her parents' reassurances, Su Lingwei felt a lingering discomfort. Even if Xu Chuyuan were indeed exaggerating, what justified her ability to befriend individuals like Lu Hanmo and Shen Qingqing? Their social circle comprised the true elite of high society, a realm of opulence that Su Lingwei could scarcely aspire to penetrate. If Xu Chuyuan is able to forge connections with such individuals, does that not imply that she herself is inferior to them? Su Lingwei found it utterly intolerable to accept that she was inferior to Xu Chuyuan. While she was immersed in her own vexation, Xu Yuanli had already had his breakfast and departed for the office. Upon his arrival at the company, he was greeted by his anxious assistant, who rushed over to deliver alarming news.
"It's bad, Chairman. Early this morning,
Chairman Zhang and Chairman Wang sent word that they do not intend to continue our partnership this year and wish to terminate the cooperation agreement prematurely."
Upon hearing this, Xu Yuanli was taken aback. "What? Why? Hadn't we been collaborating smoothly before?"
The assistant, drenched in perspiration, replied, "I inquired about the specific reasons. And they mentioned that it is because you, Chairman, have offended someone you ought not to have crossed."
"You are aware of what you have done?" Xu Yuanli was momentarily taken aback. Had he offended someone he ought not to have? Who could it be?
Xu Yuanli swiftly reviewed the individuals he had recently interacted with in his mind. He was inherently cautious and rarely offended others, especially not those acquainted with the two individuals in question. Wait a moment, that doesn't seem right. Could they be referring to Xu Chuyuan? It is no wonder Xu Yuanli entertained such a thought, the timing was simply too coincidental. Xu and those two companies had collaborated for several years without any incidents. Yet, just last night, Xu Chuyuan claimed that these two projects were her doing. At that moment, they mocked her, but today, the other party has terminated their collaboration. No matter how reluctant he was to believe it, Xu Yuanli began to doubt the veracity of the situation. If, indeed, what Xu Chuyuan said was true, then the Xu family would suffer a significant loss. Chapter 57. Mr. Bo exerted great effort merely to draw closer to her. After urging his assistant, he personally reached out to the two companies. However, he received no response. The other party's representatives refused to answer his calls. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and Xu Yuanli felt a heavy weight in his heart. At this moment, he could no longer deny that this matter might truly be related to Xu Chuyuan. Such a coincidence could not possibly exist otherwise. The Xu family has lost the collaboration with two major companies, a fact that is not particularly secretive within the industry. Shi Yan has also heard of this matter and promptly reported it to Bo Yanzhou. Shi Yan stated that the Xu family has yet to uncover the reasons behind the termination of the partnership, which has resulted in significant losses for them. It appears that this incident may indeed be related to Miss Xu Chuyuan. Bo Yanzhou was slightly taken aback, not expecting her to possess such capabilities. While he did not doubt Xu Chuyuan's abilities, to bring an end to the cooperation between two major companies and the Xu family is no ordinary feat. He could not help but ponder what she had experienced over the past 6 years. Curiosity about his ex-wife began to stir within him. He inquired of Qi Yan whether, in his previous investigation, he had uncovered anything beyond her employment at the Hua Corporation. Qi Yan informed Bo Yanzhou that they had only traced her entry into the Hua Corporation 2 years prior, at the headquarters in Kyoto. Kyoto? Bo Yanzhou's expression momentarily faltered. Thus, Xu Chuyuan had spent the past few years in Kyoto? This was not clear. Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes. The individual assisting Xu Chuyuan certainly possessed remarkable skills, managing to keep their tracks hidden from his people even until now. Although he was still unaware of their identity, he believed that further digging would eventually yield results. Bo Yanzhou continued to question Shi Yan, asking if he knew what project Xu Chuyuan was involved in at the Hua Corporation. Shi Yan shook his head, stating that this was company confidentiality and was not yet disclosed. However, he was able to ascertain that she had previously participated in successful pharmaceutical projects. Miss Xu Chuyuan specializes in the fields of viruses, toxins, and traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine? Bo Yanzhou was taken aback. This was the second time he had encountered this term from another person. He suddenly recalled the divine healer, Mandy, who was currently treating him. It seemed rather coincidental. Xu Chuyuan's areas of expertise bear some resemblance to those of the esteemed Dr. Mandy. However, upon further reflection, it is worth noting that the Hua family hails from a lineage deeply rooted in the medical field, possessing their own legacy. Their research institute is renowned nationwide, attracting numerous medical researchers who strive ardently to gain entry. Xu Chuyuan's presence was not unexpected. At this moment, Qi Yan recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh! I have discovered an intriguing piece of information. Miss Xu Chuyuan has only recently become acquainted with Lu Hanmo. Their interaction seems to stem from her intention to procure rare medicinal herbs from the Lu family. As you may know, the Lu family possesses an extensive medicinal garden. And beyond that, there appears to be no further connection." Bai Yanzhou, upon hearing this, displayed little outward reaction. However, a closer inspection of his brows would reveal a distinct glimmer of delight. Shi Yan was momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend his master's intentions. Was he aiming to monopolize the market and confront Xu Chuyuan, or was he seeking to approach her through this avenue? At that moment, in her company's research institute, Xu Chuyuan inexplicably sneezed twice. Anya, standing nearby, inquired with concern, "Is the air conditioning too cold?" Xu Chuyuan gently rubbed her nose, shook her head, and remarked, "No. I just suddenly felt a bit of an itch on my nose. Perhaps someone is criticizing me behind my back." Anya chuckled softly, then sighed. "The formula we developed a few days ago seems to be ineffective, we'll have to start over. I'm not sure which step went awry. And we wasted several rare medicinal materials." Upon hearing this, a shadow of worry crossed Xu Chuyuan's face. Indeed. The inventory of the rare herbs they required was dwindling rapidly. They simply could not afford such extravagance. However, as the backbone of the team, Xu Chuyuan reassured them. "It's all right, I will find a solution regarding the medicinal materials. Let us revisit the data together and try to eliminate the errors. We will begin anew." The members of the laboratory responded enthusiastically, "All right." Their spirits remained high, undeterred by the setback. After all, those engaged in research inherently accumulate experience through countless failures, ultimately culminating in a single success. They had grown accustomed to this cycle. Soon, everyone resumed their diligent work. Upon entering, Xu Chuyuan inquired of Anya, "How has the procurement of medicinal materials been going these past few days?" Yet, there was still a viable option, to seek out some private collectors and purchase from them. "I have gathered some information. Currently, a few wealthy individuals possess the materials we need. Some of them acquired these from auctions, and the quality and age are quite excellent." After speaking, she handed her meticulously prepared list to Xu Chuyuan. After finishing her reading, Xu Chuyuan immediately made a decision. She instructed Anya, "Please find a way to contact these individuals. As long as they are willing to part with the medicinal materials, we can offer a high price for them." "Money is not an issue." Understood, Anya nodded in agreement. Once this matter was settled, Xu Chuyuan allowed Anya to attend to her other responsibilities. Alone in her office chair, she wearily pinched the bridge of her nose, contemplating a brief respite. At that moment, a news notification pinged on her phone. It revealed that Xu Corporation's stock had plummeted today. Initially indifferent to the fate of Xu Corporation, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction upon witnessing its drastic decline. Especially after the unpleasant encounter she had experienced that night. Swiftly, she tapped to view the details. Moments later, she uncovered the reason behind the stock's nosedive. Two companies had recklessly terminated their partnership. It seemed her elder brother had indeed taken action. No wonder Xu Corporation's stocks were in such disarray. Xu Chuyuan felt no sympathy whatsoever. Due to these collaborations, the Xu family had become so complacent over the years that they had lost their sense of direction, truly believing themselves to be exceptional. Now that they had reaped sufficient benefits, it was indeed time for them to cease their endeavors. Chapter 58, The Little Milk Bun Went Berserk. In the evening, at the Xu residence, when Yu Huarong first saw the news, she could hardly believe it. Su Lingwei inquired with concern. Although she was not employed at Xu Corporation, the Xu Group represented her foundation and symbolized her identity. Naturally, she was unwilling to witness any misfortune befall the Xu Group. At this juncture, Su Yuanli did not withhold any information and directly informed the two of them that the cooperation on the two major projects in H City and S City had been abruptly terminated a few days prior. What? How could this happen? Yu Huarong could not help but exclaim. Su Yuanli wearily rubbed his brow and said, "In the past few days, we have been unable to uncover any information, but perhaps it truly relates to Xu Chuyuan." Su Lingwei wore an expression of disbelief. It was simply inconceivable. How could Xu Chuyuan possess such extraordinary abilities? Yu Huarong, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "Indeed, she is merely a discarded pawn from our family. How could she possibly have such remarkable prowess? It must surely be a coincidence." Su Yuanli's countenance appeared grim. Such a coincidence seemed too fortuitous, particularly at this juncture. In any case, the loss of these two projects is already a foregone conclusion, and the magnitude of our loss this time is substantial. No. This cannot possibly be true. Xu Chuyuan was expelled from the Xu family. From where could she possibly procure resources or establish connections with figures from major conglomerates? In her eyes, Xu Chuyuan ought to be leading a life of utter destitution. Yet, paradoxically, she first befriended the heiress of the Shin family, became acquainted with the president of the Lu Group, and now has the audacity to terminate two collaborations. The more Yu Huarong contemplated this, the more she felt it was a fantastical notion.
Just then, Su Lingwei seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be that Xu Chuyuan had found a formidable ally?
Much like in the entertainment industry, where some individuals, in pursuit of resources, do not hesitate to compromise their integrity to align themselves with powerful capital.
With this reminder,
a spark of inspiration ignited within Yu Huarong. She slapped her thigh, her voice rising several octaves as she exclaimed, "Indeed, it must be so."
Otherwise, given her inconsequential background, how could she have possibly achieved this level of success?
Upon hearing this, Su Yuanli also concurred with the statement.
Otherwise,
they could hardly fathom where Xu Chuyuan had acquired such immense capabilities.
Su Yuanli's gaze was laden with complexity, mingled with disdain. After all,
she was raised in the Su family, yet she stooped to such shameless acts. Some individuals, having reveled in opulence for so long, inevitably find it unbearable to face sudden poverty. Transitioning from extravagance to frugality is indeed a challenging endeavor. For the sake of wealth, one might resort to base actions. Yu Huarong had already concluded that Xu Chuyuan had latched onto a wealthy patron, and with that realization, her anger subsided, her posture straightened. A hint of contempt for Xu Chuyuan even graced her features.
Su Lingwei's eyes flickered with a hint of scorn. After leaving the Su family, Xu Chuyuan was indeed nothing. Even if she met Yan Zhou, what difference would it make?
If he knew how lowly she had sunk, he wouldn't even spare her a glance.
Meanwhile, at the kindergarten, Tang Bao eagerly awaited the end of the school day.
It had been 3 days since he submitted the paternity test to the hospital.
If all went well,
today he should receive the results.
The little one was filled with anticipation.
Soon, he would find out if the beautiful aunt was indeed his mother.
Bursting with excitement,
he rushed out of the kindergarten, where the driver was already waiting.
As soon as he got into the car, he eagerly instructed the driver to take him to the hospital.
Half an hour later, the car arrived, and he practically sprinted to the director's office.
"Director, is the result out?"
His high-pitched voice rang out, infused with an undeniable urgency. Director Wang shuddered at the sight of the young master. He quickly stood up to greet him, sweat beading on his forehead.
Young master, there's something I need to discuss with you regarding President Bo. You see,
the paternity test you submitted a few days ago. I'm afraid we won't be able to provide it as promised. The testing center experienced a fire due to aging machinery, which resulted in the destruction of all reports and equipment.
So, the report
has turned to ashes. The little one was stunned, his expression frozen.
What? The report is gone?
Director Wang, feeling embarrassed, nodded apologetically.
Yes.
I truly regret this. No one expected such an incident to occur.
Tang Bao's eyes trembled, and he felt an overwhelming sense of loss. That was the result he had eagerly awaited for days, and now it was gone?
His eyes watered, tears brimming. He was so close to knowing if the aunt was his mother.
Why did this have to happen?
Seeing the young master on the verge of tears,
Director Wang panicked and hurriedly said, "Young master, please don't cry. Although the report was destroyed, we can still conduct the test again.
All we need is another strand of hair."
But there is none. I only had one strand of Auntie's hair. With tear-filled eyes, he looked at Director Wang and asked, "Is the doctor or nurse responsible for this matter here? Can they tell me the result? Even verbally will do." He just wanted to know the outcome. Director Wang appeared regretful, explaining, "I'm afraid that won't be possible. Due to the sudden fire,
some staff members were unable to evacuate in time and were injured. They are currently receiving treatment, so."
That meant there was nothing to be done.
The little one felt a pang in his nose, tears threatening to fall again. Without another word, he slung his little backpack over his shoulder and dashed out.
His small figure appeared pitifully forlorn.
On the way home, he felt as though he had been struck by frost, utterly devoid of spirit. He had his own unique way of venting his emotions. Whenever he was upset, he would wreak havoc with his robot, a process colloquially known as destruction. Thus, a few minutes later, various decorations in the house were rearranged, and the flowers in the garden were not spared either.
Every single plant was uprooted and relocated by the little one.
Several maids nearby urged him, "Young master, please speak calmly.
Don't pull them out. Young master, stop. Let us handle the planting, don't hurt yourself.
The old butler watched the precious trees and flowers under the setting sun, trembling with anxiety.
Oh heavens! What has provoked this little master?
Chapter 59. I miss you. At that moment, in the study on the second floor, Chi Yan looked up, bewildered, shaking his head.
I don't know, I'll go take a look.
He quickly rose and rushed to the window. What he saw was a scene of chaos in the courtyard. As if a storm had swept through, upturning the lawn. He quickly took out his phone, searching for a number to call for assistance.
Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou immediately sensed his son's distress.
He stood up, addressing Chi Yan, let's go check it out.
Chi Yan nodded and helped him along. As they descended to the hall, upon witnessing the devastation, Chi Yan couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, even the inside of the house hasn't escaped unscathed?
Tables and chairs were piled haphazardly together, presenting an oddly artistic sight. The arrangements on cabinets and coffee tables were somewhat indescribable.
In short,
it was nearly impossible to find a clear path through the living room.
Bo Yanzhou, unable to see, frowned even deeper at Chi Yan's words and asked, what has happened? Go find Tang Bao, he instructed.
Bo Yanzhou's frown deepened further, and after giving his command,
he immediately exited the house with Chi Yan. Upon seeing them,
the butler rushed over, saying, Master, you must persuade the young master.
Without needing to be told, Bo Yanzhou had already heard the sounds of the robot. He maintained a stern expression and shouted in the direction of the noise, Tang Bao, cease your actions immediately. However, Tang Bao was oblivious,
continuing to press buttons on the remote control.
Anger surged through Bo Yanzhou's face. Chi Yan quickly interjected.
The young master has something in his ears and can't hear you.
Bo Yanzhou's expression remained stern.
This little one, while generally well behaved, could be quite stubborn when upset,
preferring to isolate himself rather than face punishment.
He had never indulged his child, and today Tang Bao's actions had crossed the line.
Bo Yanzhou promptly instructed Chi Yan to retrieve the remote control from him.
Understood.
Chi Yan responded, hurrying towards Tang Bao.
However, just a few steps from him,
the large robot nearby suddenly launched an attack.
Sizzling sounds filled the air, and in no time, Chi Yan was drenched, becoming a disheveled mess.
At that moment, Tang Bao noticed his father's arrival.
Upon seeing his father's cold, dark expression, he immediately halted the robot and removed the earplugs, murmuring, Daddy. Bo Yanzhou's voice was laced with anger as he commanded, come inside right now. Little Tang Bao was well prepared and obediently entered the house to face his reprimand. At this moment, Xu Chuyuan arrived.
Having finished work earlier than usual this evening, she came over to administer treatment to Bo Yanzhou.
To her surprise, upon entering the courtyard, she was greeted by the chaotic scene.
Xu Chuyuan was utterly bewildered. Had she wandered into the wrong place?
Several servants nearby were busy tidying up the aftermath.
She casually seized one of them and inquired, has this courtyard been bombarded? The servant, upon hearing Xu Chuyuan's jest, could only chuckle resignedly and replied,
not at all, this is the doing of our young master.
Xu Chuyuan expressed her astonishment, Tang Bao? How could this be possible?
That little rascal is usually so well behaved.
And besides, how could such a small child have the ability to turn the house into this chaos? Xu Chuyuan could hardly believe her ears.
Upon hearing her words, the servant gestured towards a short distance away, where several bodyguards were handling a robot.
Look, the one he's using. Upon seeing a robot the size of an adult, Xu Chuyuan's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Could it be that little Tang Bao was capable of such mischief? Yet, why?
In her usual observations of the little one, he did not seem to possess the traits of a troublesome child.
Xu Chuyuan inquired, where is Tang Bao now?
The servant replied, inside, the young master is currently reprimanding him. Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan hurriedly entered the room. In the hall, Bo Yanzhou sat on the sofa, exuding an air of authority that was somewhat intimidating.
Give me one reason why you would engage in such destruction? He demanded. Tang Bao, with his head bowed, replied dully. No reason.
This time, he didn't even offer an explanation.
Bo Yanzhou's expression darkened considerably, a hint of anger flickering across his face.
Just as he was about to deliver a stern reprimand, he suddenly heard Tang Bao call out, "Auntie." The little one turned to face the wall in contemplation. But upon catching sight of Xu Chuyuan, he was inexplicably reminded of the charred remains of the paternity test.
At that moment, the tears he had been holding back surged forth unexpectedly, cascading down his cheeks. Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback.
She had merely intended to check in,
not wishing to interrupt Bo Yanzhou's lesson for the child.
Yet, witnessing the pitiful expression on the little one's face, as if he had suffered an immense injustice, he rushed forward and clung to her leg, causing her heart to clench painfully. The sight was enough to shatter anyone's heart. At that moment, Xu Chuyuan, preoccupied with concern,
swiftly crouched down and embraced the little one, her tone imbued with tenderness. "What is the matter, darling? Why are you crying? Have you been bullied?"
Her voice was exceedingly gentle. Upon hearing her, Xiao Tangbao could no longer contain his sorrow. He buried his small head in Xu Chuyuan's embrace and softly uttered, "Auntie,
I miss you so much."
After these words escaped his lips, he began to sob. Xiao Tangbao had initially believed he could hold back his tears. But upon seeing his aunt, an overwhelming wave of distress surged within him, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. Today had truly been an exceedingly sorrowful day for him. Xu Chuyuan was struck by his words, her heart feeling as though it had been forcefully jolted, rendering her utterly soft. She quickly embraced him, soothingly murmuring, "I miss you too, please don't cry, be good." On the side, Bo Yanzhou, upon hearing his son's sobs, felt his anger dissipate somewhat. When he inquired, his temper still held a stubborn edge.
"Why does your attitude change the moment you see Dr. Mandy?"
However, witnessing the little one cry so mournfully,
he knew something genuine must have transpired.
Chapter 60, the first encounter with his tenderness. It wasn't until a considerable time later that the child gradually calmed down. At this moment, his eyes were swollen from tears, his nose reddened, presenting a pitiable sight.
"Are you all right now?" Xu Chuyuan gently wiped away his tears.
The little one nodded. He also realized that his behavior was inappropriate, causing his father and auntie to worry.
Moreover,
he understood that although the results of this assessment had not been completed, there would be another opportunity in the future. Even if his auntie was not his mother, it was of no consequence. He resolved to exert himself further, to earn her affection and that of his father, and that would suffice.
Bo Yanzhou insisted.
"You must speak the truth, your father guarantees no punishment." The little one knew he could not disclose the truth, so he hesitated before crafting an excuse. "Tonight after school, I noticed that all the children from kindergarten had their mothers, while I did not, so." He did not finish his sentence, but in that moment,
both Xu Chuyuan and Bo Yanzhou understood completely. Xu Chuyuan felt an immediate pang of sympathy.
Nothing could be more poignant than this reason.
Bo Yanzhou never anticipated that it was due to this cause.
The little one, whom he had raised and taught since childhood, had always been composed and well-behaved,
never once asking for his mother.
Thus, he naturally assumed that his son was unlike other children.
However, he never expected.
The anger in Bo Yanzhou's heart dissipated entirely, and he no longer harbored any resentment. Tang Bao was, after all, just a child, only 5 years old this year. It was he who had overlooked these sentiments. Tang Bao sniffled and, with a voice choked by tears, said, "I'm fine now, I'm sorry for making Daddy angry." As he spoke, he tugged at his father's hand, seeking to appease him with a display of affection. The little one looked utterly adorable, with an expression brimming with remorse. How could Bo Yanzhou bear to utter another harsh word? He placed his hand gently on the child's head, ruffling his hair softly, and spoke in a soothing tone. "Good boy, it's all right, I won't hold this against you this time. In the future, if anything troubles you, just speak up, don't fret. Otherwise, if Daddy is unaware, he will inevitably punish you."
The
little one nodded quietly.
Xu Chuyuan observed the interaction between the father and son,
a hint of dazedness gracing her features.
It was the first time she witnessed Bo Yanzhou reveal such a gentle side.
This man, though not an exemplary husband, appeared to be a devoted father. Later, after a while, Xiao Tangbao finally regained some energy, prompting Xu Chuyuan to attend to Bo Yanzhou's treatment. Throughout the process,
Tangbao remained steadfastly by her side, circling around her incessantly. Xu Chuyuan noticed that the little one seemed to be a bit clingy tonight. Therefore, after administering the injection to Bo Yanzhou, she called the little one over. The little darling trotted over happily, cutely asking, "What's wrong, Auntie?" Xu Chuyuan smiled as she gently tousled his hair and said, "I have something for you." She then reached into her bag and retrieved a packet of candy, strawberry-flavored gummies, which she now used to cheer up the little one. Xu Chuyuan remarked that whenever she felt unhappy in the future, she would simply consume a candy, and upon finishing it, her spirits would be lifted. However, she insisted that he promise her one thing. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. Naturally, he was eager to accept the candy gifted by his aunt. With delight, he received it and said, "Auntie, please go ahead." Xu Chuyuan smiled as she gently rubbed her cheek against his. "You must promise me that, no matter what challenges you encounter in the future, you will not behave like you did today, alright? Such reckless antics could lead to unintended harm, not only to yourself but also have a profound impact on the little one's mental well-being." Upon hearing her words, the young boy fell silent for a few moments before nodding. "Alright, I promise, Auntie." He understood that his actions today had likely frightened her. The young lad reflected deeply on his behavior and then added, "So, can I still ask Auntie for some candy after I finish? I will listen to everything Auntie says." "Very well." As Xu Chuyuan smiled, she did not ponder the meaning behind the little one's mention of later. She simply assumed it referred to the next time and readily agreed. However, she did not forget to remind him that he could only have 1 or 2 pieces of candy each day, and after indulging, he must remember to rinse his mouth and brush his teeth to avoid tooth decay. I know. I brush my teeth every day." The little one nodded vigorously, clutching the candy, his spirits lifting. Bo Yanzhou quietly listened to their exchange, feeling quite perplexed. He understood his son well. For many years, he had maintained a distant demeanor towards all women. Yet, with this miraculous doctor, he exhibited an unusual warmth, even showing a remarkable willingness to heed her words. She had merely given him a bag of candy, and he was ready to comply with her every request. Bo Yanzhou had no doubt that even if this woman sold him, the little one would remain silent, perhaps even eager to assist in counting the money. He found himself bewildered by the enchanting allure of this Dr. Mandy that captivated his son so profoundly. Later that evening, after Xu Chuyuan had completed Bo Yanzhou's treatment, she bid farewell to the little one and departed. At midnight, as she lay in slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a frantic ringing from her phone. Xu Chuyuan groggily opened her eyes, only to find it was a call from Bo Yanzhou. What could that man possibly want at such a late hour? Xu Chuyuan did not hesitate. She answered the call and immediately heard the man speaking rapidly. "Dr. Mandy, are you available to come over and check on Tang Bao? He has a high fever, and we have just moved here, leaving us unprepared with medication. The distance to the hospital is quite far, and I fear it may delay his treatment." "You?" As Xu Chuyuan roused from her stupor, she was taken aback. Bo Yanzhou had dialed Dr. Mandy's number. Had she inadvertently revealed anything? No, what had he just mentioned? Tang Bao had a fever? Wait, I shall head there immediately. After concluding the call, she hastily donned her attire, grabbed her medical kit, and rushed to Bo Yanzhou's villa number 1. Upon her arrival at the entrance, the butler approached to open the door and graciously ushered her inside. As Xu Chuyuan ascended the stairs, Xia Tangbao was already in a state of confusion due to fever. Bo Yanzhou stood vigil by his side, a frown etched upon his brow. Upon hearing the footsteps of Xu Chuyuan, he immediately inquired, "Dr. Mandy, I appreciate your assistance. What could have caused this sudden fever? Wasn't he perfectly fine when I left this evening?" Xu Chuyuan stepped forward and inquired softly. Chapter 61, A Kiss on the Forehead. Xu Chuyuan reached out and gently touched Tang Bao's forehead. The heat was alarmingly intense, over 39 degrees. The fever was indeed severe. She hurriedly administered an injection and took measures to reduce the fever, then called out to Tang Bao. "Tang Bao, wake up, it's time to take your medicine, alright?" The little one's face was flushed with fever, and he appeared utterly devoid of energy, listless. At the sound of the familiar voice, he groggily opened his eyes. Upon realizing it was Xu Chuyuan, he suddenly pouted his small lips in a pitiful manner and called out to her, "Mummy." Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback, wanting to clarify that she was not his mother.
Yet, the little one nestled his entire small head into her embrace, his eyes rimmed with red,
expressing his fragility and discomfort as he whispered, "Mommy. I need Mommy's hug."
Xu Chuyuan gazed at him, her heart melting at the sight. This version of Tang Bao, reminiscent of Mian during her illness, yearned for her closeness, seeking her embrace. Even his expression of grievance bore a striking resemblance, nearly 5 or 6 parts alike. Xu Chuyuan had no time to offer explanations. She immediately embraced the little one, coaxing, "Tang Bao, be good and take your medicine first."
"I'm right here."
Tang Bao furrowed her small brows, appearing somewhat reluctant.
Xu Chuyuan patiently coaxed, "Be obedient, take your medicine, and you will recover swiftly." "Let me feed you, shall I?" Tang Bao hesitated for quite some time, but ultimately did not refuse any longer. With a gentle nod, she obediently opened her mouth.
Xu Chuyuan's features softened as she praised, Tang Bao was truly well behaved. Yet, the little one seemed to sense her intentions, clutching her clothing tightly with tiny hands,
refusing to let go.
"Mummy, please don't go," the little one murmured, almost unconsciously.
Xu Chuyuan fell momentarily silent. Although Bo Yanzhou could not discern the specifics,
he could surmise the situation. He leaned closer and gently offered, "Allow me to hold him. When he is unwell, he tends to become more affectionate and seeks comfort." Xu Chuyuan was able to comprehend.
Similarly, Nian also felt this way, thus, she nodded slightly, intending to pass Tang Bao to Bo Yanzhou. Bo Yanzhou, guided by the indistinct shadows in his gaze, approached Xu Chuyuan and leaned down. Xu Chuyuan's attention was fixated on Tang Bao, causing her to overlook the man's approach.
Thus, as she lifted her gaze, her forehead unexpectedly met the cool softness of his lips in an intimate encounter. The sudden kiss rendered Xu Chuyuan momentarily speechless. Bo Yanzhou's movements also faltered for an instant. The delicate sensation of their lips was strikingly vivid, compounded by her breath so near, and he swiftly realized what had transpired. Reacting promptly, Bo Yanzhou stepped back, feigning ignorance, and inquired with a tone of nonchalance, "I apologize, it was unintentional."
"Did I bump into you?"
His demeanor remained calm, as if nothing had occurred. Xu Chuyuan was on the verge of jumping in surprise, but his question left her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After all, she had been taken advantage of. Yet, considering the man's blindness, it was likely unintentional. She decided to change the subject.
"I can hold Tang Bao."
"He is clinging to my clothes and won't let go, and it's not convenient for you with your eyes."
Bo Yanzhou hesitated, noting the late hour. "Holding him might hinder your rest, wouldn't it?" "Indeed."
Without dismissing her suggestion, Bo Yanzhou straightened up and said, "Thank you. You may lean against the bed while holding him, it should be more comfortable." Xu Chuyuan did not refuse, she soon adjusted her position, cradling the little one and leaning against the headboard. Bo Yanzhou sat vigilantly on the chair beside her.
The room fell into a serene silence, leaving the two momentarily speechless.
However, the little darling in her arms remained restless in sleep, softly murmuring "Mama."
Xu Chuyuan gazed at the little one, feeling a twinge of pity.
Today, he had concealed his emotions, envious of others who had mothers. Now, unwell, he still murmured about this matter. She couldn't help but lift her gaze to the man before her. Under the soft glow of the lights, he donned a silk black nightgown, exuding his usual air of elegance. Perhaps due to his concern for his son's condition, there was a newfound softness in his expression. For reasons she could not articulate, she ventured to ask, "Forgive my impertinence, but where is little Tang Bao's mother?"
"I mean no offense.
I merely find it sorrowful to see him in such a state."
Little Tang Bao, so well behaved and adorable, what kind of woman could be so heartless as to abandon him? Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback. So, Tang Bao's mother is still alive? Merely absent from their lives for the time being?
She suddenly found herself at a loss for words, grappling with a tumult of emotions. Yet, she came to a profound realization: this man harbored feelings for someone else. It appeared that he was not as devoid of warmth as she had believed, he had simply bestowed all his limited affection and tenderness upon another.
Reflecting on this, Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but recall the 2 years of her own marriage.
A sense of absurdity washed over her. If he had someone he cherished,
Then why had he ever consented to marry her in the first place? To give her false hope? Bo Yanzhou, you truly are despicable.
Xu Chuyuan lost interest in pursuing the conversation further. She replied with a faint "oh" and then fell silent.
Bo Yanzhou, too, refrained from saying anything more.
Clearly disliking the disclosure of his private matters, particularly regarding Tang Bao's biological mother. In the stillness that enveloped them, Xu Chuyuan gradually felt fatigue creeping in. Her day had been consumed by the demands of the company's research and development, draining much of her energy.
The evening was dedicated to treating Bo Yanzhou, and now,
after visiting Tang Bao, her body was on the verge of exhaustion. Leaning against the headboard, she intended to take a brief nap, but unexpectedly, she dozed off while holding Tang Bao in her arms. Upon hearing the steady rhythm of her breathing, Bo Yanzhou instinctively turned his gaze in her direction.
In that fleeting moment, his eyes seemed to clear for an instant.
Under the soft glow of the lights, the woman rested with her eyes closed against the headboard, her profile facing him. Although her features were obscured, her long, seaweed-like hair was unmistakable.
In her embrace lay Tang Bao.
The two nestled together in a tender and heartwarming tableau. Bo Yanzhou paused, momentarily struck by an illusion that transformed the woman before him into Xu Chuyuan.
Chapter 62, The Gentle Embrace. How could these two share any semblance? Bo Yanzhou pondered, slightly perplexed, and resolved to reassess the situation.
Yet, before him, the scene blurred once more, rendering everything indistinct, leaving only a heavy shadow.
Bo Yanzhou concluded that he was likely overthinking the matter. Xu Chuyuan, that woman,
is devoid of compassion. She refuses to acknowledge the actions she has taken.
How could she possibly be here?
The figure before him is merely the miraculous healer, Mandy. With this thought, Bo Yanzhou cast aside the absurd notion that had briefly occupied his mind.
Rising to his feet, he approached the bedside.
Guided by a familiar sense of the room's layout, and gently draped a blanket over both the large and small forms lying there.
Xu Chuyuan was deep in slumber.
Cradling the small Tang Bao in her arms, her body unconsciously leaning to the side, resting gently against Bo Yanzhou. He paused momentarily, feeling the warmth of her soft touch. The proximity allowed him to catch a delightful fragrance emanating from her hair, mingled with a faint, familiar scent of medicine. Bo Yanzhou instinctively reached out to steady her shoulder, concerned that she and Tang Bao might fall.
Yet, enveloped in this fragrant warmth, he was struck by an unsettling sense of familiarity.
This form truly resembled
Xu Chuyuan.
Even the sensation of holding her was strikingly similar.
A frown creased Bo Yanzhou's brow. Why did he keep associating these two individuals?
A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He recalled that Xu Chuyuan was also a medical student.
Once could be coincidence.
But experiencing this sense of familiarity repeatedly compelled him to question whether this person was indeed her.
A wave of uncertainty washed over him, accompanied by an urge to test his hypothesis. Surely, verification would yield clarity.
He remembered that Xu Chuyuan bore a small scar behind her ear,
a remnant of a past accident.
If he could merely touch Mandy, the renowned healer's ear, he would have the answer. With this thought, Bo Yanzhou slowly raised his hand,
reaching toward Xu Chuyuan.
Just then, Tang Bao suddenly awoke, his eyes sparkling with innocence as he spoke in a plaintive tone, "Daddy, I'm thirsty, I want some water."
The child's voice interrupted Bo Yanzhou's action. "All right," Tang Bao murmured softly. Upon hearing this,
Bo Yanzhou realized it was inappropriate to continue his inquiry and reluctantly set aside his quest to uncover Mandy's true identity. "Go back to sleep," he replied gently.
The little one, still drowsy, nestled back into Xu Chuyuan's embrace and drifted off once more. Xu Chuyuan remained blissfully unaware of everything. She slept soundly until the clock struck 3 in the morning.
Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to realize that she had actually dozed off.
Little Tang Bao,
a tiny creature, nestled snugly in her embrace, its fuzzy little head nestled closely against her. Xu Chuyuan slightly curved her lips and reached out to touch his forehead. The fever had subsided considerably, and her little face was no longer so flushed. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it had retreated. As she got out of bed, she noticed the man, Bo Yanzhou, reclining on the sofa, his arm draped across his body in slumber. His familiar sleeping visage had hardly changed in the years since, his features remained sharply defined and strikingly handsome. Without uttering a word, she simply departed.
The following morning,
Upon awakening, she discovered a transfer from Bo Yenjo on her phone, accompanied by a brief message: "Thank you, Dr. Mandy, for the expenses incurred for treating and caring for Tangbao last night."
upon seeing this message, Xu Chuyuan's expression darkened, and an inexplicable sense of displeasure washed over her.
She had sought treatment for Tangbao out of genuine concern for the little one, never once considering the prospect of demanding medical expenses in return.
How clearly he delineated matters now.
However, upon further reflection, it seemed that the other party intended to maintain a distinct separation between personal and professional affairs. Perhaps this was for the best, as it would prevent entanglements in the future.
Since we are to settle accounts, let us do so with clarity. Xu Chuyuan no longer dwelled on the matter. After confirming the payment, she put away her phone, rose to freshen up, and then took Mian Mian to school before making her way to the office. Shortly after entering the office, she noticed Anya rushing in with an anxious expression.
Ready to deliver news. In accordance with your instructions, I have reached out to those who had been storing the medicinal herbs.
However,
they informed me that their herbs had been uniformly collected by someone, and this occurred just yesterday.
When Xu Chuyuan heard this news, she was taken aback and couldn't help but inquire, who is the person acquiring the medicinal herbs?
Anya shook her head and replied, the specific identity is unclear. They only mentioned that it was taken by a research institute called EM.
M.
Upon hearing this name, Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback, unfamiliar with it.
Who might this individual be? Anya replied, I have looked into it.
EM is a research institute based in Haicheng, and its head is a professor from Haicheng University,
specializing in fields related to toxins and viruses. After listening, Xu Chuyuan nodded thoughtfully, without dwelling too much on it.
She addressed Anya, saying, in that case, please reach out to the other party and see if they might be willing to sell us the medicinal materials. The price is not a concern. At this critical juncture of their project, it was imperative not to let the acquisition of the materials come to a halt.
Anya nodded in agreement and promptly replied, understood. I will contact them right away. As Anya turned to leave, she added, Miss C, the research institute was quite accommodating. After discussing with them,
they expressed their willingness to sell us the medicinal materials. However,
what? Xu Chuyuan inquired.
Anya candidly replied, however, the other party has put forth a condition.
Do tell.
Anya nodded and elaborated. The exact words from the other party were that they had heard of the renowned research institute under the Hua family, particularly noted for its formidable prowess in virus research. Therefore, if feasible, they would like to make a rather humble request for our local head to assist and guide their research for a duration of approximately 1 to 2 months. Should we acquiesce, they would provide us with their medicinal materials free of charge, without any issue. I surmise that they must be encountering some challenges with their current technology. Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan raised her eyebrows. The other party was indeed quite astute. It is essential to recognize that the value of research and development technology is immeasurable, especially when it pertains to the expertise and experience of the Hua family. However, they were in urgent need of medicinal materials, and the other side was willing to provide them free of charge. This could be considered a transaction that was not overly disadvantageous. Yet, despite this reasoning, Xu Chuyuan felt an unsettling sense of doubt. How could it be so fortuitous that they had managed to gather all the necessary medicinal materials from their side? In Chapter 63, titled President Bo's Deep Strategies in Pursuing His Wife, unable to fathom the situation, Xu Chuyuan decided to temporarily set aside her concerns. She instructed Anya to convey to the other party that they could agree to the terms, but they needed to clarify that she could only spare a maximum of 1 hour per day to visit. Given the numerous responsibilities at her own research institute, it was unreasonable for her to spend extended periods there. Her primary purpose for coming to Haicheng was to advance the projects at her own research institute. She must not lose sight of that. After conveying her message, she directly called the EM Research Institute to relay Xu Chuyuan's intentions. To her surprise, they did not express any disdain for the limited time of 1 hour per day. Instead, they inquired, we have no objections on our end, but time is somewhat pressing. Would it be convenient for you to come over this afternoon to sign the contract? Additionally, you can take a look at the medicinal materials you require.
Xu Chuyuan directly stated, certainly, I am available at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
After concluding the conversation with the other party, Anya promptly hung up the phone.
In the afternoon, Xu Chuyuan finished her current tasks and arrived punctually at the EM Research Institute for her appointment.
The individual designated to receive her was a middle-aged man.
Professor Yang Li, an expert in virology.
Professor Yang greeted Xu Chuyuan with a friendly demeanor, his face adorned with a warm smile. He generously complimented her, saying, "I have long heard that the Hua Corporation is brimming with talent. Yet I am astonished to see that Miss Xu is so young and already the leader of a key research project.
It truly makes me feel inadequate." Xu Chuyuan smiled politely and said, "Professor Yang, you are being modest.
In our industry, you are a highly respected senior, please do not underestimate your own worth."
Professor Yang chuckled lightly, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Xu Chuyuan got straight to the point. "Professor Yang,
let us not waste any more time and discuss the matter at hand. I am in urgent need of that batch of medicinal materials.
If it is convenient, shall we proceed to sign the contract directly?"
Professor Yang nodded in agreement and replied, "Certainly, I shall provide you with the documents right away." With that, he retrieved the prepared contract and handed it to Xu Chuyuan.
Xu Chuyuan took the contract and examined it meticulously.
Although the content of the agreement was straightforward, she remained vigilant and did not allow herself to be careless. After a swift review, she concluded that there were no significant issues overall. The collaboration between both parties was inherently a simple matter. However, when she reached the final clause regarding breach of contract, she found it somewhat exaggerated. Compensation for breach of contract is typically a commonplace stipulation in various agreements, yet this document stipulated that should either party default, they would be liable for a staggering 30 billion.
30 billion, a sum of considerable magnitude. Xu Chuyuan could not help but express her concerns to Professor Yang, questioning whether 30 billion was an excessive sum.
Professor Yang, upon hearing her remarks, smiled and replied, "It is understandable that Miss Xu was cautious, this figure indeed appears substantial. However, consider this, both the technological guidance from the Hua family and the rare medicinal materials we provide cannot be quantified merely in monetary terms. Furthermore, this contract is mutual. Should we default, we are obligated to compensate according to this penalty clause. Rest assured, we have no intention of defaulting. And our generous provision of medicinal materials clearly conveys our earnest desire for collaboration." Xu Chuyuan was well aware of this principle. According to the terms of the contract, as long as she provided technical guidance daily for 2 months after signing, the other party would supply the medicinal materials. Whether the sum amounted to 3 billion or any other figure, it bore no consequence for them. For her, 2 months posed no significant loss. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a conclusion, Xu Chuyuan ultimately acquiesced and affixed her signature. Once concluded, she handed the document to Professor Yang. However, she observed that Professor Yang showed no intention of signing. Xu Chuyuan expressed her bewilderment and inquired, "Professor Yang, will you not sign?" Professor Yang, however, responded with a smile, "Oh, it is not for me to sign. Although I am the project leader at the Research Institute, the authority to sign rests with our boss. Therefore, it is the boss who will affix the signature." Xu Chuyuan's expression was one of astonishment. Was Professor Yang not the owner of this research institute? Professor Yang shook his head and replied, "The institute was acquired a few days ago. However, rest assured, our new owner is a reputable businessman who values this collaboration greatly. This contract was drafted by a professional lawyer upon his request, so Miss Xu, you need not worry, there will be no mistakes." With that, Professor Yang rose and said, "Miss Xu, please wait a moment. I shall deliver the documents to the owner's office, and once the contract is finalized, I will take you to see the medicinal materials." Xu Chuyuan once again experienced a sense of foreboding. However, given Professor Yang's assurance that she had meticulously reviewed the document and found no issues, she chose not to refuse. Before long, Professor Yang departed. A few minutes later, Xu Chuyuan heard several pairs of footsteps approaching. She speculated that it might be Professor Yang accompanied by that elusive boss, prompting her to instinctively rise. Yet, in the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a familiar figure standing tall in the doorway. The newcomer exuded an extraordinary presence, radiating an air of noble indifference. When Xu Chuyuan beheld that extraordinarily handsome visage, her mind momentarily faltered.
For this person was none other than Bo Yinzhou. Who could possibly enlighten her as to why this scoundrel Bo Yinzhou found himself in this place? Xu Chuyuan felt utterly bewildered.
While she was lost in thought, someone entered from outside.
Professor Yang smiled and introduced, "Miss Xu, this is our boss, Mr. Bo." She certainly recognized the surname Bo. Xu Chuyuan's beautiful eyes darkened suddenly as realization struck her. This matter had been a trap from the very beginning. That scoundrel had deliberately lured her here. Xu Chuyuan, unable to contain her emotions, rose abruptly and, with a fierce demeanor, inquired, "Bo Yinzhou, was this intentional on your part?
First, you acquired the medicinal materials. And then feigned an intention to negotiate a collaboration with the Hua family. Your true aim was to deceive me into coming here."
Xu Chuyuan's tone was quite fierce, her anger evident on her delicate face.
Professor Yang, taken aback by her sudden outburst, was momentarily startled.
However, Qi Yan responded swiftly, signaling to him to exit first. Professor Yang, not daring to linger, promptly turned and left. Bo Yinzhou, unfazed by Xu Chuyuan's fury, settled onto the sofa with a casual demeanor, his legs crossed.
Dressed in an elegant black suit, he exuded an air of affluence and was quite a sight to behold. Nevertheless, his words were somewhat irksome as he remarked,
"I cannot comprehend what Miss Xu is expressing."
Xu Chuyuan was on the verge of exasperation.
No wonder she always felt something was amiss.
It turned out this fellow had been waiting right here all along. Xu Chuyuan despised the feeling of being led around by the nose.
Today's collaboration was better left untouched.
Xu Chuyuan was infuriated. She swiftly picked up her bag, intending to leave.
Bo Yinzhou,
I am quite occupied and have no time to indulge in this tedious game with you. Bo Yinzhou had anticipated her reaction and casually remarked,
"Are you no longer interested in the medicinal herbs?
If that's the case, it would be troublesome. Kindly settle the 30 billion breach of contract penalty. This agreement has already acquired legal validity upon your signature, Miss Xu.
Surely, you wouldn't consider defaulting, would you?"
He placed the contract before Xu Chuyuan. Xu Chuyuan could hardly recognize it. After all, it was the very document she had signed not long ago. No wonder she felt that the sum of 30 billion was so immense. If it were all part of this man's scheme, it would indeed come as no surprise.
Xu Chuyuan's fury intensified. She gritted her teeth and declared, "This contract is null and void." Bo Yinzhou, unfazed, inquired calmly, "In what way is it not valid?" "From the very beginning, the terms were explicitly stated, and you confirmed them, did you not?" Xu Chuyuan exclaimed in anger. "But you never explicitly stated the identity of the boss. This is clearly deceit." Bo Yinzhou, unhurried and with a soothing voice, responded, "In a partnership, it is the essence of the collaboration that matters, the boss merely affixes their signature." "How does that conflict with the collaboration itself?"
"Furthermore, true deception lies in making you sign yet withholding the medicinal materials. I do not recall ever stating that I would not provide you with the materials." Xu Chuyuan was gritting her teeth in frustration. This insufferable man spoke with such clarity and logic that it left her utterly speechless. Yet, why did she feel so irked? Everything she had done was purely for the sake of duty, not for him. Could it be that his current fury stemmed from a misguided notion that she harbored ulterior motives? Nearby, Qi Yan couldn't help but want to interject, "Isn't that precisely the case?" Chapter 64, One must find a way to soothe the wife. Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan could not help but furrow her brow. While she felt a surge of indignation, she was not so egotistical as to believe that this man harbored any ulterior motives towards her. However, if memory served her correctly, her encounters with him, while assuming the identity of Xu Chuyuan, had been far from pleasant. Particularly given his demeanor, which suggested an intention to cause her trouble. He had unjustly accused her of abandoning her husband and children. Even in the absence of ulterior motives, one could at least perceive a certain malevolence in his intentions. No matter how Xu Chuyuan pondered, she found it impossible to feel at ease. Yet, what could she do in the current situation? Was she truly expected to pay such a hefty penalty for breach of contract? 30 billion? Such an exorbitant demand. Initially, She had agreed to treat that despicable man for merely 10 billion in consultation fees. This 30 billion, signed under these circumstances, was certainly beyond her capacity to pay. With such a sum, there were far more worthwhile endeavors to pursue. If invested in research and development projects, the benefits would be immeasurable. Most importantly, she could not allow the dedication and efforts of her team to go to waste. Therefore, she had to secure those medicinal materials. Having come to this realization, Xu Chuyuan clenched her teeth and sat back down on the sofa opposite him. Since the other party insisted on treating this as a formal matter, she would oblige. It was merely a matter of 2 months, what was there to fear? With her thoughts clarified, her demeanor became calm and composed. She spoke coldly, since Mr. Bo has stated that this is a formal transaction, the medicinal materials should be provided to me. The collaboration is now unavoidable, and I accept that. We shall adhere to the terms of the contract. I will come by for an hour each day, and I kindly ask you to fulfill your promises. Bo Yanzhou, noticing her swift resolution, revealed a fleeting glimmer in his eyes. He nodded slightly and replied indifferently, "It is good that Miss Xu has come to a swift understanding." Xu Chuyuan pouted, thinking to herself, "Were it not for the project, I would certainly hurl 30 billion at your face." Bo Yanzhou, aware of Xu Chuyuan's current discontent, refrained from further tormenting her. He instructed Qi Yan, "Please ask Professor Yang to deliver the medicinal herbs." Understood. Qi Yan promptly set about his task. Before long, the required medicinal herbs arrived, each meticulously preserved in an antique wooden box. Xu Chuyuan felt a slight improvement in her mood upon seeing these medicinal herbs. She examined each one carefully, both their age and medicinal properties were exceptionally perfect. After finishing, Xu Chuyuan inquired, "Is this all that you have acquired?" Xu Chuyuan hesitated for a moment. It was currently sufficient, but as the research and development progressed, additional resources would undoubtedly be required. Bo Yanzhou reassured her, saying, "Rest assured. The medicinal herbs we have acquired have not all been delivered yet. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to ask in the future." Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan found herself regarding the man with a more favorable eye. In that case, I shall not be modest. He had ensnared himself, digging his own pit. If she did not seize the opportunity to benefit from him, it would be a disservice to herself. Bo Yanzhou detected the shift in her tone and realized that she had conceded. Thus, he rose to his feet, extending his hand towards her, and said, "Then, shall we enjoy a fruitful collaboration?" Xu Chuyuan lowered her gaze, observing the man's slender fingers, silently contemplating, "I am not pleased." He generously cast out the bait. Xu Chuyuan paused, realizing that this individual was exceedingly cunning, fully aware of how to manipulate her. Yet, paradoxically, she found herself unable to resist the allure. Xu Chuyuan gritted her teeth for quite some time, ultimately concluding that it would be foolish to miss out on a bargain, especially one offered by Bo Yanzhou. Reluctantly, she extended her hand, her voice indifferent as she proclaimed, "Pleasure to cooperate." It was evident that her handshake was rather perfunctory. Bo Yanzhou was aware of her demeanor but instinctively rubbed the fingers that had been grasped, the delicate sensation lingering at his fingertips. He paid no heed to the woman's attitude. After all, he had achieved his objective. In a calm voice, Bo Yanzhou remarked, "Now that we have established our cooperation, let us not squander any more time. Professor Yang, please provide Miss Xu with the specifics of the Research Institute's projects and all pertinent materials to facilitate her guidance." Understood. Professor Yang nodded, courteously addressing Xu Chuyuan, "Miss Xu, please follow me." Qi Yan observed his master's fluid maneuvering, internally exclaiming in admiration. Was this the strategy of leading one through a particular process only to later offer a sweet reward? No wonder so many rare herbs had been collected beforehand. They were all waiting for Miss Chuyuan. Qi Yan inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy for Xu Chuyuan. After all, no one could outsmart his master. Xu Chuyuan was entirely oblivious to Qi Yan's gaze. Her approach to work had always been characterized by enthusiasm and diligence. With matters already settled, there was no need for delay. Finishing the task sooner would allow her to depart earlier. Thus, she acquiesced to Bo Yanzhou's suggestion and prepared to accompany Professor Yang to the laboratory. However, before proceeding, she made a phone call to instruct Anya to bring a team to transport the medicinal materials.
Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou interjected,
suggesting that there was no need for such trouble, as arrangements could be made for someone to deliver the materials directly.
Upon hearing this,
Xu Chuyuan paused momentarily in her actions, and then proceeded without further ado. I appreciate your assistance, she expressed, relaying to Anya on the other end of the line that there was no need for her to come over specifically.
After ending the call, she accompanied Professor Yang to the research laboratory, embarking on her exploration of the project's development in their domain.
Xu Chuyuan initially felt a tinge of displeasure due to Bo Yanzhou's manipulative tactics.
However,
she soon found herself captivated by the project under development and became engrossed in a serious discussion with Professor Yang.
Bo Yanzhou and Shi Yan stood nearby, listening to their conversation.
While Bo Yanzhou struggled to comprehend the technicalities being discussed,
he could discern that Professor Yang was frequently praising and expressing astonishment at Xu Chuyuan's articulate discourse. It was evident that her displayed capabilities garnered Professor Yang's profound admiration.
Bo Yanzhou was taken aback. Professor Yang was undoubtedly a luminary in his field, possessing considerable stature within the industry. The fact that someone of his caliber was so effusive in his praise only underscored Xu Chuyuan's exceptional talents.
Bo Yanzhou had never witnessed this facet of Xu Chuyuan before.
As he listened to her confidently and fluently articulate professional jargon, he experienced a peculiar sensation within. In the past, she had exuded warmth and gentleness. Now, she radiated an icy elegance and rationality, her demeanor imbued with an invisible sharpness.
Bo Yanzhou found himself inexplicably intrigued yet somewhat troubled.
This version of Xu Chuyuan was decidedly elusive, especially considering that he had tricked her into signing a contract today, which had understandably irritated her. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy to soften her demeanor and coax her into a more amicable state. Chapter 65, Desire for You. Xu Chuyuan remained oblivious to the man's intense gaze. Her entire focus was devoted to her work. She was eager to swiftly comprehend the situation at hand and depart without delay.
However, imagination is always more beautiful than reality.
And the actual undertaking proved to be far more arduous than she had anticipated.
The research and development project, by its very nature, was inherently complex. After much ado, Xu Chuyuan found that 3 hours had already passed. She glanced at the time and said to Professor Yang, "Let us conclude for today.
I have grasped the general overview of your project, and I will review the detailed materials this evening. It should pose no issues."
Upon hearing this, Professor Yang could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Miss Xu has managed to comprehend so much in such a brief period. It is truly remarkable. Among the younger generation, few can match her prowess."
Xu Chuyuan was not as arrogant as one might think. She smiled politely and remarked, "Professor Yang, you flatter me. The primary credit goes to your team's already mature research and development. My role merely involves making some modifications and adjusting the data formula based on the existing framework. So it poses no significant challenge for me."
Upon hearing her humble words, Professor Yang felt an even greater admiration for this young prodigy.
As a member of the pharmaceutical research and development field, he understood better than anyone that to make temporary adjustments to a drug formula, one must first grasp the entire development process and all relevant data pertaining to the medication, before proceeding with any experimental alterations. Xu Chuyuan spoke with a palpable confidence in her abilities.
If time had permitted, Professor Yang would have relished the opportunity to continue their conversation. However,
noticing her intention to depart, he refrained from insisting she stay. Soon, Xu Chuyuan gathered her materials and prepared to leave. As she was about to exit, she realized that Bo Yanzhou had mysteriously vanished. She paid it no mind and proceeded out of the research institute. To her surprise, upon stepping outside, a sleek black Maybach came to a halt before her. The window glided down, revealing Bo Yanzhou's strikingly handsome visage.
In a calm tone, the man uttered, "Xu Chuyuan, get in the car." Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback, standing still as she inquired in a calm tone, "Is there anything else, Mr. Bo?" Xu Chuyuan,
upon hearing his words, furrowed her brows slightly.
Was this man doing this on purpose, deliberately choosing this moment? Nevertheless,
she found herself genuinely intrigued by the so-called list of rare medicinal herbs. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to take a seat. As soon as the door closed, the vehicle began to move forward. Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback and could not help but inquire, "Wait a moment.
Weren't we discussing this in the car? Where are we headed?" Bo Yanzhou replied in a dispassionate tone, "Naturally, we are going to dine. It is already mealtime."
"And I am hungry, we shall converse while we eat." Xu Chuyuan expressed her reluctance, saying, "There's no need to trouble yourself, it won't take much time."
However, Bo Yanzhou insisted, "I am hungry and lack the enthusiasm for conversation."
"You may choose whether to procure the medicinal herbs or to disembark now."
Xu Chuyuan gritted her teeth.
This man was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Dining with him, she was concerned that she might suffer from indigestion. Just as she was about to voice her refusal, the man appeared to sense her intention and presented the list before her. "Take a look," he said with a cool detachment. Xu Chuyuan unconsciously glanced over and suddenly caught sight of several rare herbs mentioned on the prescription, leaving her momentarily stunned. The rarity of these herbs was surprising even to her. Most importantly, there were two ingredients that she had encountered in ancient texts but had never been able to find. The rising anger within her was extinguished in an instant, and her mood shifted to one of excitement. After searching for so long for these herbs, she was astonished to discover they were indeed listed on Bo Yanzhou's prescription. Despite her exhilaration, Xu Chuyuan restrained her emotions and began to examine the items one by one. The quantity of herbs exceeded her expectations, rivaling the inventory of the Hua family.
Approximately 10 minutes later, Xu Chuyuan took a deep breath and inquired of Bo Yanzhou, "Do you truly possess all the herbs listed here?"
Sensing the shift in her tone, Bo Yanzhou deduced she must have found something she desired. He replied with calm assurance, "Of course."
Xu Chuyuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she continued to inquire, "If I desire it, can you grant it to me?" Unbeknownst to her,
her tone betrayed her emotions. Bo Yanzhou's lips curled into a subtle, playful smile as he replied, "The herbs stipulated in the agreement can be easily provided if you wish for them. However, for those beyond the contract, we shall need to discuss alternative terms."
Xu Chuyuan immediately declared, "Name your price, I can afford it.
As long as the item is in my possession, no amount spent is too great." Xu Chuyuan understood better than anyone the invaluable worth of those rare medicinal herbs.
If utilized in research, their value would be immeasurable. Yet, Bo Yanzhou replied, "You are overthinking it.
I am not in need of money, but if you truly desire them, you may offer something in exchange."
Upon hearing this,
Xu Chuyuan furrowed her brows. Having been deceived just that day, she sensed that this man was laying yet another trap for her. She clenched the list in her hand, refraining from outright rejection.
After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly inquired, "What is it that you seek?" Although nothing was visibly apparent,
Xu Chuyuan discerned from his eyes an unfathomable depth, accompanied by an indescribable sense of danger and predation.
She felt akin to prey under the watchful gaze of a lion. Xu Chuyuan inexplicably felt a sense of unease under the weight of that gaze.
She was even struck by a peculiar illusion, as though the man's expression silently conveyed, "I want you."
The moment this thought emerged, Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but shiver.
She believed she must be losing her mind to entertain such notions. This man could never desire someone like her. She shook her head vigorously, attempting to cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, and clearly stated to Bo Yanzhou, "Aside from money, I possess little utility beyond my professional skills.
I have nothing else to offer you. If you have other demands, I fear I may not be able to fulfill them."
As they conversed,
the car arrived at the restaurant.
Qi Yan had already reserved a table, and shortly after they entered the private room, the dishes were served. The cuisine at this restaurant was exquisite, a table brimming with an array of delightful flavors, colors, and aromas.
Xu Chuyuan gazed at the exquisite dishes before her. Yet her thoughts began to drift away.
In those days, sharing a meal with him had been nothing short of a luxury. Little did she expect that 6 years later, he would take the initiative to invite her to dine. Xu Chuyuan wrinkled her nose, inexplicably losing her appetite, and felt no desire to speak.
Bo Yanzhou,
who was already taciturn, remained silent as well. Qi Yan, aside from quietly serving him dishes, acted as if he were invisible.
Xu Chuyuan, lost in thought,
inadvertently caught sight of a dish garnished with cilantro, while Qi Yan, oblivious, served it into Bo Yanzhou's bowl.
Before her mind could catch up,
the words escaped her lips, "There's cilantro." The moment the sound faded, she regretted it. In the past, in her quest to spend more time with Bo Yanzhou, she had learned to cook and had naturally come to understand his tastes. Little did she anticipate that this wretched memory would provoke an instinctive response faster than her conscious thought.
Chapter 66. To win back his wife, Bo Yanzhou was taken aback by Xu Chuyuan's unexpected remark, momentarily halting his motion to serve the dish. Shi Yan, noticing the shift, couldn't help but change his expression.
Indeed, he thought he had picked it all out. Having been by his master's side for so long,
he was well aware of his deep aversion to cilantro.
Xu Chuyuan felt increasingly embarrassed, wishing she could bite her own tongue.
Why did she care so much?
Whether or not she liked cilantro had nothing to do with her. Just as she was secretly berating herself, Bo Yanzhou paused his eating and suddenly spoke.
Do you still remember? Bo Yanzhou scoffed, not believing her.
This woman, truly, was contradictory. Nevertheless, it must be said that her reminder brought him a certain delight.
An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Bo Yanzhou continued, regarding what we discussed in the car earlier, I've come up with a proposal. Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan immediately inquired, what?
Bo Yanzhou replied, from now on, come to the Research Institute in the mornings, and accompany me for lunch. The rare medicinal herbs you desire will all be yours.
Xu Chuyuan appeared utterly bewildered. Did she hear that correctly? You want me to accompany you for lunch every day? What an odd request. Bo Yanzhou, with an air of nonchalance, replied, do not misunderstand.
I merely feel that since Miss Xu is so well acquainted with my tastes, it would be more suitable for you to handle the meal preparations until my vision is restored.
Xu Chuyuan wore a puzzled expression. Was this man truly seeking a gardener? Without a moment's hesitation, she firmly declined. Absolutely not. What kind of joke was this?
She was no longer the girl who once yearned for a mere glance from him, so why would she stoop to such a task? She was not his assistant.
However, Bo Yanzhou calmly interjected, do not be so hasty in your refusal. I have just acquired a medicinal garden, the Luyue Herbal Manor in Sioux City. As a physician,
you must be familiar with this establishment. If you agree, you may freely access the herbs within.
Upon hearing this news, Xu Chuyuan's expression was one of astonishment, her tone involuntarily elevating several notches. What did you say? You have acquired Luyue medicine shop? Bo Yanzhou calmly nodded, affirming, indeed. Xu Chuyuan was taken aback. She was certainly aware of Luyue Pharmacy, one of the most renowned medicinal gardens in the country. The original owners of Luyue Pharmacy hailed from an ancient family of traditional medicine,
possessing rare seeds of medicinal herbs that had been passed down through generations, seeds that were unparalleled elsewhere.
However, the legacy of every family is not always smooth sailing. The inheritors of Luyue Pharmacy in recent generations had shown little dedication to their familial heritage.
In the current generation, the cultivation techniques had deteriorated significantly, leading to alarmingly low annual yields. Coupled with exorbitant operational costs, the pharmacy faced continuous financial losses.
Previously, while in Kyoto, she had heard her father mention that Luyue Pharmacy seemed inclined to sell.
At that time, she had dismissed it as mere rumor, after all. For families steeped in the tradition of medicine, such legacies are invaluable treasures.
Little did she expect that Luyue Pharmacy had indeed been sold. Xu Chuyuan could not help but inquire, have you acquired the entirety of Luyue Herbal Manor? Including the rare seeds of several treasured medicinal herbs they have inherited? Bo Yanzhou nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed, their primary value lies in this very aspect. Xu Chuyuan felt the same way. However, at this moment,
her emotions were predominantly filled with incredulity. Such a vast apothecary, with its sprawling medicinal herb bases, spread across more than a dozen mountain peaks. And yet this man claimed it could be easily acquired. Xu Chuyuan could not help but admit her heart fluttered. The Hua family possessed their own medicinal garden,
along with their unique inherited medicinal species.
However, the variety was rather limited, and she had long been intrigued by several rare herbs from Luyue Medicine Manor, yet
she had previously lacked the opportunity to engage with them. Now,
Xu Chuyuan discovered that her earlier resolute refusal had suddenly wavered.
Bo Yanzhou, that cunning man, truly lived up to his reputation as a businessman.
He knew precisely how to cast his bait to entice others. With the allure of rare medicinal herbs and the mention of Luyu at pharmacy, he had unmistakably deduced that she would be irresistibly tempted.
Xu Chuyuan struggled internally.
Seeing that she remained silent for an extended period, Bo Yanzhou discerned her thoughts. He coaxingly suggested, "If you accompany me for a meal, you shall reap numerous benefits."
Miss Xu, do you still need to hesitate? Surely, the mere act of raising your hand is worth everything within the apothecary? Another bombshell had been dropped. Xu Chuyuan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment.
She realized that her resolve to refuse was becoming increasingly unstable. Indeed, the temptation of such conditions was overwhelming.
After all, these were ancient texts. Treasures that money could not acquire. Once this opportunity passed, it would be lost forever. Xu Chuyuan harbored affection. Yet she ultimately did not succumb to irrationality. Primarily, this transaction appeared to favor Bian Yanzhou, rendering it unprofitable. Given this man's shrewd and calculating nature, how could he possibly be so generous? There must certainly be an underlying issue. Xu Chuyuan squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Bo Yanzhou. Is there a particular intention behind your actions? Bo Yanzhou had anticipated her suspicion. Is it truly the case?
Xu Chuyuan pondered for a moment, deeming the credibility of his words quite high. It was indeed true that Bo Yanzhou was acquiring the research institute, and the scale of his procurement of medicinal materials and gardens was substantial. Aside from venturing into the pharmaceutical market, there seemed to be no other motive. As for the earlier suspicion of a trap, she did not believe herself to possess such significant value that he would orchestrate a scheme involving the medicinal estate and investment to ensnare her. With this thought, all her doubts dissipated. A partnership that promised immense profits with no risk was hardly something to decline. She promptly replied, "Since I have agreed to the collaboration, there is no need for you to remind me. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the work, as I have never been one to treat my responsibilities lightly." Bo Yanzhou nodded, expressing that this was the best course of action. "Now, do you have any further inquiries?" Xu Chuyuan shook her head, indicating that there was nothing more to discuss. "Then it is settled. Let us continue our meal." Shi Yan, who had been silently listening throughout, felt a sense of numbness. His master's ability to fabricate stories with such ease had intensified. The Bo family aims to venture into the medicinal market for wool? If such a project truly existed, the Bo family would have acted months ago rather than waiting until now to lavishly invest. It was evident that Miss Chu Yuan's presence had prompted his master's decision. Yet, could he voice this truth? Clearly not. Later, as dinner concluded, Xu Chuyuan intended to bid farewell to Bo Yanzhou at the restaurant entrance. Bo Yanzhou offered, "Where are you staying? We can escort you." "No need." Xu Chuyuan declined without a second thought. If she were to allow him to send her, wouldn't he that expose her intentions? Bo Yanzhou gazed in her direction, remaining silent. Xu Chuyuan realized that her refusal had been rather abrupt, so she casually concocted an excuse, explaining that her residence was in the opposite direction of the Bo Manor, and that she had other matters to attend to in the vicinity. Hence she would not trouble Mr. Bo. She added that she would take a taxi by herself shortly. Having said that, Xu Chuyuan swiftly departed. Bo Yanzhou did not press the issue. His plan was progressing smoothly, the little fox was gradually stepping into the trap. Xu Chuyuan. We have a long journey ahead of us. Chapter 67, Yearning for Reconciliation with Her. After Xu Chuyuan departed, Bo Yanzhou and Shi Yan soon followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, an individual discreetly captured their silhouettes with a mobile phone. A minute later, at the Xu residence, Su Lingwei suddenly received a call from her close friend, Chen Yao. With an excited tone, Chen Yao exclaimed, "Lingwei, I spotted your family's President Bo at the Moon Feast restaurant tonight." Su Lingwei smiled and remarked, "Oh, what does it matter? He might simply be occupied with social engagements. After all, he has always been quite busy." Chen Yao, in a rush, interjected, "It shouldn't be a social engagement. I saw him with another woman. At first, I thought it was you and was about to go over to greet him, only to realize it was not. In recent days,
Su Lingwei has been racking her brain to devise ways to get closer to Bo Yanzhou.
The Su family, having lost two significant projects, is inclined to re-establish a connection with the Bo family. Xiu Lingwei seized the opportunity to take on a project, hoping to create more topics for conversation and opportunities for interaction with Bo Yanzhou through her work. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with reviewing documents.
Unexpectedly,
she was suddenly confronted with this news.
Her expression changed instantly, and she promptly inquired, "What kind of woman is she?" Chen Yao replied, "I didn't examine her closely.
Just caught a glimpse, but her profile is quite attractive. By the way, I took a picture, I'll send it to you."
"All right." Su Lingwei's gaze deepened.
After hanging up the phone, it wasn't long before the photograph arrived.
Su Lingwei opened the image and instantly recognized the woman in the photograph. It was Xu Chuyuan. It was indeed her. Su Lingwei's countenance darkened in an instant.
From the moment she encountered Xu Chuyuan, she had harbored concerns about the arrival of this day. To her astonishment, the two had indeed met in secret so swiftly. What could they have possibly discussed?
Did Xu Chuyuan take the initiative to approach Yanzhou? What were Yanzhou's sentiments towards Xu Chuyuan? Could it be that he wishes to rekindle a romance with that woman?
The mere thought of such a possibility jolted Su Lingwei, rendering her expression exceedingly grim.
Observing their daughter's contorted visage, Su Yuanli and Yu Huarong exchanged bewildered glances and inquired, "Weiwei, what troubles you? Why are you so upset?" Su Lingwei did not conceal her feelings and exclaimed in frustration, "Tonight, Xu Chuyuan and Yanzhou met privately for dinner." "What?"
Yu Huarong's expression shifted dramatically, and she immediately erupted in anger. "This Xu Chuyuan is truly shameless.
How dare she seduce Yanzhou? It is utterly disgraceful." Xiao Yuanli did not join in the cursing, yet at that moment, he furrowed his brow.
The two projects lost by Su had left him in a state of discontent for several days.
Now, upon hearing the name Xu Chuyuan,
he felt an equal sense of aversion. Su Yuanli spoke up, stating, "This matter cannot be allowed to persist unchecked. We must hasten the progress of our project, however.
Dealing with Bo Yanzhou may prove challenging. Over the past 2 years, his willingness to collaborate with us has been steadily diminishing. And it is likely that the situation will become even more stringent now." Su Lingwei comprehended Su Yuanli's intention.
Yu Huarong nodded, acknowledging the feasibility of the plan. Once the proposal was finalized, they would arrange a dinner with them. Given the previous rejection of the marriage contract by Bo Yanzhou, she likely harbored some feelings of guilt. Thus, it was certain that he would not decline their invitation again this time.
"Indeed, splendid." Su Lingwei nodded, simultaneously resolving in her heart, when the time comes, she must thoroughly address Xu Chuyuan's despicable actions before Song Yun. Xu Chuyuan was completely unaware of this.
Upon entering, she discovered that Xiao Tangbao was also present. At that moment, the little one was huddled together with Nian, seemingly engrossed in a discussion. The atmosphere between them appeared to be quite pleasant.
Xu Chuyuan was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Tangbao, what brings you here?" Xu Chuyuan was still unaware of the matter at hand when she glanced at Nian.
Nian nodded her little head, her sweet, childlike voice chiming, "Mommy, our teacher wants us to perform as Snow White and the Prince. She says we are the most beautiful and are more suited for the roles."
Xu Chuyuan smiled softly, realizing the situation. "But tell me, are you feeling better now? Have you experienced any fever today?"
Little Tangbao shook his head and replied in a sweet, childish voice, "I felt fine when I woke up this morning.
And I haven't had a fever throughout the day. It's all thanks to Auntie.
That's why I came tonight, to express my gratitude to her.
This is a gift I prepared for Auntie."
Xu Chuyuan cast a glance and discovered that the little one had presented a beautifully packaged box of chocolates.
The brand was imported and could only be acquired through customization. After reading it, Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but chuckle, "You little rascal, how overly polite of you." Tangbao, with a beaming smile, replied, "It should be that way. Moreover, Nian mentioned that Auntie enjoys."
Upon hearing Tangbao's words, Nian let out a soft exclamation and remarked, "No wonder you asked me today what Chubao likes, it turns out you were planning to gift her chocolate."
Tangbao nodded. somewhat bashfully, and said, "Since I am unsure of what Auntie likes, I merely wished to gather some information." Listening to Xu Chuyuan, her heart felt as if it were melting. Such a gentle and considerate little soul, who could possibly resist? She could not bring herself to decline a child's heartfelt gesture. So she graciously accepted the chocolate. Gently ruffling the child's hair, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, I truly appreciate it." Tang Bao instantly lit up with joy and presented another smaller gift, saying, "And this is for Mian, a 16-layer Rubik's Cube." He informed Mian, "You've mastered the previous one, so you can practice with this." Upon seeing the gift Tang Bao prepared for her, Mian's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "I have one too." Tang Bao nodded enthusiastically, saying, "Yes, if you master it, I'll give you an even more challenging one." Mian was overjoyed, eagerly accepting the gift. "Thank you, Tang." Xu Chuyuan observed the harmonious interaction between the two little ones, her emotions inevitably becoming somewhat complex. Although her beloved daughter maintained amicable relationships with other children, the bond with this little cousin appeared to be even closer. Could this be the profound influence of blood ties? If only this little cousin were her own son. Xu Chuyuan could not help but ponder. Later, she carefully stored the chocolates and watched the two little ones rehearse their performance together. Mian was a little drama queen, and with Xu Chuyuan's third brother, Huasian, who was a renowned actor in the entertainment industry, their acting came naturally to them due to their early exposure. Little Tang Bao, however, was different. It was his first time performing. His expressions were somewhat tense, as he was quite nervous, and he stumbled over his lines, making little progress. Xu Chuyuan was utterly amused. For the little one was simply too adorable. Chapter 68, A Heart Wrought with Worry in the Quest to Find a Wife for Daddy. Mian could not contain her laughter either. However, once her amusement subsided, she patiently guided Tang Bao on how to perform, teaching him ways to relax and alleviate his nervousness. Tang Bao was remarkably intelligent, he grasped the instructions swiftly and gradually settled into the role, harmonizing beautifully with Mian. Xu Chuyuan gazed upon the scene. Unable to suppress her admiration for the little ones, they were truly remarkable, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. Perhaps it was the harmonious sight of the two performing together that moved her, prompting Xu Chuyuan to take out her phone and capture the moment on video. It wasn't until 8:30 in the evening that their rehearsal finally concluded. As the sole audience member present, Xu Chuyuan enthusiastically applauded and exclaimed, "Wonderful! You performed splendidly!" The praise filled Xia Tangbao with joy, even surpassing the happiness of a successful performance. Eager to experience such delight again in the future, the little one couldn't help but ask Xu Chuyuan, "Auntie, will I be able to come and rehearse with Mian every day?" Xu Chuyuan expressed no objections, merely nodding and saying, "As long as you have the time, feel free to come whenever you wish." The earlier discontent arising from the DNA test swiftly dissipated. The failure of the DNA test held no significance, he would still have the opportunity to see his aunt every day. Bo Yanzhou noticed and inquired, "What has brought about such joy?" The little one glanced at him, thinking to himself, "Of course, it's good news. I've been tirelessly striving to help you find a wife." Yet, outwardly, he replied, "Tonight, we're rehearsing at Mian's house, and it went splendidly. Sister Mian is remarkable, she performed exceptionally well and taught me a great deal." Bo Yanzhou was aware of the assignment given to them by the kindergarten. After listening, he nodded slightly and said, "Then you must express your gratitude properly." The little one nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, I will." However, as the conversation progressed, the child recalled something important. The kindergarten event required the participation of the children's parents. He wondered if his father's eyes would recover in time. If not, could he perhaps invite his aunt to stand in for his father as his guardian? After all, she would certainly accompany Mian as well, right? With this thought, the little one felt not a trace of disappointment but rather an exhilarating excitement. Xu Chuyuan was completely unaware of this matter. The little girl Mian, after having her fun, simply forgot about it and did not inform her. After taking a bath in the evening, she routinely went to treat Bo Yanzhou. It was not until the late hours of the night that she finished. In the following days, she was exceedingly busy. The necessary medicinal materials for her research institute had all arrived, and the pace of development needed to be accelerated, requiring her constant oversight to avoid mistakes.
Seeing her mother so exhausted, Nian Nian couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. Although she understood that her mother would be extremely busy once the research project commenced, it was still excessive and reckless. Holding on to her concern, it persisted until Monday morning when Nian Nian went to school, appearing troubled in the classroom. When Tang Bao noticed her distress, he approached her and inquired about her unhappiness. Sighing, the little girl shared her thoughts with a worried expression. She said that whenever her mother got busy, her meals became irregular, and she drank copious amounts of coffee to stay alert, which was detrimental to her health. Tang Bao, upon hearing this, also grew concerned. For the past few days, he had been rehearsing with Nian Nian every night, yet he had scarcely seen her mother. Now, hearing Nian Nian's words, he worried that she might not be able to endure it. However, the clever child quickly devised a plan. If their aunt would not take a break, they would find a way to make her rest. Nian Nian looked at him with curiosity and asked how they would accomplish that. The little boy suggested they could take her to see a movie or attend a concert, both of which would be relaxing. Nian Nian countered, saying that her mother was too busy to join them. She could already envision her mother rejecting the idea. Tang Bao shook his head and proposed that they buy the tickets first and then inform her afterward, leaving her no choice but to accept. Nian Nian's eyes lit up at this suggestion. She believed it was indeed a feasible plan. Her mother was always soft-hearted, and if they were to coax her later, she would surely relent. Excitedly, Nian Nian asked Tang Bao where they would purchase the tickets. He cheerfully replied, "You need not worry about that, I will handle it. I will present them to you." "All right. Then I shall leave it to you." Nian Nian had no objections. Tang Bao nodded while secretly calculating. He planned to buy 4 concert tickets, including one for his father. Although his father was unable to see, he could still enjoy the music. After all, this was a rare opportunity for their aunt and father to spend time together. He hoped that this time, his father would behave himself. With that thought, Tang Bao hurriedly called his uncle to ask for help in purchasing the concert tickets. Upon hearing his nephew's request, Bo Jinchang had no objections but was somewhat curious about who would accompany them. Tang Bao did not hesitate to reveal, "Of course, it will be my father, Nian Nian. And the beautiful aunt." Bo Jinchang grunted in acknowledgement and took the opportunity to tease him, mentioning that his previous suggestion was rather impractical, asserting that his current plan was better. Without waiting for a response, the little boy ended the call. Bo Jinchang, left wondering, was intrigued by the child's abrupt statements. How had their relationship turned so swiftly? And what manner of divine healer was it that could persuade his workaholic brother to attend a concert? Chapter 69, Does Bo Yanzhou prefer this? After contemplating, he decided to call Qi Yan to request a photo of Dr. Mandy. When Qi Yan heard this, he was puzzled. Why was Jinchang suddenly interested in Dr. Mandy? Without pressing further, he informed Bo Jinchang, "I cannot assist you with this, as Dr. Mandy has never revealed her true appearance. Even if I sent you a photo, it would be of no use." Bo Jinchang, skeptical, retorted, "Qi Yan, you are merely brushing me off. If she has never shown her true self, how can Tang Bao claim she is very beautiful?" Qi Yan clarified. The young master has indeed seen Dr. Mandy's true visage before, which is why he consistently refers to her as beautiful. Qi Yan assumed that Bo Jinchang's inquiry was due to interest in Dr. Mandy. After some thought, he felt compelled to caution, "Jinchang, there is something I believe you should know. Dr. Mandy, while exceptional, is divorced with 3 children. She is quite different from the delicate flowers surrounding you and may not be suitable." "Damn!" Bo Jinchang couldn't help but exclaim, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have no such intentions." But then he paused, "Wait. You say she is divorced with 3 children? My brother has such unique tastes?" His incredulity was palpable. Just then, Bo Yanzhou was leaving his office and overheard the exchange, coldly inquiring, "What makes my taste so unique?" Bo Jinchang was startled by the voice and immediately hung up. Qi Yan, listening to the busy signal on the line, felt a cold sweat break out. Bo Yanzhou, noticing Qi Yan's reaction, asked, "What did Bo Jinchang want?" Qi Yan, not daring to withhold the truth, recounted the conversation regarding Dr. Mandy. Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou's expression darkened. It was evident he had too much free time on his hands. "And you," he added, "will stay late tonight to work." Xu Yan felt as if he were the victim of unforeseen disaster. His heart sank as he realized he had been caught in Bo Jincheng's schemes. Xu Chuyuan had been the subject of much discussion for an entire day, and at the research institute, she had also succumbed to a series of incessant sneezes. Xu Chuyuan waved her hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing, I merely caught a whiff of this medicinal scent, which is somewhat pungent."
"It's all right. Why don't you prepare a cup of coffee for me? I could use a little boost." Anya's expression reflected her concern. Relying solely on coffee for stimulation is not a sustainable solution.
"Sooner or later, your stomach will succumb to the strain." Xu Chuyuan dismissed the concern lightly, assuring,
"It's nothing. I am well aware of the situation.
Today's set of data experiments is of utmost importance. I cannot afford to falter at this moment.
If I need to rest, it cannot be now."
Upon hearing her resolute words, Anya understood that further discussion would be futile.
She could only sigh in resignation and prepare a cup of coffee for her. Throughout the morning, Xu Chuyuan consumed 2 cups, which invigorated her considerably.
This meant that the subsequent research and development steps could proceed as planned.
This was undoubtedly excellent news for the entire team. Around 11 o'clock, the entire research institute was filled with an air of jubilation.
Xu Chuyuan felt a surge of joy, and the crowd erupted in cheers.
"Long live the director!" Anya,
standing nearby, was also swept away by this wave of elation.
After the celebration, Xu Chuyuan urged everyone to resume their tasks while she tidied up and made her way to the Research Institute. However, during her journey, she began to sense a subtle discomfort in her stomach, a dull ache that lingered. Xu Chuyuan realized that her recent habit of skipping dinner and excessive coffee consumption had led to her current discomfort. Arriving half an hour late today, she worked diligently until 12:30 to make up for lost time.
As she exited the laboratory, a more intense burning sensation gripped her stomach, accompanied by waves of sharp, tearing pain. Xu Chuyuan furrowed her brow, realizing that she had allowed her hunger to reach an extreme.
At that moment,
Xu Yan approached her and said, "Miss Xu, my master is awaiting your presence for lunch." Xu Chuyuan nodded slightly and replied in a calm tone, "Understood.
I shall head over now." She dragged her weary body to the office to find Bo Yanzhou.
Bo Yanzhou had finished his tasks early and had been waiting for quite some time. Concerned by Xu Chuyuan's prolonged absence, he had sent Xi Yan to check on her. Upon hearing footsteps at this moment, he inquired, "Why are you so late today?" Xu Chuyuan assumed that he was displeased, so she casually remarked that her work had kept her occupied, resulting in a delay.
"Rest assured, I have not neglected the research and development on your side."
As she spoke, she took a seat and served each of them a bowl of soup before sitting down and saying, "Let's eat."
Bo Yanzhou remained still, gazing in Xu Chuyuan's direction, and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you exhausted?"
He sensed that the tone of this woman today was rather unusual. It lacked the usual vigor and sharpness she typically displayed when sparring with him.
Upon hearing his inquiry, Xu Chuyuan took a sip of hot soup and couldn't help but murmur, "Isn't that a given?
It's only natural to feel exhausted when I am managing 3 jobs all by myself."
Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow and asked, "3 jobs?"
Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had inadvertently let something slip. Upon hearing her words, Bo Yanzhou harbored no suspicions.
After a brief pause for contemplation,
he extended his chopsticks, selecting a dish from one of the plates and placing it into her bowl, saying, "Then you should eat more, replenish your strength. And do not tire yourself to the point of foolishness." Xu Chuyuan gazed at the sweet and sour ribs resting in the bowl, startled by the sight.
She swiftly turned to Bo Yanzhou and inquired, "Can you see? Otherwise, how could everything be placed with such precision?"
Upon hearing his words, Xu Chuyuan felt a quiet sigh of relief. She had feared that he had returned to normal without her knowledge.
Fortunately. Nonetheless,
this man's recovery speed was swifter than she had anticipated. It seemed that the complete restoration of his sight was not far off.
Chapter 70, Because of her, he became unsettled.
Xu Chuyuan fell silent for a few seconds, harboring a grudge as she placed a piece of food onto his plate, retorting, "You should also nourish yourself. Compared to me, I believe your workload is far greater. If your eyes are failing, at least do not let your mind suffer the same fatigue." Xu Chuyuan paid him no mind and quietly sipped her soup.
The warm liquid swiftly coursed through her digestive system.
She had anticipated that finishing the soup would bring her some relief. However, this time she had misjudged the situation. The discomfort in her stomach not only persisted but intensified under the stimulus of the hot broth. She could almost sense a tearing sensation within her stomach, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Xu Chuyuan, unable to contain herself for a moment, hastily set down her spoon and rushed to the restroom, expelling everything she had just consumed. The commotion was considerable. Bo Yanzhou, upon hearing it, immediately felt a pang of alarm. He rose swiftly and inquired, "Xu Chuyuan, what is the matter with you?" Xu Chuyuan was rendered speechless, her entire being slumped against the wash basin, her complexion pale and her body weak. Cold sweat poured from her, as she felt unbearably unwell. Thin Yanzhou, having heard no sound, immediately strode over in her direction. Xu Chuyuan had a habitual reluctance to seek assistance from others, even if that person was Bo Yanzhou. As she spoke, she turned on the tap and splashed her face with water. To Bo Yanzhou. Her words implied that she wished to maintain a distance from him, which only served to deepen his discontent. His brows furrowed in displeasure, and his voice took on a taut, icy edge as he chided, "You're in such a state and still claim you're fine? Come, let me take you to see someone." After confirming Xu Chuyuan's location, he moved to grasp her arm, intending to lead her outside. However, at that moment, Xu Chuyuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, the world around her dimming. When he pulled her, she staggered, her strength seemingly evaporating in an instant. With a soft groan, she leaned against him, her body collapsing weakly into his embrace. Bo Yanzhou, sensing her weight shifting towards him, instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Upon closer proximity, he realized that her breaths were labored and her body felt utterly limp, indicating that something was seriously amiss. Even in this condition, you insist you're fine? What are you trying to prove? He scolded her, a hint of irritation coloring his tone. Without delay, he tightened his hold on her and called out, "Shi Yan." Upon hearing his voice, Shi Yan rushed in, asking, "Master, what's the matter?" As his words fell, he beheld Bo Yanzhou cradling Xu Chuyuan in his arms. Bo Yanzhou's tone was unusually urgent and uncharacteristically frantic as he commanded, "Lead the way to the infirmary. Summon Professor Yang immediately to assess her condition." Understood. Shi Yan nodded swiftly, guiding the way. Before long, Xu Chuyuan was brought to the infirmary. Bo Yanzhou laid her gently upon the examination bed. Though she had not yet lost consciousness, the pain was excruciating, causing her to curl up in discomfort. For the first time, Bo Yanzhou felt his heart race with worry. "Xu Chuyuan, how are you?" At that moment, Shi Yan had summoned Professor Yang, who, upon arrival, was briefed on the situation. Seeing Xu Chuyuan's pale visage, he did not hesitate and promptly approached her for examination. Xu Chuyuan gradually regained her composure and, upon seeing Professor Yang, spoke in a somewhat feeble voice, "I am suffering from acute gastroenteritis. Could you please fetch me some medication or prepare an drip?" Professor Yang was well aware of her medical expertise. Hearing her words, combined with his own diagnosis, he nodded immediately and replied, "All right, please wait a moment while I gather the necessary medication." Gastrointestinal ailments were not uncommon for Professor Yang, and witnessing one afflict Xu Chuyuan was not surprising. Xu Chuyuan understood his good intentions, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, "I know." Bo Yanzhou stood beside Professor Yang during Xu Chuyuan's treatment, refraining from interruption. However, from that moment until now, his expression had been rather grim. Xu Chuyuan was taken aback by the sound of mockery, feeling somewhat bewildered. It was she who was suffering, and it was she who was receiving intravenous treatment. What was this man so angry about? Moreover, she had not let her illness hinder the work at their research institute. At this moment, Xu Chuyuan lacked the energy to engage in a verbal sparring match with him, merely responding nonchalantly, "I've just been quite busy lately, and perhaps I've consumed too much coffee. I usually don't feel this way." Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou felt a surge of irritation. He scoffed, "What? Are you suggesting that I am to blame for increasing your workload? Even without my involvement, I wager you would still struggle to have your lunch on time. By the way, the request I made was indeed a favor to you." He recalled that she had been late today, had he not sent Shi Yan to urge her. She likely would not have joined him for lunch at all.
The more he pondered, the more the anger between his brows intensified. Xu Chuyuan found herself at a loss for words. Coupled with her physical discomfort, she simply closed her eyes, wishing to avoid looking at him any longer. Professor Yang sensed the discordant atmosphere between them but was at a loss for appropriate words. He could only awkwardly suggest, Miss Xu. Perhaps you should take some time to rest. You appear quite pale, and this cannot continue. One is not made of iron, while our work is indeed important. One's health is paramount. Xu Chuyuan nodded gently, responding earnestly, understood, thank you, Professor Yang. Professor Yang waved his hand dismissively, then you should rest for a while. I will step out and return shortly to remove the needle. After Professor Yang departed, Xu Chuyuan continued to keep her eyes closed, showing no inclination to converse. Nor did she harbor any interest in engaging in banter with Bo Yanzhou. Feeling unwell, she sought to seize this moment to rest. However, Bo Yanzhou's imposing presence beside her was impossible to ignore. Hence, she remarked, it's all right, you may leave, I wish to take a nap. Upon hearing her words, Bo Yanzhou emanated a palpable aura of discontent, his demeanor unmistakably gloomy. Xu Chuyuan, disinterested, closed her eyes and turned away, pretending not to see. After a short while, she heard the sound of Bo Yanzhou's footsteps behind her. Finally, he had departed. Xu Chuyuan felt her entire being relax, her mind slightly clouded, yearning for slumber. However, the effects of the medication had yet to manifest, and the pain within her stomach remained unrelenting, the sharp discomfort akin to a knife slicing through her insides. Xu Chuyuan's breath quivered, rendering her unable to find solace in sleep. Perhaps the pain was too intense, she could not help but let out a soft moan. Shifting her position once more. Just as she settled in, she suddenly felt a warm hand gently caressing her abdomen. Chapter 71, Be gentle, you're hurting me. Xu Chuyuan was startled, her eyes snapping open, only to behold the handsome face of Bo Yanzhou drawing near. She realized he had never left her side, having approached the edge of the bed without her noticing. At that moment, his hand gently rested on her abdomen, his brow furrowed as he inquired, Does it hurt a lot? Struggling to adjust her astonishment, she asked, Why haven't you left yet? Moreover, the current position left Xu Chuyuan feeling particularly uneasy. Such intimacy felt far too familiar. Xu Chuyuan wished to sit up. Although Bo Yanzhou could not see her, he could easily surmise what she was attempting to do. His voice was icy as he firmly pressed her back onto the bed, admonishing, If you are unwell, then lie down properly. What is the purpose of your restless fidgeting? Xu Chuyuan gritted her teeth and remarked, Who told you to remain silent? And what is your hand doing? Bo Yanzhou replied with a stern tone, Naturally, I am helping you massage your abdomen. Is it not painful? If you are feeling discomfort, then be compliant. Without waiting for Xu Chuyuan to respond, he continued his ministrations, gently kneading her. The tender touch and the warmth of his palm soon enveloped her. Xu Chuyuan was taken aback. She never anticipated that this man would one day alleviate her pain in such a manner. In the past, she would not have dared to even imagine it. Given the current state of their relationship, it was essential to minimize such unnecessary contact as much as possible. Xu Chuyuan used her hand that was free of the foredrip to stop Bo Yanzhou, saying, You need not act this way. Silence. Before Xu Chuyuan could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by his cold voice. This time, she could clearly discern his displeasure. The man's tone carried an undercurrent of menace, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an aura of danger. Bo Yanzhou leaned in closer and said, Silence yourself. Do you wish to test my patience? Xu Chuyuan gazed at the suddenly magnified visage before her, inexplicably rendered speechless. She harbored no doubt that if she uttered another word, that scoundrel, Bo Yanzhou, would indeed silence her instantly. Xu Chuyuan, unable to contend with him for the time being, had no choice but to remain silent. The medical room fell into a profound stillness. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but gradually, Xu Chuyuan truly felt the pain subsiding. Her abdomen, warmed by gentle kneading, began to ease, and her already drowsy mind could no longer hold on. At last, she succumbed to sleep. Bo Yanzhou continued to quietly massage her until he heard the rhythm of her steady breathing. At which point he ceased his movements and rose to sit on the nearby sofa, choosing not to leave.
It seemed as though he was vigilantly watching over her.
Xu Chuyuan remained blissfully unaware.
She had slept for several hours, during which Professor Yang had entered to remove her yet she remained oblivious. It was not until dusk that she gradually awoke. Upon opening her eyes, her gaze fell upon the figure of Bo Yanzhou, seated on the sofa, his long, strong arms supporting his head, exuding a languid yet elegant demeanor. He appeared to be asleep. The setting sun painted the sky in vibrant hues, casting brilliant light upon the man, creating a scene as picturesque as a masterful oil painting.
Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback. Bo Yanzhou has been here all along? Just waiting here?
As this thought emerged, her initial reaction was to question whether she was dreaming.
When had this man ever possessed such leisure? Yet, the reality lay vividly before her. Xu Chuyuan found it somewhat ironic.
In the past, when she was in need, he was reluctant to provide assistance.
Yet now, the tables have turned.
Perhaps it is due to their current collaborative relationship, and he fears that any delay on his part might hinder the subsequent development. Xu Chuyuan pondered for a while and concluded that this possibility was rather significant, which gradually calmed her mind. Soon, she lifted the covers and rose from the bed.
The slightest sound instantly roused Bo Yanzhou from his slumber.
He opened his eyes and instinctively glanced towards the hospital bed, wondering if she had awakened and how she felt. To his surprise, the very first thing she did upon regaining consciousness was to leave. He got up and approached her, frowning as he inquired, "Where are you going?"
Bo Yanzhou's expression darkened as he stepped forward, firmly grasping her hand.
His voice was icy, almost frigid, as he admonished, "Xu Chuyuan, you have just begun to recover.
Yet you are so impatient to return to work. Are you some sort of machine? Either you stay here and rest, or we both refrain from going out." Xu Chuyuan. What is this man up to again?
Regardless of the proposal, Xu Chuyuan had no intention of acquiescing. Bo Yanzhou's lips pressed into a straight line as he remarked, "Only this method is effective with you, otherwise, you would not learn to behave." Xu Chuyuan felt a surge of frustration. Alas, given her physical condition, lacking the strength to resist, she ultimately had to endure.
With a tone laced with irritation, she declared, "I choose to eat."
Each word dripped with a sense of gritted teeth.
That's more like it. Bo Yanzhou's brow relaxed slightly, appearing satisfied.
He promptly instructed Qi Yan to prepare the car for their departure to the restaurant.
As they left the research institute, he grasped Xu Chuyuan's wrist firmly, fearful that she might escape.
"Bo Yanzhou, be gentle, you're hurting me."
"I'm not gripping hard, you're just overly delicate," Bo Yanzhou replied dismissively, albeit loosening his hold just a tad. Chapter 72, not wanting his wife to leave, the two of them continued their playful tugging as they exited the research institute. However,
as soon as they emerged, they were greeted by the sight of Su Lingwei stepping out of a car.
Su Lingwei specifically came to meet Bo Yanzhou to discuss a project.
For this occasion, she meticulously applied exquisite makeup and donned a beautiful outfit, timing her arrival with precision in hopes of inviting him to dinner. However, to her surprise, upon her arrival, she overheard a conversation between him and Xu Chuyuan. Su Lingwei stood frozen in place. Xu Chuyuan, upon catching sight of her, came to a halt, her expression remarkably pale. Bo Yanzhou, perplexed by the sudden change, inquired why she had ceased her movements.
Little did she anticipate that her visit to Bo Yanzhou would unveil such a scene. Yanzhou was actually holding hands with this woman, Xu Chuyuan.
Her gaze fixated on them, her features contorted in a near rage.
Xu Chuyuan, that shameless woman, truly lacks dignity as she brazenly intrudes.
Upon her arrival, she was informed by the butler that Bo Yanzhou had been absent during the day.
Consequently,
she proceeded to the Bo residence, only to find herself thwarted once more. It wasn't until the secretary informed her that Bo Yanzhou had been occupied at the research institute these past few days that she altered her course yet again. Little did she anticipate encountering a sight that would strike her heart with such force. At that moment, Su Lingwei's gaze sharpened to a deadly edge. Had it the power to inflict tangible harm, Xu Chuyuan's hands would likely be riddled with wounds.
Observing Xu Chuyuan's silence, Bo Yanzhou inquired once more, "What is it?" Yet he remained unyielding, his brow furrowing as he pressed, "Who?"
The two seemed to converse as if oblivious to their surroundings, igniting a burning envy within Su Lingwei.
She stepped forward, striving to temper her tone as she said, "Yanzhou, it is I."
Upon hearing her voice, Bo Yanzhou's expression cooled, clearly displeased, as he asked,
"Do you need something?" Su Lingwei clenched her fist, striving to maintain her cultivated demeanor.
With a gentle tone, she remarked,
"I have come to discuss a matter of business with you. Recently, the Su family has devised a project, and coincidentally, I dined with my uncle and aunt yesterday. My uncle found the project promising and has signed off on it, instructing me to liaise with you.
I had initially planned to share a meal with you as dinner time approached, but to my surprise, I see that Xu Yuan is also here."
Upon hearing her name called, Xu Chuyuan felt a wave of nausea.
She did not believe that Bo Yanzhou would still dine with her, especially now that this woman had come seeking her out.
Yet, as if anticipating her thoughts, Bo Yanzhou gripped her hand even tighter.
The man, his brow furrowed in icy disdain, turned to Su Lingwei and said,
"All external collaboration projects of the Bo Corporation must first pass through my hands. Why did you bypass me to seek my father's signature?" Su Lingwei smiled gently and explained, "Well, this was also an unexpected turn of events.
During a meal, we happened to discuss it, and my uncle found it quite appealing, hence he decided to sign it. As for the Yanzhou project, let us discuss it in private. It's just about time for dinner, and I've made a reservation at a restaurant that serves all your favorites.
We can converse while we dine."
She spoke amiably, her gaze shifting towards Xu Chuyuan, adopting a friendly demeanor as she continued, "Coincidentally, Xu Yuan is also here.
Why not join us? A few days ago, there was an unpleasant incident at the restaurant. After some reflection,
I realized there was no need for it to escalate to such an extent.
This is a perfect opportunity for me to apologize to you." Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but admire this woman upon hearing those words. Her unparalleled acting skills would undoubtedly place her at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry,
worthy of an award-winning actress. Even though her eyes brimmed with resentment and jealousy upon seeing her, she could still utter such amicable words.
It was all a performance for Bo Yanzhou's benefit.
No wonder she was regarded as the epitome of a top-tier white lotus. Xu Chuyuan did not show Su Lingwei any courtesy, responding with a rather impolite demeanor, "I apologize, but I cannot dine with someone who is distasteful to me,
for fear it may upset my digestion."
Xu Lingwei's eyes blazed with fury. That wretched woman.
How dare she? If it weren't for Yanzhou's presence,
she would never deign to speak to her in such a tone. Those two projects you halted. Although I am unaware of how you managed it.
Nor do I know what support you have behind you. Regardless, I have taken the initiative to humble myself before you, so must you not hold a grudge?"
At this point, she feigned a look of deep sorrow. Xu Chuyuan deserves a round of applause.
Just look at this. Does the entertainment industry really not intend to award her?
This shift in tone is so remarkable that failing to present her with an Oscar statuette would be an affront to her exquisite performance. As Xu Chuyuan silently grumbled within her heart, she also understood the implications of Su Lingwei's words.
Deliberately speaking of those two projects in front of Bo Yanzhou,
and subtly alluding to her formidable backing. Such remarks were clearly laden with insinuations.
Xu Chuyuan squinted her eyes. Xu Lingwei has likely miscalculated this time. She remains indifferent to how Bo Yanzhou perceives her. Thus, she candidly remarked, "Do trivial individuals even merit my resentment? As for the project you mentioned, I indeed ordered its suspension. If you do not believe it, then so be it. After all, you have profited considerably. It is indeed time to halt it."
Regarding your insinuations about a patron, there is no need for veiled implications. I do have support.
However,
the cessation of these two projects does not require anyone to intervene on my behalf. My own capabilities suffice to terminate the collaboration.
Initially,
these two projects were part of her treatment for the chairman, who, in a gesture of gratitude and a desire to cultivate a relationship with the Hua family, agreed to grant the collaboration to the Su family. However, it was later that Xu Chuyuan delegated the matter to her elder brother for follow-up.
Nonetheless,
Xu Chuyuan was disinclined to elaborate further. She turned towards Bo Yanzhou, her tone somewhat frigid, stating, "Mr. Bo, since you have matters to attend to,
I shall take my leave."
She abruptly freed herself from his grasp.
Bo Yanzhou's thoughts lingered on her previous words, caught off guard and genuinely unable to retain her. Xu Chuyuan. Bo Yanzhou, with impaired vision, could not pursue her and could only call out to her indistinct silhouette.
Resigned, he allowed her to vanish. It was a struggle to keep her close, and now not only had she escaped, but perhaps she had also etched a mark in his heart. The mere thought of it soured his mood. With a sullen expression, he swiftly redirected his fury towards Su Lingwei, exclaiming, "Why do you persist in haunting me?" Chapter 73, Daddy and Auntie's date. Su Lingwei was reprimanded, leaving her utterly bewildered. She had believed that Bo Yanzhou harbored no affection for her, and that she could afford to bide her time. Yet, the unfolding events indicated otherwise. It was possible that before long, Yanzhou would succumb to Xu Chuyuan's persuasion to reconcile. Contemplating this, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and said, "I merely sought to discuss work with you. The words I spoke earlier held no ulterior motive. I never anticipated that Xu Yuan's grievances would run so deep. I am truly sorry." As she uttered these words, Shi Yan's vehicle fortuitously approached. Shortly thereafter, Bo Yanzhou entered the car and departed. Su Lingwei gazed in the direction where the car had vanished, her mind momentarily blank. After waiting for such a prolonged period, she found herself deprived even of a solitary meal. How could he treat her in such a manner? His demeanor had been entirely different when he was with Xu Chuyuan. Su Lingwei was so enraged that she felt she might shatter a tooth. Throughout her journey, a sense of vexation enveloped her. It was not due to any concern regarding Bo Yanzhou and her relationship, but rather the annoyance that persisted. Ultimately, she could not evade an encounter. Now, she found herself entangled with that man, Bo Yanzhou, once more, owing to work-related matters. Xu Chuyuan closed her eyes, urging herself to endure, for it was merely a span of 2 months. By then, her project would be completed, and the poison afflicting Bo Yanzhou would be lifted. Furthermore, the collaboration agreement would reach its deadline. At that time, she would be able to extricate herself entirely. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, the vehicle arrived at Junting Yuetang. However, her keen observation revealed that her mother's expression was somewhat amiss, so she refrained from her usual affectionate embrace and instead offered gentle words of concern. Xu Chuyuan heard a concerned little voice and couldn't help but lower her gaze. Nian tilted her small head, her expression both innocent and anxious. A sense of irritation dissipated as she immediately bent down to embrace Nian, exclaiming, "Darling, you truly are remarkable. You can even see that? Mommy is indeed feeling a bit unwell, experiencing dizziness, but a short rest will remedy it. How about you? Did you enjoy your day at kindergarten?" "I'm fine," she replied. "Life at kindergarten is the same every day, there is nothing particularly novel." She pouted in discontent and began to chastise, "This is not right. While work is indeed important, your health is equally vital. Do not forget, you have a little one to care for. What if something unforeseen occurs? I would be left an orphan." Xu Chuyuan was amused by such an exaggerated statement. She quickly reassured, "Not at all, don't say such things. Mommy can live to 100. The little girl pouted and declared, "No. I won't listen to mommy's nonsense. Grandpa and Grandma aren't here right now. So it's my duty to look after you and ensure you don't work so hard. Therefore, Mommy, you must not work late anymore. Also, you must accompany me to the concert on Friday night, you need to unwind a bit." When Nian spoke these words, her tone carried an undeniable authority. Xu Chuyuan beheld her daughter's appearance, momentarily taken aback. Her precious daughter, astonishingly, bore a semblance to that scoundrel Yanzhou. Nonetheless, the expression on her face, paired with her adorable visage, was irresistibly endearing. Xu Chuyuan naturally could not bear to refuse. She pinched her cheek and consented, "All right. I will accompany my dear Mian to the concert. Let us relax and enjoy ourselves." Nian was satisfied, "That's more like it. It's settled then. Mama must not go back on her word." "Very well." Xu Chuyuan hooked her pinky finger with the little girl's and declared, "I will never regret this, Mommy promises." This prompted Nian to smile once more. "Tangbao, I have secured everything on my end. Zhubao has agreed to attend the concert." The little girl lowered her voice as she reported the news to Tangbao. Upon hearing this, Tangbao immediately cheered with delight, "Wonderful. Uncle has just sent me the tickets. I will bring them to you tomorrow." The two children conspired together about their plans for the day of the concert.
The lively and enthusiastic voice of the little one caught Bo Yenjo's attention. He raised an eyebrow and inquired of his son, "What's going on? Are you in trouble again?" The little one immediately expressed his discontent at this remark. "What do you mean? I'm not in any trouble. After all, he was his beloved son, couldn't his father think more positively?" Tang Bao, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sigh.
It wasn't surprising that he felt a twinge of disdain. His father truly lacked an understanding of romance.
Despite his attempts to be kinder, his father remained utterly unappreciative.
The little one abandoned the sentimental approach and stated straightforwardly, "I bought tickets for the concert and want to take Daddy with me.
It's this Friday."
With an air of justification, he asserted, "You only need your ears to enjoy the concert, there is no need to watch."
"Don't worry. I will definitely hold your hand when we go out." Bo Yenjo found this amusing. "You'll hold my hand? Why does it sound like you are the troublesome child here?" Bo Yenjo settled onto the sofa and affectionately ruffled his son's hair, saying,
"If you truly wish to attend, I could have your grandmother or great-grandmother accompany you."
"That's out of the question."
The little one vehemently rejected the idea in his heart.
This was a special opportunity he had created for his father and the lovely aunt. He cast a sidelong glance at his father and, in a measured tone, asked, "Are you certain, Daddy? Nian Nian will also be there. She even invited Aunt Su along."
Bo Yenjo felt a stir of interest at these words.
"Which Aunt Su?" The little one replied, "The one we met at kindergarten last time." Xu Chuyuan, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Are you certain she will come?" Xiao Tangbao nodded, succinctly altering her words, "Well, Nian Nian's parents seem rather occupied, so she occasionally accompanies Aunt Su. Recently, Aunt Su appears to be quite busy, and Nian Nian is concerned for her health, wishing to take her out for some relaxation." This statement prompted Bo Yenjo to recall Xu Chuyuan's discomfort earlier that day. He promptly asked, "When are we going?" Noticing her father's eagerness, the little one felt a sense of relief. "All right, I'll accompany you then." Tang Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had her father changed his mind so quickly? Did he not require further persuasion?
His swift agreement suggested that he might care for the beautiful aunt after all. With this thought, the child's heart raced with exhilaration. If that were the case, her future matchmaking efforts would be considerably easier. Without hesitation, she hooked her finger around his, declaring, "Then it's settled.
Father, no matter what arises, you must cancel everything. Even work cannot be an excuse." Bo Yenjo nodded in affirmation, "Understood. Now, let us go eat." "Great."
The little one could hardly contain her joy, beaming with a smile that led her to eat a bit more than usual at dinner.
Later that evening, at 8 o'clock,
the Su residence. Yet, Su Lingwei found herself devoid of any appetite for food. Upon hearing those words, she gritted her teeth in anger. It was all because of Xu Chuyuan that Yen Zhou had departed on his own accord. Furious, she slammed the documents in her hand onto the table.
Upon hearing this, Yu Huarong furrowed her brow and inquired, "What now concerning Xu Chuyuan?"
Su Lingwei, feeling aggrieved, gritted her teeth and remarked, "Recently,
Yenzhou has been voraciously acquiring medicinal materials and research institutes. Surely, father is aware of this matter?"
Su Yuanli nodded and remarked that he had indeed heard a little about it.
However,
the Bo family had never been involved in the medical field and was unlikely to pursue such a direction in the future.
What's the matter? How could that be? Yu Huarong was taken aback by such news and immediately refuted it. How could Xu Chuyuan possibly enter the Hua family?
The Hua family holds a status in the country that is hardly inferior to that of the Bo family. She lacks the capability to achieve that.
Su Yuanli also wore an expression of skepticism.
Those who could enter the Hua family were all top-tier talents.
He similarly doubted that Xu Chuyuan could make the cut.
He inquired of Su Lingwei whether the collaboration was merely a coincidence.
Su Lingwei, with a dark expression, declared, "This is no mere coincidence. Xu Chuyuan is currently the head of the Hua Research Institute. Her collaboration with Yenzhou only commenced a few days ago,
clearly indicating that she is deliberately drawing near to him. Furthermore, she openly confessed to me today that she has powerful backing."
"Dad, Mom, those two projects of ours were intentionally withdrawn by her.
Upon hearing this, Yu Huarong's face contorted with rage. It was utterly preposterous.
How dare that ingrate Xu Chuyuan act in such a manner? Su Lingwei let out a cold laugh.
What is there for her to fear? I perceive that her current actions are merely a form of retribution against our Su family.
Father, mother, how can she behave in such a manner? Over all these years,
she has usurped my identity, and despite the kindness and generous resources the Su family has bestowed upon her, she remains utterly ungrateful. As she uttered these words, Su Lingwei's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression filled with profound grievance. Upon witnessing her daughter's impending tears, Yu Huarong felt a surge of heartache and hurriedly consoled her, saying, Wei, do not cry, mother understands that you have been wronged.
Su Lingwei sniffed and said, I don't feel wronged.
It is merely that I find it unfair for my parents. All those years they devoted to her were in vain.
At that moment, upon seeing Su Lingwei's appearance, someone immediately inquired, what happened? Why is Wei crying?
Yu Huarong glanced at Su's parents and promptly recounted Xu Chuyuan's situation,
embellishing the details as she spoke.
Upon hearing this, old lady Su's voice became sharp, followed by an outburst, is Xu Chuyuan attempting to rebel against the heavens?
How dare she direct such hostility towards our Su family?
Old Master Su remained composed, merely inquiring about the number of individuals involved, suggesting there must be a misunderstanding.
Initially,
he believed that the young one could not possibly. Before he could finish his thought, Su Lingwei's expression shifted dramatically as she interjected, Grandfather.
Are you implying that I am lying? Xu Chuyuan has already disavowed our Su family, why do you continue to protect her?
Her words elicited a similarly displeased reaction from Yu Huarong, who joined in with her daughter's rebuke, stating, Indeed, father, over the years,
you have consistently defended that little wretch, yet have you ever considered whether she feels any gratitude? She has shown none. Not only that,
but she has now turned her bullying upon your own granddaughter. Huarong's words resonated with the others, as they echoed her sentiments. What is wrong with you, old man? At such a time, you still shield that little wretch.
Our family business has suffered irreparable losses. Have you not noticed how your son is overwhelmed with the company's troubles these days?
The entire family voiced their grievances against the old master, who could only sigh and remain silent. That evening, as the matter settled, Yu Huarong remained resolute, convinced that this situation could not be tolerated any longer. Xu Chuyuan had caused trouble for their family, and now she sought to entangle herself with Bo Yinzhou.
She could not allow this matter to persist any further. It seemed she must devise a means to resolve it. The following day,
as usual, Xu Chuyuan busied herself at the research institute early in the morning.
Around 10:30, she gathered her belongings, preparing to set off for EM.
Unexpectedly, however, she found her path obstructed by Yu Huarong outside her own research institute. Xu Chuyuan harbored no fondness for this individual and intended to bypass Yu Huarong and depart directly. Yu Huarong, having discerned her intentions, stepped forward to obstruct her path, asserting,
Xu Chuyuan, halt.
It was evident that, despite having taken the initiative to seek someone out, she now adopted an air of superiority, projecting an attitude of disdainful authority.
Xu Chuyuan inquired with a frigid expression, Who are you?
I am quite occupied, so please do not obstruct my path. Yu Huarong, initially maintaining an air of superiority, felt her temper rising upon witnessing Xu Chuyuan's disregard for her status.
Her features contorted with indignation as she retorted, Xu Chuyuan, what is with your attitude? Chapter 75, I enjoy the entanglement with him, is it any of your concern? Xu Chuyuan's expression was frigid as she regarded Yu Huarong.
Since the Fade had already been torn away, she would adopt this attitude. Speak candidly, do not presume to put on airs before me, for I shall not indulge you.
Yu Huarong was not only furious but also taken aback. How could this little wretch exude such formidable confidence?
A mere statement from her carried an air of authority befitting someone accustomed to high status.
However,
Yu Huarong discerned from her demeanor that a cordial discussion was out of the question. Reflecting on the purpose of her visit today, she resolved to endure. Foregoing any further pleasantries, she stated bluntly, Xu Chuyuan, since you are so ungrateful, I see no reason to extend you any courtesy.
I have several objectives for coming here today.
First, I demand the return of the 2 projects that were taken from the Xu family. They rightfully belong to the Xu household. The debt of gratitude for one's upbringing surpasses all, and even if you were granted 10 projects,
it would still be your due. To think you could dismiss 2 trivial projects is nothing short of ludicrous. Second, I command you to keep your distance from Bo Yinzhou.
He is not the sort of person you can aspire to reach. Our families have already reached a consensus. Next year, we intend for Weiwei and Yinzhou to wed. Therefore, do not prance around him like a shameless sycophant.
Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. The Bo family would never consider someone of your ilk lacking family and connections.
Third, pack your belongings and vacate Haicheng at once. I do not care whether you have some backing or if you are employed at the Hua family.
Should you persist in your folly,
I will ensure that you cannot survive within Huai's ranks.
Yu Huarong's remarks were laden with commands and threats. Xu Chuyuan's expression was as frigid as a layer of ice.
As she gazed at the woman before her, the one she had called mother for 20 years, she felt for the first time that this person was utterly detestable.
Xu Chuyuan mockingly inquired, "What is it? Is one ban 6 years ago not sufficient for you? Do you intend to employ the same tactics once more?" Her words momentarily stunned Yu Huarong, who then expressed profound astonishment. "You actually know?" "Indeed."
She and Su Yuanli had orchestrated such actions back then, albeit without direct involvement, merely utilizing financial resources and personal connections.
Logically,
Xu Chuyuan should have been oblivious to these machinations.
However,
Yu Huarong, do you truly believe I am still the pliable person I once was?
Easily manipulated at your whim? Do you think the Xu family has the right to expel me from Haicheng?
Ha!
The Xu family is unworthy? Who was it that was chased away like a stray dog back then?
Ceasing her pretense, Yu Huarong directly retorted, "Let me inform you, if we could coerce you once,
we can certainly do so again. Thus, you would do well to heed my earlier words."
Xu Chuyuan wore a disdainful expression, questioning.
"Who do you think you are to come before me and dictate my choices?
Whom I choose to associate with is entirely my prerogative.
And no one has the right to inquire into it.
Moreover, if the union between the Xu and Bo families is already a foregone conclusion,
what brings you here to berate me? What are you truly afraid of?"
As she spoke, her gaze seemed to penetrate all facades, and she scoffed.
"Are you genuinely so anxious about the possibility of Bo Yinzhou and I having any connection? How lacking in confidence you must be, Su Lingwei."
Yu Huarong was taken aback by her piercing gaze, filled with indignation.
She retorted sharply, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Weiwei possibly lack confidence? We simply find you exceedingly bothersome."
Xu Chuyuan let out a cold laugh, showing no fear of Yu Huarong's threats.
"Oh, is that so? Then you may as well be a hindrance. If you're unhappy, just hold it in. I relish my time in Haicheng, and I enjoy collaborating with Bo Yinzhou even more.
I am more than willing to entangle myself with him.
Do you think you have any say in this?"
After uttering these words, she lost interest in her opponent and simply bypassed her, getting into her car and driving away. Yu Huarong stood there, her face a mask of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that this insufferable girl would dare to defy her. Rage coursed through her, causing her to tremble with fury. This wretched girl! She was determined not to let this slide. At that moment, not far off, Su Lingwei also alighted from her vehicle. She had come along with Yu Huarong today, though she had not shown herself until now. However, she had heard every word Xu Chuyuan had spoken. Seeing her mother struggle against Xu Chuyuan, she hurried over to offer her support.
"Mother, Xu Chuyuan has gone too far. How could she speak to you in such a manner?
She clearly holds you in utter contempt." Yu Huarong, her anger ablaze, replied, "That little vixen thinks she has gained confidence simply because she works at the Hua Corporation. If she were to lose that job, I would relish seeing how she continues to flaunt herself.
Come, let us find your father. Back in the day,
we managed to blacklist her in the industry, and we can certainly do so again. I refuse to believe we cannot drive her out." Yu Huarong was evidently resolute in her intention to expel Xu Chuyuan from Haicheng. Su Lingwei, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, "All right."
In her perspective,
an individual of Xu Chuyuan's lowly status, even with a potential powerful backing, would hardly wield significant influence. Perhaps the speculation held true.
And she was indeed entangled with an older man. Typically, older men possess families. Should this be unveiled, would the Hua family still desire her? As Su Lingwei contemplated this, a fleeting sense of superiority washed over her. Without the Su family, Xu Chuyuan was nothing. The way she had slunk away in the past. She was determined to make her flee in disgrace once more. Soon, Su Lingwei and Yu Huarong boarded the vehicle and departed. Xu Chuyuan was still unaware of the sinister intentions harbored by the mother and daughter duo. After departing from the research institute, she proceeded directly to EM, her emotions settling swiftly in the aftermath of the recent events. The Su family's reputation has become inconsequential, and naturally, she remains unaffected by it. As for the matters concerning Su Lingwei and Bo Yanzhou, to be frank, she finds herself rather indifferent. Whether Su Lingwei and Bo Yanzhou are to marry or pursue other endeavors holds no relevance to her anymore. Furthermore, she harbors a persistent belief that Su Lingwei and the Su family have yet to grasp the true nature of their circumstances. Xu Chuyuan found herself increasingly amused by her own thoughts. Lost in contemplation, she arrived at the research institute. Upon disembarking, she promptly entered the facility, casting aside her earlier concerns. When lunchtime arrived, she routinely dined with Bo Yanzhou. The two shared a tranquil meal, with Xu Chuyuan continuing to serve him dishes with utmost attentiveness. However, Bo Yanzhou could not shake the feeling that there was an unmistakable sense of distance and estrangement in her demeanor. It appeared to him that she was exhibiting a rather formal attitude, almost as if conducting business. Eventually, unable to contain himself any longer, Bo Yanzhou set his chopsticks down forcefully on the table. Xu Chuyuan looked at him with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Have you already had your fill, Mr. Bo?" Upon hearing this address, Bo Yanzhou's brows furrowed in displeasure. He turned his gaze towards her and asked, "Are you angry because of what happened last night?" Chapter 76, Standing up for my wife. He abruptly halted, merely to pose this question. Once the words left his lips, Bo Yanzhou's countenance darkened significantly. "So it's true you have always thought this way?" Xu Chuyuan lowered her gaze and replied softly, "What else could it be? Did not President Bo himself state that matters should be handled impartially?" Bo Yanzhou's expression darkened considerably, revealing his immense displeasure, as if he were on the verge of fury. He retorted, "What a fine example of impartiality! Since you wish to delineate matters in such a manner, how do you intend to repay the personal debts?" Xu Chuyuan furrowed her brows and inquired, "What do you mean by private? What is it that I owe you?" Bo Yanzhou's anger was provoked, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Xu Chuyuan, regardless of whether you acknowledge it or not, you are undeniably in debt. You wish to extricate yourself once your official duties are completed, but tell me, in this world, are there truly such convenient matters?" Xu Chuyuan's beautiful eyes suddenly darkened, feeling baffled by this man. On what grounds did he claim to be the victim? What authority did he possess to cast all blame upon her? Need she remind him that it was he who insisted on the divorce, declaring it mattered not whom he married? Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow. He parted his lips, wishing to express that he had not meant it that way. But Xu Chuyuan had already lost the will to continue the conversation. The past, for her, was akin to a thorn. Each mention pricked her defenses into readiness. She set down her chopsticks and rose, her tone icily resolute. "Bo Yanzhou, I have no desire to revisit the past. However, I implore you not to turn the tables on me. Currently, I wish only to fulfill my work obligations. My agreement to dine with you stems from my genuine need for those rare medicinal herbs. Beyond that, I wish to avoid any further complications. I have no interest in engaging with irrelevant individuals and certainly do not wish to be incessantly troubled. My energy is limited, and I cannot afford to deal with unnecessary disturbances." With that, Xu Chuyuan departed in haste. Bo Yanzhou remained seated, his expression darkening. Outside, Qi Yan had overheard their altercation. The office's soundproofing was less than adequate, unlike that of the Bo Group headquarters. Observing Xu Chuyuan leave with a frosty demeanor, he instinctively glanced inside to gauge his master's condition. The sight sent a chill down his spine. Bo Yanzhou's expression was fearsome, as if he were capable of annihilating everything around him, clearly infuriated. At such a moment, Qi Yan dared not enter and instead resolved to quietly close the door. However, Bo Yanzhou seemed to catch on to his subtle maneuver and coldly commanded, "Qi Yan, come in."
Startled, Shi Yan jumped, his heart racing as he quickly replied, "Coming." He rushed inside without hesitation.
Cautiously observing his master's demeanor, he tentatively inquired, "Master?"
Though Bo Yanzhou was undeniably furious with Xu Chuyuan, he retained a semblance of rationality. He discerned that her earlier remarks were also laced with anger.
Moreover, her final statement, "I certainly do not wish to be incessantly troubled," was clearly pointed. He asked Shi Yan, what was Xu Chuyuan's expression when she arrived today?
Shi Yan, taken aback, was puzzled by his master's inquiry.
Upon hearing this,
Bo Yanzhou suppressed the residual fury in his chest and replied coldly, "Have someone investigate whether she met anyone today."
Shi Yan immediately understood and said, "Understood. I will have someone look into it right away."
Swiftly, he took out his phone and instructed a bodyguard to investigate. The commotion had sapped his appetite for lunch.
"Yes," Shi Yan affirmed.
Half an hour later, he found that his eyesight had significantly improved. He could navigate obstacles without issue. Those not in close proximity would find it difficult to discern his visual impairment.
Upon arriving at the company,
Bo Yanzhou instructed Shi Yan to convene an emergency meeting with the senior executives. Those summoned felt the tension in the air, sensing their president's displeasure. And all were on high alert, anxious to avoid any missteps. Despite this, a portion of them still bore the brunt of Bo Yanzhou's wrath.
Listening to their scathing reprimands sent shivers down Shi Yan's spine.
His master was a veritable powder keg today. He seriously suspected that even a passing dog might suffer for its mere existence. In the stifling atmosphere, the anxious assembly endured 2 hours before the meeting concluded. Shi Yan promptly reported to his master, "The matter you instructed to investigate has yielded results. Miss Chuyuan met with Yu Huarong today outside the Huo Research Institute.
They appeared to converse for a while, though the specifics remain unclear. However, I surmise that Yu Huarong likely spoke ill of her, inciting Miss Chuyuan's ire, leading to their discord."
Shi Yan's conjecture was not unfounded. After all, the scene at the private room's entrance had been witnessed by all.
Upon hearing this,
Bo Yanzhou's gaze darkened further.
Indeed, Xu Chuyuan's unusual demeanor today is not without reason.
Although their interactions over the past few days have not been particularly harmonious,
at least their relationship was no longer as strained as it had initially been. The root of the matter lies with the Xu family.
Bo Yanzhou has typically shown little regard for the Xu family, yet at this moment, he finds himself increasingly exasperated by them. He coldly inquired of Shi Yan about the project that the Xu family had clandestinely signed with his father.
Bo Yanzhou asked with a frigid tone, "So? This is a venture that is destined to yield no profit, is it?" Shi Yan nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed." Chapter 77, only bestows special treatment on the ex-wife.
"Very well, I shall attend to it immediately."
With that, Shi Yan promptly turned and exited. Before long, the Xu family received the notification. Upon receiving this news,
Su Lingwei promptly made her way to the Bo Corporation. It is worth noting that this collaboration was something they had painstakingly negotiated from Bo Zhengtian. Su Shi and Su Lingwei were still counting on this collaboration to solidify a stronger alliance with the Bo family.
How could they possibly relinquish it so easily?
She had frequently visited the Bo company in the past, and the front desk staff, upon seeing her, had never obstructed her entry, allowing her to ascend without hesitation.
Shi Yan did not anticipate Su Lingwei's swift arrival.
He discreetly cast a glance at his superior, Bo Yanzhou, whose handsome visage was now shrouded in a frost-like demeanor.
Addressing Su Lingwei's inquiry, his tone was devoid of any warmth, as he stated, "What must Su Shi do to present a competent proposal? Should I personally instruct you on this? If you cannot manage it, then do not squander my time."
His demeanor shifted to one of stern authority, exuding an intimidating presence,
enhanced by the gravitas of his high position, which left Su Lingwei feeling somewhat intimidated.
She quickly softened her tone, saying, "Yanzhou, that was not my intention. In fact, this proposal was crafted by me. You are aware that I have just taken over, and may have overlooked certain aspects, resulting in a less than ideal outcome. Please do not be upset, I will strive to improve. However, considering your remarkable abilities, could you perhaps offer me some guidance?" Her voice carried a distinct note of coaxing. In the presence of other men, this might have elicited a sympathetic response. Yet, Bo Yanzhou remained unmoved, his expression darkening further. Observing this, Shi Yan promptly intervened. Stating with gravity, Miss Su, there are countless companies vying for collaboration with the Bo family on a daily basis, all of which employ graduates from top-tier universities to develop their proposals. Even amidst such competition, the Bo family meticulously selects only the most exceptional partners.
Your proposal does not even rank among the lowest.
I believe it would be more prudent to entrust professional matters to professionals. After all, you are primarily an actress.
Shi Yan endeavored to convey his message with tact.
Su Lingwei could discern the underlying tension, causing her expression to darken, while she hesitated to confront Bo Yanzhou directly. Her patience with Qi Yan was markedly thin.
Angrily, she directed her gaze toward Qi Yan and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "This proposal has already been reviewed by the chairman."
She attempted to invoke Bo Jingtian's authority.
However, Bo Yanzhou's forbearance had reached its limit. He interjected,
interrupting Su Lingwei's words, stating, "My father's endorsement was granted out of consideration for the relationship between our families, but as far as I am concerned, such relationships hold no weight."
Upon hearing these words, Su Lingwei felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Unable to restrain herself, she clenched her nails into her palm and, in a moment of urgency, blurted out, "What about your collaboration with Xu Chuyuan? Why is she permitted?" The mention of the name Xu Chuyuan abruptly reminded Bo Yanzhou of the events from midday.
His expression darkened instantly, and his tone grew even colder.
"Are you questioning me?"
Su Lingwei shivered at his tone, a chill coursing through her. Startled, she realized she had momentarily lost her composure and quickly attempted to clarify, "No.
Yanzhou,
I do not intend to question you, I simply do not understand why you cannot grant me an opportunity." Her voice bore a hint of grievance.
Given the amicable relations between their families, why must he treat her with such indifference?
Bo Yanzhou retorted without mercy, "Opportunities are reserved for the capable. Xu Chuyuan is the project development lead at the Hua Corporation, and her technical skills are undoubtedly competent, which qualifies her for such chances.
As for you, have you ever engaged with the company's operations?"
To boldly take on a project in collaboration with the Bo Corporation without the requisite expertise is akin to attempting a delicate task without the necessary tools. His ruthless criticism felt like a whip against Su Lingwei's heart. Her complexion paled, and she could barely suppress the urge to inquire,
"Is it truly because Xu Chuyuan possesses the ability, or is it due to her status as your ex-wife that she receives preferential treatment?"
Yet,
Su Lingwei dared not voice her question. Bo Yanzhou remained noncommittal, merely reminding her that opportunities are fleeting. Should the Su Corporation miss this one, the collaboration would be terminated.
The Bo Corporation had no time to squander.
Su Lingwei's eyes brimmed with tears. With reddened eyelids, she replied, "All right, I understand." Upon hearing Bo Yanzhou's attitude, Su Yuanli's face turned a shade of deep anger. Was Bo Yanzhou truly being excessive?
After all these years of relationship between our families, how could he show such a lack of regard? Su Lingwei murmured, "In the face of work, he has always been impervious to personal feelings."
Su Yuanli felt quite displeased by this remark. How could he so readily collaborate with Xu Chuyuan? This statement undoubtedly struck at Su Lingwei's core, causing her heart to ache even more. Indeed, why was Xu Chuyuan capable of such a feat while she herself could not?
Su Lingwei could not help but harbor resentment towards Xu Chuyuan.
That woman ought not to exist. She has become increasingly irksome.
Little did Xu Chuyuan know that she had once again been marked. Initially, she intended to devote all her attention to research and development.
However,
she found herself distracted several times along the way. Having communicated so clearly with Bo Yanzhou today, she presumed he would no longer require her company for meals.
Indeed,
as Xu Chuyuan had surmised, the following day when she returned to Bo Yanzhou did not show up. This absence continued in the subsequent days,
as he remained conspicuously absent.
Xu Chuyuan let out a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously felt a twinge of unease. It appeared that she had taken advantage of Bo Yanzhou.
After some contemplation, Xu Chuyuan resolved to write a check and entrusted Professor Yang with delivering it to Bo Yanzhou.
She also instructed him to convey to Bo Yanzhou that any medicinal materials she required in the future would not be taken for free, she would purchase them herself.
In the evening, Shi Yan reported this matter to Bo Yanzhou.
Over the past few days, Bo Yanzhou had been impeded by work at the Bo family, which had prevented him from visiting Little did he expect that within just a few days, he would receive Xu Chuyuan's check. Xu Chuyuan was clearly determined to settle the score, leaving no debts between them.
Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes, scoffing inwardly. Xu Chuyuan. There are certain matters between us that cannot be so easily quantified. You think a mere check can dismiss me? Not a chance.
Chapter 78. An uncontrollable situation. Shi Yan remarked that the driver had been dispatched and should arrive shortly. No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the sweet, childlike voice of Xiao Tangbao. The little one appeared almost immediately, panting as he asked, "Daddy, you haven't forgotten our promise from a few days ago, have you? Today is Friday, and we are going to the concert." Bo Yanzhou nodded, saying, "I remember, but is the plan unchanged? Are Mian Mian and Miss Su still joining us?" The little one eagerly shook his head, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Aunt Su will be there too. I've already arranged it with them. We are to meet at 7:30 this evening outside the Golden Concert Hall." Bo Yanzhou felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing this. Xu Chuyuan actually went? While she seeks to draw a line with herself, she also wishes to attend the concert together? Suddenly, Bo Yanzhou realized something and inquired of Tang Bao, "Do they not know about my plans?" Tang Bao instantly felt a twinge of guilt. She did not expect that Daddy would guess so quickly. However, the little one soon composed herself and replied, "I indeed did not mention it to them. But Mian Mian should be aware that I will be bringing Daddy, right?" Upon saying this, she feigned a cautious inquiry, "Daddy, is it not inappropriate for me to remain silent? Should I perhaps inform them now?" "All right, I will heed Daddy's wishes." Tang Bao felt a sense of relief within, simultaneously sensing that Daddy seemed quite pleased with her arrangement. She could discern the joy from Daddy's expression. Meanwhile, on Xu Chuyuan's side, her heart was somewhat conflicted, leaving her at a loss for words. Yet, she thought that this simplicity might be beneficial. Maintaining distance was presently the most amicable way for them to coexist. The little girl remarked, "Mummy should truly relish tonight, from now on. Focus on the concert and let go of any work-related thoughts." Xu Chuyuan understood that her beloved daughter wished for her to relax and take a break. Since everything had been arranged, she naturally acquiesced, saying, "All right, Mommy will heed your wishes. Let us set aside work for the evening and spend quality time with our little Mian Mian." "Yes, Mommy is finally listening." The little girl nodded, rewarding her mother with a sweet kiss. Hearing her daughter speak with such maturity, Xu Chuyuan felt a warmth envelop her heart. Upon returning home, the mother and daughter finished their dinner and promptly set out for the concert hall. They arrived just as the clock struck 7:30. Xu Chuyuan, accompanied by the little girl, prepared to check the tickets. Upon noticing this, Mian Mian tugged at her mother's hand and said, "Mommy, please wait a moment, Brother Tangbao has not yet arrived." Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback. Was Tangbao also coming? Mian Mian nodded her little head, innocently declaring, "Yes, indeed. I brought you here to enjoy the music." And it was Big Brother Tangbao's idea. Moreover, he purchased the tickets as well. How had she been unaware of this matter before? Xu Chuyuan's heart sank, suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. Tangbao had arrived, surely, the slender Yanzhou would not be accompanying her? As if to validate her suspicions, in the next moment, she heard a high-pitched, melodious voice resonating from nearby. "Auntie, Mian Mian." Xu Chuyuan turned her head and happened to see Xia Tangbao holding Bo Yanzhou's hand, stepping down from the car in striking attire. The man was clad in a tailored black suit adorned with subtle patterns, his impeccably sculpted figure accentuated, and his long legs elegantly encased in tailored trousers. With each step he took, it was as if he were treading upon the hearts of those around him, exuding an air of undeniable nobility. Passers-by found themselves irresistibly drawn to his regal demeanor and handsome visage. Beside him, Xia Tangbao was equally dapper in a small waistcoat suit, embodying the essence of a young gentleman. The little fellow, brimming with excitement, waved joyfully in their direction. Xu Chuyuan found herself utterly bewildered by the turn of events. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, she was attending a concert with him? What made the situation even more perplexing was the fact that she was doing so while caring for a child. Xu Chuyuan felt her nerves tighten.
Taking advantage of their distance, she asked Mian Mian, "Why didn't you inform me that Tang Bao's father would be coming as well?" Mian Mian, with an innocent expression, replied, "Mommy, I had no idea he was coming. Brother Tang Bao didn't tell me Xu Chuyuan's mind was in a state of turmoil."
Fearing that any uncontrollable situation tonight might expose her relationship with Mian Mian. As the two engaged in hushed whispers, the father and son duo approached them.
Little Tang Bao stood before them with evident delight and politely inquired, "Auntie, Mian Mian, have you been waiting long?" Mian Mian shook her little head and replied, "Not for long. We just arrived." Then, the little girl glanced at Bo Yanzhou and, taking it upon herself to voice her mother's curiosity, asked, "Uncle, why are you here too?" "I haven't heard Brother Tang Bao mention it."
Tang Bao felt a pang of guilt rise within him. Just as he contemplated how to explain, Bo Yanzhou spoke up first, saying, "Due to the large crowd at the concert, I was concerned about Tang Bao venturing out alone."
Mian Mian wouldn't be upset, would she? Mian Mian hesitated for a moment before responding, "No.
It's quite normal for family to worry when someone goes out."
But it seems my mother is a bit concerned." Bo Yanzhou nodded in agreement and said, "That's good, then." He then cast a vague glance at Xu Chuyuan, who stood beside Mian Mian, and in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, asked, "And you, Miss Xu? I wonder if you have any thoughts on this matter. I heard you had Professor Yang convey something to me at noon. Perhaps you could reiterate it to me in person tonight?"
Xu Chuyuan was caught off guard by the question, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that the man's tone carried a chilling undertone and an air of danger. Beside her, Tang Bao also sensed the slightly tense atmosphere and quickly interjected, "Auntie, the concert is about to begin.
Since we are already here, shall we go inside? Otherwise, the tickets will go to waste."
She glanced at the two little ones. Mian Mian had purchased the tickets to help her unwind, and the two children had meticulously arranged everything for her benefit. Despite her reluctance towards this man, she could not let their efforts go unappreciated. Ultimately, Xu Chuyuan chose to disregard Bo Yanzhou's query and said to the two children, "All right, let us go."
Chapter 79, Why Embrace If You Will Touch?
Seeing that she was not angry, little Tang Bao brightened up, eagerly taking Bo Yanzhou's hand and sweetly saying, "Daddy, I'll lead you."
Bo Yanzhou nodded slightly, following the little one.
Soon, they formed a line for ticket inspection. The orchestra performing at this concert was particularly renowned, attracting a large audience,
which inevitably led to a crowded queue during the ticket check.
Tang Bao, holding onto her father's hand as he could not see, was oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Consequently, she was inadvertently bumped into, losing her balance and falling to the ground.
"Ouch!" Tang Bao cried out in pain. Bo Yanzhou quickly halted, asking, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?"
Xu Chuyuan, however, felt a twinge of concern.
She tugged at Tang Bao's pant leg to take a glance,
discovering that the little one's knees were bruised and reddened. Remarkably, he insisted he felt no pain. Subsequently, she retrieved a small spray bottle from her bag, something she always carried with her, primarily to prevent any injuries that might befall Mian Mian.
It was the perfect moment to utilize it for Tang Bao.
As the soothing liquid was sprayed on, a refreshing coolness enveloped the area. Xu Chuyuan then gently massaged the affected area several times. The little one beamed with joy as his auntie tended to him. Once the spray had dried, Xu Chuyuan lowered Tang Bao's pants and assured him, "There.
It should be fine now."
Tang Bao, with his eyes sparkling and in a sweet, childish voice, replied, "Thank you, auntie." "No need for thanks," she responded. Xu Chuyuan felt rather indifferent. She guided little Tang Bao to stand in front of her and said, "Come to the front and hold hands with Mian Mian."
Tang Bao hesitated for a moment, glancing at Bo Yanzhou, and inquired, "What about my daddy?" It was evident that he was concerned about him.
Xu Chuyuan naturally noticed the situation and comforted him, saying, "You can walk with Mian Mian, and I shall assist you." Upon hearing her words,
Tang Bao's eyes instantly lit up with joy. It could not be more perfect.
As if fearing Xu Chuyuan might change her mind, he eagerly replied, "All right.
Then I shall trouble you, auntie."
Afterward, he took his father's hand and handed it to Xu Chuyuan. The little fellow confidently proclaimed, "Daddy, with auntie holding your hand. You won't fall or get lost."
Bo Yanzhou,
while he had no objections to his son's actions, he couldn't shake the feeling of slight embarrassment.
Did he really seem like someone who might get lost?
Xu Chuyuan initially felt somewhat reluctant, but upon hearing Tang Bao's words, she could not help but smile.
Bo Yanzhou. Today is your turn.
Soon, she took the man's hand. Tang Bao, seeing their hands intertwined, smiled with satisfaction. Auntie and Daddy are simply a perfect match.
Before long, Tang Bao also ran ahead, grasping Nian Nian's hand. The two little ones formed a line in front, and Xu Chuyuan turned to Bo Yanzhou, saying, "Shall we go, Mr. Bo?" Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brow, displeased with her form of address.
However, recognizing that this was not the moment for correction, he chose to endure it.
Soon,
the four of them had their tickets checked and entered the venue together. Of course, Bo Jinshan had secured the best seats.
Their places were in the front row, necessitating a descent down a long flight of stairs. Considering Bo Yanzhou's visual impairment, Xu Chuyuan called out, "Watch your step, there are quite a few stairs." Upon hearing her words, Bo Yanzhou paused momentarily.
As Xu Chuyuan caught sight of him and was about to inquire if he had any questions, in the next moment, she saw Bo Yanzhou release her hand, only to grasp her arm and draw her waist close to him. Meanwhile, he rested his hand upon Xu Chuyuan's shoulder. Xu Chuyuan was caught off guard, colliding with him unexpectedly, leaving her momentarily dazed. Why, in such a perfectly normal situation?
Did he suddenly embrace her and touch her so intimately? With a hint of embarrassment and irritation in her voice, she inquired, "Bo Yanzhou, what are you doing?"
As she struggled to extricate herself from his hold, Bo Yanzhou firmly grasped her hand and replied, "If you don't come a little closer to support me.
Should I accidentally misstep and fall, you would be implicated as well. Do you truly wish to witness the rather unseemly spectacle of tumbling down the stairs in front of so many people?"
Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. She turned her gaze downward at the long flight of stairs. Truth be told, if such an incident were to occur, it would be utterly mortifying. Yet, maintaining such an ambiguous position with this man left her feeling equally uncomfortable. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, "You are truly troublesome.
If you cannot see, why bother attending a concert? It's all rather pointless." Upon hearing this,
Xu Chuyuan widened her beautiful eyes and immediately replied, "No, we cannot cease the supply."
Bo Yanzhou coldly retorted, "Then provide me with a reasonable explanation." Xu Chuyuan's tone returned to indifference as she remarked, "What is there to explain?
I believed I had made myself sufficiently clear that afternoon."
Bo Yanzhou chuckled coldly, "So? It is business and pleasure, is it?
Very well, if you wish to proceed in this manner, then let us discuss the professional matters.
When we collaborated previously,
I mentioned that I do not lack for money, thus I have no interest in your check. I have not attended the research institute for 4 days. Which means you owe me 4 meals. This is a matter of business, and you must acknowledge it."
Xu Chuyuan was truly at a loss for words. What on earth was wrong with this person? Refusing money and insisting on a meal instead?
Yet, this was indeed in line with the terms of their collaboration. Thus, she could only grit her teeth and concede, "I accept." Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan felt her temper flare.
This insufferable man, here he was again, resorting to threats.
Her teeth clenched in irritation, and she nearly considered pushing him away, leaving him to find his own way down.
Bo Yanzhou seemed to sense her thoughts. His hand resting on her shoulder tightened slightly, and he asked in a languid tone, "What are you planning to do?"
The grip of his hand served as a subtle warning against her intentions.
Xu Chuyuan wore a sullen expression, gritting her teeth as she contemplated. "What would happen if I were to push you down the stairs?"
With that, seemingly intent on startling him, Xu Chuyuan gave him a sudden shove.
To her astonishment, Bo Yanzhou remained as steadfast as a mountain, not even shifting his footing.
Instead, her petite frame was propelled by her own force, leading her to stumble forward and nearly fall.
Chapter 80, Do Not Rise, Do Not Move Recklessly. Xu Chuyuan's complexion paled, not from fear,
but rather from her own startled reaction. She had already woefully envisioned the mortifying scene of herself tumbling down.
However, due to inertia, she found herself inadvertently collapsing into Bo Yanzhou's embrace.
The force of her impact caused him to stagger back 2 steps, nearly losing his balance.
Fortunately,
There was a chair beside the corridor, and he was ultimately halted by the armrest.
Bo Yanzhou's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, Xu Chuyuan. Are you not being a bit childish?
If you had truly fallen and hurt yourself, it would have been you who faced the consequences.
Xu Chuyuan, somewhat irked, retorted. Who is being childish here? You constantly resort to threats, I find you to be the more immature one.
Bo Yanzhou scoffed coldly, replying.
If you could be a bit more compliant, I wouldn't have to resort to such measures.
Nonetheless, he was aware that his previous remark had exceeded Xu Chuyuan's expectations.
He inquired, is there something you need?
Xu Chuyuan curled her lips in disdain and replied, of course not.
Bo Yanzhou's tone was indifferent as he reminded her.
Since there is none, then stand properly. Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan became acutely aware of the peculiar nature of their current position. Bo Yanzhou leaned against the edge of his chair, while she was entirely pressed against him, creating the appearance of an inseparable couple.
In the adjacent aisle, onlookers entered and cast suggestive glances at them.
Among these spectators, 2 female university students excitedly whispered, "This young couple is absolutely adorable."
I saw them enter hand in hand.
And as they descended the stairs, they embraced each other so sweetly.
Now they're playing around with the chair. How daring! Though their voices were not loud.
The fervor in their tones made them quite audible. Some people around them caught the exchange, leading to a few subdued yet suppressed chuckles.
Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan's face flushed intensely, as though it might burst.
The earlier tugging had been utterly mortifying. In such a predicament, she might as well have tumbled down the stairs. In a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she pinched Bo Yanzhou's waist and retorted, "This is all your fault."
After venting her frustration,
she intended to rise quickly and return to their seats. However, just as she moved, she heard a muffled groan from the man.
In that instant of realization,
Xu Chuyuan became acutely aware of a particular change in him. At that moment of clarity, her heart sank. She abruptly lifted her head.
Staring at Bo Yanzhou in disbelief, what kind of reaction is this at a time like this? Xu Chuyuan was filled with embarrassment and indignation, desperately wishing to push the person away.
However, Bo Yanzhou reached out and restrained her.
In a low, husky tone, he warned, "Do not get up. Remain still."
Xu Chuyuan was on the verge of madness. Yet, she understood that such moments demanded restraint, therefore, she lowered her voice and gritted her teeth, cursing him, "Bo Yanzhou.
How can you be aroused at any given moment?
At the very least, you are the president of the Bo Corporation, where is your self-control?"
Bo Yanzhou replied with an icy tone, "Whom should I blame for this? You deliberately pinched my waist, did you not?"
Upon being reproached by him, Xu Chuyuan suddenly recalled something. The area around Bo Yanzhou's waist had always been quite sensitive. However, the instinctive twist she had just made was not meant to be. Her cheeks flushed even more, and she felt increasingly awkward.
In exasperation, she asked him, "What are we to do now?" Bo Yanzhou took a deep breath and replied, "What else can we do?
Naturally, we shall wait until I have composed myself. This seat appears unoccupied, so let us remain here for the time being."
With that,
he embraced Xu Chuyuan and promptly turned around to take a seat. Xu Chuyuan was almost seated on his lap, which was certainly not an improvement over their previous embrace.
Xu Chuyuan would never agree.
Surrounded by strangers, she might endure it, but ahead were Tang Bao and Mian Mian. The 2 little ones noticed they had not descended for a while and were already on their way to search for someone. Xu Chuyuan wished to rise.
Yet Bo Yanzhou firmly restrained her waist, preventing her from doing so. "Release me."
Xu Chuyuan was momentarily rendered speechless by his words. She no longer dared to struggle,
becoming completely still. However, this situation was undeniably excruciating for both of them.
Just then, the lights abruptly went out, signaling the commencement of the concert as the host took to the stage to deliver their opening remarks. An opportunity had arisen.
Xu Chuyuan let out a sigh of relief.
In her haste, she patted Bo Yanzhou's shoulder and urged, "Quick, get up while we still can."
In the darkness, Bo Yanzhou's expression revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. The dim light was most inopportune.
She was so eager to flee, yet she had left him behind, which left her somewhat unsettled.
Bo Yanzhou, unable to suppress his irritation, wrapped an arm around Xu Chuyuan's neck and playfully nipped at her ear. Xu Chuyuan felt completely numb. She sensed the man's warm breath beside her ear and his magnetic voice declaring, "This is your punishment." After uttering those words, he finally released her and helped her up. The spot on her ear where he had bitten her felt as though it had been struck by an electric current, sending tingles down her spine. And her entire body flushed with heat. While she was momentarily dazed, Bo Yanzhou had already steadied himself and was gently guiding her down the steps. Their descent was slow. Yet Xu Chuyuan watched in disbelief as this man moved with deliberate strength, each step resonating with confidence, as if he could see the path ahead. "Bo Yanzhou, are you toying with me? Can't you descend the stairs on your own?" Bo Yanzhou replied with a light-hearted tone, "At first, I couldn't, but after a while, I began to gauge the approximate distance between the steps." Xu Chuyuan was utterly exasperated, convinced that you were deliberately taking advantage of her. Bo Yanzhou confessed, stating, "So what if I did? You have also benefited from me on numerous occasions." Xu Chuyuan was taken aback by this person's shamelessness, feeling an overwhelming urge to kick him off. The two of them lingered for quite some time before finally descending. Nian, noticing their absence, inquired, "Xu Bao, how did you two get lost while walking? We were about to send out a search party." Xu Chuyuan gently patted her head and said, "I apologize, it was unintentional. After all, we must care for the disabled." Upon hearing this, Xiatangbao couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Though he had just been walking ahead with Nian, he had been secretly observing his father and the aunt. He distinctly noticed that the aunt and his father were embracing. He understood his father well. He typically did not allow other women to approach him, yet with the aunt, he exhibited no signs of aversion. Clearly, his father held a special affection for her. Chapter 81. You all are quite prolific. Although Nian did not ponder as deeply as Tangbao, she too sensed that her mother and the scoundrel uncle seemed at odds. However, it appeared that they were not entirely incapable of coexisting. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? Perhaps the scoundrel uncle was not as terrible as she had imagined? As the four of them entertained their divergent thoughts, the concert finally commenced, instantly capturing the little girl's attention. The hour-and-a-half performance showcased a myriad of musical styles. There were grandiose compositions, heroic and tragic melodies, as well as romantic and expressive pieces. Coupled with the exquisite stage design, it was undeniably a feast for the senses. As the event concluded, Nian remained enthralled, even displaying a keen interest in the various instruments featured. Xu Chuyuan smiled and gently pinched the soft little face of the girl, inquiring, "So ambitious, are we?" Nian nodded her small head and replied, "Yes, I really enjoy it." Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but chuckle. "It is indeed possible, but what about your piano?" The little girl replied, "No worries, I can practice the piano as well." Upon hearing their conversation, Tang Bao couldn't resist asking Mian, "Do you play the piano?" The little girl proudly lifted her chin and said, "Of course. Not only the piano, but I also play the violin. And the guitar. All taught to me by my uncle. Xu Bao can play too." Tang Bao was taken aback, realizing that Mian possessed quite a few skills, and couldn't help but praise her, saying, "You and your aunt are both so impressive." Meanwhile, Bo Yanzhou listened on the side, feeling somewhat perplexed. When did Xu Chuyuan come to know of such matters? He was utterly unaware. As a few individuals engaged in conversation while walking, just as they were about to exit the concert venue, a staff member hurriedly approached them. "Esteemed guests, please hold on." Confirming that the staff was addressing them, they inquired, "Is there something we can assist you with?" The staff member nodded, holding a beautifully crafted box in his hands, and with a smile, he said to them, "As you are the distinguished VIPs of tonight's concert, the organizers have prepared a commemorative gift for you, expressing their gratitude for your support of this event." Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan's enthusiasm waned. However, the two little ones were quite intrigued by the souvenirs. Nian, with her tender voice, inquired, "What are the souvenirs? Can we open them to take a look?" The staff member smiled and opened the box, revealing two exquisitely crafted necklaces. The slender one was designed for women, featuring a pendant shaped like a musical note and a violin. The other, intended for men, showcased a musical note and a piano, adorned with pristine crystals. making it remarkably beautiful. Nian Nian couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so pretty. Xu Bao, you should wear it, it would look splendid on you." Tang Bao nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling as he remarked, "This one seems perfect for daddy." After Xu Chuyuan finished watching, she found it quite enjoyable. However, these two necklaces are clearly a pair, they must be a couple's design, right? Wearing couple's jewelry with Bo Yanzhou? It feels utterly inappropriate. Xu Chuyuan hesitated on how to decline, but the two little ones had already eagerly approached. The young girl inquired, "Uncle, besides the two necklaces, is there something for us children as well?" The staff member smiled warmly and replied, "Indeed, we have prepared something for you too." With that, he produced two small boxes. Inside these boxes were exquisite keychains crafted from pure crystal, each adorned with a delicate music box design. Remarkably, the music boxes could be opened, emitting melodious sounds. They were essentially miniature music boxes. Nian Nian adored it, unable to put it down, and joyfully exclaimed to the staff, "This souvenir is simply beautiful. We love it. Thank you so much." "You're very welcome," the staff replied. Observing the two adorable and polite children, he couldn't help but praise, "Sir, madam, you must be such wonderful parents. These two charming little ones are not only lovely but also so sweet-tongued, utterly delightful." The staff member nearly revealed the truth. Bo Yanzhou, however, showed no intention of clarifying, merely stating, "Thank you for the gift." The staff waved their hand and quickly departed. Once the staff left, Xu Chuyuan and the others exited the concert hall. At this moment, Shi Yan was already waiting outside. Xu Chuyuan naturally could not walk with them, so she turned to Bo Yanzhou and said, "Now that the concert has concluded, let us part ways here." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tangbao exclaimed, "Ah!" and with eager eyes inquired, "Auntie, are you not coming with us?" Xu Chuyuan gently patted his head and remarked, "No need, the driver is also waiting for us, so we shall not trouble you any further." Little Tangbao felt a hint of disappointment. He couldn't help but ponder how the evening had flown by so swiftly. Why had the concert concluded so soon? He wished he could have spent more time with the aunties. Xu Chuyuan gazed at the little one's expression, her heart softening. She gently coaxed him, saying, "Don't be like that, give me a smile. Next time we have the chance, we can go out and play together, alright?" Upon hearing her words, the little one's expression transformed from gloomy to bright, his eyes sparkling with delight. "All right." Seeing Xu Chuyuan nod, the little fellow was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost bursting into cheers on the spot. Suppressing his excitement, he said, "Well, then I'll look for more fun places next time. And then I'll invite Auntie and Nian Nian to come along." He was filled with anticipation, wishing fervently that they could set off at once to explore another place with Auntie and the others. Xu Chuyuan sensed his emotions and smiled while gently ruffling his hair, saying, "All right, I shall wait for little Tangbao to prepare a strategy." Soon after, Xu Chuyuan departed with Nian Nian. After listening to her conversation with Tangbao, Bo Yanzhou chose not to voice any further pleas to retain her. From their interactions that evening, he discerned that Xu Chuyuan did not harbor an aversion to children. She treated both Tangbao and Nian Nian rather well. Yet, he could not fathom why she had so vehemently denied her abandonment in previous encounters. If she had chosen not to embrace motherhood initially, it would seem illogical for her to develop affection for Tangbao now. Bo Yanzhou pondered for some time, two possibilities emerging in his mind: either Xu Chuyuan's fondness for Tangbao was feigned, or she was unaware of the child's existence entirely. But could that truly be the case? Would she be oblivious to the fact of having borne a child? As this thought crossed his mind, his brows furrowed in contemplation. It appeared imperative to uncover the truth surrounding this matter. Chapter 82, You may have to endure some hardships. Tangbao remained blissfully immersed in the joy of the evening, oblivious to his father's unease. Seizing the opportunity, Bo Yanzhou summoned Shi Yan, inquiring if there had been any follow-up regarding the investigation into Xu Chuyuan. However, aside from those details, no information regarding Miss Su's private life could be unearthed, which struck him as rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou's gaze darkened. He recalled Xu Chuyuan's previous mention to Su Lingwei, "I indeed have a backing." Perhaps the limited information he had been able to gather on Xu Chuyuan over the years was somehow tied to this backing? Who could this individual be? To elude even the Bo family's scrutiny? Had she encountered them during her studies abroad?
At that moment, Xi Yan seemed to recall something and continued. Regarding the 2 projects lost by Xu Corporation, I have conducted some inquiries. Miss Xu does indeed have connections with the chairpersons of those 2 companies.
Furthermore, the chairman from City S was reported to be terminally ill, yet miraculously recovered.
I suspect it was Miss Xu who intervened and healed him. Thus these 2 companies repaid her kindness with the projects.
Bo Yanzhou was slightly taken aback by this revelation. He had assumed Xu Chuyuan's expertise lay solely in pharmaceuticals,
never anticipating her medical skills to be so remarkable. If she truly possessed such capabilities, it was indeed impressive, especially in terms of her network, which surpassed his expectations. Contemplating this, Bo Yanzhou felt a surge of complexity in his emotions. He realized he had yet to understand his ex-wife adequately.
Taking a deep breath,
he gradually regained his composure. There was ample time ahead for further exploration. After addressing matters concerning Xu Chuyuan, Xi Yan reported another issue to Bo Yanzhou.
Sir, we have made some progress in the investigation regarding the poisoning incident from years ago. Bo Yanzhou's expression darkened, prompting him to inquire further. Xi Yan nodded and elaborated. This matter appears to be linked to the 3rd branch of the family.
The information we have gathered suggests their involvement, particularly that of the 3rd master, who has cultivated numerous illicit connections overseas in recent years.
However, we have yet to secure sufficient evidence.
Upon hearing this, a trace of hostility flickered in Bo Yanzhou's eyes.
So it truly was them? Xi Yan, taken aback, asked, You are aware? Bo Yanzhou nodded, explaining, There are only a few individuals with motive.
It is not difficult to deduce. The 3rd branch of the Bo family is my grandfather's younger brother, making him my 3rd uncle by blood, a direct descendant. He once had the opportunity to vie for control of the Bo family but ultimately fell short in business acumen compared to my grandfather and was subsequently relegated to managing overseas operations. In the years prior, when I first assumed power, he took advantage of my youth and inexperience to engage in underhanded tactics.
I never anticipated he would attempt to eliminate me. An icy aura emanated from Bo Yanzhou, causing Xi Yan to break into a cold sweat as he discreetly glanced at him.
In recent days, Bo Yanzhou had tempered his fierce demeanor due to his impaired vision,
adopting a more amiable disposition.
Xi Yan nearly forgot that his true nature was one of decisiveness and formidable strength. Xi Yan could not help but reflect, initially, I thought it was Freedom Continent sending someone to deal with you, unaware that the true threat lay so close. Bo Yanzhou's voice turned cold as he commanded, Continue the investigation. My vision should soon restore, and once I am fully recovered, the Bo family will undergo a thorough cleansing. He was known for his unwavering resolve.
Xi Yan understood that once solid evidence was gathered, the days of the 3rd branch of the Bo family would be numbered. He promptly affirmed, Understood. Later that evening, after Xu Chuyuan finished her bath, she arrived to treat Bo Yanzhou under the guise of Mandy.
While administering acupuncture, Bo Yanzhou suddenly inquired, Dr. Mandy,
how much longer until the poison within me can be expelled? Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan pondered for a few seconds. Previously, based on her estimation,
it would take approximately a month and a half to 2 months. However, the extent of Bo Yanzhou's recovery surpassed her expectations significantly. This implies that the venomous creature within him may have reached a stage where it can be resolved. Contemplating this, Xu Chuyuan did not conceal her thoughts and said,
After the treatment, I will assist you in conducting a test. A test? Bo Yanzhou questioned, unsure of the term, Are we going to the research institute for an examination?
Xu Chuyuan shook her head and replied, No, it's no longer necessary. I have other methods, but you may have to endure some suffering.
Oh.
Upon hearing her words,
Bo Yanzhou remained unfazed.
After all the torment he had endured during his treatment, he felt he had faced far worse. Even in the most challenging moments, he had persevered. And he sensed nothing insurmountable within this realm of manipulation.
His entire demeanor radiated relaxation. By 10:30 in the evening, the treatment concluded more swiftly than before.
After Xu Chuyuan had finished removing the needles from him, she informed him, Next, I shall employ silver needles to seal multiple acupoints on your body, preventing the chaotic spread of the poison.
Bo Yanzhou nodded, casually responding, Understood. Let us begin. Xu Chuyuan appeared hesitant, lingering in uncertainty without taking any action. Bo Yanzhou, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter? Are there any other concerns?"
Xu Chuyuan responded with a slight sound, her voice tinged with discomfort as she said, "When the needle is administered later, there is an acupoint located in the lower back area, so you may need to lower your pants a bit."
Bo Yanzhou remained silent for a few seconds before inquiring in a neutral tone, "To what extent?"
Xu Chuyuan spoke with a hint of awkwardness, saying,
"Approximately 3 inches will suffice, just enough to expose the Guanyuan point." Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou fell into silence for a few seconds before softly acknowledging with a sound.
He was aware of the location of the Guanyuan point, so he swiftly took action, unfastening the buckle of his belt. The crisp sound of click resonated clearly in the quiet room.
Chapter 83, The Legs Went Weak. Xu Chuyuan inexplicably sensed that the atmosphere had become somewhat ambiguous.
She could not help but engage in self-encouragement, stay composed, remain unembarrassed.
This is merely a remedy.
In the eyes of the doctor, there existed no distinction of gender.
Moreover, she had seen this man's physique before.
There was no reason for discomfort. After hypnotizing herself several times, Xu Chuyuan gradually composed herself and turned to prepare the silver needles.
After a while, a voice emerged from behind her, belonging to Bo Yanzhou, announcing that he was ready. To be frank, this man possessed an impeccable physique.
His taut waist, brimming with tension, complemented by beautifully sculpted 8-pack abs. When donned in a suit, he exuded an aura of restraint. Yet, upon disrobing, he radiated an irresistible allure, particularly accentuated by the tantalizing mermaid line concealed beneath his waistband, which was utterly captivating. If it were any other woman, she would likely be left weak-kneed at the sight.
Bo Yanzhou responded with a subdued acknowledgement, his expression neutral.
Although he felt a degree of resistance towards such intimate physical contact, it was an inevitable part of the healing process. To expedite his recovery, he had no choice but to endure.
Xu Chuyuan swiftly proceeded with the procedure. Yet this time it was far from effortless. After all, the points being needled were exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could yield grave consequences. Consequently,
the entire endeavor spanned nearly 20 minutes. At that moment, Qi Yan happened to arrive.
Based on prior experience,
she anticipated that the treatment should be complete and that she ought to assist her master in preparing for a medicinal bath.
However, upon entering,
she was taken aback to find that the treatment was still ongoing. Just as she was about to inquire, her gaze fell upon her master's arm,
where a faint purple mark suddenly emerged between his elbow and wrist. That peculiar thing appeared to be moving? What on earth was that? Qi Yan, startled, blurted out her question.
As she spoke, she reached out to touch Bo Yanzhou's arm, observing it for a moment before stating, "It seems to have grown just a tad."
Grown just a tad? Could you refrain from speaking such terrifying words in such a calm tone? Qi Yan's hairs stood on end, her face paling as she asked, "Is it capable of growing?"
"The thing within your master is merely a minor concern. Some more formidable varieties of goo can swell to the size of a bull, capable of devouring internal organs." Qi Yan felt a shiver travel down her spine at such a horrifying revelation.
Is it truly that dreadful?
Though accustomed to tumultuous situations, she found herself quite shaken by this entity.
"Mandy, the divine doctor, does the growth of this goo have any effect on my master's health?"
Upon learning that the impact was only thus, Qi Yan sighed in relief, exclaiming, "That is a relief indeed.
I truly owe you one, Mandy." Bo Yanzhou, having listened, remained composed and simply asked Xu Chuyuan, "When can the goo be extracted?"
Xu Chuyuan spoke with a calm demeanor. "Let us wait for another 3 or 4 days. I need to dedicate some time to develop the medication, as it will be essential for the treatment."
"Very well." Bo Yanzhou nodded, "I appreciate your efforts, Dr. Mandy."
Xu Chuyuan waved her hand, indicating that it was merely a matter of business.
After speaking,
she resumed her task of removing the needles.
Once everything was completed, she instructed Qi Yan to take her for a soak. After a day of exertion,
Xu Chuyuan felt somewhat weary, yet there was not a hint of drowsiness.
This evening, having confirmed Bo Yanzhou's recovery status,
it also signified the premature conclusion of this doctor-patient relationship. In other words, she needed to vacate this place to avoid any future encounters with him.
Fortunately,
she had already secured a new residence a few days prior and could move at any time. However, she pondered whether Tang Bao, that little rascal, would feel sad upon her departure.
As for Bo Yanzhou, she held no sentimental attachment.
Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her,
she felt a strong reluctance to part with Tang Bao.
The mere thought of not being able to see that little one again filled her heart with an inexplicable sense of loss. This matter kept Xu Chuyuan awake at night. It was not until the early hours that she finally drifted off to sleep, only to find herself in a dream. In the dream, a child was searching for someone. A despondent little voice asking, "Mommy, where are you? Please don't go."
At first, Xu Chuyuan believed it was Mian Mian and followed the sound. However,
to her surprise, she discovered it was a small boy. The child stood against the light, rendering his expression invisible, prompting Xu Chuyuan to draw nearer. As she approached him,
she recognized the boy as Tang Bao.
Upon seeing her, the little fellow's tears finally fell, and he rushed into her embrace, weeping inconsolably.
He pleaded, "Mommy, why don't you want me?
I promise to be good, please don't abandon me."
Xu Chuyuan suddenly awoke.
As she sat up in bed, she felt a lingering pain in her heart, a remnant of the dream she had just experienced.
It was utterly astonishing. How could she have dreamed of Tang Bao? Moreover, in the dream, he was her son.
Xu Chuyuan pondered for a moment and concluded that the chaotic dreams she had were surely a result of her impending move. That night, she found herself unable to sleep soundly.
The following morning, while seated at the dining table, she seized the opportunity to discuss her relocation with Mian Mian.
"Ah?" Mian Mian responded with surprise, her brow furrowed in confusion.
"Why must we move, Mommy? I quite enjoy it here. If we leave, I won't be able to see little Cotton or Tang Bao anymore."
Over the past few days, she had developed a fondness for Tang Bao.
The elder brother was exceptionally bright, skilled in hacking, adept at programming robots, and capable of solving complex arithmetic problems. He was also quite proficient with multi-layered Rubik's cubes.
Their companionship was filled with engaging conversations, leaving no room for boredom. The mere thought of not being able to see Tang Bao in the future filled Mian Mian's heart with melancholy. Though Mian Mian listened to her mother's suggestion, she suspected that the matter was far from straightforward. Yet, with her mother resolutely determined to move, there was little she could do to dissuade her. With a sense of resignation, Mian Mian nodded and replied, "All right, I will follow Mommy's arrangements."
Xu Chuyuan exhaled in relief.
A smile gracing her face, what a good child. At that moment, in Villa No. 1, he was about to regain his sight and would not linger here for long. However, upon hearing this, Tang Bao was less than pleased. Once he returned home, he would no longer be able to see his aunt frequently. How could that be? If he left, he would lose his mother, and his father would no longer have a wife.
Chapter 84. He couldn't help but think of Xu Chuyuan. Bo Yanzhou naturally disagreed with this notion.
The decision to move here had been impulsive, merely a means to evade certain individuals and unnecessary troubles. Once his eyesight returned to normal, there would be no need to continue residing here. The little one, seeing his father's refusal, stubbornly tried to persuade him.
"But here is Mian Mian, and the beautiful aunt. I don't want to leave." Upon hearing this reasoning, Bo Yanzhou reassured him, "Mian Mian,
you can see her at kindergarten every day. As for the beautiful aunt, our relationship is merely that of a doctor and patient.
Once my eyesight is better, there may not be much interaction thereafter.
I know you like her, but she has her own life, and we have ours."
Moreover, Xu Chuyuan has appeared. Naturally, I will not maintain a close relationship with any other woman. One is sufficient. Tang Bao, upon hearing his father's words, felt a wave of dissatisfaction. He inquired, "Why can't there be any interaction in the future? Can't we be friends after the treatment ends?" In the little one's mind,
Mandy, the doctor,
and the beautiful aunt were one and the same. If only his father could see clearly, he would undoubtedly realize this. At that point,
their relationship might even develop more swiftly. However, Bo Yanzhou had made his decision, and it was not open for debate. The little one wished to argue further. But upon seeing his father's resolute expression, he found himself at a loss for words. His adorable face was clouded with disappointment.
Just yesterday, he had thought his father had gained some insight. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that was no longer the case. Perhaps it would be better to let him remain single for life. With this thought, the little one huffed in irritation, losing his appetite for breakfast and leaving the table in a huff. Bo Yanzhou called after him, but the little one paid no heed. Upon arriving at kindergarten, he spent the entire morning in a despondent mood, hardly uttering a word. In the past, he would seek out Mian to chat and play after class. But today he merely rested his head on the desk. Mian noticed this and, with her sweet voice, approached him. "What's wrong?" "Tang Bao Gij. You haven't smiled all morning. What happened?" Tang Bao, still simmering with frustration, did not ignore Mian. Pouting in discontent, he replied, "It's all because of my dad. His eyesight is nearly restored, and he said he would move in a few days." Mian's bright eyes widened in surprise. "Oh? What a coincidence!" she exclaimed. "You're moving too?" Tang Bao nodded, then paused, puzzled. "What do you mean, you re-moving too?" Mian hesitated before explaining. "Actually, I and Xu Bao will also be moving to another place, not staying where we were before." "What?" Tang Bao immediately panicked, standing up from his chair. "Aunt and Mian are moving? Why?" He quickly asked, "Why are you and Aunt moving? Where to? Will you still attend school here? Does that mean I won't see Aunt and Mian anymore?" The mere thought of this possibility made Tang Bao anxious. Mian shook her head, spreading her hands. "I'm not very clear on the specific reasons, perhaps it's due to work. But we will still be in Haichang and 1 tea leave for now. I will still be attending school here. That's a relief, we can still meet." Tang Bao felt a slight easing of his heart, yet he was inexplicably saddened. He had thought that as long as he resisted moving, he would be able to see Aunt and them more often. Little did he know, Aunt was also leaving. Why did the timing have to be so precise? Was it truly because of work? Tang Bao pondered carefully, unable to shake the suspicion that Aunt might be doing this to avoid his father. After all, Aunt still had not revealed her identity to his father. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. It appeared he had been too optimistic. The relationship between Aunt and his father had not progressed to a reconciliatory stage. If that were the case, how could he ever bring them together? With this thought, the little one felt a wave of distress wash over him. Mian, noticing his distress, comforted him, "Don't be too sad. Even if we move, we can still keep in touch." Mian's eyes curved in a smile. "Of course we can." Upon hearing this, Tang Bao's spirits lifted slightly. As long as he knew where Mian and Aunt lived, he could seek opportunities to visit Aunt. As for his father, well, he would figure that out later. With newfound determination, Tang Bao's mood began to improve. He brightened up and resumed chatting with Mian. Little did he know, while he was consumed with these thoughts, his father was at the research institute, having lunch with the very Aunt he had been yearning for. Today, Xu Chuyuan had come to Research Institute and, as expected, encountered Bo Yanzhou, the man she had mixed feelings about. They resumed their tradition of having lunch together. Not only that, but Bo Yanzhou teasingly reminded Xu Chuyuan, "Remember, you owe me 4 meals. Let's start making up for that tonight, shall we?" Could she possibly object? Xu Chuyuan, upon hearing this, retorted with irritation, "How can you, a grown man, be so petty?" Xu Chuyuan found herself utterly defeated. Every day, she was overwhelmed with work. And recently, she had to carve out time to develop an antidote for him. This man was not one to concede even a little. Otherwise, her efforts would be in vain. She then picked up a few more pieces of food and placed them into Bo Yanzhou's bowl. She chose precisely what he disliked the most. Once his bowl was filled to a satisfactory level, she declared, "Rest assured, I owe you nothing." Bo Yanzhou, unable to see, was oblivious to Xu Chuyuan's subtle mischief. Upon hearing her agreement, his spirits lifted, and he began to eat. However, the moment the food entered his mouth, he paused. It was a flavor he detested. His impeccable upbringing prevented him from spitting it out immediately, so he opted to swallow. Taking another bite, he was met with the one ingredient he loathed above all, cilantro.
Bo Yanzhou's brow furrowed tightly, and he slowly set down his chopsticks.
Upon witnessing the scene beside her, Xu Chuyuan felt an overwhelming sense of delight. She maliciously thought to herself, "Let you oppress me." Bo Yanzhou furrowed his brows. His gaze dark and filled with displeasure as he said, "Xu Chuyuan, are you in need of some discipline? Come here." In chapter 85, it became evident that his love for her was genuine. The man raised his hand, intending to grasp Xu Chuyuan. However, she was well prepared. The moment his hand moved, she swiftly sprang from her seat and darted away with great speed. Not forgetting to provoke him, she called out, "I want tea. If you have the ability, then bite me."
Bo Yanzhou watched as she fled faster than a rabbit, both exasperated and amused. Naturally, he could not seriously pursue her, as his own circumstances did not permit it. Nevertheless, he would remember this slight. He leisurely swallowed the morsel in his mouth, paused for a few seconds, and then placed the food Xu Chuyuan had picked for him into his own mouth. Not a trace of distaste or reluctance was evident. With each bite, he mentally tallied another mark against Xu Chuyuan. At the entrance, Shi Yan, having heard the commotion, initially intended to investigate the source of the noise, only to witness the unfolding scene. His expression instantly turned complicated. Was it the dishes selected by Miss Xu that made them taste better? How could he consume food that was usually unpalatable with such composure? It seemed clear that his affection for Miss Xu was indeed genuine. Although Xu Chuyuan ran swiftly at noon, she could not escape her fate in the evening, as Bo Yanzhou insisted on having dinner together. To ensure her presence, Bo Yanzhou even went so far as to personally pick her up outside the Hua Research Institute. Upon spotting the familiar vehicle, Xu Chuyuan realized that escape was futile and resigned herself to entering the car. She had just emerged from the laboratory, still carrying an unusual scent of medicine. Bo Yanzhou, whose sense of smell was intact, naturally detected it as well. However, he gave it little thought and simply inquired if they could first pick up Tangbao from kindergarten. She acquiesced. Xu Chuyuan certainly had no objections. Dining with the little one was far preferable to facing only Bo Yanzhou. Moreover, she could conveniently pick up her precious Mian as well. The thought of the two adorable youngsters lifted her spirits considerably. Bo Yanzhou, being quite perceptive to emotions, immediately noticed the stark contrast between her reaction upon hearing about their son and her reluctance to dine with him. He was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to feel anger or delight. Thus, they remained in silence until the car swiftly arrived at the kindergarten. When Tangbao saw his father come to pick him up, he did not express much joy, harboring a slight grudge against him. However, once the back door swung open, his mood soared. It was a beautiful auntie. Tangbao could hardly contain his excitement, his joy radiating visibly across his face. "Auntie, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Xu Chuyuan felt quite pleased upon seeing him. She gently addressed the little one, saying, "We will have dinner together tonight. Is Mian still inside? Could you kindly help me call her?" Upon hearing this, the little one became even more elated and quickly replied, "Of course. Auntie, please wait a moment, I will go get her right away." Before long, the little girl was brought out, her expression filled with confusion. "Mommy, why are we having dinner with her ex-husband again? We just finished the concert yesterday. Didn't you say you didn't want to associate with people from the past? This is happening too frequently." Although Mian was puzzled, she refrained from asking further questions. Soon, the two little ones got into the car, and they set off directly to the restaurant. Tonight's dining venue belonged to the Bo family, situated on the top 3 floors of the Haicheng International Building. This establishment was exceptionally popular, boasting an upscale ambience, making it quite difficult to secure a reservation. To ensure an undisturbed dining experience, Bo Yanzhou had instructed the restaurant to reserve the topmost floor exclusively for them. Upon their arrival, the waiter promptly presented all the signature dishes, evidently having received instructions in advance to commence preparations. A succession of visually appealing and aromatic delicacies graced the table, captivating the young gourmand, Mian, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Wow, so much delectable food. Observing her enthusiasm, Tang Bao attentively introduced her to the local specialties. The two engaged in a delightful exchange,
fostering a harmonious rapport. Xu Chuyuan could discern that the two little ones shared a remarkable bond.
Particularly Tang Bao, who, considering the circumstances, should be the younger brother, yet exuded a sense of maturity akin to that of an elder sibling.
The intricacies of blood relations are indeed a wondrous phenomenon.
Xu Chuyuan's emotions were in a state of complexity, and in the next moment, she saw Tang Bao presenting a small bowl to her, saying, "Auntie, eat." Xu Chuyuan glanced into the bowl and found it filled with shrimp that the little one had peeled. In that moment, her heart softened immensely. This little fellow was truly endearing, despite still being a child himself.
Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "My dear, you need not peel it for Auntie. You are still so young. If anyone should peel it, it ought to be me for you." Tang Bao, with an air of maturity beyond his years, replied, "It is perfectly all right, it is the duty of a boy to take care of a girl." Xu Chuyuan was deeply moved by the little one's words. Unable to contain her admiration, she exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. With such an innate ability to care for others, you will undoubtedly become a charming gentleman as you grow." Tang Bao, with a playful smile, replied, "I only take care of Auntie and Mian, others don't receive such treatment." His words genuinely delighted Xu Chuyuan, causing an unremovable smile to grace her face. "What a privilege it is for me,"
she said, as she picked up a peeled shrimp, dipped it in sauce,
and brought it to the little one's lips.
Upon seeing this, he eagerly opened his mouth to savor the delicacy, his heart brimming with joy.
Xu Chuyuan could not help but sigh upon witnessing his demeanor.
This little fellow was indeed adorable and well-behaved, possessing a high emotional intelligence, unlike a certain someone who was rather cold-hearted and ungrateful. Nian, observing her mother's affection towards Tang Bao, felt a tinge of jealousy and couldn't resist exclaiming, "Xu Bao, I want it too."
"All right."
Xu Chuyuan smiled and fed a little girl as well.
Nian was instantly content. Although Bo Yanzhou could not see, he could hear the interactions among the three.
They appeared to be in perfect harmony, while he felt somewhat superfluous.
Nevertheless, he once again confirmed that Xu Chuyuan's affection for Tang Bao was genuine and not feigned.
In that moment, his suspicions grew ever stronger. Xu Chuyuan seemed genuinely unaware of Tang Bao's existence. It appears that there is indeed an opportunity to have a conversation with her. Once the thought arose in his mind, it became increasingly difficult to suppress. Bo Yanzhou decided that after dinner, he would seek out Xu Chuyuan for a private discussion. Later, the dinner concluded on a warm note. After much contemplation, Bo Yanzhou finally spoke up. On the rooftop of the restaurant, there was a viewing platform, constructed entirely of glass, offering a panoramic view of Haicheng's nightscape. Tang Bao could take his sister Mian to enjoy the sight while also easing their digestion. Upon hearing this, Tang Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was reluctant to part ways with his aunt and the others so soon, and this was indeed a splendid idea. The little fellow immediately turned to Mian and asked if she would like to go. He enthusiastically recommended the viewing platform, explaining that if the windows were closed, the interior could simulate the cosmos, galaxies, and the Milky Way. It was truly breathtaking. Mian, intrigued by his words, nodded in agreement and said, "Sure, let's go together." Bo Yanzhou promptly instructed Qi Yan, "Take them over first." "Understood." Qi Yan responded eagerly, leading the two little ones out. Upon witnessing this, Xu Chuyuan naturally felt compelled to pursue the matter. However, before she could rise, her slender waist was abruptly encircled by Bo Yanzhou. Chapter 86, Taking Action Against the Former Wicked Mother-in-Law. At first, Xu Chuyuan did not react. Once she regained her senses, she furrowed her brows and glanced at Bo Yanzhou beside her, softly inquiring, "What are you doing?" Bo Yanzhou's voice was somewhat hushed as he replied, "Let them go ahead. With Qi Yan there, we shall follow shortly." Upon hearing those words, Xu Chuyuan instantly comprehended that this man had something to convey. She did not refuse, however. Her hand discreetly slipped beneath the table in an attempt to extricate his grip. Must every conversation resort to such physicality? Bo Yanzhou, seemingly oblivious to her intentions, not only retained his hold but also maintained that position, allowing Xu Chuyuan's fingertips to engage in a gentle tug-of-war with his. Even after the children had departed,
Xu Chuyuan's hand remained unyielding, still caught in his grasp.
Within the confines of the room, they were utterly alone. In this charged atmosphere, the very air seemed to thicken with a hint of intimacy. With the little ones and Qi Yan absent, Xu Chuyuan allowed her dissatisfaction to manifest openly on her visage. She shot a glare at Bo Yanzhou and demanded, "How long do you intend to hold on? Let go." Upon hearing the vexed tone in her voice, a subtle smile graced the corners of Bo Yanzhou's lips, and only then did he relinquish his hold. Xu Chuyuan immediately rose from her seat, swiftly creating distance between the two. With a tone devoid of emotion, she remarked, "Speak, if you wish to stay. What is it that you want to say?" Bo Yanzhou pondered for a few seconds before finally responding, "I observe that you get along quite well with Tang Bao and share a close bond with Mian. It seems you do not harbor any aversion toward children." Xu Chuyuan felt that his words were mere drivel. Before he could utter the subsequent remarks, a sharp voice pierced through the air from outside. "Qi Yan, step aside. Why are you blocking our way? Is a Yan truly dining here with that woman, Xu Chuyuan?" This unkind inquiry came from Song Yun, the mother of Bo Yanzhou. Upon recognizing her voice, Bo Yanzhou's brow furrowed instantly. Xu Chuyuan also heard it. Outside the door, Qi Yan was equally taken aback by Song Yun's unexpected presence. In response to her inquiries, he maintained a calm demeanor, advising gently, "Madam, the master is in the midst of discussions, please lower your voice, lest he become displeased." Tang Bao, however, felt a tinge of discontent at Song Yun's arrival. He recalled the last encounter, where his grandmother's attitude towards his aunt was far from amiable. Thus, he interjected, "Grandma, what are you doing? Even if Daddy is dining with Auntie, what of it? Is that not permissible?" Naturally, Tang Bao refused to budge, standing his ground resolutely. Beside him, the little Mian observed the scene, seething with indignation. Among those present were two individuals she could hardly tolerate. One was her mother's former wicked mother-in-law, and the other, the malicious woman who had once wronged her mother. Now, they brazenly spoke of her mother in a sarcastic manner, right before her eyes. The little girl could not permit anyone to malign her mother. In a moment of defiance, she leaned closer to Tang Bao and asked, "Brother Tang Bao, is this old witch truly your grandmother? She looks as fearsome as the evil queen from Snow White." Her soft, innocent voice carried a hint of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Tang Bao assumed that Mian was frightened by his grandmother's demeanor and comforted her, "Do not fear, Mian, for I am here." Song Yun's expression darkened ominously. As the esteemed chairwoman of the Bo family, she had always been the one to receive flattery. When had she ever been subjected to such disrespect? Even if the one speaking was merely a child, her fury was palpable. Swiftly, she directed her wrath towards Mian, exclaiming, "Where did this wild child come from? Do you even comprehend the essence of politeness? Who do you call an old witch?" Mian blinked her large, innocent eyes and replied, "Whoever is the fiercest here is that. As for manners, I certainly understand. My mother, grandparents, uncles, and teachers have all taught me to respect my elders and love the young. But they never specified that I must show respect to wicked witches. Because the wicked witches in storybooks always engage in malevolent deeds and are not worthy of respect." "You!" Song Yun seethed with anger. This audacious child dared to label her an old witch repeatedly. In a fit of rage, she turned to Qi Yan and demanded, "Where did this wild child come from? Such a filthy mouth. No sense of decorum whatsoever." Under the mounting pressure, Qi Yan hesitated before responding, "It is Miss Xu Chuyuan who brought her. She is a relative of hers." Upon hearing that name, Song Yun's fury erupted further. No wonder she is so ill-mannered. At such a young age, she is in dire need of discipline. Just watch how I will teach her a lesson. With that, she lunged to seize Mian. Just as Song Yun was about to grasp Mian, a slender hand suddenly appeared, firmly gripping Song Yun's wrist. Xu Chuyuan's voice, laced with resentment, echoed in response. "Dare to touch a single strand of her hair?" Her demeanor was fierce, and the strength in her grip was considerable. Song Yun cried out in pain as she was squeezed. "Ouch, ouch. Xu Chuyuan, what are you doing? Let me go, quickly." Xu Chuyuan not only refused to release her grip but even forcefully twisted Song Yun's hand, her voice as frigid as ice. "At your age, how can you bring yourself to lay hands on a child of merely 3 or 4?
Do you not feel ashamed?
Song Yun's face contorted with anger as she retorted fiercely, this wild child, so ill-mannered, dares to insult me. What is wrong with me giving her a lesson?
Upon hearing her insult Nian Nian as a wild child, Xu Chuyuan's expression turned even colder. She coldly retorted, do you even have the right to say that?
My upbringing varies according to the company I keep. Naturally, I have no need for decorum in the presence of someone like you.
At this moment, Bo Yanzhou also emerged.
Su Lingwei, who had remained silent until now, felt a surge of anger upon seeing his figure. This evening, she had intentionally invited Song Yun to cultivate their relationship, only to be intercepted by the restaurant manager upon arrival, who informed her that the third floor had been reserved by Bo Yanzhou.
Out of caution,
Su Lingwei inquired further with the manager. Upon learning that Bo Yanzhou had come with a woman, she began to suspect that the woman was Xu Chuyuan. Thus, she had urged Song Yun to join her in order to investigate. To her astonishment, it truly was that woman.
The two of them even brought a child along.
Su Lingwei's features contorted in anger, her heart ablaze with jealousy. Yet, she dared not unleash her fury. Instead, she suppressed her emotions and feigned a conciliatory demeanor,
stepping forward to intercede. Chuyuan, Auntie was merely scaring this little girl. How could she possibly resort to violence? She implored.
Please, let her go, you might hurt her. She spoke as if to mediate the conflict. However, before she could reach out, Xu Chuyuan sharply admonished her, keep your distance.
Do you have any right to speak here? Do not dare to touch me with your filthy hands.
Xiu Lingwei's expression darkened, her heart filled with astonishment.
Why did Xu Chuyuan possess such formidable presence?
Though Bo Yanzhou could not discern the situation clearly, he gathered from their dialogue what had transpired.
At that moment, his countenance grew solemn as he admonished, who permitted you to ascend to the third floor? Did no one inform you that I am receiving guests? To burst in here shouting and causing a commotion is utterly inappropriate. Seeing her son finally emerge, Song Yun retorted angrily, what kind of guest are you referring to? Is she truly considered a guest? Moreover, I am your mother, why should I not come up here?
Look at this woman, still clutching my hand. You refuse to separate us and instead reprimand me, my hand is about to break, oh. Upon hearing his mother's lament, Bo Yanzhou's brows knitted tightly in displeasure.
Must you create such a ruckus? Have you no semblance of a matriarch of the Bo family?
Furthermore, at your age,
is it not disgraceful to lay hands on a child? Song Yun stood in disbelief.
Not only did her son refuse to assist her, but he also chose to chastise her in front of Xu Chuyuan. Overwhelmed with indignation, she thought, Bo Yanzhou, is this how you converse with your mother? In an effort to win Song Yun's favor, Su Lingwei hurriedly stepped forward to intercede, stating, Auntie certainly did not mean it, she was merely upset.
Moreover,
that little girl just now indeed called her an old witch. Upon hearing this, Nian Nian became displeased. The little girl furrowed her brow and promptly retorted. I did not insult anyone first, she was the one who spoke ill of Chubao. Su Lingwei curled her lips and remarked, even so,
Auntie would never truly resort to physical confrontation with you. Xu Chuyuan scoffed and remarked, she did not act, was her earlier attempt to tug at Nian Nian merely a facade? I caution you, Su Lingwei, refrain from stirring the waters here. If you wish to fawn over Song Yun, that is your prerogative. But do not dare to lecture my Nian Nian.
After uttering this, she directed a frigid gaze towards Song Yun and continued, as for you, consider yourself fortunate that you did not have the opportunity to lay a finger on her today, otherwise, I would have rendered your hand useless on the spot. With that, Xu Chuyuan released her grip, flinging Song Yun's wrist away. The force of inertia caused Song Yun to stagger backwards, nearly losing her balance. Her disheveled state only fueled her rage. Xu Chuyuan, you possess an audacity unlike any other.
How dare you lay hands on me? Today, if you what? Do you intend to retaliate? Is the commotion not sufficient for you?
Bo Yanzhou's voice, laced with palpable anger, interrupted, leave this place at once.
Or do not blame me for having you thrown out.
Song Yun was infuriated. This son of hers not only refused to support her but had the audacity to chastise her repeatedly.
In a fit of rage, she exclaimed, Bo Yanzhou, whose side are you on?
It is this wretched woman who has laid hands on me. Bo Yanzhou, with an icy demeanor, replied, if you had not provoked that child, she would not have acted against you. Song Yan stared at him in disbelief. You are actually defending her.
What kind of enchantment has this woman cast upon you to make you so rebellious against me? Su Lingwei harbored the same question. From the moment they entered, Bo Yanzhou had consistently shielded Xu Chuyuan. How could he behave in such a manner? What was she to him?
His actions felt like a slap to her face, ultimately favoring Xu Chuyuan, that insufferable woman. Song Yan's expression darkened, her words barely escaping her clenched teeth. Such a fine example of who protects whom. You likely have no real understanding of what Xu Chuyuan is. She is merely a woman devoid of any sense of dignity or shame, clinging to a multitude of patrons for the sake of wealth and status, and yet you defend her so fiercely. Mian Mian, upon hearing the old witch disparage her mother, felt an immediate surge of indignation and was eager to retort.
Xu Chuyuan intercepted her. Song Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you dare to threaten me?
Rage surged within her. This insolent wretch had truly overstepped her bounds.
In the past, at the Bo residence,
she had not even dared to raise her voice in conversation with her, yet now she audaciously humiliated her. As Song Yan contemplated how to teach Xu Chuyuan a lesson,
Bo Yanzhou's patience had reached its limit. Enough! He exclaimed sharply, interrupting Song Yan, his anger palpable.
After finally seizing the opportunity to keep Xu Chuyuan there, just as he was about to reach a crucial moment, he found himself interrupted by the two of them.
Xu Chuyuan would certainly ignore him tonight,
and she would never divulge the answers he so desperately sought. Bo Yanzhou's anger surged, and he immediately commanded, Shi Yan, escort them out.
From now on, while I am present, they are forbidden from ascending to this third floor.
Furthermore, dismiss the restaurant manager for carelessly disclosing guest information. He can take his leave.
Understood. Shi Yan dared not delay and promptly complied.
He stepped forward, addressing the two women. Ladies, Miss Su, please. Chapter 88. Quickly soothe her. Su Lingwei gazed at the scene before her, her emotions teetering on disbelief. She had made her feelings abundantly clear.
Why did Yanzhou remain so unperturbed?
Instead of dismissing Xu Chuyuan, he chose to send away herself and her mother.
Could it be that he truly did not care about Xu Chuyuan's sordid and despicable nature? No. She refused to believe it. With a heart full of reluctance, Su Lingwei entered the elevator alongside Song Yun.
The moment the doors closed, she caught a glimpse of Bo Yanzhou approaching Xu Chuyuan. In Su Lingwei's eyes, the flames of jealousy nearly solidified into a tangible form. She felt that her insinuations must not have been sufficiently overt. She was determined to instill a deep-seated aversion in Yanzhou towards that woman.
She must drive that woman away. Soon, their figures vanished, and the third floor once again returned to tranquility.
Xu Chuyuan stood still, caught in surprise at the demeanor Bo Yanzhou had displayed towards her mother.
Such a transformation was utterly inconceivable in the past. Had this man truly changed his disposition? Was he actually protective of her?
While she was lost in thought,
Tang Bao beside her wore an expression of frustration and anger.
He harbored a deep-seated disdain for his grandmother, who consistently meddled with the wicked woman Su Lingwei.
Moreover,
they had repeatedly bullied his aunt, uttering harsh words just moments ago. The path he had embarked upon to unite his father and aunt was already fraught with challenges. And now, with their interference, it was bound to become even more arduous. The little fellow cast a worried glance at Xu Chuyuan, uncertain whether his aunt would be angered or choose to ignore him and his father henceforth. The mere thought of this filled him with trepidation. He reached out,
tugging gently at Xu Chuyuan's skirt, and cautiously uttered, "Auntie, I'm sorry." She regarded him with unexpected surprise and inquired, "Tang Bao, why are you apologizing to me?"
The little one looked up, his eyes glistening with tears, and replied, "Just now, my grandmother said some very inappropriate things. It was wrong of her, she was being a bully."
I don't want you to dislike me. I want to remain friends with you. And I also wish to be friends with Sister Mian Mian.
Xu Chuyuan never anticipated that the recent altercation would most profoundly affect this little creature.
At this moment,
before she could utter a word, Tang Bao's tears had already spilled forth, and that adorably delicate face bore an expression of utter desolation.
Those eyes seemed to reflect a hint of pleading.
Xu Chuyuan felt her heart shatter. How deeply must this little one care for herself and Mian Mian to be so distressed? She hurriedly crouched down to console the child, saying, "Do not cry, do not cry.
This is not your fault. You need not apologize. Moreover, I would never direct my ire at you for the actions of two inconsequential individuals. What are you thinking?
You are such a good child, how could I possibly dislike you?
I truly cherish you, Tang Bao, not at all." Xu Chuyuan's tone was earnest, devoid of any hint of insincerity.
Upon witnessing his profound sorrow, Nian Nian promptly interjected, Indeed, brother Tang Bao, I also cherish our friendship and shall continue to be your companion." She added, "Besides, it is not you who has erred, we would never direct our ire towards the innocent. My grandfather often asserts that to blame the blameless is an act of folly, so you need not worry."
Upon hearing these words, Tang Bao's tears ceased to flow. With glistening eyes, he gazed at Nian Nian and inquired, "Is that true? Do you truly not harbor any animosity towards me?" Xu Chuyuan was utterly charmed by his pitiful demeanor. She gently caressed the little one's cheek and reassured him, "Of course it's true, don't cry anymore, you're becoming quite the little crybaby." As she spoke, she tenderly wiped away his tears with her thumb. Tang Bao felt a rush of joy filling his heart. He found himself growing increasingly fond of his aunt. She truly possessed a maternal warmth. He earnestly wished that she could be his mother. On the sidelines, Bo Yanzhou, who initially harbored some concerns, felt a slight sense of relief upon witnessing her unwavering kindness towards Tang Bao. It was a relief that she had not chosen to leave abruptly. However, after soothing Tang Bao, the group lost interest in visiting the observation deck to admire the night scenery. After soothing the little one, Xu Chuyuan cast a faint glance at Bo Yanzhou. "Mr. Bo, I have some matters to attend to later, so I shall take my leave for tonight." Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional inflection. Bo Yanzhou instantly discerned the distinction. Her demeanor was gentle towards Tang Bao, yet tinged with a hint of indifference towards him. Thus, it seemed that the woman harbored not an absence of irritation, but rather directed it selectively. Bo Yanzhou found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to navigate the situation with her. He refrained from pressing further, offering a subdued nod in response. "Very well, you may attend to your affairs." Xu Chuyuan left without hesitation. Subsequently, Bo Yanzhou also departed with Tang Bao. On their way back, the man wore a furrowed brow throughout the journey. Noticing this, Tang Bao inquired if his father was troubled by the departure of the aunt. Upon hearing his son's words, Bo Yanzhou paused momentarily. He glanced at his son beside him, suppressing his expression, and replied nonchalantly, "No." The little one cradled his face in his hands, gazing intently at his father. "Really? Even I can see that the aunt has been rather distant towards you." This remark caused Bo Yanzhou's previously relaxed brow to deepen in concern, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Tang Bao, witnessing his father's silence, huffed, "So? Are you simply going to do nothing? Grandma spoke ill of the aunt tonight and even brought along that woman. Anyone would be upset in such a situation. Therefore, you should find a way to cheer up the aunt." Bo Yanzhou was taken aback by the suggestion from his son. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, "What does a child know about soothing someone?" Tang Bao looked at his father with disdain. "Isn't that obvious? I apologized to the aunt right away, and she didn't hold it against me. She even said she likes me. Has she said the same about you?" Bo Yanzhou found himself speechless, cornered by his own son's words. The little one continued to pierce his heart. "Oh, no. The aunt never liked you, she has been quite cold towards you, always maintaining a distance." After saying this, he looked at his father with sympathy. "Alas, Dad, you really are quite unlikable." Bo Yanzhou, having endured a thorough critique, could no longer hold back and pinched his son's soft cheeks, dangerously asking, "Who are you calling unlikable, Bo Jintang?" Chapter 89. Reluctant to let her suffer, Bo Yanzhou's grip was gentle, so Tang Bao felt no pain. However, his small face contorted under his father's grasp. Immediately, the little one's delicate brows furrowed, and he quickly freed himself from his father's grasp, rubbing his cheeks and saying in a babyish voice, "I didn't speak incorrectly. Dad, you are cold and indifferent, and you're always only focused on work. If someone were to like you, they would have to face such a domineering grandmother. Life would be unbearable. In my opinion, it's better for you to remain single forever." He couldn't bear the thought of the aunt suffering after marrying his father. Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou narrowed his eyes, struggling to suppress the urge to reprimand his son. "You little rascal, you've grown bold enough to lecture me?"
Fearing another reprimand, Tang Bao quickly shifted away, distancing himself from his father.
Though Bo Yanzhou did not chastise his son, the words resonated with him. Indeed,
there were matters concerning his mother that needed resolution.
Upon returning home that evening,
Bo Yanzhou arranged for Tang Bao to practice writing while he took the opportunity to call his grandmother. Madame Bo had not yet retired for the night, and upon answering, she cheerfully asked, "What's the matter?" "My grandson is calling me late at night. Is there something you need?" Bo Yanzhou got straight to the point. "Yes, Grandma. I need to ask for your assistance with something." Surprised, Madame Bo noted that her grandson, who was capable of handling everything with ease, actually required her help for once. Intrigued, she asked, "Oh? What is it that even you cannot handle, requiring this old woman to step in?" Bo Yanzhou succinctly explained his mother's behavior, mentioning only that Song Yun had offended a client. Despite her age, Madame Bo was sharp and quickly grasped the crux of the issue, asking, "Who is this client that warrants such importance? Your mother may be somewhat petty and fierce, but she wouldn't be so indiscreet as to cause you trouble." After contemplating for a few seconds, Bo Yanzhou decided to be truthful. "That person is Xu Chuyuan." She chuckled lightly, teasing, "This client of yours is rather special." Bo Yanzhou ignored his grandmother's playful tone, his expression cold as he stated, "Grandma, I'm quite busy with work, and given my current health, I truly have no time to deal with this. Therefore, I kindly ask you to arrange something to prevent her from becoming a hindrance to me. Otherwise, should I intervene, it may disrupt the harmony of the family." Madame Bo couldn't help but laugh at his words. All right, I understand. Coincidentally, I plan to stay at Xiangshan Fu's temple for a month. I'll have your mother accompany me to eat vegetarian meals, chant sutras, and copy scriptures." Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou finally felt relieved. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about his mother causing him further trouble. He immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma. We are family, so there's no need for formalities. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." "All right." Bo Yanzhou nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon entering, the little girl still wore a sullen expression, clearly still upset. She plopped down on the sofa and asked Xu Chuyuan, "Mommy, back when you were in Haichang, did those people bully you like they did tonight?" Xu Chuyuan initially wished to refrain from revisiting those matters. However, upon witnessing the concern and sympathy reflected in the young girl's eyes, she simply acquiesced, stating that it was a past affair. Nevertheless, she reassured her, saying that they could no longer intimidate her, so there was no need for her beloved child to worry. Yet, how could Nian Nian not be troubled? Today, she had witnessed firsthand how that wicked witch had berated her mother. Additionally, the vile woman beside her had even slandered her. To this day, her mother had yet to exonerate herself from those unfounded accusations. The mere thought of it filled Nian Nian with profound sorrow. She embraced her mother, gently patting her back with her small hands, and comforted her, saying, "Do not fear, Mummy. Nian Nian is here to protect you. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of you, I shall teach them a lesson on your behalf." Xu Chuyuan was amused by this soft, endearing little voice. And at the same time, her heart felt warm. This was her intimate little cotton-padded jacket. Xu Chuyuan affectionately embraced her and said, "Indeed, I believe in you, Nian Nian. You will protect me tonight, even Mommy has witnessed your prowess. Such a remarkable little girl." The way she scolded without resorting to vulgarity left Song Yun and Su Lingwei quite vexed. With such intelligence and cleverness, one wonders from whom she learned this. It is likely that her second brother, Huasiting, has had a hand in it. The eloquence of the esteemed lawyer Hui is indeed formidable. Flattered by the praise, Nian Nian felt a swell of pride. She lifted her chin and sweetly proclaimed, "Of course, I have grown up." Xu Chuyuan felt her heart melt from the coaxing. In the evening, she took some time to accompany her beloved daughter in watching her favorite anime, completely casting aside the troubles with Song Yun and Su Lingwei. The following day, she went to the Research Institute, where Bo Yanzhou routinely came to invite her to lunch. However, today in the office, in addition to the meal, she was greeted by a plethora of precious medicinal herbs.
Xu Chuyuan appeared somewhat taken aback. What is this? Bo Yanzhou did not provide an explanation. He merely inquired, is there anything you need?
Yes, she replied, feel free to choose whatever you like, or you may take everything.
Xu Chuyuan wore a wary expression. When had this man become so benevolent and generous? Such unusual behavior must conceal ulterior motives. She bluntly inquired, what is your intention behind this unsolicited kindness? Bo Yanzhou offered no excuses.
He straightforwardly replied, last night, my mother and her companions troubled you, causing you distress.
Please do not be upset. Xu Chuyuan suddenly understood. So it was like this. Could it be that this man, out of the blue, is showering her with gifts to amuse himself? Surely not.
Back when they were still married, Song Yun had indeed made things difficult for him, yet he never seemed to care.
How is it that after several years, when they are no longer together, he has suddenly become so concerned?
Xu Chuyuan pondered deeply within her heart and ultimately concocted a somewhat plausible explanation.
After all, both parties are currently in a collaborative relationship.
Perhaps, Bo Yanzhou feared that if he were to sever ties and disregard the matters at hand, it would lead to this act of contrition. As for the term coaxing,
Xu Chuyuan found it utterly inconceivable that such a thing could occur to Bo Yanzhou.
Once she came to terms with this realization, she regained her composure and remarked casually, as for the medicinal herbs, I am not in immediate need of them.
However,
regarding your mother and that member of the Xu family, I hope Mr. Bo can manage things properly. It is quite bothersome when she appears, barking like a mad dog at everyone she encounters.
Bo Yanzhou was not the least bit surprised by her unabashed disdain. Chapter 90, too eager for her upon hearing his words, Xu Chuyuan nodded slightly and said, then it's settled, let's have our meal.
Bo Yanzhou refrained from further comment.
The lunch unfolded in silence. After finishing, Xu Chuyuan did not linger but departed immediately.
As Bo Yanzhou listened to the sound of her footsteps fading away,
a frown emerged upon his brow.
It appeared that his efforts today had failed to win her over. After a moment of solitary reflection, he suddenly broke the silence.
Inquiring of Qi Yan, did I perhaps choose the wrong approach in delivering the medicinal herbs today?
There was an unspoken truth.
The young master was distinctly different from the little master.
The little master bore no grievances against Miss Xu, and his endearing, cherubic demeanor, along with his unwavering support for her, evidently endeared him to her even more.
After contemplating Qi Yan's words for a few seconds, Bo Yanzhou fell into silence. He realized that Qi Yan had a valid point.
He had indeed been overly anxious.
Moreover, with his eyes still not fully healed,
he found himself unable to engage in any other activities, which was quite vexing.
With this thought in mind,
Bo Yanzhou resolved to refrain from seeking Xu Chuyuan for dinner in the evenings for the time being. He deemed it wise to save the remaining meals for future opportunities to invite her again. Xu Chuyuan was rather taken aback by his decision. She had anticipated that Bo Yanzhou would require her to settle her debts all at once. Yet, to her surprise, he had not sought her out for 3 consecutive days. Nonetheless, this turned out to be advantageous, as she could now devote her time to other pursuits. Before she knew it, the 4th day had arrived.
Xu Chuyuan has finally completed the antidote for the poison, which will resolve the issues for Bo Yanzhou.
In the evening, she changed her attire and proceeded to Villa No. 1. Upon entering, she wasted no time and addressed Bo Yanzhou directly, let us commence, tonight, we shall thoroughly resolve your predicament.
Bo Yanzhou nodded in agreement and followed Xu Chuyuan into the treatment room.
As Xu Chuyuan prepared for the treatment, Qi Yan stood nearby. He witnessed Xu Chuyuan taking out a gleaming, sharp scalpel. Beside her lay gauze, silver needles, and an assortment of medicinal substances.
Bo Yanzhou needed to do nothing but lie there, extending his arm.
Once Xu Chuyuan was ready, she began to speak to Bo Yanzhou.
In a moment, I will draw the insect out of your body.
I will need to make a small incision on your palm to allow the insect to escape. I must inform you in advance to maintain your composure, as your reaction may affect my subsequent performance.
Bo Yanzhou, mentally prepared for this, calmly nodded and replied, I understand. However, Qi Yan, who was nearby, was taken aback and asked, how large of an incision is necessary? Bo Yanzhou lay back and assured her, it's all right.
Let us proceed without delay.
Very well.
Xu Chuyuan nodded and immediately set to work. She first employed a silver needle to seal the crucial nerve points along Bo Yanzhou's arm. Subsequently, she took a knife and made a small incision in his palm, from which crimson blood began to drip down swiftly. Shi Yan, observing from the side, felt a surge of trepidation yet dared not utter a word to interrupt.
Xu Chuyuan concentrated intently.
After setting aside the knife, she retrieved her newly developed medication and applied it around the wound. The primary function of this remedy was to invoke the effects of a curse, while also possessing analgesic properties.
Initially,
the pain from the knife cutting through flesh seemed negligible to Thin Yanzhou. He remained unperturbed. However, as soon as the medication was introduced, his arm suddenly trembled significantly. Xu Chuyuan swiftly turned to him, her expression laced with surprise as she inquired, "What is it?
Does it hurt terribly?" Though a cut on the palm would certainly elicit some discomfort, it hardly warranted such an intense reaction.
His response was not solely due to pain, rather, he had caught a whiff of a peculiar medicinal scent. The remedy employed by the miraculous healer Mandy bore a strikingly familiar aroma, reminiscent of the fragrance that enveloped Xu Chuyuan when he had picked her up for dinner just a few days prior.
Was it merely a coincidence?
A tumultuous wave of emotions surged within Bo Yanzhou's gaze.
Xu Chuyuan, upon seeing him silent, called out in perplexity, "Bo Yanzhou?" Xu Chuyuan observed his reaction, confirming that he was indeed unscathed before proceeding with her next action.
She casually informed him that the medication possessed a mild irritant quality. Initially, it would cause some discomfort, but it would soon subside, so he should endure it.
Bo Yanzhou replied absently, his thoughts elsewhere.
Initially, she had consented to take on the task of healing, but she had suddenly rescinded her agreement on the spot. Throughout their subsequent interactions, she had, on several occasions, evoked a sense of familiarity within him. The more he pondered, the darker his gaze became, especially when he thought of Nianmian. That little girl resided in this villa district, along with Dr. Mandy.
Moreover, Nianmian was acquainted with Xu Chuyuan.
A mere coincidence could be deemed accidental, yet when multiple coincidences arise, they cannot simply be dismissed as chance.
The precise answer was already burgeoning in Bo Yanzhou's mind.
No wonder Dr. Mandy concealed her true identity while in this vicinity. She feared being discovered. Dr. Mandy and Xu Chuyuan were one and the same. How could Xu Chuyuan possibly know that Bo Yanzhou discerned her true identity merely from a hint of medicinal scent? At this moment, her focus remained on the venom. As the ointment was applied, moments later, the poison within Bo Yanzhou began to stir, gradually making its way through the veins toward the wound.
Finally, it had been lured out. Shi Yan's eyes widened in astonishment,
particularly as he witnessed the faint, living creature emerge from the bloodied wound. His hair almost stood on end.
"Is this the poison?"
he inhaled sharply, inquiring.
Xu Chuyuan responded with a calm,
She exhibited no signs of fear, her movements remained swift. As the insect emerged, she promptly seized a vial containing a potion, proceeding to apply it beneath the wound. Shi Yan felt a sudden tightness in his breath, his scalp prickling with unease. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and inquired, "Dr. Mandy,
what exactly are you doing?"
Xu Chuyuan spoke softly, "The potion in the bottle is for nurturing. I intend to collect this poison."
Shi Yan, with a look of astonishment, inquired, "Are you suggesting that you wish to cultivate the poison?"
Xu Chuyuan did not deny it. Indeed, such an opportunity is rare and merits exploration.
Although this phenomenon is not entirely unheard of, it remains quite uncommon and possesses significant research value.
Chapter 91. The disguise was unveiled by Bo Yanzhou upon hearing that she was truly going to raise the spirit. Shi Yan was at a loss for words. Dr. Mandy is indeed remarkably courageous. Perhaps she is the only one in this world who would take an interest in such a peculiar matter. As they conversed, the spirit had already emerged substantially, and in no time, it accurately fell into the bottle. Upon reaching this point, Xu Chuyuan exhaled a sigh of relief.
Excellent.
She had finally emerged. Hastily, she retrieved a wooden stopper to seal the bottle and set it aside, then proceeded to tend to Bo Yanzhou's wounds. Applying ointment and bandaging was accomplished in one fluid motion. Once completed, she began to remove the needles.
After finishing, she addressed Bo Yanzhou, saying, "All done.
The curse on you has been lifted. In the coming days, your body may experience some effects, such as a fever. This is entirely normal.
I have prepared restorative medications for you.
Besides the meals after which you will take them, there are additional remedies crafted from a century-old ginseng, combined with various precious herbs. Primarily intended for medicinal cuisine to replenish your vitality and blood. I have already written the list, which I will hand over to your family as chef later. It is to be administered once a day, following the prescribed methods. In no more than 3 days, your eyesight will be fully restored.
Hearing her instructions,
Bo Yanzhou slowly sat up from the bed and replied, "Understood." His tone was subdued, and he emanated an air of quiet pressure.
Xu Chuyuan, familiar with this man,
immediately sensed that something was amiss with his emotions.
She couldn't help but cast a suspicious glance in his direction.
Aside from the recent bloodletting and the fact that the poison had just been extracted, his complexion appeared somewhat pale, exuding a certain sickly handsomeness.
There seemed to be little else to note. Perhaps she was overthinking it?
However, Bo Yanzhou was quite forthright, responding, "Rest assured. I shall have Qi Yan make up for it later."
But if I may be so bold, what are Dr. Mandy's plans moving forward? Or do you perhaps have other commitments?
Xu Chuyuan felt a sudden pang of surprise, finding the question rather peculiar.
Bo Yanzhou, ever accommodating, responded. I have a deep appreciation for talent.
I was considering that if Dr. Mandy is willing, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our research institute.
As for the remuneration, anything you desire would not pose a problem. This man, is he attempting to recruit her? Xu Chuyuan would certainly not acquiesce. Bo Yanzhou's tone suddenly rose, laced with a hint of amusement. Oh? Are you referring to that project of the Hua family? He inquired, pondering.
Xu Chuyuan, caught off guard, almost replied without hesitation. However, 2 seconds later, she suddenly realized something was amiss.
Wait, what did he just say? Xu Chuyuan's heart suddenly leapt,
and the object in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp.
Bo Yanzhou's tone was indifferent, inquiring about the research institute of the Hua Corporation's branch. Was she not employed there? Xu Chuyuan was taken aback.
How could this man have discovered her true self? How could that be possible? She had always disguised herself so well.
When did she let her guard down? Could it be that this person was merely attempting to deceive her?
Xu Chuyuan endeavored to compose herself, striving to stabilize her emotions as she inquired, "Mr. Bo, what do you mean by that?
I find it rather perplexing." Bo Yanzhou let out a cold scoff,
piercing through her facade with his words.
"Xu Chuyuan, do continue your charade."
I detected the scent of your medicinal concoction for curing curses while we were in the car.
Do you still wish to deny it? Xu Chuyuan's heart skipped a beat.
She had not paid attention to this detail.
Every time she came to meet Bo Yanzhou, she always made an effort to keep her two identities entirely separate.
To her surprise, this person was remarkably perceptive. Xu Chuyuan was, of course, reluctant to acknowledge that she and Mandy were one and the same. She curled her lip and said, "Mr. Bo, the taste of the medication tends to bear some resemblance. Though I am unaware of the Miss Xu you mentioned.
Please do not mistake me for someone else."
After delivering this cold remark, Xu Chuyuan hastened her pace in organizing her belongings. Before long, she had finished tidying up. She stated, "The treatment concludes here, and I have fulfilled my duties.
I shall take my leave now." Bo Yanzhou,
well aware of her intention to evade, could not allow such an escape. Just as Xu Chuyuan was about to flee, he suddenly rose and firmly grasped her wrist. Xu Chuyuan felt a surge of alarm, her tone laced with indignation as she exclaimed, "Bo Yanzhou, what are you doing?"
"I have already stated that I am not."
However, Bo Yanzhou did not allow her to finish. He abruptly pulled her closer and enveloped her in his embrace.
Xu Chuyuan was taken aback,
her heart racing as she struggled to break free. However, Bo Yanzhou held her firmly in place, using his injured hand to caress her face, attempting to remove her mask.
Xu Chuyuan immediately realized what she needed to do.
She hurriedly turned her head, using both her hands and feet in an attempt to push him away. Bo Yanzhou was equally taken aback by the unexpected strength of Xu Chuyuan, instinctively tightening his hold on her. This could lead to disaster.
At this rate, the mask would truly be torn off.
In a moment of desperation, Xu Chuyuan resorted to biting his arm through the mask. Her bite was quite forceful. Bo Yanzhou winced at the pain but did not release his grip. With irritation, he remarked, Xu Chuyuan, if you possess the ability to heal me,
why can you not acknowledge your own identity? Xu Chuyuan thought to herself, I refuse to acknowledge it, what can you possibly do to me? Bo Yanzhou, noticing her silence and the way she clung to his hand, furrowed his brow and remarked, release me, are you a dog? Why do you take such delight in biting? This is not the first time, is it? Let me remind you, if my wound opens up again, you will have to rebandage it. Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan suddenly realized that she had bitten the very arm that was injured. She immediately released her grip and spat twice, exclaiming, what a taste of medicine! Xchun, unable to contain her anger, exclaimed, Bynzhu, should you dare to act recklessly again, I shall administer a potion that will render your hands useless. With a haughty snort, she swiftly extricated herself from his embrace. Subsequently, she seized her medical kit and hastily made her exit. Bynzhu, hearing her footsteps fade into the distance, narrowed his eyes. Although this woman feigned composure as she departed, he was all but certain that she was indeed Xchun. Ha, Xchun. Can you truly escape for a moment, or perhaps for a lifetime? Just wait for me. Chapter 92, The commencement of a relentless pursuit for love. After departing from Villa No. 1, Xchun's heartbeat remained tumultuous for quite some time. It appeared that her true identity was no longer concealable. Yet, upon reflection, what did it matter if Bynzhu had unraveled her secret? Although her identity had been exposed, her departure from this place was an irrevocable decision. Even if Bynzhu were to discover that Xchun and Mandy were one and the same, she was resolute in her intention to leave. Without delay, Xchun instructed Lu Sa the following morning to arrange for movers. She planned to relocate that very night. Rest assured, I will handle everything, Lu Sa replied, promptly setting about contacting the necessary people. Xu Chuyuan felt at ease as she set out for the research institute. Bo Yanzhou was oblivious to this matter. For on the very night the parasite was extracted, he succumbed to a high fever. As Xu Chuyuan had predicted, the removal of the parasite had left his body in a state of diminished vitality, rendering him particularly feeble. Shi Yan, adhering to her instructions, administered medication to Bo Yanzhou. Nevertheless, he endured intermittent fevers for 3 consecutive days. This outcome was entirely anticipated by Xu Chuyuan. Consequently, Bo Yanzhou did not appear at the research institute for several days, which brought her a sense of relief. However, this left Tang Bao in a state of distress. The little one had not seen his beloved aunt for days, and with his father unwell, he was utterly despondent. In the evening, after completing her work ahead of schedule, Xu Chuyuan went to pick up Mian from school and encountered him. Upon seeing her, the little Tang Bao, overwhelmed with longing, bounded towards her like a small cannonball. Clinging to her leg and with a quivering voice confessed, Auntie, I miss you so much. Xu Chuyuan gazed at the soft little creature, discovering a peculiar sense of longing within her heart. I miss you too, she thought, her heart melting. She crouched down and inquired gently, have you been well these past few days? Have you been studying and eating on time? Tang Bao nodded earnestly, responding in a particularly endearing manner, I am doing well. I practice my calligraphy every day, but it's a bit dull without you and Mian around. Little Cotton has also left. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy tinged his voice, and his eyes glistened with a trace of sadness. Xu Chuyuan felt a pang of guilt. Previously, the two families lived in close proximity, and Tang Bao played with Mian every day. Now that they had departed, the little one naturally found himself without companionship. Tang Bao pouted, remaining sullen and despondent. He could only see his aunt after school, which was utterly insufficient. He longed to meet her daily, to dine together, to attend concerts, to watch films, and to visit amusement parks. He wished to embark on countless adventures with them. Yet, the little one understood that such desires could not be fulfilled for the time being. Thus, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. Xu Chuyuan observed his low spirits and patiently comforted him for quite some time. Once Tang Bao was no longer so distressed, she took Mian and departed. Shortly after the mother and daughter left, a luxurious Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of the kindergarten. Tang Bao immediately recognized it as their family car.
With a sullen expression, he lowered his head and entered the vehicle without uttering a word.
Bo Yanzhou, noticing his despondent demeanor, inquired, "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Tang Bao was taken aback, realizing that his father was indeed present. He lifted his gaze and asked, "Why is Daddy here to pick me up? Aren't you still feeling unwell?" Bo Yanzhou replied, "I'm feeling better now, it's nothing serious."
He then regarded his son with a gentle expression, remarking, "It feels like you've grown taller since I last saw you over a month ago." The little boy paused, and his gloomy mood suddenly dissipated. With a look of surprise on his face, he exclaimed, "Daddy, can you see me now?" Bo Yanzhou smiled and nodded, "Yes, I can see you." Tang Bao was filled with joy, jubilantly exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Daddy's vision has finally returned, Auntie is truly amazing. Oh, if only Daddy had come a little earlier. Auntie could have seen you." His spirit soared, momentarily overshadowing his prior agreement with Xu Chuyuan. Upon hearing this, Bo Yanzhou narrowed his deep-set eyes slightly, his tone turning cold. "Oh? She was just here?" Tang Bao nodded enthusiastically, saying, "Yes, she came to pick up Nian Nian, and we chatted for a bit, but unfortunately, she left quickly." As he spoke, the little boy's expression grew somewhat forlorn again. Bo Yanzhou observed this closely, his gaze darkening slightly. It was only today, after recovering, that he learned from Qi Yan that Xu Chuyuan had fled once more. At that moment, he felt not only anger but also frustration. Did that woman truly wish to distance herself from him so desperately? However, he quickly regained his composure. No matter how hard Xu Chuyuan runs, she remains in Haichang. Not to mention that the cooperation between both parties is still ongoing. One can escape the monk, but not the temple. He has ample time to create trouble for her. There are still 3 meals owed from before, and now another 3, enough to arrange 6 meetings with her. Upon hearing his father's words, Tang Bao's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "Really?" Bo Yanzhou nodded affirmatively. Receiving a clear response, Tang Bao instantly beamed with joy, even affectionately nudging Bo Yanzhou's arm, exclaiming, "Dad, I've just realized how dependable you are." Bo Yanzhou looked at him with a smile that held an air of irony. "Oh, is that so? Now you find me reliable? What about before, when you helped her keep secrets from me? You must have known they were the same person all along, right? Your heart doesn't belong to me. It seems I should reconsider that dinner invitation I just mentioned." Tang Bao's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly pleaded, "Don't. Dad. I didn't mean to." The little one looked utterly wronged. "It's just that Auntie wanted to conceal her identity, we must respect her wishes, right? You are my dad, and my heart is surely with you. I wanted to tell you several times, but I just couldn't." Bo Yanzhou observed his son, who was desperately trying to prove himself, and remained unconvinced. He scoffed, "Is that so? It's not apparent at all." Seeing his father's attitude harden, Tang Bao decided against further coaxing. "If worse comes to worst, I'll just arrange another meal with her, she will surely agree." Bo Yanzhou was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He had to admit that in Xu Chuyuan's heart, there was indeed a distinction between him and Tang Bao. The meals he had shared with Xu Chuyuan were all forced invitations. If Tang Bao were to invite her, she would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Realizing this disparity left Bo Yanzhou feeling somewhat suffocated. He chose to ignore his son, gazing solemnly out the window, thinking, "It doesn't matter if she is unwilling now. Sooner or later, I will make her willing. Recently, aside from important work, I want all my other time freed up. All banquets and social engagements are to be cancelled, and closely monitor Xu Chuyuan's movements, keeping me informed at all times." Qi Yan was momentarily stunned, then immediately grasped the implication. His master appears determined to embark on a vigorous pursuit of his wife, doesn't he? Understood. Chapter 93, A Spectacle of Attention, Outshining All. Little did Xu Chuyuan know that while she was intent on evading Bo Yanzhou, he had already set his sights on her. The following day was the weekend, and she relished the rare opportunity to sleep in. By 10 o'clock in the morning, she finally rose from her slumber, only to find her colleagues in the work group engaged in animated conversation. Was the hot spring that the director had previously mentioned still on the table? Anya promptly chimed in, recommending a location.
Let us go to Wuyo Mountain Villa.
It's located in the outskirts of Haichang and is renowned for its invigorating hot springs.
Wow, Wuyo Mountain Villa.
That place is quite expensive, is it truly within our reach?
Exclaimed another. Long live the director. I have already begun to look forward to it.
The group was abuzz, resembling a festive celebration, with everyone cheering, which brought a smile to Xu Chuyuan's face.
Noticing her amusement, Nian leaned in with curiosity and asked, "Mommy, what are you laughing about? Is there something delightful happening?"
Xu Chuyuan set aside her phone and informed her precious daughter about the preparations for their upcoming hot spring trip. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately raised her small hand and exclaimed, "I want to go too." Xu Chuyuan gently cradled her daughter's soft,
tender face and smiled, "Of course, I will take you along." Just as the mother and daughter were conversing, the phone rang.
Xu Chuyuan glanced at the video call from her mother, Xu Qingqiu. Upon answering, Xu Qingqiu was greeted by the sight of her daughter and granddaughter,
both wearing expressions of joy. With a smile, she inquired, "What brings such happiness?"
Nian leaned closer to share with her grandmother, "Grandma, in a few days,
we will join Mommy's team for a hot spring trip." "Oh? Is Nian going too?" Xu Qingqiu asked. Nian nodded her little head affirmatively, saying, "Yes. I'm going with Mommy."
She then turned to Xu Chuyuan and added, "There's no need to rush with the research institute matters." Xu Chuyuan, aware of her mother's concern for her well-being,
nodded gently and inquired, "Did you call to discuss something?"
"Initially, the organizers had invited me to attend, but recently, an ancient tomb was discovered in the southern region.
Consequently,
I must accompany my team for an investigation, leaving you to manage the auction in my stead."
Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan immediately replied, "This is a trivial matter. You can rest assured and entrust it to me."
"I shall certainly fulfill the task."
Xu Qingqiu smiled gently and said, "All right, you have worked hard."
Xu Chuyuan shook her head gently, asserting that it was not arduous for her, rather, it was her mother who faced the challenges of venturing out once more. She urged her to remain vigilant and prioritize her safety in the outside world. Her mother, an esteemed expert in archaeology, also held the distinguished position of a visiting professor at Peking University, embodying a remarkable stature and reputation. Xu Qingqiu smiled gently from the other end, saying, "All right, I will.
My precious daughter is so considerate."
Xu Chuyuan smiled softly, and after a brief conversation, she ended the call. Due to her mother's hurried instructions,
she managed to procure an elegant attire in the afternoon.
That evening, she departed punctually for the auction.
As soon as she left,
Nian felt a wave of boredom wash over her and decided to message Tang Bao, inquiring if he wished to watch a video of the little kitten.
Nian sent him a clip.
Before long, Tang Bao beheld Nian with the kitten nestled in her arms.
He greeted her and then asked, "Have you dined with your aunt?" Bo Yanzhou was seated beside Tang Bao, engrossed in a document. Upon hearing this inquiry, he looked up and curiously asked, "What auction?"
Nian paused momentarily at the sound of his voice, recognizing it as that of her mother's unscrupulous ex-husband.
She did not conceal the truth, responding, "It's a very significant antique auction."
At her words, Bo Yanzhou instinctively raised his gaze and glanced at Qi Yan, who felt a sudden jolt of alarm. The master had instructed him to closely monitor Miss Su, yet he had overlooked such a crucial piece of information.
Bo Yanzhou, taken aback, could only inquire, "What time does it begin?"
At this moment, Xu Chuyuan has arrived at the auction venue.
This evening, the auction is indeed being held in a quaint manner. Given the prestigious nature of the event, all the invited guests are prominent figures. Entry requires the presentation of an invitation. As Xu Chuyuan entered,
she found the venue already bustling with numerous guests, all adorned in splendid attire.
However, her arrival instantly captivated the entire assembly. This evening,
her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. Clad in an exquisite white gown, her figure was elegantly accentuated, revealing graceful curves. Her long, silky hair was styled into vintage waves, and her makeup was both refined and sophisticated, crowned with a delicate white netted fascinator. Adorning her neck and ears were a string of pearls and matching earrings, complemented by a pair of lace gloves. She embodied the essence of a vintage beauty, perfectly harmonizing with the antiquated charm of the manor, eclipsing all others upon her entrance.
Many guests whispered amongst themselves, pondering her identity. Whose daughter could she be? She seemed unfamiliar. Yet her striking beauty and distinguished demeanor suggested a connection to the elite of Haicheng. Surely, she was not from Haicheng, for the evening's guests extended beyond its borders. Xu Chuyuan naturally heard the murmurs surrounding her, yet chose to disregard them. In this unfamiliar place, where she recognized no one, her sole intention was to await the commencement of the auction, secure the items she desired, and then depart. Soon, she found a spot to settle in, patiently biding her time until the auction began. However, during this interlude, she inevitably attracted the attention of several young gentlemen who attempted to engage her in conversation, seeking her contact information. Xu Chuyuan treated this situation as if it were a commonplace occurrence. Her demeanor was cool yet courteous as she declined each advance. This noble and aloof disposition only served to heighten her allure. Many gazes directed at Xu Chuyuan were filled with admiration. The unfolding scene naturally attracted considerable attention. At a short distance, Su Lingwei and her circle of friends were observing the situation. Among them, Chen Yao, who shared a close bond with Su Lingwei, held her wineglass with an expression of intrigue. Doesn't she look somewhat familiar, Wei Wei? Isn't that the pretender who replaced you as the Su family's heiress back in the day? How shameless of her to appear beside young Master Bo now. What is she doing here? What standard does this auction hold for her to even qualify for entry? Chapter 94, Let's see who will be humiliated today. As soon as Chen Yao uttered these words, her companions expressed their curiosity, eager to inquire, what is going on? Do tell. This group of young ladies was not well versed in the history of the Su family. Chen Yao, however, was keen to share, embellishing the tale of how Xu Chuyuan was merely an impostor, having harmed Su Lingwei years ago and subsequently being exiled, now audaciously entangling herself with Su Lingwei's fiancé. These young ladies hailed from families of even greater prestige than the Su family. As Su Lingwei adeptly courted favor, presenting herself as the future Mrs. Bo, it was only natural that these women gravitated toward her leadership. Upon hearing Chen Yao's revelations, they naturally rallied in defense of Su Lingwei. By your account, she possesses no standing whatsoever. How did she gain access to the auction? Surely, she did not sneak in to ensnare a wealthy suitor, did she? How utterly disgraceful to be seen in the same venue as such a person. Can someone not escort her out? Upon hearing their remarks, Su Lingwei felt a surge of joy within her, yet she maintained an air of gentleness and amiability on her face as she replied, well, isn't this a bit inappropriate? We are here to attend the auction tonight, and if things escalate, it will not reflect well on us. Furthermore, she may not be alone. There are influential figures supporting her. Chen Yao, displaying a demeanor of disdain, retorted, what kind of support could she possibly have? Moreover, even if she does have backing, among us, who does not possess a more esteemed status than her? Do you truly believe her benefactors would oppose us because of her? The others present unanimously concurred with Chen Yao's sentiments. Chen Yao then turned to Su Lingwei, saying, Wei Wei, you were so kind-hearted, even when faced with such bullying. You choose to overlook it. However, while you may endure, we cannot stand idly by. Individuals like her require a lesson on the hierarchy of status. Indeed. Wei Wei. Do not be afraid, she deserves a reprimand to understand that this place is not meant for her. The sisterhood rallied in support of Chen Yao's words, immediately pulling Su Lingwei toward Xu Chuyuan's direction. Perhaps we should reconsider. Nonsense. We are here to back you up. Xue Lingwei feigned consolation from behind, her lips subtly curling into a smile that remained unseen by the crowd, her heart brimming with triumph. Ever since she laid eyes on Xu Chuyuan, she had been consistently overshadowed by that woman. Even her own standing had suffered due to Su, resulting in her being coldly treated by Bo Yanzhou. Moreover, Song Yun had been whisked away by that old wretch of the Bo family. Anger swelled within her, seeking an outlet. This evening, with Xu Chuyuan approaching her unbidden, she would certainly seize this opportunity to mercilessly trample her down, making it abundantly clear what her true status was. As she contemplated this, the group had already arrived before Xu Chuyuan. At that moment, a rather handsome young gentleman was engaged in conversation with Xu Chuyuan. His tone was exceedingly gentle, and with her extraordinary demeanor,
she surely hailed from a prestigious family.
Xu Chuyuan appeared disinterested, responding rather perfunctorily, "I suppose so."
No sooner had she spoken than a mocking laughter resonated from ahead.
"Oh, I suppose so.
I had thought a celestial being had graced us with her presence,
attracting so many young gentlemen's affections.
It turns out to be the counterfeit cast out by the Xu family years ago."
Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan turned her gaze in that direction and indeed noticed them.
Aside from Su Lingwei, she recognized none of the others.
Xu Chuyuan furrowed her brow, inwardly lamenting her misfortune. How is it that this woman seems to appear wherever she goes? It is truly nauseating.
The young man who had just attempted to engage Xu Chuyuan in conversation also overheard Chen Yao's derisive words.
He frowned and remarked,
"Why do you speak so harshly right from the start?"
"What do you mean by imposter?"
Chen Yao, raising her chin defiantly, responded, "I am not mistaken.
She is indeed an imposter, a counterfeit who once replaced Ling Wei and posed as a daughter of the Xu family."
Who would have thought she would brazenly come to this place? The other members of the sisterhood chimed in.
"Young sir, do not be deceived.
Though this woman may appear splendidly adorned on the surface, at her core, she is merely a destitute orphan. Her extravagant attire tonight is merely a ploy to attract wealthy suitors." The group, intent on causing a stir, spoke loudly, their voices intentionally elevated.
This immediately captured the attention of many.
Those who had previously approached Xu Chuyuan bore expressions of shock. They recognized Chen Yao and her companions,
confident that they would not speak without reason.
However, the strikingly beautiful woman with a unique demeanor was an enigma. She had not previously graced the upper echelons of society. A few provocative remarks swiftly turned the tide against those who had just shown interest. They had initially thought her to be a goddess of high society,
eager to form connections. Little did they know she was merely a nameless orphan. What bad luck! Lacking identity and background, how had she gained entry? What standing could she possibly have to be present in the same venue as us? Whispers filled the air as the crowd exchanged furtive remarks. Even the young man who had spoken to Xu Chuyuan could not restrain himself from asking, "Is what they say true?"
Xu Chuyuan had long anticipated their ill intentions.
Thus she was not particularly surprised by their provocations. After all, were they not here solely to seek confrontation? She was eager to witness who would ultimately prevail.
Xu Chuyuan maintained a serene demeanor, unperturbed by the situation. On the contrary, she candidly acknowledged, "Indeed, I was once the cherished daughter of the Xu family for several years.
But that is no longer the case." Upon hearing this, the man did not hold back and retorted, "If you are no longer that, then why do you feign nobility?" Xu Chuyuan cast a cold glance at him and inquired, "What connection does my nobility have with the Xu family? Is the Xu family truly that remarkable?" Upon hearing her words, Chen Yao immediately retorted, "Oh, are you putting on airs? Are you looking down on the Xu family? Surely you didn't enter here tonight under the pretense of the Xu family's name, did you?"
The group of her companions chimed in, "Indeed, to attend the auction this evening.
An invitation is required. Do you possess one? Why not show it to us? If you genuinely have it, we shall retract our words and consider you wronged. However, if you do not, then your entry into the auction warrants a thorough investigation. After all, there are numerous valuable items present tonight, should anything go missing. Everyone in attendance could be implicated. Who would be responsible for that?"
Xu Chuyuan could naturally discern the malevolent intentions of these individuals.
First, they trampled upon her identity.
Then exaggerated the situation, ensnaring the other guests in their scheme. At that moment, the expressions of the guests indeed shifted. Those who were previously indifferent spectators swiftly became involved. They were not mistaken, it was imperative to quickly retrieve the invitation and ensure that they were not implicated. Xu Chuyuan gazed at the agitated crowd, her eyes icy. Her mother had been personally invited by the organizers, rendering an invitation letter unnecessary for entry. Thus, when she arrived earlier, she merely mentioned her mother's name. At this moment, it was naturally impossible to produce the invitation. Su Lingwei and others initially speculated that Xu Chuyuan was devoid of any evidence. As they observed her remaining motionless, their conviction that she was unable to produce anything intensified. Chen Yao mockingly inquired, "Why aren't you presenting it? Are you contemplating an excuse to deceive us?"
Would you like assistance in concocting one? Perhaps it's lost?
Her words immediately provoked a wave of laughter from those nearby.
Xu Chuyuan observed their actions and deemed them utterly foolish.
With an expression reminiscent of incredulity, she fixed her gaze upon them and stated, "Indeed.
I do not possess an invitation, however, what does that signify? What concern is it of yours? Are you the organizers of this auction, or perhaps embodiments of justice? Do you truly believe it is your place to interrogate me? Have you mistaken yourselves for something of importance? Moreover, when you speak of misplaced crucial items, are you insinuating the incompetence of tonight's security, or do you regard the infrared sensors and smart locks that safeguard the artifacts as mere decorations? If your intellect is lacking, perhaps you should indulge in more stimulating pursuits instead of demeaning the intelligence of others in this manner." Chapter 95, Who Dares to Lay a Finger on Her? Su Lingwei and her companions were utterly unprepared for Xu Chuyuan's remarkable composure at that moment. She even had the audacity to mock them for their lack of intellect.
The guests nearby, unable to escape the situation, soon realized the truth in her words.
Indeed.
Under the stringent security measures of such a prestigious auction, it was unlikely that even a fly could escape without thorough inspection.
The items were certainly not so easily lost.
In that instant, an air of embarrassment enveloped the crowd. Xiu Lingwei and the others felt a twinge of indignation. However, Chen Yao swiftly grasped the crux of the matter.
"So, you admit that you do not possess an invitation?" she inquired. "In that case, you ought to leave. This gathering is not intended for individuals of your ilk."
The members of the sisterhood immediately rallied, asserting, "Indeed, if you have any sense, you should depart at once, otherwise we shall not hesitate to summon security to escort you out."
Xu Chuyuan raised her chin, looking down imperiously, and said, "You may certainly give it a try." Chen Yao,
noticing that Xu Chuyuan stubbornly refused to leave, wore a look of disdain and remarked, "Very well, this is a predicament of your own making." Determined to humiliate Xu Chuyuan that evening, she promptly raised her voice to summon the head of security.
Upon hearing the commotion, the security chief swiftly arrived and inquired, "May I ask what is happening here?" Chen Yao answered bluntly, "This woman has no invitation and has infiltrated the auction. She has been exposed yet clings on obstinately.
So I would appreciate your assistance in escorting her out." The security chief was taken aback by her words.
Given the significance of the auction that evening, how could such an oversight occur? Acting responsibly, he turned to Xu Chuyuan and asked, "Miss, is what she says true? Might I trouble you to present your invitation for verification?" At this statement, Chen Yao and her companions could not help but burst into mocking laughter. "Xu Chuyuan, you truly possess an audacity beyond measure. As if the organizers would extend an invitation to you. How utterly ridiculous." Su Lingwei's eyes glinted with irony,
perceiving Xu Chuyuan as audacious in her words. The guests present, witnessing her inability to produce an invitation, began to murmur among themselves.
The head of security,
upon observing the situation, could only awkwardly address Xu Chuyuan, saying, "Miss, if you truly cannot provide an invitation, we shall have no choice but to ask you to leave." Xu Chuyuan did not anticipate that this individual would hastily conclude she had infiltrated the gathering without any verification. She furrowed her brow and inquired softly,
"Will you not verify this matter?"
The head of security politely responded that such verification was unnecessary. Without an invitation, one lacked the privilege to enter this banquet hall, and thus no further inquiry was warranted. Please leave immediately, or I will have no choice but to summon assistance to escort you out. As he spoke, 2 additional security personnel materialized beside him. Given the circumstances, it appeared that if Xu Chuyuan remained unmoved, they would resort to direct action.
As Su Lingwei and her companions beheld the scene, expressions of schadenfreude adorned their faces, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. However, at this pivotal moment, a deep and resonant voice suddenly echoed from outside the door.
"I wish to see who dares to chase her away tonight." The voice, imbued with formidable presence,
swiftly captivated the attention of the entire assembly.
All eyes turned towards the entrance, where several individuals had arrived.
At the forefront stood the imposing figure of Bo Yanzhou, exuding an icy demeanor.
Clad in a meticulously tailored black tuxedo, complemented by an opulent black shirt and adorned with gem-studded cufflinks, he radiated an air of unparalleled elegance.
Undoubtedly,
The proclamation that had just resonated in the hall emanated from his lips. Yet, another voice had previously uttered the same declaration, Xinxingqing.
She had entered the grand hall in close succession to Bo Yanzhou. Upon stepping inside,
she was met with the sight of her dear friend besieged by a throng of adversaries, igniting her fury. The crowd stood in stunned silence. For the identities of these two individuals were well known throughout Haichang. One was the esteemed daughter of the Xin family, while the other held the prestigious title of CEO of the Bo Corporation. Both were undeniably figures of great significance.
Yet, the question lingered, how could these two come to Xu Chuyuan's aid? The expressions of the onlookers were a tapestry of intrigue and disbelief. At this moment,
Xu Chuyuan found herself momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Bo Yanzhou would appear. Since the night she had fled, they had not crossed paths for several days. Seeing him now made her heart race with an unexpected thrill. As for Su Lingwei beside her, her expression shifted dramatically.
How could Yanzhou be here? Had his eyesight improved? Moreover, he had arrived and immediately began to defend Xu Chuyuan.
A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over her.
Just as uncertainty gripped her, Bo Yanzhou had already strided towards them.
His presence exuded an icy aura that instilled fear. The onlookers instinctively parted ways, creating a clear path for him.
In no time,
he stood before Xu Chuyuan, his long legs bringing him closer.
Xu Chuyuan's gaze flickered with evasion, instinctively avoiding his eyes. Bo Yanzhou cast a glance at her.
Uttering no words, yet he coldly interrogated the security personnel, asserting that all guests present tonight deserved respect, and questioning their audacity to expel a visitor.
The security staff, upon seeing him, trembled with trepidation, hastily offering their explanation, "Mr. Bo, we are merely adhering to protocol." Then, Xinxingqing arrived,
her high heels clicking assertively against the floor.
Enraged, she demanded, "What sort of protocol involves driving people away? Is that your task for the evening?"
The security officer quickly clarified, "Miss, she lacks an invitation. I requested her to present one, but she could not, and she admitted herself that she had no invitation. Thus I had no choice but to ask her to leave." Xinxingqing, known for her fiery temperament and fierce loyalty, scoffed coldly upon hearing this. "My best friend has no need for an invitation to attend such an event.
She is to be here tonight,
and I shall see who dares to lay a finger on her." Her voice resonated throughout the now silent banquet hall, capturing the attention of all present.
The guests were taken aback, well aware of Xinxingqing's status.
Yet, she audaciously claimed that the so-called lowly and discarded fake heiress, expelled from the Xu family, was her close friend.
A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd.
The security personnel appeared flustered, unsure of how to proceed, while Chen Yao and the others stood there,
utterly bewildered. How could Xu Chuyuan and Xinxingqing be such close friends? Given Xinxingqing's background, how could she possibly form such a connection? Furthermore,
it appears that President Bo is deliberately trying to protect Xu Chuyuan.
Isn't President Bo engaged to Lingwei?
Although Chen Yao found this perplexing, it did not deter her from continuing to malign Xu Chuyuan. She addressed Xinxingqing, saying, "Miss Xin, you claim that Xu Chuyuan is your dear friend.
Is that truly the case? Are you aware of the character of this Xu Chuyuan? How could someone with such a venomous heart possibly deserve your friendship? Be cautious not to be deceived.
We were just attempting to expel her because we deemed her too malicious, afraid that she might harm Lingwei once more." Upon hearing these words, Xinxingqing remained silent, while the audience erupted in uproar.
What? This woman is not only a false heiress but also possesses such a wicked heart? How terrifying.
The Xu family raised her, and instead of expressing gratitude, she seeks to harm their own daughter.
Now that you mention it,
I recall hearing about a scheme several years ago where the false heiress plotted against the true heiress. The police were even involved, and the deceitful heiress nearly got apprehended, but the Xu family, out of kindness, let her go.
So it turns out to be these two?
The crowd murmured,
their comments permeating the air, inevitably reaching Xu Chuyuan's ears.
Throughout the evening, she had maintained a serene demeanor in the face of Su Lingwei and her associates' provocations. She handled their difficulties with calm composure. However, when Chen Yao resurrected the incident from years past, her expression suddenly darkened. Memories of that time flooded back.
strikingly reminiscent of the current situation.
Back then, the Xu family held a reunion to acknowledge their kin, and Xu Lingwei feigned a toast,
deliberately losing her footing and tumbling into the pool.
When she was rescued, the Xu family was filled with concern, questioning how she could possibly have fallen into the water. Xu Lingwei trembled, her expression a portrait of pitiable sorrow as she recounted, "Just now, Sister Chuyuan accidentally bumped into me, and I lost my balance.
However, I am certain it was unintentional. If anything were to befall Xu Lingwei, the Xu family would be left with but one daughter. Everything belonging to the Xu family would eventually belong to her. A wretched ingrate.
How could the Xu family, for so many years, have regarded her as their own flesh and blood? It is utterly despicable.
Such a person deserves to be imprisoned." That night,
a deluge of scorn and suspicion rained down upon her, drowning her in its tide. Xu Chuyuan initially found herself at a loss for words, but later endeavored to explain her situation. Yet, her efforts proved futile. Those individuals, devoid of any evidence, condemned her without hesitation. At this moment, past grievances resurfaced, and the scene of being unable to defend oneself, with no evidence to substantiate her claims, re-emerged once more. All eyes were cast upon her, laden with judgment. Xu Chuyuan silently clenched the wineglass, her entire being radiating an icy chill to the core.
Upon witnessing this scene, Xu Lingwei felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Chen Yao truly excelled. This was precisely the effect she desired. "Xu Chuyuan, this is all your fault. Who asked you to appear here? Who asked you to constantly obstruct my path?"
At this moment, whispers of disdain toward Xu Chuyuan began to circulate quietly among the crowd. The Xu family must have been cursed for generations to have raised her.
Xin Xingxing and Bo Yanzhou observed everything keenly.
Bo Yanzhou instinctively cast a glance at Xu Chuyuan. Under the dim lights, the woman's frail figure resembled a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, exuding an inexplicable sense of helplessness. He couldn't help but recall that fateful night when everything changed. Was she, alone at the Xu residence, also subjected to the judgments and vitriol of others? Bo Yanzhou felt an unsettling twist in his heart, a tumult of emotions surging within him.
Before long, a dark cloud of anger shadowed his features. As for Xin Xingxing, she was seething with rage.
The audacity of this woman to unveil her best friend's wounds in front of her was infuriating. She had never believed Xu Chuyuan capable of causing harm. Yet, she understood that such slander would leave an indelible scar for a lifetime. Xin Xingxing, torn between anger and sympathy, was on the verge of exploding,
ready to silence this woman. But before she could act, Bo Yanzhou, brimming with fury, spoke out. "Is this a noisy marketplace? What kind of riffraff can attend such an event? Shi Yan, inquire with the organizers if this auction can continue. If not, let us wrap it up swiftly."
His tone was ominously grave.
Shi Yan immediately responded, "Understood, sir. I will record a video for evidence right away." Upon hearing this,
those who had been whispering moments ago fell silent, their mouths sealed in fear, expressions etched with shock.
Clearly, they were intimidated by Bo Yanzhou. Was it truly necessary to summon the Bo family lawyers for mere gossip?
Xin Xingxing was equally astonished. She had sensed something amiss, according to Chu. Her relationship with Bo Yanzhou was a thing of the past. Yet, since entering the venue, he had not concealed his protective stance over Chu.
What was going on? At this moment, Xu Chuyuan's expression was one of utter astonishment.
She had anticipated that Xin Xingxing would protect her. Yet she had never imagined that Bo Yanzhou would do the same. She had always believed that their divorce years ago was largely due to Bo Yanzhou's lack of feelings for her, and perhaps that was one of the contributing factors.
However, she was taken aback to discover that he had actually lost his temper? Why? Xu Chuyuan found herself in a state of perplexity. Xu Lingwei's expression shifted from previous satisfaction to one of unwillingness. When Bo Yanzhou appeared, she had anticipated his arrival, knowing he might protect Xu Chuyuan. However,
she assumed that at least in the matter of Xu Chuyuan harming her, he would exhibit bias. After all, a person guilty of attempted murder is inherently repulsive. Yet, the reality struck her like a slap to the face.
Not only did Bo Yanzhou not harbor any aversion towards Xu Chuyuan, But he also summoned the Bo family's legal team to sue everyone present for defamation and slander. How could he act in such a manner? At this moment, Chen Yao's expression mirrored disbelief. She too had not imagined that the president of the Bo Corporation could be so unreasonable. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke up, "Mr. Bo? You cannot be serious. This woman, Xu Chuyuan, nearly caused Lingwei's demise. How can you protect her like this? Lingwei is your fiancée, is she not? In her presence, you defend the very culprit that once sought to harm her. What are you thinking?" Su Lingwei's expression abruptly changed. She had not anticipated that Chen Yao would confront Bo Yanzhou at this moment. Panic surged within her, and she inwardly cursed, "Fool." Bo Yanzhou had been cold towards her for quite some time. Previously, when both families pressured them into marriage, he had suggested that she hastily marry someone else. Now, as she faced him with this accusation, she could already envision him publicly denying their engagement. No, she could not allow such a thing to transpire. Chapter 97, to trample Su Lingwei's dignity into the ground. Su Lingwei, unwilling to become the subject of ridicule, hastily interjected before Bo Yanzhou could speak. "Chen Yao, enough already. Let us put this matter to rest today. The past is behind us, why bring it up again?" She then turned to Bo Yanzhou, gently persuading him, "Yanzhou, perhaps we should let go of the idea of hiring a lawyer? I understand that Xu Yuan did not act with intent, it was all a misunderstanding. So, can we not pursue this any further, please?" Her eyes shimmered with a hint of pleading, her expression profoundly captivating. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly feel compelled to commend her. Miss Su truly possesses an extraordinary empathy. Despite being the victim, she stands up to speak on behalf of the culprit. Xu Chuyuan was instantly revolted. Truly a master of tea arts. No wonder her dear friend had been so cruelly deceived in the past. However, today's incident cannot be easily brushed aside. Otherwise, the sins of that year would double, falling squarely upon Chuchu's shoulders. It would be even more challenging to clear her name in the future. Xin Xingqing, unwilling to see her friend suffer such indignities, immediately spoke up, "Why should we let this go? You deliberately spread this matter to incite others to scold Chuchu, didn't you? Now, with just a claim of misunderstanding, you wish to sweep this incident under the rug? That is a rather naive expectation. Chen Yao, you just asserted that Chuchu pushed Su Lingwei. Do you possess any evidence? Or is there a witness to corroborate your claims? If so, let them come forward. Otherwise, even if President Bo chooses to overlook this today, I, too, will engage the lawyers from the Xin Group to thoroughly investigate this matter." Xin Xingqing adopted a resolute stance, indicating that she would not relent until the issue was resolved. Su Lingwei's expression subtly shifted, and a surge of indignation welled up within her. This Xin Xingqing truly meddled in matters that did not concern her. What did the Xin family have to do with the grievances between her and Xu Chuyuan? Chen Yao also furrowed her brow and remarked, "What further evidence is required?" Back then, at that banquet, numerous individuals witnessed the incident firsthand, including Xu Chuyuan. A derisive scoff interrupted Chen Yao's words. Xu Chuyuan regained her composure, her gaze imbued with an icy chill, and remarked, "In this day and age, is it truly so effortless to utter falsehoods? At the time the incident occurred, there were only Su Lingwei and myself present by the poolside, no one else was around. Where then is this claim of many witnesses?" Chen Yao, unaware of the precariousness of her situation, naively believed she had seized upon a flaw in Xu Chuyuan's words. She immediately retorted, "What more do you have to say? If you did not push her, does that mean Lingwei leapt in of her own accord?" Upon hearing these words, Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but laugh. Her tone dripped with sarcasm as she remarked, "You ought to inquire with Su Lingwei about that, she knows best whether it was her own doing." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Su Lingwei, her gaze akin to that of one observing a mere buffoon. Su Lingwei's demeanor appeared somewhat amiss. The events of that year were known only to the two of them, an understanding deeply ingrained. Several years prior, Xu Chuyuan had been besieged, rendered speechless. Now, she not only remained unfazed by the whispers of those around her, but her composure was also strikingly serene. This, in turn, seemed to diminish her presence. Observant guests began to discern the subtle shifts in the atmosphere.
One attendee remarked that indeed, no one had witnessed the unfolding of events back then.
It was Su Lingwei's vague insinuation that led others to believe Xu Chuyuan harbored intentions of harm. In retrospect, it seemed the narrative had always leaned heavily on Su Lingwei's perspective. Could it be that Xu Chuyuan had been wrongfully maligned? Goodness, if that were the case. The depths of this individual's scheming would be truly alarming. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes towards Su Lingwei began to shift quietly. Su Lingwei never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. She was even less prepared for the fact that some individuals, unknowingly, revealed the truth. The expression on her face nearly faltered. How had it come to this? Shouldn't Xu Chuyuan be the one facing the accusations? How had the focus shifted to herself? Beside her, Bo Yanzhou observed Su Lingwei's reaction intently. His deep-set eyes narrowed ever so slightly. The incident from years past had long since faded, leaving no means of substantiation. Yet, judging by this woman's response, the remarks of the guests held a semblance of plausibility. Bo Yanzhou's tone turned frigid as he insisted, "Tonight, the Bo family's legal team will still intervene. Others may overlook this, but you." His gaze fell upon Chen Yao and her associates. "The instigators shall not be spared so easily." Chen Yao and the others were immediately struck with fear. If they were targeted by the Bo family, what future would await them? In a flurry of panic, Chen Yao hastily defended herself. "Mr. Bo, I was merely speaking up for Lingwei." Bo Yanzhou's voice was devoid of warmth as he retorted, "Indeed, the elders of the Bo and Su family share a close bond. But I have never publicly acknowledged Su Lingwei as my fiancée. The previous rumors were left unaddressed by the Bo family, but allow me to clarify now. Henceforth, should anyone dare to continue spreading baseless slander, they shall not find me merciful." Su Lingwei's complexion instantly turned ashen. Her greatest fear had indeed come to pass. How could Bo Yanzhou publicly deny their relationship? It was akin to trampling her dignity into the ground. He showed no regard for her feelings whatsoever. The onlookers clearly heard Bo Yanzhou's words, and their gazes towards Su Lingwei were laced with mockery. Thus, her previous proclamations of being the unwed daughter-in-law of the Bo family were nothing but fabrications? In her desperate bid to align herself with the powerful, she spun a web of lies. How tragic for Mr. Bo. Su Lingwei's expression grew increasingly grim, and her gaze at Bo Yanzhou was filled with profound sorrow. "Yanzhou, how could you? We clearly have a betrothal. I have already stated that the betrothal is no longer valid. Do not compel me to repeat myself a third time," Bo Yanzhou declared, completely disregarding her. He turned away and inquired of Xu Chuyuan nearby whether she was satisfied with the handling of these matters. If she was not content, she could reassign them according to her own judgment. Xu Chuyuan never anticipated that Bo Yanzhou would come to seek her opinion. She couldn't help but glance at him. This was, indeed, the first time they had made eye contact this evening. The man's gaze was light, yet his expression was imbued with patience, clearly awaiting her response. Chapter 98, Xu Chuyuan is exclusively his. Xu Chuyuan felt somewhat dazed. Has this man undergone a transformation? During their marriage, she had never seen him act this way. What on earth does Bo Yanzhou mean? Xu Chuyuan found herself perplexed, yet she decided to let go of her thoughts. However, Bo Yanzhou remained resolute, insisting that it was sufficient for the Bo family to take action. Su Lingwei observed the interaction between the two, feeling utterly engulfed by jealousy. Chen Yao and the others, upon witnessing this situation, began to panic. Xue Lingwei was publicly denied her engagement, yet they were about to be targeted by the Bo family. At this moment, it seemed that even their family would be implicated. It was all over. Just as despair engulfed them, the organizers arrived. Upon their arrival, they inquired, "We heard there was a disturbance here, what transpired?" The head of security, upon seeing the leader, felt as if he had encountered a savior and hurriedly approached, succinctly recounting the events that had just unfolded. Upon learning that the incident stemmed from Xu Chuyuan not possessing an invitation, Mr. Qin, the organizer, appeared momentarily taken aback. He then asked, "Miss Su, may I inquire if you have come from Kyoto?" Xu Chuyuan lifted her gaze and replied softly, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Director Qin was momentarily taken aback, swiftly delivering a sharp slap to the security personnel.
The crisp sound of the slap reverberated through the venue.
Following this, Director Chin's voice thundered with fury, "Fool! How dare you chase away my esteemed guest? This Miss Xu is a distinguished invitee I personally summoned. What need is there for an invitation letter? Did I not instruct you to inform everyone? Are you truly unaware?"
The head of security was left speechless, stammering, "I was not informed." The others were equally bewildered. Thus, this individual before them was indeed an honored guest personally invited by the host? Disbelief etched across every face, including Bo Yanzhou, who appeared somewhat astonished. Yet, the most incredulous were Su Lingwei and her companions. How could this be possible? Why would the organizer personally invite Xu Chuyuan? Given her humble status? As they were taken aback, Director Qin had already approached Xu Chuyuan to express his apologies. "I am sincerely sorry. My subordinates acted thoughtlessly and offended you. Please do not hold it against us." Xu Chuyuan's eyes held a faint hue, as if she wished to articulate something. However, Xin Xingqing preempted her, stating, "Mr. Qin, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. The individuals before you gathered to humiliate my friend, accusing her of potentially stealing your auction items, and even summoned your security to expel her. Both slander and defamation have inflicted severe harm on my friend's mental and physical well-being. Had it not been for the timely intervention of myself and Mr. Bo, your esteemed guest might well have been cast out by now. How can one merely utter a do not blame to sweep this under the rug?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin was already drenched in sweat. He repeatedly acknowledged, "Indeed. Miss Xin is right, the repercussions of tonight's incident are far too grave to be overlooked." His expression turned fierce as he directed his gaze toward Chen and the others, declaring, "It was you who caused the disturbance, was it not?" Xin Xingqing stood by, pointing out, "Yes, it is primarily these three." She indicated Chen Yao and the other two affluent young ladies, yet notably omitted Su Lingwei. Mr. Qin promptly asserted, "Then let them all be expelled. From this moment forth, they are forbidden from appearing at our auctions." Act. The security, eager to rectify their earlier mistake, wasted no time in moving forward to remove them. Chen Yao and her companions turned pale, and faced with the security's insistence, they dared not protest. Shortly thereafter, the group was escorted out. Xin Xingqing crossed her arms, remaining silent. Xu Chuyuan reluctantly nodded and said, "Let it be." The distasteful matters were hardly worth her time and emotions. Upon witnessing her agreement, Chairman Qin felt a sense of relief wash over him. He smiled and remarked, "That is splendid. The time is nearly upon us, esteemed guests, please take your seats, as our auction is about to commence." Xu Chuyuan nodded and subsequently, together with Xin Xingqing and Bo Yanzhou, was escorted to the esteemed seats on the second floor. Originally, Director Qin had arranged for Bo Yanzhou to be seated elsewhere. However, upon glancing at Xu Chuyuan, the man stated, "There is no need for any special arrangements, I shall sit with her." Director Qin understood immediately and dared not press further. Responding, "Very well, should you have any other matters, do not hesitate to summon me." Bo Yanzhou nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, Director Qin took his leave. Throughout this entire episode, Xu Chuyuan barely had time to intervene. Xin Xingqing observed everything keenly. She grasped Xu Chuyuan's hand and guided her toward the inner seats while quietly inquiring, "What is the situation with your ex-husband? Weren't you two divorced? I cannot comprehend his behavior tonight. First, he defends you, then he publicly undermines Su Lingwei, denying the engagement. Did you see her expression?" Su Lingwei turned pale. Akin to a palette of colors, it was truly a spectacle. Xu Chuyuan felt a whirlwind of emotions. She exhaled a heavy sigh and said, "Do not inquire further, I, too, am uncertain." Xu Chuyuan's first instinct was to dismiss her own thoughts. It was impossible, she must not indulge in wild conjectures. Fearing her friend might utter something astonishing, she swiftly shifted the topic. "Why didn't you send Su Lingwei away just now?" According to Xin Xingqing's usual demeanor, in such a commotion, Su Lingwei would undoubtedly have been expelled. Yet, she refrained from doing so, indicating a different motive altogether. Xin Xingqing chuckled, "What else could it be? Of course, it's because I haven't had my fill of the performance yet. You came to the auction tonight for that antique, didn't you?"
Xu Chuyuan did not deny it.
Indeed, as you are aware, my mother has a passion for collecting ancient artifacts, and she has taken a liking to something,
thus sending me on this errand. Xin Qingqing chuckled and remarked, I surmise as much.
That Su Lingwei from earlier seemed to look down upon you.
Did she not?
Later, when the time comes to spend lavishly, we must ensure she witnesses it all. It would also be delightful to behold the myriad of expressions that dance across her face.
Xu Chuyuan couldn't help but chuckle. So, keeping that woman around was indeed for this purpose? Amidst the whispers exchanged between the two, others also settled into their seats. Before long, the auction commenced.
This evening's auction featured a diverse array of items, including exquisite jewelry, renowned calligraphy and paintings, various antique collectibles, as well as rare medicinal materials seldom seen in everyday life. Upon hearing the mention of medicinal herbs, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xu Chuyuan's eyes. She had not anticipated that this place would indeed host an auction for medicinal materials. Bo Yanzhou had been keenly observing her expressions, and upon noticing her interest, he inquired,
Do you wish to participate? Chapter 99, This Bo has lingering feelings for her.
Xu Chuyuan was momentarily taken aback, casually responding, I have a slight interest. The medicinal herbs that can be found here, deemed rare, must possess significant medicinal value, and their age should be commendable, enabling them to exert substantial therapeutic effects. Bo Yanzhou merely acknowledged her with a faint hum, choosing not to elaborate further. However, as the bidding for the rare herbs commenced, he gestured towards Qi Yan behind him. The rare herbs were initially priced at 100,000 per stalk, with a total of 10 stalks in a box, setting the opening bid at 1 million. And each subsequent bid required to be no less than 100,000.
Just as the auctioneer's voice faded, Qi Yan boldly declared, 5 million.
This soaring price left no room for competition from others. Many attendees, intrigued by such a decisive bidder, turned their gazes upward to discern his identity. Upon realizing it was Bo Yanzhou, those with a slight interest in the herbs promptly abandoned any thoughts of competing. Xu Chuyuan, who was present, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing Qi Yan's bid. She shot a glare at Bo Yanzhou and remarked, Is it really necessary to escalate the price like that? I hadn't even had the chance to speak. While it was true that these herbs were indeed worth such a price, perhaps they need not soar to such heights. Bo Yanzhou, however, responded with an air of nonchalance, If you desire them, then I shall procure them for you. This declaration left Xu Chuyuan in a state of astonishment. Did he mean that he intended to gift her the herbs? Xin Qingqing too was somewhat taken aback. She increasingly felt that Bo Yanzhou's demeanor towards her close friend was rather peculiar. It was certainly not devoid of affection. Intent on probing further, during the jewelry auction, she deliberately exclaimed, Xu Chu, this said eternal voyage would suit you perfectly. With your fair complexion, it would undoubtedly be stunning. Shall we acquire it? Xu Chuyuan was unaware of the probing nature of her glance. Instinctively, she cast a fleeting look, then nodded in agreement, remarking that it was indeed quite exquisite. The pale blue diamond, intricately designed with a cosmic theme, boasted a stunning craftsmanship in both its cut and style. However, after a moment's contemplation, Xu Chuyuan resolved against making a purchase. In no time, the auctioneer announced the starting bid for the set known as the Eternal Vessel, a magnum opus of the renowned international designer Elson. Crafted from the finest diamonds and utilizing top-tier techniques, it was said that jewelry fashioned from such blue diamonds could bestow eternal love and happiness upon its wearer. The opening bid was set at 30 million. As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the auction hall ignited with fervor. 33 million. 35 million. 38 million. The allure of the jewelry, both in its design and its significance, captivated many, prompting an unending stream of bids. Before long, the price soared to 80 million. This figure became the highest bid of the evening, and gradually, some participants began to temper their enthusiasm compared to the initial frenzy. It was at this moment that Bo Yanzhou signaled to Qi Yan. The latter promptly raised his paddle, declaring, 100 million. The raucous auction hall fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned upward to discover it was once again Bo Yanzhou. Who could possibly compete with him in terms of wealth or influence? Another bid from Mr. Bo. How could he be interested in jewelry? Who might he be planning to gift it to? Surely, it must be for someone dear to him. Hadn't the auctioneer mentioned that this jewelry symbolizes love and happiness?
One couldn't help but wonder who was so fortunate to receive such a precious gift from Mr. Bo. Could it be intended for the lady upstairs, Miss Xu?
The whispers among the guests did not escape Su Lingwei's ears. Her nails nearly pierced her palms, and her face burned with indignation. She felt that this predicament was even more unbearable than being dismissed moments ago. Xu Chuyuan was somewhat taken aback by Bo Yanzhou's extravagant expenditure of 100 million on a set of jewelry. However, she refrained from internalizing it, assuming that Bo Yanzhou's purchase carried a specific significance. If it were intended as a gift, it must surely be for the mother of little Tangbao, right? For reasons unknown, Xu Chuyuan's enthusiasm suddenly waned. Xin Xingqing remained oblivious to her friend's mood. Her attention was wholly captivated by the exquisite jewelry.
At that moment,
she became increasingly convinced that this man surnamed Bo harbored ulterior motives towards her dear friend. Amidst the varied thoughts of those present, the auction continued downstairs, unveiling numerous lots. In the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed, and the auction finally approached its conclusion.
Xu Chuyuan's long-desired object has finally been revealed.
This final auction item is a bronze gui that dates back several centuries, having made its way overseas. Its ancient and substantial form is imbued with a profound sense of history, adorned with intricate carvings of beast heads, interspersed with neck and circular feet. Embellished with fiery patterns and four-pointed motifs, while its belly is decorated with straight stripes. As Xu Chuyuan caught sight of it, she immediately sat upright.
This evening, the venue was graced by numerous antique collectors and prominent figures from the cultural relics industry.
Undoubtedly, they were all here for this remarkable item.
With its unveiling, the atmosphere was decidedly in their favor.
Soon, the auctioneer announced the opening bid for this historically rich artifact at 500 million. Each subsequent bid could not be less than 10 million. As his voice faded, bids began to emerge.
550 million. 570 million. 600 million.
The onlookers, unfamiliar with the world of antiques, were left utterly astonished.
The price was truly staggering.
Xu Chuyuan listened quietly to the bids from others, her expression remarkably composed. She understood that the intrinsic value of the item, combined with its historical significance, far exceeded the current price. 10 billion was not its ultimate worth. Indeed, it wasn't long before another bid was raised 11 billion.
11,500 million.
As the price soared, some began to withdraw from the competition. This treasure was priceless, yet their financial resources were ultimately limited. Not everyone could readily summon tens of billions. Consequently, when the bidding reached over 13 billion,
the momentum began to slow. After surveying the room, she deemed it the right moment to make her move.
Slowly, she raised her paddle and declared, 15 billion.
This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the venue.
All eyes turned in her direction, including Bo Yanzhou's, who exhibited a hint of surprise.
This woman intended to purchase this item?
Downstairs, Su Lingwei's companions stood in disbelief, their faces painted with incredulity.
She actually placed a bid. 15 billion, had she lost her mind? Did she comprehend the magnitude of that sum? Su Lingwei found it equally incredible. How could Xu Chuyuan dare? With such an exorbitant price, can she truly afford it?
The sister beside her whispered.
That woman surely isn't expecting President Bo to foot the bill, is she? Indeed, otherwise, how could she, a penniless and powerless orphan, possibly purchase such antiques? That amounts to a staggering 1.5 billion.
Chapter 100, After seeing and touching, you must take responsibility. Su Lingwei felt a sudden pang in her heart,
sensing the strong likelihood of this being true. After all, how could Xu Chuyuan, in her current position, possibly produce such a sum? Yet,
the mere thought of Bo Yanzhou spending this money on her ignited a fierce jealousy within her.
Over the years,
the Xu family had endeavored to maintain relations with the Bo family, yet they had reaped little benefit. 15 billion was an astronomical amount for the Xu family. It would take an indeterminate duration for the company to generate such profits. How could Xu Chuyuan possibly deserve this? If only this money were given to her. As Su Lingwei's features twisted in jealousy, she remained unaware that, in the distance, Xin Xingqing was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle.
Su Lingwei, that woman, has indeed succumbed to jealousy. Xin Xingqing even had the leisure to take a photograph of Su Lingwei with her phone.
If this were to be posted online, The pure and innocent image would likely transform into that of a malicious supporting character in an instant. I wonder if her legion of fans would still adore her. Xu Chuyuan paid no heed to the opinions of others, calmly observing the auction stage below,
silently awaiting the outcome.
In the venue, no one dared to raise the bid any further. The first reason was that they recognized Xu Chuyuan as a distinguished guest invited by the organizers, which suggested a formidable financial backing. The sum of 15 billion was likely not even her lower limit. The second reason was the presence of the president of the Bo Group beside her.
Who in this venue could rival the financial prowess of the Bo Group?
The auctioneer below was acutely aware of this fact, after inquiring 3 times. He decisively hammered down the gavel, declaring that the final item of the evening belonged to this young lady.
Congratulations! Xu Chuyuan let out a sigh of relief.
She had finally fulfilled her mother's request. Her mission was complete, and thus, she had no intention of lingering any longer. Xin Xingqing also rose to her feet and said, "I'll wait for you, let me accompany you on your way."
Xin Xingqing raised an eyebrow. Was she attempting to compete for someone?
She could hardly believe that her ex-husband had no feelings for Chu. Without hesitation, Xin Xingqing cast a glance at her dear friend, seeking her opinion. Xu Chuyuan naturally could not agree, promptly declining the offer, thus sparing President Bo any further trouble.
Bo Yanzhou wore a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely feigned,
remarking, "It is no trouble at all, after all, I owe Dr. Xu a favor and must repay it." Xu Chuyuan felt a shiver run down her spine. She discerned the underlying meaning in the man's words.
Xu Chuyuan forced a smile and said, "Our collaboration is straightforward, the exchange of goods and payment is clear-cut. Where does the notion of owing a favor come from?"
As she spoke, she instinctively stepped back, hoping to take the opportunity to slip away.
Bo Yanzhou, perceiving her intention, reacted swiftly, seizing her wrist and asserting, "What I say is binding. You, let go."
Xu Chuyuan glared at his elongated fingers and furrowed her brow. Seeing her evident reluctance to accompany Bo Yanzhou, Xin Xingqing immediately intervened, stating, "Mr. Bo, forcing someone against their will is hardly the mark of a gentleman. As someone who represents the past, one must possess the awareness of bygone times, do not cling stubbornly, for it may lead to aversion from the young lady."
Bo Yanzhou was taken aback by Xin Xingqing's audacity to confront him.
He had long been aware of the Xin family's daughter's capricious nature and her formidable spirit. Today, he had witnessed her courage firsthand. However, he chose not to take offense, merely responding with a calm demeanor, "Miss Xin, your words are misguided.
Xu Chuyuan and I have never had a past, so how can there be talk of bygone matters? Moreover,
my pursuit of her is not solely for the sake of repaying a favor, there is another matter for which I intend to hold her accountable."
"What matter do I need to be responsible for?"
Xu Chuyuan wore a perplexed expression.
Bo Yanzhou gazed at her, his tone unruffled. "What do you think?
After you've had your fill of observing, touching, and flirting with me, it is only natural that I seek an explanation."
Ah? Xin Xingqing was utterly bewildered.
This?
Observing, touching, flirting? What is going on? The weight of this astonishing revelation was quite overwhelming, wasn't it a tad explosive? She cast a disbelieving glance towards her best friend, silently inquiring, "Is this truly the case?" Xu Chuyuan was utterly bewildered.
She questioned whether there was something amiss with her hearing.
What was this scoundrel uttering? With a face full of astonishment, she furiously inquired of Bo Yanzhou, "How can you speak such nonsense?" Bo Yanzhou, maintaining an expression of serene composure, replied, "Am I truly speaking nonsense? When I am unwell, is it not within your power to dictate my actions?" Goodness, the implications of his words were even more astounding. Even Xin Xingqing found it exhilarating to hear. Xu Chuyuan was on the verge of vomiting blood. She was administering treatment to him. Treatment? Why did it take on a different meaning when it came from his lips?
Qi Yan, ever perceptive, immediately interjected, "Miss Xu,
you cannot deny the actions you have taken. One must be consistent and not abandon their responsibilities."
Xu Chuyuan was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. These two rascals were utterly shameless. If they continued their tirade, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. Ultimately, she could only suppress her indignation and respond curtly. "I will go with you, is that satisfactory?" Bo Yanzhou, having achieved his objective, was naturally pleased.
He nodded and replied, "Very well." Xu Chuyuan gritted her teeth in anger. She vowed that she would seize the opportunity to silence these two individuals. Although she was aware that what Bo Yanzhou said was undoubtedly a fabrication, her best friend's reaction appeared rather dubious. It seemed inappropriate for her to intervene further. Therefore, she could only utter a reluctant, "All right," before departing. A flicker of concern still lingered, prompting her to add, "Be careful and take good care of yourself. If you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to call the police, understand?" Xu Chuyuan nodded slightly and reassured, "Rest assured, I shall." Upon witnessing this, Xin Xingqing ceased her remarks and departed swiftly. Once the figures had vanished, Xu Chuyuan, feeling exasperated, inquired, "Now, may I be released?" However, Bo Yanzhou made no move to loosen his grip, stating firmly, "No. For who can tell if I were to let go, you might flee. First, let us settle the payment, afterward, we shall have a thorough discussion." The final two words were articulated with particular emphasis. Xu Chuyuan was aware that leaving tonight would not be a simple matter. Before long, she found herself being led to the auction room. When it came time to settle the payment, Bo Yanzhou presented his card. And the bronze guay was included in the transaction. Upon hearing this, Xu Chuyuan promptly interjected, "There is no need for that, I shall cover the expenses myself." Xu Chuyuan scoffed, "Who are you underestimating?" She then produced a black card, identical to the one in Bo Yanzhou's hand, both boasting limitless credit. A flicker of surprise crossed Bo Yanzhou's eyes. Although Xu Chuyuan's medical skills might suggest she was well off, it was unexpected for her to spend lavishly. However, spending 15 billion on an antique was indeed astonishing. Yet, since she insisted on covering the cost herself, Bo Yanzhou did not press the matter further. Soon, he swiped his card to pay for the jewelry and medicinal materials he had acquired. Without so much as a glance, he casually handed the items over to Xu Chuyuan. Xu Chuyuan's expression momentarily faltered as she inquired, "What do you mean by this?" Chapter 101, His intentions are quite evident. Bo Yanzhou, ever accommodating, replied, "The rare medicinal herbs are for you, as per the scope of our previous discussions regarding collaboration. As for the jewelry..." He paused briefly before changing his tone and added, "Please hold on to it for me." Xu Chuyuan found herself somewhat perplexed by his actions. However, upon reflecting on the ultimate destination of the jewelry, she began to comprehend the situation more clearly. Xu Chuyuan rationally declined, stating, "There is no need. I can purchase the medicinal herbs myself. As for the jewelry, you should handle that." However, Bo Yanzhou interrupted her, saying, "Enough with the pleasantries. Proceed with the payment promptly, and do not keep others waiting too long." Xu Chuyuan then noticed that the auction staff were still waiting nearby. Inside the room,